the imagination of the idea of space, that's got to go away, dude. From cosmology perspective, I don't even understand. Okay, Jim, I don't know, man. Like, you guys know this or not, but your culture, you know, your history of Native American people, they had a very good thing called the what was it? They had like a giant. You're gonna get this name all fucked up. Like, it's a giant diorama of the sun moving across the earth. So it's a giant diorama. It looks like a giant circle made of stones, and then it's got like a, I don't know. I gotta show it to you. Hang on a second.
Stonehenge?
I'm gonna show you. No. You guys will. If you're Native American, you probably know what this looks like. Hang on. Let me see. 1 second. I'm gonna pull up an image. Fuck, dude. I used to have this image right on the top. Now I gotta search for that shit. Oh, wait. Where is that? This. I'm gonna drop a link. Ooh, shit. In livestream voice text. Then I'm gonna go into the images. Fuck, it took away the. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Hang on, let me copy this image. All right, just you and Jim can probably recognize this. You guys see it? Rain and Jim? Hello? Are you guys even here? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, you did this presentation on the path of the sun during different parts of the year, but a little over a year ago, which I appreciated.
Yeah, you remember that? Do you remember that, Jim?
Which I really appreciated because it really helps because obviously it changes pretty soon. You know what? 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. It's going to be the highest. It's going to be the highest. You know.
Check this out, man. Some of the most astute observers of the sky were from your culture. Native American culture. I'm really stupefied by this, actually, Rain, that you think the Earth is a globe. You I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If your ancestors would know what you're talking about, they slap you silly. Like, what the fuck? Like, how can you be like, I don't know. They had so much observations of the world around them, and they were so in tune with the world that there was no way that anybody could tell them that the Earth was a globe. It's not until this fucking mainstream academia came along and bamboozled everybody when we were kids, right? But I mean, the ancients knew what was going on. They had it all figured out as far as like how they could understand the physical and natural world around them. This was the most important thing to hand down to the next generation. And it had nothing to do with Copernicus and Galileo and all them fuckers, because those guys didn't help shit looking up at the night sky. But your ancestors knew the way. I'm saying, man, like it's something to be proud of, man. You guys have this history in your culture. It's like, it's great, you know?
I'm going to hand down to my culture, my Cherokee culture, Hubble's Law, which I described before, which is 73.3 kilometers per second per megaparsec. I'm going to hand that one down. That's what I'm going to do. That's the ever-expanding universe. That's my contribution to my tribe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll accept your contribution.
I don't know about all that, man. What I'm trying to show you here is that these guys, they were always looking at observations, right? They were making their observations, and then they were saying, "Look, man, this is how the world is perceived from us here on the ground." There was nobody going to be telling them that they live on a spinning globe Earth. Come on, man.
Or some sort of meteor, comet, or whatever.
Yeah, you know, you wouldn't be thinking that living out there, you know, in the wild somewhere. And the traditions that were
In
passed down.
Timbuktu? Come on, no.
But I'm saying though, man, those guys, they were intelligent. They had it all figured out as far as like how to deal with things without the modern conveniences. And they were a lot more understood of like what's going on with the physical.
I don't know,
natural
or
world.
did they have help?
From who? Definitely like
That's what I'm saying.
excuse for me to say it this way, but definitely not the white man. Like they were. I'm just look, man.
Maybe they were white with black eyes. You never know.
But I'm just saying though, man. You guys had like you have a rich culture, a history of like these guys not looking to a fucking outside intervention. You know what I mean? It's not until that educational system was instilled and pushed on everyone, including you guys. And we, like all of us as
is that
humanity,
called brainwashing?
Well, yeah, that's why you're saying the shit that you're like, Rain. That's why I'm telling you, bro. The reason why you're saying the words that you say about an asteroid and shit, that can't be verified. You're saying it though.
Well, obviously, but you saying it's flat and whatever I can't
Well,
be
but that's-
verified either.
Yeah, it can. You don't think your ancestors
To a
knew
point.
this, Rain?
But so can mine. Mine could be to a point.
So then when does it turn into a globe?
Yeah, exact. Well, I'm just saying it looks like a globe because of the water on it.
It turns into a
It's
globe.
suspended in nothing, so it looks like a sphere.
How do you know that, Rain? How do you know that?
You just said we're just floating around somewhere, nowhere. We're just floating there.
Oh, fuck, dude, I didn't say that. Never did I say that.
Oh, so we got gravity.
Well, the idea of gravity being our view of things falling through the medium of air, that is understood. That's called little g. Little g is the effect. Big G is a theory, gravitational theory. Like that would be Einstein.
Like the moon going around us. That's big G.
No. The moon going around us, or how we observe it in the night sky, is just an observation we're making of the moon doing what it's doing. When we start to say that we're in space, like the vacuum of space, like, you know, planets and all that, that's you thinking about the cosmology in a different way. Because you only see the moon going across your sky. That's the only thing you see, right?
Yeah, from east to west.
I made it.
Right. But when do you see the moon in space? You don't see that. You just see it up.
I don't get to see it.
You just see it in the sky. And so as far as you know, it's just something that you see. Whether it's physical or metaphysical, you don't know that. Nobody does.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It could be like the Truman Show for all I know.
Well, you know, you can't put that in a box like that. You're trying to put it in a box and you can't. Whether it's physical or metaphysical, we don't know, Rain. You don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I don't know if that, you're trying to make movies sound like what reality is, and I'd say reality is, you know, it's truth is stranger than.
Well, you know, some things are crazier than others.
The second week.
Well, all I'm saying is that when you're trying to put this in a box like you have been for some time now,
I'm a box kind of guy. What can I say?
Yeah,
like
that's
boxes.
why the allure of the educational system to give you an explanation. Well, Rain, you're floating around like a asteroid, and like what the fuck? Like you can't even.
No
provide
one's ever told me that. Are you kidding me? They showed me globes and shit.
Yeah, so you went from globe.
I got road maps, man. I got road maps. You kidding me? I got road all over the place. I travel all over the place. I know what the Earth looks like.
Road maps to what, dude?
To towns, man. You go.
Yeah, that's great.
Place, you need a road map.
That's great, but what does it have to do with the Earth being an asteroid, like you said? Nothing, right? Zero.
That's,
Well, I want you to
that's
think
just
about
the
this.
surface of it.
So what, dude? Is it curving anywhere? Is your surface curving?
Well, yeah, on the outside it's curved. Yeah.
Ah, that's a claim, though, isn't it? How do you know that? You need to provide evidence for that claim, Rain.
I will eventually get to that.
That's not good enough, bro. Right now, you're thinking of it as curving, right? That's what you're saying. But if you don't have any evidence right now, that means that you just believe.
Like the highest points. Yeah, they could.
I'm like all the way over.
You know what belief is, right, Rain? Without any evidence whatsoever? That's what you're doing.
You believe because you don't know.
Bro, man, like, once your freaking ancestors were rolling in their graves, bro. I swear it. That's what gets me, dude. It's like your rich history of your ancestors were always looking at the night sky. They understood something very, very sacred. And then this like the freaking educational system that came about it just didn't happen to you guys. It happened to everyone. So like we're all privy to like being indoctrinated from that system. But you can actually go back to like your roots and find out. Because don't you guys have like elders still that you can have console with? Like I'm pretty sure they don't think the Earth's a fucking globe. Like they're not gonna say that shit.
That generation's almost dead. There's a generation that was taught about flat Earth, but now they're pretty old.
Just saying, man. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if the elders of their tribes would be like, "Yeah, the Earth's a globe, man." I don't think so. Because don't you have to pass ancient traditions like down? You have to memorize it. There's a lot of stuff, man, if you want to be one of those elder types. I don't know, man. But I guess if you want to believe that shit, I'll leave that shit up to you, man. You don't want to like have validation for the things you say. You just want to say things. Be my guest.
Yeah, I looked up the history of the Cherokee flat earthers. It's entitled "How the World Was Made," and I'll just quote a couple lines here. The Earth is a great flat island floating in a sea of flat water, and suspended on each of the four cardinal flat points by a cord hanging down from the sky vault, which is a solid flat rock. How do you like that?
I don't know if Rain's gonna accept it, or does he have to?
Sounds legit, bro. You wrote it on the internet.
Nah, you see, fuck, dude. You see, look, Jim. This is what fucking I'm telling you. The educational system, they've twisted everybody's fucking minds and turned them to oatmeal. So now Rain, instead of hearing like the people that were actually staring at the night sky all night and all day, like they were watching shit, he'd rather trust some doofus,
Bill Nye,
right? Yeah, like fuck, dude. Like that's frustrating. That is. Because even though you can actually go and do some things to figure this out, you'd rather just believe some guy.
Well, I'm up for an experiment. I never said I want to try something.
Oh fuck, dude. Like I don't even know.
You should get do you have like a high powered camera anywhere? Telescope?
Negative.
Got like a big body of water, like a giant lake or ocean?
Just want to say,
like I got the Great Lakes. I can go to the Duluth.
Oh, you're okay. Kind of near. Are you kind of near me? By the Great Lakes. Is there like another? You by Michigan?
No, I'm in Rochester.
Well, fuck, dude. Jim, don't you guys live near each other? You and Rain?
Oh shit! I didn't know my mic was open. Sorry.
Yeah, we heard you hollering and shit. What's going on, bro?
Rain, did you disclose what tribe you were from?
He's Cherokee, just like Jim.
Yeah, dude. I'm from Nunya.
You said from Nunya?
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's why I asked if you disclosed. I didn't ask you because if you don't want to say where you're from, that's no problem at all. There's no pressure. There's, I was just kind of curious.
I'm from the tribe of cheese eating and beer drinking.
Well,
Yeah,
I live in
beer
Minnesota.
drinking and getting high. What are you guys doing?
Where I live in Minnesota, there's two main tribes: the Ojibwe
Did
and
you know it
Anishinaabe.
just became legal here, there, buddy? You can start growing some plants.
Fucking rain, dude, man. People are trying to talk to you, bro. Come on, man. What the
No,
fuck?
he's on to something there. That's actually a good point. In Minnesota, the governor just passed a law to legalize all marijuana, even recreational. You can grow it in your own backyard now. And the thing is, though, that's still in competition with federal claims. The CDC. If you go to the CDC's website, still to this day, it'll tell you marijuana causes schizophrenia. Marijuana is more dangerous than heroin. The claim on the CDC website is that at least heroin has some medicinal value. Marijuana has none. There is no medicinal value. So that's why I would say, why would you believe the federal government over your own state government or over your own ancestors when all these people are driving you down pipelines to at least question what they've told you? Not only, maybe even completely disregard it.
Well, keep in mind, they could be right about that point, but that's not a logical point to make marijuana illegal. Like, marijuana not having any medical properties is no reason to make it illegal.
The prohibition of
exactly.
anything is really fucking weird.
Yeah, prohibition never works. It didn't even work when God tried it.
Why would he make it? Why would there be a plant like that grows abundantly everywhere? That you can get high off of it. You can use it for medicines. You can bake it. You can eat it. Do a lot of things with it. It's like saying, "Hey, carrots or poppy seed plants, they should be legal. They're medicines. I don't care how much you do with it. It's your body, your choice. If you want to kill yourself, go right ahead." It's just really weird to me that they don't want you to eat or use these plants at all. It makes, if anything, that makes people want to use it even more because they try to demonize it.
Well, to be fair, I think the powers that be would actually want us to use a lot of drugs because it helps the TV hypnotize us into believing that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum.
For sure. 100%.
My take is that a lot of this is Richard Nixon. He wanted to criminalize marijuana because at the time, a lot of left-wingers or communists, civil rights people, they were all, that was their sort of drug of choice or their cup of tea or their cup of coffee. So once he... Oh, go ahead, Elijah.
Aside from the medicinal uses and the argumentation from that, I wouldn't argue like the prohibition point, only specifically because alcohol was prohibited and it's not necessarily good for you.
No, it's not. It attacks it and it kills brain cells. If you're an alcoholic, you're losing cells. They want you to feel like they want everyone to be stupid.
So it's like, I don't know necessarily why they were against marijuana or why they would have wanted it.
It can open people's minds up. It just allows them to be more open.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just invite a new person that's joined our group right now. Just real quick.
Go right ahead.
All right, we got Donald C that just joined our group. Donald C, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Oh my. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in.
Yes, I'm here.
So
hello.
Just real quick, Donald, and we like to introduce new people to our forum. What brings you by? Like, what link did you click on that you found here? How did you find us? And then tell us what your position is on the topic that we have of the server, the shape of the Earth.
Well, I think the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Also, I heard about you guys from FTFE and MC Tune and the other debunkers and stuff.
Ah, excellent. And we also, in case just before you engage or whatever, if you want to know, we have a debate forum here called The Arena. And if you ever want to do that, you could schedule. We already have one scheduled, debate scheduled between Kosho and Jim Waterworld. So if you do want to have a debate that's scheduled, let us know with any one of us in here that are a part of the server, and we'll oblige. But that being the case, I just want to open up the floor to any questions that you might want to ask, and then maybe perhaps some conversation we want to engage with you on. So go ahead, Donald.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't really have any questions. I'm just curious about what's going on in the server. I mean, I see the debates online on YouTube between you guys and the debunkers and stuff, but I've never actually been in engaged. I'm curious.
Well, welcome to the fray, and so may God have mercy on your soul.
I'm an atheist too.
So okay, that's a wallop. Is anybody? Because I don't know. I guess from the standpoint of it being an oblate spheroid, if you don't have any questions, we do have some for you. How about that?
Sure. I'll see what I can do about answering some of those questions.
Sounds great. Okay, so what evidence do you have to provide that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
I've personally measured the circumference of the planet.
Sounds great. I'm going to give you some rolls here before you continue. I'm going to give you Globe Earth roll, if that's fine.
Yeah, fine.
And I'm also going to give you Link's permission. So in the live stream voice text, which you can probably now see, make sure that you post all relevant information there so that we can address you in that text channel.
Sure.
I give you Link's permission. So now you can go ahead and post any relevant information there. And also we're going to post relevant information there as well. So oblate spheroid, you're going to put some demonstrations up because you said you've actually measured it.
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago, but I don't have any it was 20 years ago. I don't have anything left from that.
You don't have any information to post in live stream voice text?
Well, not about me personally measuring the circumference, no. Like I said,
but you just finished saying you did, right? Didn't you just say
20 years? Yeah, 20 years ago.
Could you tell us what you did?
Did you forget the method? Like you don't know what you did?
No, I did the same thing as Eratosthenes.
Oh, and run us through real quick exactly what locations we're talking about, so we can just kind of get a gist of what you did.
Well, my first measurement I took from around DFW area in Texas, and then I had a buddy from Oklahoma who did a measurement from his latitude.
Where was your buddy at?
Oklahoma City.
So Oklahoma City to what was the other place in Texas?
DFW, Texas.
DFW. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what did you guys get from that shadow measurement there?
I got within 8% of the claimed radius, and he got within 10%.
Okay.
So you got the wrong answer then, and you saw you got the right answer.
I didn't get the exact answer because I was using large margin for error equipment. So it was a stick and a shadow.
What type of equipment were you using, Donald?
A stick and a shadow, and taking an angle.
What was he using?
Same thing. We did it the same way as Eratosthenes did.
Okay.
But he didn't actually measure curve, though, did he? He assumed it.
Well, he only had the one measurement. We had two. Once you have two, it makes it much more clear.
Yeah, go ahead, Wolfgang, if you want to take point.
No, sorry. We'll make you go on. Unless you want me to.
Okay, so if anybody wants to take point of this convo, and if not, I'll go ahead and continue.
I took measurements about 20 years. I took measurements about a year ago, and I assumed presuppositions, reverse engineered, Texas sharpshooter, that we lived on a stationary plane, and I did sticks and shadows too, and I got the exact same thing as that Greek guy 2,300 years ago, if he even lived. So I got measurements very close to you, and I went in assuming that we lived on a stationary plane, but you went in thinking we were on a spinning space ball. Is that correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just took an angle to the sun and measured it, and my buddy took an angle from the sun and measured it, and then we compared, and it came up with a curve.
And if I have a close and local sun, I will get the exact same measurements as you did.
Not on a flat plane. Doesn't matter where the sun is.
I know. On a close and local sun, just as the Greek guy 2,300 years ago that somehow by camel made it to his buddy 500 miles away. If I have a close and local sun on a stationary plane, I get the exact same measurements. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you measure anything on
Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
just if you only have the one measurement, but we took two.
I took two. I doubled.
Hang on, I was just responding to the recording thing. I wanted to say the other thing too. Shit. Now, whoever played the thing made me forget what the question was that you asked. I apologize.
You don't want to hear that he has a.
Oh, you took the assumption. Oh, the flat. Okay, so with the
only one break. You don't want to hear that he repeated also 2-3 times. That doesn't matter.
No, I remembered. I don't need anybody to repeat anything. I remembered.
But that doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, just let him get his thing out.
Okay, doesn't matter.
On a flat plane, if you take an angle to the sun and then you move a distance away, it will not have the same angle as if you were on a globe and took an angle measurement and then moved a distance away and took another angle measurement.
Have you ever tried to do that, assuming a stationary plane and not assuming a ball?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just made the measurements. But yes, I did it both ways. Whenever I plotted it out, I did it on a flat plane and on a curved surface.
20 years ago, when you and your buddy, one in DFW and the other one in Oklahoma City, did your little test.
You can call him Jason if you want. That's
Jason. When you went into the test, Donald, with Jason, did you have any assumptions that you lived on a spinning space ball?
Well, no. I just took an angle measurement to the sun. That's all I did.
Now be honest now. 20 years ago, you may have been, 15, 20, 25, 30 years old, something like that?
I was 20.
Okay, so you would have had 15 years of indoctrination since kindergarten. When you walked in, you saw a tilted spinning ball by your teacher's desk, and she or he would never lie to you. So
I don't accept that. I don't accept that education is indoctrination.
So okay, that's a subject for another day. That's a really now remember that, everybody. He doesn't consider schooling indoctrination. So
education. I don't consider education indoctrination.
Okay. What's the difference between schooling?
Well, obviously, they're different words, right?
It depends on what school you go to, what kind of education you get. So schooling is like you can go to a Christian school and get a Christian education, or you can go to a secular school and get a secular education.
And
you can go to an atheist school. Atheist education.
I can only understand one person at a time.
Let's keep it to the earth.
Yeah, you literally just contradicted yourself, but that's okay. Let's move on, dude. Because if it has some qualifier, Christian school, atheist school, whatever school, obviously they're teaching. So they're teaching. We call it secular, whatever. They're teaching a certain perspective. That is indoctrination.
Well, I mean, at the Christian school, if they teach anything other than what science is, what accepted science says, then that would be indoctrination.
Oh, so if you just teach just science, that's not indoctrination.
Stuff they have
because that's some higher form of knowledge, right? That's just immune from everything else, right?
Stuff that you have evidence and demonstrations and experiments and
okay.
Facts
So let's go with your measurements. So I have some questions about your angle measurements. Where did you measure the angle from? Where's your zero?
Well,
what's the origin of the coordinates for your angle measurements?
Zero would be straight up. That's your 90 degrees.
So you're measuring down.
No, you measure up.
Well, from where?
From the ground.
From the horizon?
No, from the ground.
What do you mean from the ground? What are you talking about?
The thing that you're standing on top of.
Oh, so you're measuring from directly under your feet. So you had a plumb line or something?
From the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a plumb line. Yes, I had a plumb line. I had a tripod with a plumb line.
You got a tripod with a plumb line. Don't you mean a bubble level?
I don't remember if I had both, but it doesn't matter.
You don't even know what you did you? Yeah, it does matter because how do you measure an angle off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, how do you measure an angle from a curved surface?
It's called a quadrant.
Yeah, fantastic. So, but you're down, right? You're down. You're measuring off a horizontal.
You know how to use a quadrant?
Dude, it's irrelevant. You're measuring off of a curved surface. You cannot take an angle off of a curved surface. What don't you understand?
It's called a tangent. You can. It's called a tangent.
Okay, so where's the tangent?
There are an infinite number of tangent points along every.
Which one are you using?
The one that was directly beneath me.
Okay, so how did you measure that? How did you get that value?
You said it, a plumb line.
So isn't a tangent a straight line?
Yes, tangent is.
Okay, so like I said, how do you measure off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, but you don't have it. You said a tangent, which is a straight line.
Sure.
So you measured from an imaginary straight line.
It's a straight line from a curved surface.
Yeah, so you measured off an imaginary straight line that's touching an imaginary curved surface. You didn't actually measure from the curved surface. You measured off of a straight line.
I measured from the angle of the shadow to the sun. I measured from the end of the shadow. I'm sorry, I apologize. I measured from the end of the shadow to the angle of the sun. Off with my quadrant.
So you did Eratosthenes. What are you talking about?
That's what I said from the beginning. That's what I said from the beginning.
This is what we're talking about, Eratosthenes? Jesus Christ. I thought you were talking about.
That's what I said from the beginning.
Okay, I missed that part. I thought you were talking about like something else, like degrees per latitude or something. This is even worse.
We're
on Eratosthenes. Like, this is even worse, bro.
Well, I was 20. I was a kid.
Well, what makes you think rays of light are parallel?
Because I understand how light rays work. Photons travel in straight lines.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
Okay,
No,
so
you don't.
So photons travel in straight lines. So when we see, 50 miles too far, what does that mean? So they're
in a
not
vacuum,
curving?
dude. In a vacuum, they travel in straight lines.
Donald, your buddies who argue this, your anti-flat Earth friends, are gonna.
I gotta get my cookies over here.
They're gonna tell you you're wrong on this. They don't say that they're coming. They say that the light rays are coming in nearly parallel. They don't say they're coming in parallel like you just stated.
I never said that they came in parallel.
They're gonna correct you. Yes, you did.
I said that light travels in straight lines through space-time.
That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying.
That's exactly what physics says.
No, it's not.
I've been studying physics for 30 years. This is what physics says about photons.
So when they hit you up in the DMs, they're gonna correct you on this because they're not saying that when they come in here. None of them are. They already know they've been debunked on that.
I never said that they traveled parallel. Y'all said that they traveled parallel. What I said was they traveled in straight lines. What I said
they have to be parallel, though. They have to be parallel.
No. They're nearly parallel. They're nearly parallel, just like this dude said.
How close to parallel are they?
Less than like 0.00001 degrees or some shit.
Yeah. So who measured that, dude?
I mean, we can measure single photons. Science does it all the time.
Yeah, cool. That has nothing to do with it. That's a red herring.
How is that a red herring? You asked me.
Because it has nothing to do with a measurement of the divergence of rays. Has nothing to do with it. Whether you can measure a single photon or not.
There's nothing to do with measuring light rays.
Yeah, we want to know what the direction they're coming from. We don't care about their existence.
What are light rays made of? What are light rays made of?
Okay, there's no such thing as light rays. That's a model. And a photon is a description based upon the dual properties of light, right? Particle and wave nature of light.
That's also a model. The dual properties.
Yes, you're right. They're also a light, and you're trying to deflect from the divergence of the rays. How is the divergence of the rays measured?
We can measure single photons, so we measure two single photons. Would you let me finish?
And we can measure the angle of arrival, because that's what we're listen, dude, you're not going to do it, dude. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. Like, listen, you know you fucked up, and you're trying to talk over me. You're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. Kick you the fuck out. I don't care. You're either going to be honest or you're going to leave.
To answer the question you asked me.
Dude,
I'd really love to.
How do we measure the angle of arrival?
Did somebody mute me while I was talking?
Yes, I muted you because you're talking over me.
You interrupted me, buddy.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. You're not answering it. You're trying to give some.
I was trying to answer it. I was trying to answer the question you asked me. You interrupted me.
How?
This is how we measure the angle of light. We take two separate photons because we can measure individual photons. And we measure where they are in space and time, and then we compare them, and we take the angle, and that's how we find out the angle.
Okay, what device did we do that with?
You can do it with anything that detects photons.
Yeah, I love it when you guys just make something up, dude. Who did this? When was it done with? What equipment was it done with? How was it done? Where was it done?
Film. You can do it with physical film.
Yeah, I want when someone actually did do it, not some theoretical notion in your head.
All the time. There is this thing called the SDSS, or yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway, but it's a telescope that is continually mapping every star in the sky.
Okay, 1 second. So here we go. Now we're talking about stars and not the sun. We're talking about the sun. Try to focus. Try to focus, dude. Are they mapping the sun? Is this device mapping the sun? Is it taking the angle of arrival of photons from the sun? Yes or no?
We're not focusing on the sun.
Yes or no?
I said no. We're not focusing on the sun.
Okay, then yeah, we are because we want.
Oh
Dude,
my God! Would it be possible for me to finish a single
No, you're not going to spew a fucking goddamn narrative, dude. No, we're going to stay on the topic, bro. We're going to stay on your experiment. We're going to stay.
Any of the sentences I'm trying to say, or are you just going to continue to interrupt me every time I try to speak?
I'm going to keep interrupting you till you get back on topic. Your experiment, your claim that the angles to the sun are parallel. What's the evidence for that? It's really fucking simple. Give us the evidence for it. Device, how it was measured, what it was done, because I have evidence to the contrary. So I want to see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. Come on, Donald. Don't fucking cower. Told you it wasn't going to happen.
I'm curious, what are your measurement devices?
Range out of it.
So, no, you can, I'll tell you. I'll even tell him. But he wants to spin a narrative. He don't want to actually put up. He wants to talk. We don't care about claims here. We want evidence for the claims. So he can talk about some future thing that's going to happen or could happen or would happen or should happen. We want what did happen, right? What did happen in reality. So he claimed that first he tried to deflect this, just say we can measure a photon. We don't care about their existence. We want to know properties of it. The properties we want to know is, what's the divergence of the angle of arrival from the sun?
Exactly.
He knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer because he doesn't have that information. He knows goddamn well it's an assumption. He knows goddamn well his sticks in the fucking ground don't mean jack shit. He knows this. Because he did it when he was 20 years old. That was years ago. Eratosthenes has been frickin' ran over, trampled, stomped on, thrown under the bus, and every other goddamn thing in the last 5 years. To even come in here with that is almost an insult.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
He's replying with an off-topic thing. You are he's making a claim from his idea, and then you're reading from his book saying, okay, where is your evidence? He's saying, let's talk about this else. Let's talk about something else. He's not on the same page as you, India, for some reason. Is it a language barrier?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Don. You're playing stupid.
I've never actually gotten to finish a single sentence yet, so you guys don't even know what the hell I have to say. So
listen, Donald, you either be honest, Donald,
my 2-year-old students,
Donald, shut the fuck up.
And just let
or you get
talk yourselves out.
No, just India.
We can hear you lying. You're a lying motherfucker, and we can all hear it. Now you either be honest or you get the fuck out.
Doesn't even know how he measured.
Let's see if we can get Donald and Indio to discuss.
Yeah, listen, I'm just asking questions, Donald. It's your experiment. You should be able to explain it. Why should we reach the conclusions that you reach? Right? You should be able to elucidate. You should be able to elucidate to us all the parts of it. Right?
I would be very capable of doing that if I could finish a single sentence, but I have yet to be able to finish many sentences.
Because we're still on the question I asked you.
No, you haven't let me answer it. That's why we're still on it. You just keep interrupting me because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Okay, because you don't have anything. Yeah.
You don't know what I have because you haven't.
The only sentence you're saying is I can't say a sentence. That's the only sentence you're fucking saying.
Hold on.
You just
guys,
keep repeating.
Let's do this. Indio, you re-ask your question, and then Donald, you answer the question. Yeah? Let's do that.
Okay. Two sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes has a presupposition. That is that the rays of the sun are parallel. Photons are parallel. They arrive in parallel to within whatever you said, 0.00001%, which is theoretical value. It's never been measured. I asked you how they measured that. So, how was that measured? Okay. Not how it can be measured, how it was measured. Thank you.
So what you do is you take any device that detects photons and you measure two different photons in space and time, and you compare the angles at which they hit the device. And that's how you get the angle of impact for the photon.
Okay,
quick moderation here.
Oh, go ahead, Shibi.
No, I'm just not sure. Donald, just wanted to make sure you got the question. We're looking for how it was done.
That's how
appreciate
it's
you
done.
Kind of telling us how you could do it. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Looking for
how it is done. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Okay.
That's how,
so
that's how
who did
everybody
that?
does it.
Oh, how everybody does it. Who did that?
Anytime photons have been detected from the sun, that's how it's done.
Okay. So who did that? Who measured the angle of Orion with the sun? Where's that data?
Are you serious?
Oh man, I got evidence for my claim. Jesus Christ!
That's valid, Donald. Just say someone did it, so there must be a paper.
It's not common knowledge. If I
it's
Google
common
it,
knowledge that there are devices that detect photons. Yes.
Yes, that is fine, Donald. Right? That's fine, Donald. Right? We don't care about a device that detects the existence of photons.
Not the existence of.
That's what a photon detector does. It detects the existence of a photon.
Spectroscopy is.
Yes, I understand what spectroscopy is. This is another red herring that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Spectroscopy has nothing to do with photons. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Dude, no. That's it. Every time you try to rephrase my question, a strong man inevitably follows. You've done it like 9 times now. That's why you're getting a bad attitude.
Do you think that the light from the sun is photons?
What the fuck?
Donald.
Listen, we can call light photons. That's not a problem.
We can call light photons? Okay.
We can call light photons, yeah.
So whenever we detect light, we're detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes you can detect light using other devices. So, yeah, you can use it as detecting photons.
No. I said whenever we are detecting light, we are detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes they're not detecting photons directly. Sometimes that's not the mechanism. There's lots of devices out there, Donald. I know you have like a 10th grade education, but there are lots of devices.
I'm asking about light. I'm specifically asking about
light. Yeah, there's lots of ways to detect light, Donald.
And I wasn't asking about any specific way. I was asking about every time we detect light, are we detecting photons?
No.
Then you're wrong. I'm sorry.
No, because there's something called near-field radiation. You're just ignorant. So stop.
That's photons too. Radiation is photons.
No, near-field radiation is not photons because they're not transverse.
It's not light either.
You don't even know what near-field radiation is. You don't even know what it is.
I do.
Okay, tell me what near-field radiation is. Near-field radiation. I said very specifically, near-field radiation. What is that?
Is it a field of radiation that's quite near you?
Oh, Jesus. I just said you don't know what it is. You said, yes, you do. And now you're asking me a question. Okay, that's fine. You don't know everything. You're just saying what you know, but you're at your limit.
Everything.
Okay, I'm telling you. Real simple. We know photons can be detected. We know there's photon detectors. We know we can detect it. Technically, they're called singlets, right? When you detect a single photon, it's called a singlet. So that's what they call it in physics. I know you don't know none of this. Stop trying to pretend that you know shit and we don't. You don't. Okay? You're underwater here.
You don't know. You don't know what I do and don't know.
You're telling me by you talking. That's what you're. That's what you're doing. I'm discerning what you know by you talking.
5 minutes. We've been speaking for 5 minutes.
Look, okay, this is just off topic, but this is just a fucking dumpster fire. I only want to know one thing: how did they detect? Right? What's the evidence that they measured an angle of the sun? Where's the data? What was the device that used? I don't want to know how they could do
NASA as a source.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Give me the data. I don't want to claim. I don't want you parroting somebody else's claim. I want the actual data because I want to know what the devices were used. I want to know how they were calibrated. What was done? Because I know something you don't. It's never been done. And you know it's never been done. That's why you're gish galloping all over the place.
I'm not gish galloping, dude. I'm trying
It's okay, Donald. If you don't have that,
and you
just say
You are
You know what
a very
Pierce Gallup is?
hard person to talk to. You are a very hard person to talk
Of course, because I'm not going to be
All right, where's the
steamrolled by
chat?
you.
Where's the live chat? That's voice. Voice
Right
text.
above the voice channel that you're in.
Cars talking.
Paste. All right, there you go.
Oh, don't fucking post shit like that, Bearded Dora, man.
Sorry.
It's just because the algorithm and shit.
So
Yeah, there's no data. There's no data in here.
There's no
There's
data.
no data in here. Nah, there's no data in here.
There's no data in here. Chapter 4. This seems like a textbook.
You're just randomly Googling shit.
Yeah, I did. That's how you find shit. It's by Google.
No, you don't do that after your claim, though. You do that before you make the claim.
I don't know what claims were going to be. I didn't know what claims I needed to defend
He's
yet.
randomly Googling on the fly, Indio. He doesn't know.
But it's the source that's important. It's the source that's important. Google doesn't matter. Google is just how you find the source. NASA is the source.
Oh my goodness.
I asked you if NASA was
What you're missing, sir. Oh, go
It
ahead,
doesn't have
guys.
the citation.
So what you're missing is that you're just copy pasting a link. You don't know what it says. You don't know how it works. You don't know the methodology, the cause and effect relationships of what you don't even know if it's there. You just
you didn't even read this. It doesn't even do what you. It doesn't even do what you thought it did.
No, I didn't read it. I just Googled angle of this.
There you go.
So you're going to tell us. So Donald, do you realize that you're trying to tell us something you believe, but you don't
This is
know
all
what?
about how the angle of this. This is all about it, man. Are you kidding me?
Stop
This is
the
a
cap.
textbook page about how we figured out how this the angle of the photons comes in the way it does. That's what this is.
No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position, so this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees, son? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun. And you know what? So we have the evidence that they're not. But we have. Well, I'm going to just skip over this because we have the evidence that the angles of the sun are not parallel. And you know who did that? Yeah, we do. You can claim we don't, but we
Put it
do.
in the chat. Put it in the chat. I want to look at it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a sec. So ever see that YouTube video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks. Ever seen that video?
I'm just waiting for the evidence in the chat.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, have you ever seen that video?
This is your evidence? Is
Wait a second. Wait, no. Yeah, that's my evidence. You know why?
I don't accept YouTube videos as evidence.
So what?
You need a credible, peer-reviewed source for me, just like I gave you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, NASA is a peer-reviewed, credible source.
Dude, now you're just fucking lying.
That you don't accept it does not.
You obviously don't know what peer review is.
I do.
Oh, you do. So what journal and who were the reviewers of NASA's information? Who peer reviewed that?
Well,
Tell me.
NASA has 30,000 employees that peer review.
Okay, they peer reviewed themselves. That's not peer review. Peer review is when a peer reviews your shit, not when you review your own shit.
The people who did the peer review are not the same people who did the experiments.
Okay, so who was that?
It was
Donald. You're just digging a hole. You hit rock bottom. Now you're just digging and digging, dude. You're just making shit. I'll let you answer, but you're just lying at this point.
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, because you're not spewing a narrative, dude. That's right. Now you're going to complain. Now you're the victim again. Okay. So here's the evidence the sun rays are not parallel. You see this? You see these 2 sticks? They did the same test you did. These sticks are 3 feet apart and the shadow lengths are different. How'd that happen? They're 3 feet apart in the video. But you have different shadow lengths. How'd that happen?
Donald's fucked right now.
Hey, Donald, you said a few minutes ago that there was 15 degrees latitude difference between Oklahoma City and Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that correct? Donald, you said there was 15-degree difference latitude between DFW and Oklahoma City a few minutes ago. Is that correct? Okay. I just want everybody to know that the difference in latitude between Oklahoma City and Dallas is 2.75 degrees. So he said 15, it's 2.75. He was off by 12.25 degrees. No big deal though, right?
Well, it doesn't matter when you just make stuff up.
Yeah.
Donald, you're on mute if you didn't realize.
You can tell Donald is a disciple of Loon McToon and Weird FTFE. You can just tell.
No, well, I mean, yeah, probably, but I can just tell that he's here to spin a narrative. He just isn't good at it. Because we've been through this before. We go through this all the time. The gish gallop, the red herring, the straw man, that nonsense, dude. Dude, if your so-called heroes on YouTube can't come in here and prevail, what chance does someone like you that is just a lackey to these people? What chance do you have?
You got
zero chance, bro.
I knew Indio. I knew we had him in light rays being parallel. I knew we had him right there. We didn't even have to go any farther.
All right, so would it be possible for me to actually finish a
destroyed on that
sentence?
one point? You have been, dumbass.
I've
What the
been
fuck?
interrupted every time I've been asked a question to answer.
No,
every
no,
time
shut the
I've
fuck
tried
up,
to answer
dude.
the question,
You have
I've
been
gotten
having
interrupted.
you have been having the time to say whatever you wanted to say. You have not been interrupted. It's just been you and Indio.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How many times have you said, "Can I not be interrupted"? At least 40 times. Somehow you got that out.
I'm the victim.
He jetted.
He left.
I know.
But this was a good example. I typed it out in the chat. He didn't answer the question. We asked him, please provide the method, who did this, not just who can or how you could do it. Please. Then he complained, I need the room to speak. We gave him the room to speak. He still didn't answer the question. So it's not about the ability or the time. It's about just answering questions directly, folks. If we're out there for those listening or wondering why he got muted or whatever, just answer the questions directly.
Well,
you have the floor to speak. It's completely yours.
Well, let me just
man.
Yeah, so let me just say, like, when someone does an experiment, so I'm just saying this to people on YouTube or whoever, when someone does an experiment, or someone's about to tell you about experiment, right? So if you look in a peer-reviewed paper, they're going to tell you the equipment they use, right? And they'll also start off in the beginning, right? They'll do like a literature review, and then they'll say what the assumptions are and what the potential sources of error are, and then what they did to mitigate them, and then that determines what they chose for equipment and then how they did the test. He just wants to skip right to the test and us to pledge allegiance to that shit without any prior analysis of what's going on. He just wants to skip right to that. Well, if your assumptions are wrong, or if you have lots of sources of error, or you use the wrong equipment, that stuff is useless. Doesn't matter what you did. You're just wasting our time.
He was. If you believe that light travels, then you have to believe this. A photon can travel 13.7 billion years in the vacuum of outer space, which is 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it, in order to reach your eye here on Earth. And so if you want to believe that photons exist and light travels, go ahead. If you want to believe that you can measure a photon in space-time, Einstein's space-time, if you want to believe that, go ahead. But then you have to believe in that astronomical number I gave you at 13.7 billion years, over 80 sextillion, 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind it. You have to believe that, and you have to stand behind it. And guess what? We're going to ask you to prove it.
It's so funny. He doesn't accept YouTube videos, only peer-reviewed stuff, but he makes YouTube videos. So, what the hell?
But
what do you say about NASA peer reviewing 30,000 peer review? What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. 30,000 peer reviewers. Well, then who's doing the work, bro?
Yeah.
the logic it's like this. That experiment, what he did, it is 20 years old. That means that shadows showing some kind of rate that Earth is curving. That means that I should to believe in that shadows because rate is showing shadows are long or short. But if I check the sea level, and if I check that it is flat surface and then there is no drop over this, and that I should not take in consideration because shadows are showing there is a curvature, whatever sea level is showing.
Yeah, 100%, man. But obviously, I'm with Andy. I think he never did the experiment. He's just lying the whole time.
No,
that dude didn't do jack shit. I don't care if it's 20 years ago. When you do something like that, you remember every detail. Because most days, let's face it, it's like Groundhog Day. For most of us, we do the same thing. When you go out and you do something and you listen to somebody who's been out, regardless of whatever it is, they know every detail and they're passionate about it.
In a form like this,
man, that's why they did it, because they're passionate.
Yeah, he said he had a plumb line on his tripod. Then he had a level. Then like they always, as soon as you start asking them about the equipment, and they're lying, they always screw it up because they have to make that up on the fly. They don't anticipate being asked that. Like
this
actual
image
details.
Indio, this image right here is where he fucked up, man. Like, and that's why when you have this information to actually show him, he didn't know what to say. Like he ran out of he thought what it stood were light rays coming in parallel. And if that measurement was done with only 3 feet apart, he's fucked, dude. There's no way you're gonna get away from that. Just can't.
Yeah, it's like it's in the same park. Like they're sitting right next to each other. It's like before they did the test, right? They were just setting up to go do the test, right? And they just put them next to each other. Little did they know that they were taking data.
And that Eratosthenes test, when he did, they are saying I repeated the test. That means that Eratosthenes in the time 2,000 years ago, he was in the same latitude all the time, and he crossed that 5 times. I don't know how, from Alexandria to that other shit point B, crossing the rivers, deserts, everything with the camels, But and then we have now 2,000 years later, we are on the same that latitudes. What he assumed in that time. What you are talking about?
Yeah, and they did it at the same time. How did they coordinate their actions?
Or let's put like this, Indio. If you want to heat water, let's put it on the gas. You have lighter. You take a lighter, you put the water on the gas, and then water is boiling. Let's do that on traditional way. Let's somehow make fire. And let's put some things, and you will get the same result. That means let's do the traditional way. Let's do the same thing like Eratosthenes did. That means I'm in Alexandria now. Now I go straight. I put the stick there. I go straight. I use whatever he used. I use people, whatever he used. And
Dowling.
That's the thing. We don't know what he used. We don't know if it was a well and a stick, or a stick and a well, or 2 wells, 2 sticks. We don't even know.
Yeah, let's go there in the same place, in Egypt, so fucking where? And let's take camels and let's go straight.
What they did back then, from Alexandria to Syene, Syene, it's 500 miles away from each other. What they did was one person measured, another person measured it, and then they got on an internet camel. And they saw each other within about 5 minutes, and they confirmed everything, because the internet camels 2,300 years ago were very fast, and they traveled 500 miles in about 2 hours.
Yep. You can count also that mathematically. if something was going 20 miles per hour in that time, or 30 miles per hour, you can count how much hours you needed to go to that place.
I had a camel when I was younger, and my camel made it to 34 mile an hour one time. It was amazing.
Okay.
I like how Donald.
Now divide 500 with 34, and you will get the hours.
Well, they met in the middle. One went 250 miles. The other one went 250 miles, and they met the coffee shop in between. I think it was called Pluto, Egypt. and they met there and had coffee and exchanged their ideas.
But straight, don't forget that.
Yes, it was straight.
Like they're saying, if you start from one point and go straight, you will finish to another point, and then there is a globe. Who can go straight for, let's say, 30 miles?
I think you need a bigger number, my friend.
I will bet on somebody if can go 30 miles straight. I can bet
30,000 miles straight.
30 miles, man, because you don't know what you will maybe start with the straight road, and then maybe it's buildings.
One water.
Then, yeah, and whatever. And what? How?
Probably a bullet. 30 miles by swimming by would suck.
Yeah, you will take your iPhone and you will look in Google where you are, your GPS, and then you go straight.
I mean, it is Pride Month, isn't it? Maybe we need to write a Dr. Seuss book about how you can't go straight. Not in a plane, not on a train.
No, here's what we gotta do.
Not on a car.
I think Pride Month is February.
And then we measure the shadows.
Well, that's Black Pride.
What? Who said that? Measure shadows? We're on that again?
I said we dig down to bedrock, and then we measure shadows.
Oh, that's
Why don't we just measure the Earth?
Yeah, he thinks we live on a flying asteroid.
Bro.
Somehow you need to avoid India. Somehow you need to avoid that and to put everything else, but to avoid that.
Try to make it as complicated as possible, right? Get a rocket, go to space, go to Antarctica, go to the bottom of the ocean, like everything that's dig to the center of the Earth, right? Every impossible idea. That's how we should try and determine the figure of the Earth. It's just impossible ideas. Nothing simple.
No,
nothing
there's
simple.
Nothing simple though.
Yes, there is. What are you talking about? What are you talking? How much does the Earth curve, Rain Day? What is the globe prediction for how much curvature there is?
Yeah, that's Pandora's box you're talking to, man. Wait till that shit opens up.
Oh man, you're gonna just tell me, please.
Okay, I'll just tell you. You want to tell him, Sasha? You tell him how much curved it's supposed to be.
Every book, every school, everything, everybody, every country saying it's 1 foot observer height, 1.22 miles.
So 1 foot by what?
1 foot observer height, 1.22 miles.
That's where the curve is supposed to start.
So 1 foot up is 1.2 miles. You said?
Yeah. No. So I'll tell you. So if you are 1 foot above the sea, then the horizon, where the curve starts, right? The curve of the Earth starts. It's supposed to be 1.22 miles away.
Yeah, where you hit the tip of the curve.
That's where it starts curving down, where things supposedly start getting blocked by the curve of the Earth, by the hill of water.
Well, so what's the center of the Earth curvature then? Where is that located?
There is no center to the Earth, bro. The Earth is not an everlasting gobstopper with a juicy center. Sorry. Well, I guess it'd be a hard metal, a liquid metal center.
But don't worry about center now. We are speaking about surface now.
Yeah. What the center does not determine what the surface does, right? So the surface is supposed to be curving at some rate, right? And that curvature starts for a 6 foot man 3 miles away.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, so how big would the circle be?
Circle what?
Well, so if it's 1 foot by 1.2 miles, how big would the circle be?
3 miles circle.
3 miles. 3 miles for a 6 foot man. That's where things are supposed to curve. So 10 miles away, you should only be able to see a 6-story building. And then 25 miles away, the shortest building you should be able to see would have to be 44 stories. Okay? So the Earth is supposed to curve a lot. Right? The Earth's supposed to be, the Earth's too big to see the curve. No, it's supposed to be curving a lot. Right? You might not see left or right curve, but on the other axis, the z-axis going away from you, Oh, there should be lots of curve. There should be a giant hill of water.
We got somebody that just entered our chat right now, so I'm gonna mute them, see what they gotta say. We got
Parading on rain days parade.
176-863842. You are unmuted right now. If you're there, say what's up. Say hello.
Someone used their phone number as their Discord name. That's kind of creepy.
What a name, by the way. I ain't got high hopes for this guy.
I have called the number.
I have suggested to put 4 more numbers on the end, 3995, and that will be great.
Yeah, so we'll probably rename you to like Bob or something if you don't change your name.
This Donald fucking on his thing convinced me God exists. I don't even know where to start with that statement, Donald. To be honest, I mean, except to say, God help Donald. Jeez.
I'm sure God tried to convince him that he exists, and Donald didn't listen.
Donald, God didn't.
Why is he going to listen to us? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
when God was handing out brains, Donald said, "Are you saying trains? I ain't going nowhere."
Brains are refracted.
There you go.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I just renamed it to Slagathor.
I know it's really. Oh, so go ahead, Maggie or Mayhem.
No, I just said he's underneath Sasha. Slagathor, if you want to say anything, go ahead. I just renamed you. Go ahead, Grit. You want to say something?
And yeah, that blows my mind when you get these atheists who are just NASA fanboys up and down. You know, NASA's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Just an amazing organization full of great people who are always on the cutting edge of society, doing all these things for humanity. I'm like, dude, they're a deeply religious organization. That is a federal agency that is baked into the White House. I mean, what you think there's a bunch of atheists there? They are deep. I mean, the amount of religious exemptions that you get out of NASA was so hilarious. I mean, that was one of the things that came out of, the last couple of years. It's like, how do you square that worldview together that somehow this group of people is completely impeachable and you also think they're lying to you about God? This contradictory.
Hey, that guy triggered you, didn't he, Andy? Fucking triggered, bro.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. A friend of mine an old friend of mine got hurt in something, and it's just messing with me. Someone.
Yeah, if it's reformed that you can, he needed a talking to because.
It's a girl I used to go out with actually, and I don't know. It's just I still got. I don't know. Women seem to be able to turn that stuff off. Men can't. I don't know about. I couldn't speak for all men, but me, I still care about her a lot, and I don't know. And I'm just bored with these liars, Miggy, to be honest. I knew he was lying the first fucking sentence come out his gut, so.
Get him!
He's trying to make himself believe it.
You don't get an argument from me, man. Like, I was like, fucking get him, Andy. Like, shit. Like,
like everything, it's all right. You don't need how to say to protect the globe more than it's protected. You are nobody. There is more astrophysicists, and don't worry. It's and more people you don't need to destroy anybody.
It's just a touchy-feely type of shit, man, that they come in here with. Yeah. Like, you're not letting me speak. I'm trying to speak. Can you guys let me speak? And it's like, fuck,
that's the only thing he would say, though.
Yeah,
he wouldn't say anything or evidence.
Except for this sentence.
It's like,
annoying? That's fucking annoying, bro.
He's like, prove your flat earth to me, and then tries to filibuster the waves, talk about you're not letting him talk. Dude, which one do you want? Do you want to listen or do you want to talk?
I think he wanted to talk the whole time.
Yeah, as he's telling you that you're not telling him anything.
He wanted a talk show basically on this Discord.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. He wanted to spin it, dude. That's all he was here to do, is throwing out some spin like a goddamn PR person. Like, no, dude, go make your own server for that. We don't do PR here.
He's throwing his Clubhouse and live stream voice text. Like,
there it is. Yeah, convince me the Earth is flat.
Earth is flat, bro. What the fuck, bro?
Can we start with the globe first? That'd be a good start.
No, like
Donald.
we're gonna go to that. Like we're gonna go to that platform and be like, all right, let me get on your.
Hey, just send them my way. How about
muted?
that?
I bet you he's gonna mute you the first time you're gonna start talking about it because that's what he wants to do. He wants to.
Yeah. He probably owns this freaking stupid thing, Clubhouse. What kind of gay shit's that?
It's a lot of.
And I mean gay in a good way, because it's Pride Month, so that's a good thing that he's getting.
A lot of.
If Earth cannot convince you, I cannot convince you for sure. There is nature waiting for you.
Convince yourself, Donald.
Destroy. Debunk nature.
Hey, look, if he comes back, we don't want to talk to him, that's fine. I don't need to talk to him. Unless he talks shit.
Send him to the beach.
No, the worst one for that, you won't let me talk, that's Gem Panda. He's the worst, man. He sat in here one time, gave like a 10,000 word essay speech. Right at the end, he's like, someone tried to like, it wasn't even the end. It was, we didn't even know where the end was. Was this ever going to end, or we're just going to be fucking tortured with Gem Panda going on and on about how it was impossible to fake the paperwork for the moon landing, and that's why it happened, because the paperwork is impossible to fake. Apparently, that's his evidence, right?
It's
all the people paperwork. It's just too much paperwork to fake, right? Because they have all these reports and technical things, and all, the paperwork is too hard to fake. So, like, that's it. We sat there and let him talk about this for like, had to be 15 minutes. And someone interrupted us. Why are you censoring me? He's screaming this shit, dude. Like, censoring, like, dude, I straight up told him, dude, your word count is like 10,000 compared to everybody else combined. It's like 30. Together, we've said 30 words, and you've said thousands of words because you've been talking for 15 minutes. So he's another one that likes to filibuster. Filibuster's a tactic, right? If you keep talking, then the other person never gets talking. That's why I told him, you're not going to let him do it. Like, that might work on some other forum. We're going to have a back and forth, right?
His wife.
You ask questions.
Oh my god, I think I was there that night.
That was like 5 years ago, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. 3 years ago.
What he'll do on the debate Flat Earth and More is he'll be talking to you. He'll ask you a question, and you'll give him a second. Okay, is he done talking? You'll wait like 3 or 4 seconds. If you start talking, he'll continue it. Like, I wasn't like start like a second part to the question, and then mute you or whatever, saying that you're interrupting him. If you don't answer, if you say nothing at all, you just wait for him to talk. Oh, I stunned you into silence, and then mute you because you're just not engaging in conversation.
Well, but like ignorant, can I compete? Like ignorant. Listen, what I heard from him. That means he started with Eratosthenes and measuring the shadows and proving the curvature. Yeah. Then he went to the photons, and then he finished with the spectroscopy. Can you imagine that? Eratosthenes, photons, spectroscopy. I cannot pronounce fucking spectroscopy.
Now we killed him right at the light being parallel, like the way he was describing. That's fucked up. But also his citation is another like he fucking died on so many hills and he respawned again because that citation that he provided, he admittedly said he didn't even read it, bro. That's fucked. Yeah, I hate when people do that. That's another one of my pet peeves when they provide evidence of something as a citation and they don't know what the fuck that whole citation even says. And Jimsy pointed out, I was like, bro, you posted something. You don't even know what it says. And he's like, I know.
He said it was peer review, bro. You heard him say that, right?
I know.
Dude, it's an activity for grades 5 through 9. It's an activity sheet.
That's like when they are saying, like, Professor Dave debunked the flat earth, and you're asking, with what argument? And they're saying, well, look at the video. And you're asking, yeah, but you watched the video. What is the argument for he's debunking the flat earth? But I don't know, but it's he debunked it.
He's my priest.
How you don't know if you didn't watch?
Mr. Dave, he's my priest. I go to him every Sunday. I go to his
What's up,
YouTube
Edward?
channel.
You're missing the action, bro. Just joined us.
So yeah, the sad thing is a philosophical choice was made on your behalf, Donald, 500 years ago, and now here you are, an atheist. This cosmology is messing with you, dude. It really is. You got no clue who you are, and putting these retarded statements on you on that. Oh my god, I don't know where to start with him. I really don't.
No, yeah, go on, Sasha.
Is that true that Oklahoma City is not on the same latitude with that town? What he was saying, second one, that 2.5 degrees off. If is that true, also that means what the fuck you are speaking about that?
He's making shit up, Sasha.
I measured off a tangent line. Okay, yeah, a line. Thank you very much.
That's the other thing I wanted to say as well. One sec, dude. The other thing I wanted to say is this, right? Think about this. They've made it like cringy to talk about God. They've made it like, oh, it's intellectual now to be. That's fucking stupid. That is essentially ignoring every great genius that's lived for thousands of years before.
Yeah, it's almost Andy. I know where you're coming from because the kids now. So it's the kids, the younger kids. So I would say probably now from the age of maybe 24. Because I have adult kids that are like in their 20s. So I've seen this, right? And I've talked to younger kids, and they see, like, in their peer groups, they see, like, if you believe in God, you're like the dumb one of the group. You're the stupid one. Like, you're like, it's not cool. It's not like hip. It's not like whatever. So, like, yeah. I mean, how many young kids have come in here and say that they're atheists? Think about it. So many. It's so many. It's actually pretty sad. And like when you're talking about someone like Donald, my only hope is that, man, he like comes to his senses before he fucking gets killed, right?
I don't think
because that's really the race. Well, that's the race. Like, people get more spiritual as they get older. They're like, you know, obviously when you're young, you think you're going to live forever and, like, you know, nothing matters, right? But as you get older, you start reflecting on, like, and plus enough events happen in your life, like serendipities, where you're like, this shit ain't an accident, right? All this shit that happened to me or my friends or other people, you see, like, life is directed. There's a direction. It just isn't some random happening events, man. At least in my estimation.
I see that. I completely agree. It's like a groove, like a tram.
It takes a long time for you to see it, right? And so hopefully he doesn't die in a car wreck or fall down a flight of stairs before, like, he sees it. That's my only thing. Because you're not going to convince him. Only life is going to teach him.
He believes in evolution.
We got Loom in the chat right now. So, Loom, see, you're VC verified. You don't have any Earth determining roles. Loom, are you there?
You guys know me. I was in here as George Lucas before. I just got banned.
George Lucas? Yeah, I don't know who that was. But maybe.
I was here back in February.
Okay. What's your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth, Loom?
It's dead flat.
You say dead flat?
Yep. Well, not dead flat. There's topography, but for the most part, it's flat.
Okay.
I don't need
just
any
checking.
convincing.
Okay.
Well, we're not here to convince you of anything, dude.
Yeah.
What makes you think it's flat? I mean, there must have been something you saw that you thought, oh, right, okay. Because you know, you had an education, I assume. You went to school, right?
No, just the GED.
You went to school and they taught you it was a globe, though. Surely you've seen the television.
Oh, yeah, I believed a lot of that until a couple of years ago.
All right. So, what did you see?
Every time I go to an ocean, it's absolutely flat. Every lake's flat. And then, you know, I've always been on to, you know, government lies. And it just kind of stitched all together pretty neatly.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we got Colors of Country that says she's got a friend with her. Colors of Country, if you want to open up your mic, we can talk to your friend. For sure.
Hey, Miggy.
How's it going?
Colors.
Moderation hours have changed. I will now be taking over for Miggy. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Welcome to 24/7 FE Discord.
Okay, what the fuck?
Go ahead, Miggy.
No, bro. If you want to take it, go ahead. I'm just, doing my thing.
All I did was press join. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just being funny right now.
Let me fill you in. Do you got some time to talk? Because we do have some interest right now.
I'm here. Sure.
All right. So, Colors of Country has her friend that's on right now, and you can maybe speak to her, introduce her to the flat Earth. I think that's what Colors of Country wants us to do. I don't know. Am I wrong, Colors of Country?
Yeah, I have a friend with me who has been. I've been telling her about it, and I figured I'd bring her on and see if she had any questions, and if you guys had any questions for her. And she's happy to talk.
There you go, Elijah.
Absolutely. What can I do for you?
I, quite frankly, have no questions, but I'm curious to hear what anyone has to say.
How did you find out about it, or what made you question the globe?
What the hell?
Nothing. Colors of Country was just kind of talking one night, so I listened.
What'd you say?
She was bringing up Bible verses and talking about flat Earth and how her parents were talking about it sometimes too to her.
Do you usually just believe what anyone says, or do you have go off some evidence for some things that would support it?
Before we continue, Miggy, do you sanction this takeover?
No, I actually kicked it over to you, but I don't know. I guess Dora felt the urge to come in.
I don't know him like that. Do you trust him to take this conversation from point A to point Z?
I actually want you to do it, if that's okay.
It's Sunday. I'm going to give it a fair shot. I don't know him like you guys might know him. And we do need others to, walk into the shoes and carry the torch. I won't be here forever. So, are you going to take this conversation from point A to point Z with no help?
Me?
Yeah.
I could certainly try.
Are you going to be kind and patient?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
all right, guys. Continue.
So, Country, do you have an answer for my question?
I am not the person you should be asking.
Or your friend.
Yeah, okay. What was the question again?
I was just, what was it? I was asking, how did you, what was the evidence? What was the evidence that would support why you think it could be, or you want to hear it out to be if it's flat or if it's globe?
Can you rephrase the question? Like
for all you know, your friend could be crazy. But what was the evidence to made you or just the thing that made you question the globe?
Currently not really. I guess you could say I was questioning, but not in the manner of. It's more out of curiosity to hear what other people's views are and why they believe what they're believing, and from what verses they're pulling.
Okay. So you're kind of coming from a spiritual or a religious kind of point of view?
Primarily.
Okay. We don't believe in things. We try to follow the scientific method. We don't try to believe in. We don't have a religion here. We just do science and practice the scientific method. So, example, water. Water is always observed flat, and it's always contained. If you have water, it never takes the shape of an exterior of its container. It's always the interior of its container. So you can't have a body of water that isn't contained. like oceans.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Like, do you think like the container would be like gravity?
Is he asking the container water?
Yeah. If he's saying that water cannot curve without a container.
Okay.
Yeah. Like water is never known to bend, like to take the exterior of a surface. So like if I pour water in a cup, it stays in the cup and conforms to the container. But if I pour it outside the cup, it doesn't take the form of the cup.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. Do you understand what he's getting at comparing this to the Earth?
Okay, I get what he's saying.
I'm sorry, guys. She's just a tad bit confused. She's never been on Discord before.
What you would think as gravity isn't gravity. It's just density and buoyancy. So things that are more dense than the air or the medium around it fall because it's more dense. We would fall if we jumped from a high spot. But if we jumped into a lake, we would float because we are less dense than water. Or we are water, but also air. That's why, like, when you are swimming and you dive down deep and you exhale all your air in your lungs, you sink more. You sink quicker. Because air is less dense. It's less dense than water. But when you have air in your stomach, or I mean not your stomach, your lungs, you float more.
Okay,
So it's just
I get
density and buoyancy.
Okay, I get the science or the terms that you're saying. I was mainly kind of here just to listen to what was being said amongst all of you, not quite to be more of an active participant, if that makes any sense.
Okay. So, like, have you ever heard of channels like Eric Dubé? He's got some pretty good content.
No. I haven't.
Like any YouTube creators of that are putting out Flat Earth?
I don't believe so. Here's the thing. She's pretty new to the topic. I only talked to her about this maybe at the beginning of last week. And so I told her that we could try Ladies' Night, and then we didn't get to join Ladies' Night. And so I brought her on here so that she could kind of spectate. And if you guys wanted any questions for her, I don't think she quite understood what I was getting her into when I said, "Hey, you want to listen to Discord?"
Sorry, could I just quickly give a 2-minute intro?
Please, Wolfgang. I'm sorry, but we've all agreed that he was going to take this conversation to the conclusion. So if he's done, then
you can jump in.
Well, I was just going to take it back a bit more basic. If it's your friend's first time here and she doesn't really know what we're talking about,
I know.
I want to give her a little bit of a grounding into what we're talking about and say it's not, when you hear the term flat Earth, right, it's a bit of a buzzword. I don't know if you've seen pictures of a disc in space and all this kind of stuff, but that's not what we're saying, right? So this is more about what Earth isn't, right? So we're saying it isn't the globe that they've told us, and people are doing distance measurement tests over the surface to check if there's curvature. There's no curvature. We're looking for any proof of motion. There's no measurement of any motion. So we're applying observation and measurement and science and empirical methods to test the story that we were told, that the Earth is a globe. And what we're finding is they don't match the globe model. We see too far, shoot lasers too far. There's no detection of motion. Gas pressure can't exist without a container. So the notion of space is a violation of natural law. So I know we're going into things a bit more specific, like the nature of water being level and how that doesn't change. But as a high level kind of intro, try and think of this as like a falsification of the globe. The term flat Earth doesn't mean it's literally flat. It's a topographical plane, hills and valleys. But basically we're saying, yeah, it's a level, stationary plane. It's not a spinning ball in a vacuum like we've been told. So if you've got any questions about that, you should just ping away, throw them out. And if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see a bunch of information channels. So I don't know if Colors of Country can show you how those all work and what's in there, but that's good intro material to check out. And I will also post a couple of links in the live stream voice text to the intro channels. So you should definitely check out the information that we've got here, because on YouTube and Google it's all censored and hidden. So check out these channels and you'll get a bunch more information.
Do you understand the second law of thermodynamics, what that is?
Well, quickly before you jump, could you just was that understandable? What I just kind of laid out?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Wolfgang, for the clarification.
Yeah, no worries.
Does she know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Sounds quite familiar, and I used to, but I've been just diving into art for about a year, and so I kind of need to brush up on science.
That's okay. I didn't know what it was until I started looking into flat Earth. It's basically it's a law of entropy. You can't have pressure without a container. So like a spray deodorant, it needs that bottle in order to have, the spray in it, the pressurized, or even mosquito spray. It needs a container.
High pressure goes to low pressure.
Okay.
But there is always pressure. You can go up in altitude, and there will be less pressure in higher spots. But that doesn't mean it's not contained in there. It still has pressure. It has less pressure, but it's still pressure.
You got the second law of thermodynamics wrong.
You all got it wrong.
High pressure goes to low pressure. I'm just correcting you on that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it applies to pressure, temperature, and volume, right? So it just tries to reach equilibrium. So if there's a high pressure next to low pressure, we'll try to equalize, right? So high pressure will go to low pressure, its pressure will lower, the low pressure will go up until they equalize. This doesn't stop. It'll also happen with temperature, right? So you got a hot coffee cup. Eventually your coffee cup's going to reach room temperature. The coffee cup will raise the temperature of the room, but the volume is so large you won't be able to detect it. But in this application with Earth, we're breathing pressurized gas. But space is supposed to be an infinite vacuum, which is an infinite volume, right? Or near infinite volume. There's no barrier, according to science, or according to people, that there's no barrier between us and this vacuum. So why doesn't the gas buck off into space, right, and reach equilibrium? That's a rhetorical question. It's not possible. You can talk about it. You can come up with ideas of why it wouldn't happen, but you can't actually demonstrate. You can't demonstrate it with any experiment. And that's how science determines what's true and false, is experiment. It's the only way to do it.
Fair enough.
If we can't repeat it without them claiming that you need to be this certain height. Like NASA claims that you have to be, I think, 120,000 is it feet or miles up in order to see the curve, and you have to have this sort of technology. These are just claims, but they don't have any evidence for it. They just give you things that are on a TV screen or on a paper. Oh, there it is. But they make movies.
Was outer space discovered or invented? Do you know? Space, or was it like the idea invented, and then they vacuum up there, and then they supposedly went and found the evidence for it? It's actually the second one, right? It's the idea came first. The idea came in 300 BC. This is before the number 0 was even a thing, right? The number 0 wasn't invented. Clocks didn't even exist, right? So somehow they came up with this concept of some infinite vacuum space before they knew any.
Eli, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are we right now? Am I still on the live stream?
Yeah,
Yes.
you're here.
Yeah, his voice came in so clear. I thought like I got disconnected from this call and added to some HD room.
My voice?
Yeah, I just wasn't expecting because they were talking and then you're like, Eli, you there? And I'm like, huh? Because I'm in a different state of mind right now.
I'm your conscience.
You know what?
God, he's in trouble.
Wow. Thank you, God. I think this is the right moment. By the way, I watched the video that you sent. Love in the marriage. Very, very good stuff. I'm about a quarter way through. I'm really feeling it.
Yes. Very blessed. I was asking you if you didn't want to remain in here, did you want to chat in private?
Sure, let's go.
Okay.
Colors of country. So you're an artist, right? That we just said.
Yeah, she's an artist.
Yeah. So you know about perspective, right?
Right.
So that there's a horizon that when we draw, right, things get smaller with distance, and eventually they disappear into the horizon, right, the vanishing point.
Yeah.
But in the globe paradigm, they say that horizon is like the leading edge of a ball, right? That ships disappear over, that the sun sets around, right? This is what they say. That's actually not the vanishing point, that it's actually the edge of a ball. So the question is, how did we ever do art in the first place if we just always been looking at the edge of a ball and then nothing was perspective? Right, so most artists, it's weird that like people that get flat earth are artists, even though I'm not an artist, and trade people that work in the trades, so people that do things with their hands and actually have to make things work in the real world, right? They know what level is, they know that water does not, it remains, flat on its surface. They know like things are straight lines, they know that they don't account for curvature when they're building a road or a large building or anything else. And they just know that from the experience of doing their jobs. And artists know it because they have a greater perception of the visual world. And if you look closely, it follows the laws of linear perspective and it doesn't follow some exponential curvature.
Dude, I was on Geos yesterday, and I was listening to Michael, BattleBot. He was taking on Negator and some other guy, walking them through surveying, and it was like, it's like in 10 minutes you learn more than. I listened to Michael a lot, and I like that guy because, God, he knows what he's talking about. But just as Indio said, he works in the field. He knows, and they come along and try and tell them how to use a theodolite and this, that, and the other. And Michael's like, no. And yeah, that dude's a legend. He's forgot more about flat Earth than I know. So
yeah. I mean, I love Mike. I love that. I love him. Yeah.
If I could ask a question, what's your friend's thoughts on NASA?
On NASA?
On NASA, yeah.
I don't have any strong thoughts on it. Essentially, grew up very sheltered, not in a way where my parents were trying to keep me from information, but more like they didn't want me accosted by everything around me when I was so young. So from that, I have chosen to not be on social media, and I've stayed away from news because a lot of it is just really just negative. Nothing very positive comes out of it. So I've stayed away from people.
Well, look at that. That's where based parents get you a step ahead.
Yeah, actually, I don't know about the parents like keeping me. I didn't get kept from it, but I'm the same as you. I didn't have social media and stuff like. I wasn't exposed to all this. It was so much easier. And I'm an artist too, by the way. So, well, I didn't go to school for drawing or painting, but I went to school for music, and I still love drawing and just artsy stuff. I play guitar, I sing, I do all that stuff.
So on NASA, would you say then that when people come up and they say, okay, well, look, we've got pictures from NASA of Earth being a ball, is that convincing to you or not convincing to you?
Well, I mean, you can go two ways. There's someone who actually went out there and got a photo, and or someone has been very good at creating a digital photo.
Yeah. Well, there's a pretty infamous article that we like to share here of one of NASA's artists talking about how he does Photoshop the globe, and that's his job. And he has to Photoshop it. It has to be. See, if you look in the live stream voice text channel, I'll send the image and the article for that. But yeah, so they admit that they do Photoshop the globe, and realistically, even if you believe those stories and those images, we can't verify any of them. Like, no one can actually go and be like, oh yeah, that's what you see there. I checked, I went. No one can do that. So it's essentially just the word of the government giving us images and videos that we can't verify. So personally, and generally as a server, we don't accept unverifiable images and videos from the government as proof of where we live, because, well, for obvious reasons, but we try and keep things empirical and observable on Earth. So this kind of leads to my next point, which would be, have you considered, or I mean, you will have, but have you thought about how the Earth presents itself to you when you go out, like to the beach? So in the sense,
that a little.
In the sense that you only observe a flat horizon and a motionless surface, yeah?
Yeah.
So you experience a flat, motionless Earth with the sun and the moon and the stars moving above us. You ever thought about that?
No. Generally, when I go to the beach, I'm more contemplating the water itself than what it's within.
Well, that's also a good thing to do. Contemplating the water is important in this discussion. But as a general point, if you're trying to ask the question, where am I? What am I living on? Your first thing you're going to do is say, well, what do I experience it to be? And what we experience is a flat and motionless Earth. So the burden of proof really, it's not on us to prove that it's flat and motionless. That's just what we all experience. The burden of proof lies with the claim that it only looks flat and motionless because it's actually a massive ball moving at this speed, which we can't detect, all this other crazy stuff. But the burden of proof is on that side because they're making the positive claim, right?
Right.
So if we're not going to accept NASA and their unverifiable images and videos, what proof do we have? Can you think of any?
She's telling me that she cannot think of any.
That's okay. Neither can we. We can't find any. That's the problem. So people were asking this question and started going out and saying, well, if it's true, then that lake is curving. Let's go and measure it. And people are measuring it with lasers, long distance observation, all that. And there's no curve. So, no curve, no ball. As a general question, if your friend could rate her confidence in the globe from 0 to 100, 100 being absolutely certain, what would she say she's on?
Neutral.
What's that in percentage terms, roughly? 50 on the fence? 70?
Hold up on the fence because I'm not going to disclaim or claim either that it's flat or round simply because, well, if I just hear all of this and the points you're making sound valid, if I just believe someone who is well spoken and can say something that makes sense, that wouldn't be quite fair.
Absolutely. So what we would say is, don't trust us. Don't believe what I'm saying. You can figure out how to test this yourself. But that means learning about the globe model, which is what you have to do. So I would say, as a challenge to yourself, when you go away from this conversation, what you should take away is, okay, I don't necessarily just trust that these images that NASA admit to photoshopping are proof that I live on a spinning ball. I realize that what I experience is a flat and motionless surface. I need to go and find the proof that proves it's the ball I've been told. Otherwise, what am I believing? So my challenge to you would be to go and find that evidence. Okay. And I'd say you'll probably come to the same conclusion that we have, and that it doesn't exist.
Okay. I do have a question, not quite concerning the ideal of flat Earth itself, but more concerning government. Colors of the Country had mentioned something about her distrust of government, and I'm wondering where any of you would sit, not only in government, but when it comes to military.
I would say the general sentiment is pretty anti-governmental and distrusting. And the military... Oh, sorry, what?
Sorry, you were cutting out for a moment, so I was repeating you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was just saying the general sentiment is pretty anti-government, just because of the history of corruption and the corruption presently, basically. I mean, it's all around us. We can see what's going on. And the military, yeah, everyone's pretty much anti giving the government loads of money to build weapons to bomb and kill poor people, which is what they're using them for. So everyone's pretty anti all that.
There's a lot of information available to you from the government that would operations, and this is what led me to Flat Earth. And you as long as you get the information that I got, that I was able to find on my own, I'll feel good. If I never even hear your voice on here again, I'll still feel good because at least I gave you the information and you do with it what you will. But there are ways that you can, go to these government sites and look up declassified information. Yeah, a lot of it's redacted and it's super annoying to go through. But, there's evidence that Operation Northwoods, that's where 9/11 was carried out. There's Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. We've got Operation Bluebeam. We got all these different operations that the government issues on its own citizens and the rest of the world. And there's treaties like the Antarctic Treaty. You think that we're really America's enemy is Russia, but they shake hands on a treaty. So there's all this information out there for you if you're willing to check it out. And that's what led me to Flat Earth. I read the book Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, and it changed my life because I went on a journey for truth and ended up where I'm at now. And now I have discernment when I see anything on the TV, on my screen, on my phone. Like I can tell immediately when something is, most of it is, full of shit. So I would implore you to check out what your government makes available to you because it's there. And that's what I learned from William Cooper. People just choose willful ignorance and don't check it out, and it's available to them. So that's all I want to say, I guess.
Yeah, I want to say something too. I think it's not good, probably slightly dangerous to just generalize the government. Because, who is the government? The city dog catcher's the government. The meter maid's the government. City clerk's the government. Right? So there's different, levels of government. I think, stick to, individuals. There are people in government that are garbage humans. Okay? Not everybody in government, but the people pulling the levers of power. You don't get to that position without being, a garbage human. Okay? You have to backstab, lie, cheat, steal, whatever. It's competitive, right? So you got to be only the biggest crooks rise to the top. And that's kind of how you have to look at it as individuals, not just as the government is lying. Government doesn't have an official position, doesn't speak. There are people in the government. Yeah, there's people in the government that use the government as an entity for their own personal agenda, right? And to get to hyper focus on who the individuals are, as opposed to just generalized statements about the government. And that just applies to military too, right? So there's great people in the military. There's pieces of garbage in the military, just like any other random group of people that you put together.
Do you believe the military does any good, or no, because of the things that are held from the public?
I don't like war generally, man. I think it's stupid.
Okay.
I don't. So
you don't like to generalize it.
Well, I mean, I just don't like war. I don't like what.
Oh, you don't like war?
Yeah, I wouldn't call myself. I'm not a pacifist in personal life, but I don't think organized groups and killing machines and making killing people an industrial project is a good thing for humanity.
Yeah.
Because really, at this stage, right, what is war? It's industrialized killing, right? Using the tools of industry to murder people. That's just sick, in my opinion.
Fair enough for that.
It's all to back up that dollar bill with oil.
Even worse.
Yeah, and it's always about resources, right? So every war that's ever happened, regardless of what they tell you, it's never been about some frickin' higher moral purpose. It's always about resources. When you dig, you can pick any war. When you dig, they're just fighting over some resource that the other guy has that they want. Always, every time.
So, what was your friend's name, Colors of Country? I don't know if you said that before.
I haven't said her name. I don't really know if she wants.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I thought maybe you said
it's
it.
Jane Doe.
Jane Doe. Just your friend. How long have you been talking to her about Flat Earth, or mentioning it to her, or is this the first time that you've talked to her about it?
Well, I started talking to her. What day was that? Thursday, and that's as long as it's been.
At least
So
she has
she-
an open mind.
Yeah, she does, and that's why I decided to bring her on here, because I knew she would listen and not troll. And
That's awesome because all of my friends have abandoned me because of this subject.
yeah, I'm very happy.
It's just kind of like one of those things between friends. Like, I think that it's not easy. That's why I was going to say there's always a barrier. And, you know, maybe she knows you. And sometimes when you're really close to someone, you know their shortcomings. So it's hard to accept any information from them because they're like, I knew you back when you were just a rascal, you know, kind of thing. So it's a bit harder for people to actually, that are speaking truth, to actually then tell the people that are close to us about it. So I was just wondering how that went over well with her, or if she's like, you know, willing to take a look at it and stuff, like, because that I think it's kind of an important step.
To be completely honest, I haven't known her for long. I moved for my job, and I ended up in community living, and she ended up being my next door neighbor. And
when was it last? I've been at this camp since last Sunday, so I've known her since about last Monday.
Okay, I go through this exercise that I usually do with everybody that's brand new, but with your friend, I can also run.
Here, I want to say something before you go through it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, seems CB has this theory, and I'm starting to really, that women take this information better than men. Men are very emotional about this topic. They go.
I agree. I agree.
So I appreciate her civility.
Like, not even, like, what was it, a week? You known her, and then boom, flat Earth.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, the way I'll put it, and by no means, the way I'll put it is, I am Christian, very, very Christian, but when I see someone who is doing something as I view a sin, and I'm not calling you guys sinners, I'm just saying this for example's sake, if they're doing something I see as a sin, I can love that person, be friends with them, and trust most of what they're doing, but the saying is, love the sinner, hate the sin. I'm not calling you guys sinners, I'm just saying you can like the person, but you can disagree with them and still have a good relationship, is the whole point of that analogy.
Okay. I was gonna go through the exercise that you could see, at least from a standpoint, basically draw like a conclusion from this. So I'll run you through the exercise, and I'll let you decide like what you can think about this. But so long as you can answer intellectually honest about each question, like if you don't know something, just say no, I don't know that, and then I'll go to the next question. This is in no means like any kind of debate or gotcha. It's just for you to understand what your baseline knowledge is of the information from the globe. So that's pretty easy. All right. So the first question, there's only 3. The first question I'm going to ask you is, do you know anyone who's directly measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance?
Nope.
Okay.
As colors of country wise, no, I do not.
Okay. And the second question, they tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So we're rotating, and they say that's what causes day and night and so forth. Do you know any time in history that anyone's ever directly measured the rotation of the Earth? Axial rotation. Okay, you said no to that?
Correct, I said no.
Okay. And the last one is the vacuum of space. They tell us that we are floating around in the vacuum of space, right? Like in space and all that. But in order for that to be the case, then we would understand that natural law would dictate that if we have gas pressure, the necessary antecedent, or the thing that it actually needs, is a container. So anytime you see gas pressure, like, you know, in your tire, or a metal bottle that holds a lot of air pressure, you know, like when they blow air in balloons,
right?
We need a container every time we have gas pressure. And on the idea, or the way they're telling us that we live on a globe, on the surface, we're breathing at 14 psi, pounds per square inch, right? The air pressure. But as we go up in elevation, the pressure gradient actually changes, and it goes all the way to where the top of the atmosphere, which is like close to where the exosphere is, it transitions over into space. And at that part of low Earth orbit, it becomes to where it actually, gets super low pressure, and they give it some crazy pressure values like 10 to the -6 right at that point right there. So it's really a high differential of gas pressure. And they say that with this open system, matter and energy can transfer back and forth. And so what we find out is that they're telling us that we have an open system with gas pressure. So my question is, how can we have gas pressure without a container? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. So the way this goes with this exercise is that from just based on your baseline knowledge of the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief you currently hold. It is not something you know in any way, as in there's no demonstration to actually prop up this Earth being a globe from any example that you can derive. And I'm not saying that maybe you can't search it out, but what I am saying at this current time is that it just stands as a belief, and it's not something you know. And usually people are kind of astounded by that because they would think, well, shoot, I could just easily Google something and find out. But turns out that people might appeal to even someone like a scientist or somebody that might know something. But I'll give you a spoiler alert. We've had people from cosmology, from astrophysics come in here, and they don't even know. I have one on my channel that I was doing the 3 points, the same ones that I ran you through. He didn't know the first two and struggled on the last one. After I asked for a specific demonstration of how he purported gravity to be the container, obviously he didn't have a demonstration there. So he failed on the third point as well. And then that conclusion that he had a belief as an astrophysicist was still the same as everyone else. So not even appealing to somebody in the field of astrophysics will get somebody to realize that the Earth is a globe as we've been told. And he's been doing that for 5 years as an astrophysicist. And he has his master's degree. So I'm just letting you know that we've had people come in here who were people that would appeal to those guys with credentials that don't even know. So anyway, I just thought I'd let you know there's a lot of room to grow here. It's also, we're not here to try to convince you. We're here to challenge you so that you can know whether or not the information you have is validated or not. And yeah, I just want to let you know it that much. And there's a lot, like I said, a lot of room to grow, a lot of other topics to get into. But hopefully
And
that helps.
you being a Christian,
I really took it on when I was in high school.
yeah, the fact that you're a Christian, the flat Earth, without a doubt, proves that there's a creator because we go by antecedents. So the antecedent to gas pressure is a container, and I like because Jimsy said this the other day. And the antecedent to a container being there and existing is a proof of a creator.
Right. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of things we can derive from even the very first, the beginning in Genesis, when God created the heavens and the earth. On the fourth day, he created the sun, moon, and stars, which in the heliocentric model, we were supposed to be spinning around because we're going around the sun. Well, for 3 days in creation, there was already the earth that existed without a sun. And on the fourth day, the sun was created. So there's heliocentric notion was something that has been like inserted into the biblical narrative, which is, I guess, a heresy, if you might look at it that way. Yeah, I guess if you have any more questions or if you want to speak to us more about something, you can go ahead if you want.
I don't quite have any questions at the moment anymore. Just proves how good explainers you guys are. Thank you guys so much for being here, for all the globies with open minds.
Hey, it was a pleasure meeting your friend. She
Yeah, total
seems to.
pleasure. Anytime, Colors, you have anybody that you want us to talk to, we'll just talk to them. You know? It's weird because I do this with everybody. Like, I ask them the 3 questions. I've been doing it for it's been like 3 years now. And there hasn't been a soul that has got through them that there's sufficient evidence for any of those 3 questions that I asked.
I think you'd have to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Was that Dora?
You'd have to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. He'll probably get it.
And these answers that he has, he already stated. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and Michelle Thaler, they all 3 of them already stated what they think about this subject. And all of them went to Eratosthenes. All of them went to boats over the curve. And yeah, that's all they have is just like this redundant information. I could bring up a video, I think, that it kind of explains their point of view on this. So they don't even know, Dora.
Like,
isn't that amazing?
They know what they're doing, though.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think those 3 have a video, a 10-minute video. Well, all 3
Yeah,
of them.
that's it. That's it, Jim. That one right there, that's the one I'm referring to. That 10-minute video.
Yep. Yeah,
they don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to see how the other side thinks about us and thinks about the sheep that they govern over, watch that 10-minute video because it is condescending as all get out. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson tells us at the end, if you start preaching this flat earth stuff, you're dangerous. If you want to believe it by itself, it's okay. But when you start putting that information out and telling other people, you become dangerous. Something like that. It's just so stupid.
They did the same thing. Yeah, they did the same thing in that flat versus globe, flat versus round in the National Geographic video. So after they do their botched, curvature of the Earth experiment, they interview some professor, and he starts saying that flat Earth is a dangerous idea because next thing you know, you'll stop trusting the government.
And we don't want that.
Yeah,
we're part of it.
He wanted to say flat earthers are terrorists. He wanted to say it, but he couldn't get away with it.
Everyone's a terrorist. If you're against them, you're a terrorist. They'd label as terrorists.
Yeah. Who's this dude? Prissy Cow, dude. Why are you asking for a map? We got a map channel. It's like 800 maps in there.
Oh, Prissy Cow? Yeah, he's been spiraling since yesterday.
Here's another one. Here's dude, take your pick. There's like 800 maps. You asked for a map.
Oh, I sent a link. I don't know if you got it or not. I sent the link.
Do you know what that 10-minute video is called?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I think he's talking about the Neil deGrasse one. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a second. I was thinking we should even play it on here.
You should. Totally.
I don't know. It just depends on everybody if you want to keep the convo going or whatever.
Copyright is what I'm worried about.
Oh, okay.
It really is good though because it's Tyson and that Michelle Thaler, NASA. I'm a rock person, and Bill Nye.
It's those 3.
Yeah, it's just them for 10 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, it's only those 3. Let me see.
Are they in the same room or?
Thing in my
no, they aren't.
As life, really, that we're very complicated rock.
Yeah, I'm a rock.
We're rocks now.
Yeah, we're covered.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese.
Tracy Bear, you need to get the Bad Life Choices one.
Those are your cousins too.
The what?
Where she said she's made some bad life choices. Sexual bad life choices. It's pretty funny, dude.
Oh, I've never
Sleeping with all the wrong people. That's what she says. Exactly.
This is the video I think that we're referring to. That's 10 minutes. It's from Big Think, and it's those three actually talking about the most basic things.
Yeah, that's it. Uh-huh.
So I don't know. Do you think it's copyright on that?
Oh yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. We've played it before, haven't we?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's an issue with it. I mean, actually, why would a Glober say no? It's what they want to actually want us to be putting in here. Their propaganda.
Oh, dude, he's talking about B.O.B.
It's 10 minutes, but you're gonna be cringing all the way through.
Oh yeah, I'm like in the first 30 seconds, and it's cringe. Yeah, the Michelle. Her name's Michelle. Yeah, I'm already cringing. There's so many proofs. It's so hard to talk about.
Yeah.
When that photo of the Algerian coastline came out a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago, when the James Webb went up there and took their first picture, and it looked like the Australian coastline, the Algerian coastline that was 14 billion light years away. She was on PBS on TV. I was watching it, and they had a special with her and somebody else talking about how great this picture was that James Webb took of this. It looks like the Algerian coastline, except they colored it in a little bit. And with the brown, whatever that was, and it was just like the craziest thing. They actually took time to make an hour documentary out of that stupid one picture.
Yeah, it seems there's a lot of people running around with a model in the head. I just started calling the model afflicted because I ain't got no model in my. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the Earth is. I know it's incredibly complex. I know it's very. You look around, you look at life and how dynamic it is. It's astounding to me, but I don't know what the Earth is. I don't think we can see it in its entirety, and. Yeah, get these models out of your head. Yes, there's lots of flat things that they look good, they look pretty, whatever. I don't think that's the Earth. I could probably have a good go at trying to explain it, but I mean, there'd be a lot of speculation involved. So I don't think I've ever talked to a flat earther that thought there was a disk in space in the heliocentric model. Heliocentric just means sun-centered from Helios, and then geocentric just means Earth-centered. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't think I don't know what the Earth is. I just know we've been lied to about it. That's it.
If we cannot go within 500 miles of the North Pole, some people even say 55 degree north is a trip line, and they kind of know when you're going up there. And you can't go 60 degrees south latitude unless you get, you can't freely and privately go there unless you get permission to go see some penguins and wait to go to Antarctica. And you got to be part of the 56 countries, even if you get approved. And then also, if you look at some sort, I'm saying this is Speculation Sunday, right? If you're looking at a stationary plane, the northern latitudes will be 1/4 of the Earth, and the southern latitudes will be 3/4 of the Earth. 3/4 of the Earth, and then 60th parallel south. That is a lot of territory on a stationary plane. If you look at the flat map and you look at 60 degrees south and look all the way around, that's an awful lot of land. And so I don't like the term model. If you want to be involved with a model, marry one. Just marry a model and be happy. But I don't live on a model. I experience this earth. I observe this earth, but it's not a model that I live on. So I don't like model. I don't really like maps that much. I just want to know that I live on a stationary plane, and the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, that the time zones argument's a really good one, I think. What do you think to that, Jim? With how you're talking to the talking about Kosho and these I can't remember the three things. I can't remember the exact points you were going to debate him about, but the time zones is slam dunk, I think.
Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna just say real quick, Andy. We already got at least they're gonna have their own debate on Saturday. It seems Kosho and him. But I was telling Jim, I said if it's gonna be representing this server, you have to have the Spartan tag, which has to be from Gold Plus and above, if you're gonna represent this server. But you can have like a wild card debate with him if you want. Anyone can actually. But if it's gonna represent this server, then yeah, it's gonna be Gold Plus and above. They get the Spartan tag. But I think they scheduled one for Saturday at sometime. Excuse me, sometime.
Wait, in the arena.
Yeah. Arena rules and everything. So Jim and him, Kosho.
I will do my best to represent the server the very best I can, and I appreciate everybody in the server.
Yeah, no, I'm saying at the moment you're just you're valued, but if you move up to Gold Plus, then you can represent. Right now, people that are like in the server, once they're Gold Plus, then they represent the server. Outside of that, it's just like you're working your way up to that.
Oh, I fully understand.
That's why. Well, that's why I'm saying I want you guys to aspire to actually move up the rank, and that's just like participating, daily chats and learning the arguments, logical fallacies, all these kinds of things. And as you start to become used to the culture, then you start getting promoted in rank. Then once you get past Gold Plus and above are able to jump into the arena, representing the server. Not you can do your debates if you want to, but they're not going to be a part of like the culture, like what we do here, because that takes on the conversations that we have in here.
I've only been back about 2 weeks, and thanks for having me. I just want to say this to people.
Yeah.
I had no idea that this server had so many heavy hitters. And I say, heavy hitters as far as knowledge and passion for the truth. I had no idea. And I've learned in 2 weeks that many, many, many of you are heavy hitters, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's why we're 24/7, bro. It's like, and that's the reason why I was saying sometimes we want you guys to kind of get in there and into the fight and see how it feels like for you to start to articulate your points. But it's when we start listening to how you do it, and then we're like, oh, this guy's he's getting it, Like you're starting to see that it's not just about telling somebody something; it's being able to stop them cold and like whatever logical fallacies they're saying, and be able to bring up citations. You have to be able to do something like that, or call them out on their bullshit. If you're just letting them say things and you're not stopping anything, then you're not doing due diligence to the argument. There's a lot more than just knowing flat earth talking points. I should say it's a lot more than that.
That's exactly what Indy was running into earlier with that. What's his name?
Right. Donald?
Yeah.
That's why I call him Kiwi. Kiwi's in here now. So, yeah, attention on deck.
Carry on.
No, I was saying that because I DM'd Kiwi, but he wasn't responding at the moment. But when Donald was in here, I wanted him to come in here to kind of like listen to. He's basically what you might say like an acolyte of McToon and FTF. He said FTFE. Send him in here or some shit. You got a link from FTFE? Is that right, guys?
I don't know what he said. That's why don't he just come in here? Get
FTFE? Yeah, I don't think he'll ever.
Yeah, he'll ruin his brand. He's gonna come in here.
Yeah, I wanted Donald to come back at some point, but he wants us to go to his platform, and that's not going to happen.
I think he just wants to say, I can't finish my sentence.
Yeah, he was royally screwed when he talked about light coming in parallel.
Yeah, QE would have had a field day with that guy.
I think if somebody comes in here and goes light travels and photons can be measured, and what he say? He said you can measure photons in the realm of space time, or you can measure photons in space time. It's like, give me a break. It's just like no. And the photons in space time is so stupid. Even though photons are part of quantum mechanics, space time is so stupid. They're going to dump that real soon and go to quantum mechanics, which is even more stupid. And so it's just amazing where they're going.
One more time. I'm sorry. Quantum mechanics is more stupid than space time. Really?
Oh,
how so?
How so? Okay. My opinion, QE.
Don't care about opinions.
Oh, you don't want my opinion. Okay, cool.
No, we want objective. How is it?
Objectively, from what I understand,
what is quantum mechanics, by the way?
Quantum mechanics is the study of the subatomic particles that we can never ever see. You get into basically quantum mechanics is basically electrons and photons and electrons, and you get into the photoelectric effect, which Einstein did. But it's okay. Whatever.
No, it's not. The photoelectric effect. You've been hanging around those ether fuckwits, haven't you?
Actually, I don't understand the ether. I don't go with the ether. I just kind of let them talk about the ether. I know Einstein stole the photoelectric from somebody in 1905.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did. Guess who he stole it from?
Well, I have it in my head. I can't remember what the name is. I've read it somewhere. It's been a few months. I apologize that I don't know who it was.
Heinrich Hertz.
Okay. Yeah, I just know that Einstein stole the perihelion precession of Mercury from Verrier, and he stole the photoelectric. He stole the E = mc squared, and he stole relativity.
I don't want to talk about Einstein.
Yeah, I don't want to either, but we did.
I've been debunking Einstein before you guys knew what fucking Einstein was.
I just found your website tonight, QE, and it's fascinating, and I'm going to look at it for the next week. I didn't know you had such a big website, and so thank you.
Did you know that the entire semiconductor industry is based on quantum mechanics? Did you know that?
I didn't. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, denying quantum mechanics at this point is like being the crew chief for Mario Andretti and then denying the existence of combustion engines.
The only thing I understand about quantum mechanics in the small time that I've been looking at it is I'll give you wave superposition where you have
What's the wave at?
Where you have, like I said, I can give you an analogy which may or may not be right, which I understand is two boats going by each other and they both create waves, and when the waves hit each other.
That's our shit.
I know it is, but that's the only part that I can really wrap my head around so far.
And how do you know? Hold on a second. You said quantum mechanics is more bullshit than space-time, but you don't know dick about it.
Oh, I'm getting there. I will.
You ain't getting there.
I will readily admit, QE, that I have just started on quantum mechanics.
And how can you make a statement that quantum mechanics is more bunk than space-time? That's non sequitur.
You're getting into photons and electrons, and now
I said answer my question.
And now muons that they've introduced muons. I agree. I agree exactly with
what the fuck are you talking about? Let's get back to the topic.
Okay,
you don't know dick about quantum mechanics, but you said it is more bunk than space time.
From
How can you
my
make that statement?
Huey,
Shut the
Huey.
fuck up. How the fuck can you make that conclusionary statement when you don't know dick about quantum mechanics? Answer that question.
I told you I am in the beginning stages of quantum
Not
mechanics.
answering the fucking question. How can you make a conclusionary statement about something you don't know dick about?
We are having a conversation. Are you really this triggered?
Oh, are you really? Eat shit and die. You're a dumb fuck. You just don't fucking get it, do you? Can somebody else explain it to him? I guess not. Does everyone understand that? Or am I speaking French?
Yeah. Parlez-vous français?
How can you make a conclusionary statement about a subject you don't know dick about? That's my question. It doesn't have to be quantum mechanics. It could be anything.
It could be parasites.
Could be parasites. Could be beach balls. Could be ping pong. Could be badminton. All right. Carry on.
Dang, Rasta-themes.
Where'd he go? He quit?
I don't think you want him representing 24/7.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, you don't.
Yeah, you don't.
I'm just spitballing.
Good. Listen. Everybody represents themselves. I'm not co-signing anything. Only what I say. Speaking of that, old dude is now mod. Congratulations, old dude. I want to give him the mod roles, but I forgot where they are.
Oh shit, he's a mod? What the hell?
Yeah.
Thanks,
He's
guys.
been around forever, man. Yeah.
It's a total honor. Beautiful. Thank you very much, but I'm going to need some help.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to find the rules for you. That's the only help you really need, but I can't remember what channel we put them in. Maybe we just scrap the rules. Maybe. No, I think
Welcome, old dude. Welcome back, old dude. Let's get him. Old dude.
I can barely talk for smiling, for fuck's sake. Are you sure you want to do this?
Are you sure?
Congratulations, old dude.
Thank you.
There's no take backsies, man. Once you have it, you're in. Blood in, blood out, man. The only way you're coming out of here is everybody's gonna draw a circle around you. We're gonna have to whoop you out. That's it.
We're like the mafia. We'll kill you.
I'll take that. I'll take it all day. I ain't leaving. Ain't going nowhere.
Where the hell did we put the mod rules? Well, I guess you don't have to follow any rules till I give them to you, so whatever.
Oh shit.
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now,
No, they're simple. They're not really complicated. They're just like, you don't have to ask permission. Put it that way. You try not to step on other people's, give people the benefit of the doubt. Somebody does something you don't like it, or like you think they were too harsh. Take it to them nicely. Just don't take a unilateral action.
I hear you.
Yeah. So we try to be collegial about it. I guess we try to be. It's not pretty though, so sometimes that don't happen.
Hell, I ain't pretty either, bro.
But anyway, I hear you, Huey. He didn't know anything about quantum mechanics. He just doesn't like the idea of it. And that's, some people just are just against it to be contrarians. As if, the opinion of what it is matters. They just don't know what it is. They don't know what that is.
Well, they're falling for the. I preached on this a long time ago about classifying the pseudosciences with the actual sciences. I remember every presentation I'd give, I'd start off with it, right? Just be careful. It's easy to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but it's kind of intellectually lazy and just moronic, right? You don't classify the actual, with actual experiments, the actual sciences, physics, that'd be quantum mechanics, parts of chemistry, parts of biology, biochemistry, and genetics. You don't clump them in with paleontology, archaeology, geology. See, people just want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and because it's easier that way. They don't have to know dick, right? But that's a fatal mistake.
Yeah, and then there's like the mainstream, like, call it
the Disney version. The perverse version of the definition of words and terms, and they say this is what it means.
Yeah, like people watching like the Discovery Channel or reading some silly article in the New York Times about quantum mechanics that is so butchered and messed up, and that's what they think it is, right? Their speculations on we could quantum tunnel, maybe we can make a wormhole to another universe. Like that's the crap that they're like, Rick and Morty stuff.
Yeah, the other day, QE, you listed off a load of things that didn't follow didn't follow the scientific method. Can you do that again? I've actually got a pen in my hand. I'm not even joking.
I just put it in live stream.
Yeah, do that. Thanks.
I already did. Before you said it.
Live stream, Andy.
Oh, yeah.
That was some quantum mysticism right there, reading your mind.
Yeah. Mickey, you might want to start off you might want to go to the top 4 questions and start right here.
Put this one in the beginning before I start.
Before you just incorporate it into one of your questions because this is a killer. I'm just saying you don't have to. All I'm saying is it's going to be pretty bad at the end of that question mark.
How many minutes after the hour?
Say again?
45. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's I think I should just put it all by itself. Either before or I would say probably after. I don't know. It just depends.
No, not after. Do it before.
So, okay,
I'm just saying it sets the tone.
I hear what you're saying.
I don't think you're going to get. That could be a problem, though. You might not be able to get to your questions.
Yeah, I want to draw it in as a belief so that I can have their mind captivated by just the belief, because that was the whole point of that. When you helped me actually construct the 3 points, remember I was going through it with you, and you kind of got it more concise because I had it a bit more bloated than it was, and you were like, "No, say less." I remember you were actually. What was the thing that you said the time I was telling you about this? When I actually made the 3 points, you were
shit, I can't. That was
use
a long time ago, man.
Use less words or something, and you had a shit. It was an image of a lady or a GIF of a lady saying use less words. Remember that?
Oh, I think yeah.
It was funny.
Man.
The GIF was funny because I was like shit, because I was trying to condense it.
Let me see if I can't.
I think you know what I'm talking about. Like you.
Yeah, I think I do.
Is what you guys talking about gonna prove the Boltard or not?
What was that, Jimsy?
Whatever you guys are talking about, is he gonna prove the Boltard? We'll be back to the Bolt.
I can prove some of the Boltard, man. We had this guy Hippopotamus, man. He was a classic crazy person. Said aliens won't talk to human beings because they're flat earthers.
Yeah, we can tell devolution is real because flat earthers.
Hey, we got Freezer that just joined our chat. Let's see if he wants to talk. Freezer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't have anything to say.
Nothing to say, Freezer. You just joined our forum, and we want to get to know you, bro. At least just to get to know what your position is on the topic of the shape of the Earth. Is that cool? Can you just tell us?
I think it's round.
Okay, and you
please don't attack me.
Oh
Yeah,
no, we're not
gonna
gonna attack you.
Hold on.
But listen.
We're going to attack him right. Meggie, hold on a second. We're going to attack him right now. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have round like coinage, LPs, pizzas.
I guess I don't think it's flat,
Frisbees.
is what I'm trying to say.
Frisbees are round.
Frisbees. Meggie, shout out to Meggie, 49 minutes after the hour.
I told you, that's it right there. I'm saving that shit. That's what he actually showed me this. I will get back to you in a little bit, Freezer. He gave me this GIF when I was talking about the 3 points and I was constructing it, and they were a bit bloated at the time. And he's like, "You need to say less things." And so he was like, "Here's a GIF," and he showed me that GIF when I made him. That's why I couldn't. It never left my mind. Like after he showed me that, and he told me so. Part of the reason why the questions are the way they are, like just really concise, is because he helped me kind of put them together. So shout out to QE.
Usually it's a different context though. This is usually saying shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
But it applied to our situation, so that's why I used it. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead on Freezer Duel.
But remember, with the opposite, you prove the globe Thor by saying a lot of things. I mean, not prove it, but the people that want to prove it say a lot of things. Yeah.
Freezer, you're allowed to be a Glober in here.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I
It's
can
all
give
right,
you
man.
the globe earth roll actually, if you want that.
Cool.
Oh, settle down. He has
wear
to
it.
know what the globe is. No, he has to know what. He has to know its own.
You want him to know that? I'm
He
having
has to know something. Like if he thinks gravity is caused by the rotation of the Earth, then like he's not a Glober, man. He's good.
Dude, that's fucking exactly. Look at see these Tic Tacs right here. That's what I'm handing. I'm handing the globe earth roll. The globe earth roll is handed out like Tic Tacs, bro. Like, you want one here?
You're just looking for targets.
Dude, why do you got to give the secrets away, dude? Like that's.
Green globes.
This is a target-rich environment.
Free globes. Miggy's been handing out free globes for everyone. Go
Free
ahead.
globes, man. I mean, if you want it, shit. All right. So, what evidence do you have, Freezer, that the Earth is a globe? It's just anything.
Okay, I guess my thinking is if we have planes and fighter jets and things like that, we would be able to fly and see the flatness. So, like, you'd be able to fly out to the end, see what's underneath, and report back. Take a picture of it because we can take pictures. We have modern day tech to take pictures, and we see that it's
what?
That it's like
Freezer, come on, man. Are you kidding around? You must
I'm
be
not
kidding around, bro.
No, I'm dead serious.
Are you serious? You're dead serious.
Ice wall.
That's your evidence for the Earth being a globe. What you just said.
Can we not do that experiment?
No, I'm not even.
Not
It's not an experiment. What? Okay, who wants point on this?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah, who wants point?
I don't. It's too stupid to even comment.
Yeah, I'm out. Whoever wants point.
Me too.
Sir, do you know what a triangle is?
Freaking gypsy. Oh my god.
Oh, are you sure you're on Discord, dude?
I mean, some simple stuff is like planes don't account for any curvature or rotation. So
really?
no, there's no instrument in the plane that tells the pilot to adjust for curvature or the Earth's rotation.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, his plane example was stupid. Of course, flight is one of my flat Earth proofs. So thanks a lot, Freezer Doodle.
I'm all ears.
You're all ears. You should be all eyes and no lips and start fucking going over my website and debunking that.
How do we land planes?
Hold on a second. I'll load them up for you. Fuck it. How do we land planes? How do you even fucking fly? Talk about fucking landing.
Yeah, you have to have a relationship between antecedents. How do you do this first and then you do the other thing? It's not the other way.
So can I ask a question?
Oh God.
Like, let's say you're in Australia and you fly one way east and you get to Canada and you continue to fly east. How do you get back to Australia?
All right, you ask your sister. All right, we ready?
You go in a circle.
So let's just go through it real quick. You answer these questions 54 minutes after the hour from my website. Bypass number 1. That's just the title. Flight. Or get on flight. You see those jets you were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere of 25,000 miles in circumference, radius 3959 miles, then pilots traveling for 1 hour at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles an hour to simply maintain altitude would constantly have to adjust their altitude downwards to compensate for the curvature and descend on average 2,789 feet every fucking minute, dude. Does that happen?
All due respect, I'm not a pilot. I don't know anything about
You
flying.
don't have to be a pilot. You just have to fly on a plane and listen closely. Go to the next slide. Now, to negotiate that drop, because you have curvature, and curvature is drop at 8 inches per mile squared, by the way. To negotiate the drop, I really don't care. The plane can barrel roll, split S, wing over, tail slide, slow roll, cubinate, falling leaf, chandeli, or the hokey pokey, but it must descend. And the most important fucking part of this, everyone on the plane will know it. Is that clear? So, my shining example, next slide. It starts with B. How many miles of vertical drop, that's geometric, must be negotiated over a distance of 1,000 miles on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles? I already got the answer for you there. So it's rhetorical. So it's 128.3 miles that has to be negotiated. How many feet are in 128.3 miles? 600,777,424 feet. So 677,424 feet of vertical drop must be negotiated over 1,000 miles on the Earth. So let's do an example. Real world. I'm traveling by commercial plane from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to Dallas, Texas. Approximate distance, 1,000 miles. Typical cruising speed of a commercial airliner, 500 miles an hour. So, A, 1,000 mile distance at 500 miles per hour is a travel time of 2 hours. That's 120 minutes. So, question, how many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated on my trip? That would be pretty easy. Total feet of vertical drop over 1,000 miles, like I said before, 677,424 feet. Travel time is 2 hours. Next slide. Simple calculation, 677,424 feet over 120 minutes. Answer, 5,645 feet of vertical drop over a mile per minute average must be negotiated by that plane on my trip. Does that happen?
In the
If you ever flown for over an hour in a plane that dropped 5,000 over 5,000 feet every fucking minute?
No.
No.
MG said no.
Yeah, no, I know he did. I've flown across the pond about 25, 30 times. 12, 13-hour flights. Some of the flights had turbulence, right? So I'll grant you that. A lot of them didn't. That means we've flown fucking level the whole way. And I would know it. If a plane drops like 20 fucking feet, guess what? I know it. And everyone on the plane knows it. They can tell. You can tell that elevation drop. right? I've flown for hours with jack shit. How do you explain? Globetard's dead, man, with flight.
Have you talked to the pilots of your plane
Don't
about
have to
this?
talk to the pilots. I just explained it to you.
Maybe your calculations wrong. I'm sorry.
It's not Where are they wrong? Show
I
how
have
my
no
calculations
idea.
are wrong. They're simple calculations. They're not fucking aviation calculations. It's simple common sense.
I've talked to my brother. He's a pilot. I've asked him all these
Doesn't matter.
things.
Fuck that. Shut the.
What's
fuck
your brother
up.
say?
That's what I'm talking about. Shut up. 77 con. At the fuckies.
What does it matter what the pilot says? Why would that matter?
Well, I guess if there's a group of pilots who believe the Earth is flat, that would be something that I've never heard about before. And I'd like
What
to
does
know
that
more.
matter? So what is that? Is that how we determine truth? We just like poll people? And, like we just sum the number of people that believe something and that's the truth? No, then why is it important? Why does it matter? It's not the determiner of truth, right? How many people believe something, what the freaking name tag says, what they did, what they do, right? There's objective evidence out there in the world. We can gather it. We don't need somebody else to tell us what it means.
I just gave it to him.
Exactly. He just gave you objective calculations. You can do the calculations yourself. They're not
Would I be able
incorrect.
to see the slides? Because he was referring to slides. I have no idea where that is.
That was exactly my point because I knew he wasn't on the same page. QE was speaking, but he's not following.
So
That's
54 minutes after the hour in live stream. Were you there?
Yeah.
That says Quantum Eraser. It's got the two swords. There should be a crown in the middle. I got to get with Miggy on that. Quantum Eraser, 54 minutes. You go click the first slide. That's just the title. Flat Earth Proofs. It's from my website. I said bypass that. I said go to flight with the jets there. That's where I started. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere, that spiel. Yeah? Are you there?
Flat Earth. Sorry, somebody's going to have to tell me where to go.
It's at 54. It's 54 minutes after the hour. There's a whole bunch of slides. They're stacked in rows and two columns. 2 rows, 2 columns. Or 3 columns, sorry. You have to double click on them. Are you on a phone?
No.
Okay. You have to click on. Well, you don't have to double click. Just click on it.
Okay,
Click
I got
one
you.
of the- okay. So it says Flat Earth Proofs. Got an X through it. Just bypass that one. Then the next slide after that, hit the arrow on the right hand side. You see the arrow over there on the right hand side?
What is this? Like kindergarten?
You see it?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Got a sea lion.
So let's start at point 1. At 54 minutes after the hour, do you see my name?
No. I got like a mathematical model CH helicopter.
He's in a different chat. He's in a different chat or something.
Go to
He-
live stream voice text. It's the room directly above the live stream.
Okay, yeah, I'm there.
It says live stream voice text. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
Just a
scroll
little
down.
above what you're looking at.
So you're in there. It should read at the top live stream voice text. And it has a bunch of posts in there. Yeah, you got that?
Mm-hmm.
Go to 54 minutes after the hour. Since I don't know where you are in the
That's what you're talking about. Okay, I thought you had a video. Okay, gotcha. 54.
Yeah, he's on the same page now. Finally, you made it, bro. Congrats. That's good. This is good. This is all the time that has been taken for you to bring you at the same page. Perfect.
Yeah, I got your pictures. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's good. He's good. It says Flat Earth Proofs, the first one. It has an arrow on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's got a globe crossed out. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, just scroll past that one. That's just titling it. And then
Okay.
it has then it has the next slide, flight.
Yeah.
And that what I spoke of during the last 5 to 8 minutes is the text that's
all this is there. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can go to my example. and it starts out with the letter B.
Can I ask you something? Have you went to a physics professor with this? Any university?
Bro, why are you passing the page? You're on the same page. You finally made it to the same page that we are at.
Why would I take this to a physics professor?
Well, sure. These are the calculations I've made. I want you to look at it and let me know what you think.
Why? Physics has nothing to do with calculations.
I guess it would have to do with gravity and like the plane being sucked in and all that.
We'll get to that. It doesn't have shit to do with gravity. That doesn't exist, by the way. It doesn't. This isn't physics.
You're holding this book, this example that he's giving you about aviation, and then later we can pick up the other book. Stay on the same page for now, then we can go to the next page or the next book. Get it?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
and believe me, we've talked to plenty of physicists. Okay. Yeah,
doesn't matter anyway. This isn't.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. And you're just doing the thing I just complained about, appealing to authority.
Essentially, it's geometry. When you get right down to it, the end point is geometry, simply. The rest are simple calculations. Do you want me to go through it again?
You don't have to. Maybe I guess conclude.
I'll post a screenshot from a globe Earth's curve calculator using the values. Okay, and you can look for yourself. Okay, here's a link. This is not a flat earther math or any crazy thing like that, right? The formulas are right on it. You can do it yourself with your own calculator and do it yourself, right? So it's not complicated. This is basic geometry, basic algebra.
I didn't have any algebra in my calculations. It's just simple mathematics. I don't know, dude. I mean, it's just grade school level mathematics.
Then maybe you guys would be able to explain why there's a lot of disagreement, because I don't know enough about the subject.
Now, there is no, this isn't a topic of disagree or agree. That's subjective. This is objective. You're in a category here.
This is a real East level, sir.
This isn't agree, disagree. This isn't our favorite fucking fantasy football running back or cake decorating threads. This is objective. 1, 2, 3, A, B, fucking C. There is no agree, disagree. It either is or it ain't. Period.
So if I say it is and you say it ain't, would that be considered a disagreement?
It just depends on what you're going to have to show where it ain't.
Yeah, you're just saying so it ain't doesn't make it so, sir.
Yeah, you got to be hyper specific. Where is it ain't?
I'm sorry, I haven't prepared research for this. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just simple math, man. It's simple math. Math is objective, right? We don't all, like everyone around the world, don't use different sets of mathematics. We all use the same mathematics. There's no agree or disagree. It's either correct or incorrect. That's it.
I'm not getting it, dude. These are simple calculations. I'm looking at B. We're looking at how many miles of vertical drop must be negotiated over a distance of 1,000 miles on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles. You could use the curve calculator you just gave to you. The answer is 128.3 miles of vertical drop. And I put it in. I just converted to feet. Little dimensional analysis. No mathematics. So I gave you a real world example. I'm traveling in a commercial plane from Pittsburgh to Dallas. Approximate distance is 1,000 miles. The cruising speed is 500 miles an hour. Right? So you'd figure that would take us 2 hours to get there. All right? That's just simple. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is just simple. It's a simple calculation. 677,424 feet divided by 120 minutes gives me 5,645 feet of vertical drop. Every single fucking mile on average per minute must be negotiated by the plane. to account for the curvature underneath the plane. Because the Earth is curving away as the plane flies. I don't care what direction it's going. Because every point along a tangent from your feet on a fairy tale spinning monkey ball drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. This isn't even in contention. You got to have drop over curve. That's what fucking curvature is. So you got to negotiate. The planes have to negotiate that. You're on the plane. It's not any magic. That plane got to fucking drop. And my point is, no matter how they do it, whether it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Regardless of how they do it, you're going to know it. You've flown on a plane before, haven't you?
When I was like 3, I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And maybe that's not going to ring true because you'd have to, actually, be a adult able of, sentience and intelligence. Everyone else has been, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know how you flew to Dallas in 2 hours, man. Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
I flew from Boston. It took forever.
It's just simple math. That plane got to fucking drop. It's got to be negotiated.
You do understand that simple idea, right? Like it has to main altitude, it would have to adjust, if it was flying over a curving globe, right? You get that?
I guess my thinking is if it's going straight, then there's a down force and an up force, and it could remain straight.
There is no down force and up force. Even if there were, you'd still know it.
You'd still have to adjust to maintain altitude. So it's like there's no, like I said earlier, like gyroscopes maintain their rigidity in space. So there's nothing on the plane that tells the pilot they have to go curve downward with the curve of this imaginary Earth, right? So it's just, why would you be treating the Earth as flat and stationary if it's a spinning globe?
The plane is going to have to either adjust its acceleration, which you're going to know, right? Fucking, if you're ever on a plane, everyone knows this. You know when that fucker starts to slow down. The second it starts. Or it's going to have to nose down. It's as simple as that. Either one of those two, it must do. Must.
Would it feel like 0G?
I don't give a fuck about 0G. Anyone on the plane's going to know whether it's acceleration or the speed. I'm sorry. You notice the speed change, right? Or the orientation of the plane. Either one.
Especially if you're drinking like a hot coffee, you'll know.
Actually, in 0G planes, what they do is drop in altitude very fast, and that's how you know it. Like, you feel that, just like you feel a drop in a roller coaster. So, yeah, exactly. You ever felt G-forces in a plane?
Oh, he isn't going to know because he hasn't flown in a plane since 3. So I guess we might move away from this example.
That would have baked your baked your potato at 3 years old.
Yeah, Freezer, your 3-year-old self knows this is bullshit. Try to get in touch with him.
I guess. All right. My question to you guys would be: correct me then. What's the Earth look like?
It's flat.
From where?
Just
flat like a pizza with toppings on one side and nothing on the bottom.
Pizza? What the fuck?
Bruh.
Flat Earth doesn't mean something completely different than what you experience. You experience a flat and stationary Earth. We're not all living in some fairy tale land thinking that the Earth is something that it's not. We all experience the Earth together. It's not like we're saying it's something completely different than what you experience.
Well, he did mention gravity. I don't know. Does he want to go down that road next?
I'm all ears.
You're all ears. Make the claim.
Well, he thinks Earth is a space disk, so, I mean, maybe you want to go down that road. Because, that's really the bubble that needs to be busted most of the time.
Yeah, sir. Okay. When you say flat Earth, does an image pops in your mind and you say,
like
my mind?
Like I said, like pizza with all the toppings on top, which is us, and then nothing on the bottom, which would be like the bottom of it.
the third pizza from the sun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That pops in my head. That thing right there. Yeah.
No one freaking thinks that.
Okay. So what do you guys think?
Earth isn't embedded in some other space. The Earth is the universe.
You lost me there.
Yeah, I know.
Think about it. Dan.
There's no space. There's a. We think that there's a firmament.
Try from your immediate experience, your real ease level. Try from there and then verify beyond that point, because at this moment, you're not even on the same page. So you just gotta keep it simple. Don't talk about things outside of the system that you will never be able to verify.
Yeah, see, Freezer, you're thinking about it like you can astral project yourself, look at Earth from far away like a God's eye view.
Mm-hmm.
That can't happen. That is a TV show.
Do we not have satellites in outer space right now?
No.
We don't. So if I call Google and I say, yo, show me a broadcast of 4 or 5 of your satellites, and they do, what are they showing me?
What do you mean if you call Google? Like on the phone? What are you talking about?
Like if I contact somebody who's in charge of like satellites.
Google doesn't own any satellites. They don't even claim to own any satellites. In fact, they have a satelloon called Loon that they float around.
They have high altitude balloons that gives most of that stuff. But
yeah, they've been running that since like what year? 2006 or something.
Yeah, there's no satellites in so-called space.
Yeah, outer space. So
what powers my satellite TV?
The wall socket.
What? Okay.
They have high altitude balloons, like really large.
Let me ask you a question. How far do you think a radio signal can go because the Earth is a ball?
I have no information on that.
Okay, so why would you think because you have a dish that like the signal must come from outer space?
Okay, well, if I was to take a bomb and bomb the satellite, I would lose TV connection, right? Because the satellite doesn't exist anymore.
How would you do that?
Stupid.
I don't know, by modern military technology.
Yeah, because dude, can we get out of Fantasyland? Come back to reality?
So satellites don't exist?
No, that would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
I don't.
Okay. It's the physical law, the natural law that states that high pressure goes to low pressure unless there's some barrier separating them. Now, the air you're breathing is high pressure. Outer space vacuum, where these satellites are supposed to be, that's nearly no pressure. So how do you have gas pressure on Earth without a container? So what should you believe? Should you believe the second law of thermodynamics? Or should you believe the TV show? Right?
Well, it's not a TV show, I mean...
It is a TV show. Have you ever seen a satellite?
So if I call NASA and I ask about their satellite information...
You're on your ninth appeal to authority, dude. You're like on your ninth, bro.
Well, I'm not the one who... Okay, if I call Elon Musk, he puts satellites in outer space. That's how Ukraine's able to get their internet right now, right?
That would be the 10th.
I thought he shut them off.
Okay, regardless of whether he shut them off or not, they exist.
Yeah, yeah, sure they do. That's why I asked you, how far can a radio signal... That's why I asked you, how far can a radio signal go without a satellite?
No idea.
Well, we know of 10,000 miles.
How can you make an argument when you don't know anything?
I just know Elon Musk has some satellites up there, which is giving internet to Ukraine.
No, you believe that.
Yeah.
You believe in a lie. You believe that someone said a lie. You believe in that lie. That's
so people in Ukraine are lying that they have internet connection.
No, hold on.
No, they have an internet connection. This isn't coming from a satellite.
We're conflating. You cannot say the internet. That's not how the internet works, mate. Satellites have nothing.
Please acknowledge that y'all can hear me, so I can stop trying to see.
Yeah, Elijah is talking, guys. He's trying to talk. Go ahead.
All right. So, we were talking about gas pressure without a container. You said call Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's a simple statement. Knowing something and knowing about something is two different things. Yes or no?
Sure.
Right. So, you know about something, people say, but you have no idea how to actually address the second law of thermodynamics violation. Even if you want satellites, we'll give it. But with the math, the way they relay information is by knowing the elevation angle. That math is flat math, bro.
Yo, I think I just got my voice to work, by the way. Can anyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the average? What's the average speed for?
Oh, hold on! I posted something in the chat.
Yeah.
You see that in the chat? It's the guy going over a little geometry.
Yeah.
And he's explaining in the video that yes, he knows the Earth is flat. I mean, yes, he knows the Earth's a globe, but for these purposes, to explain how we communicate with satellites, we have to assume a flat Earth. That's what he's pointing to when he's pointing to that line. That's what I mean by an elevation angle.
I just wanna get rid of this internet thing, man. We have something called latency. You know what that is? 20 milliseconds. Okay, that's your average gaming latency speed. That's a good. Do you know what kind of latency do you get with satellite signals?
No idea.
Right. So that's what we mean. You don't know how these things work. Okay, everything we use today that you think are run through satellites go under the ground, through fiber optic cables, and under the ocean. They've been there for since we've laid down cables, since the first radio, under the ocean. No one's been using satellites. The only thing people use satellites for are emergency / military, certain frequencies that you need hardware in the sky to use satellite, in the sky and the ocean. Okay, I used to be a radio man in the Navy. This is ridiculous that you're bringing this up. Okay, that's not how internet works. You need better proof for satellites. And hand it back to Eliza. Thanks, Eliza.
Sea Freezer, so check this out, man. As far back as 1918, we could transmit radio signals from UK to Australia. Why would we ever need to build a satellite?
Good question. I don't know the answer.
And neither does anybody else. It's not necessary. There's radio signals that go if it's a ball, it's all the way on the other side of the ball. How did that happen? And we've been doing this so I'll give you a very specific example that we know the 10,000 mile radio signal. Admiral Byrd broadcasted from Little America, which is off the coast of Chile, all the way to New York City back in the 30s. So when JFK was shot, the Secretary of State in the United States was flying over the Pacific. He was between Hawaii and Japan because he's going to go visit Japan. They radioed him the message to turn around his plane and come back because the president was shot. Well, he was 8,000 miles away. And you heard QE gave you the curve calculation for drop 1,000 miles. And 1,000 miles is 666,000 feet. Right? So it's an exponential curve. So 8,000 miles away, that's something like 7,000 miles of drop. Right? So how do all these technologies work, and why would they even go to satellites? Because back then, it was a big business, and without getting deep into the politics, the first telecommunications satellite was lobbied for by a certain guy named Lyndon Baines Johnson, who happened to become the president of the United States. In Texas was even now, right? So where's NASA station? The station in Houston. These space industries, so-called space industries, they're just giant government make-work projects. Can't have people running around frickin' unemployed, right? She's have just these make-work projects where they do things they think they're doing, but they're not doing what they think they're doing. Elon Musk said he sent a car into space. He said, you know how you know it's real? Because it looks so fake. He said this. Those words came out of his mouth. But all that is like ancillary, derivative evidence. The second law of thermodynamics has no known violation. No one can even conceive of a way for the last 200 years or before how it could be violated in principle. Okay? So you can talk about space and you can talk about second laws of thermodynamics can be violated and you can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. And it needs to be like, and that's how science, actual real natural science works, right? We demonstrate stuff. So if you make a claim, yeah, I can have gas pressure while I'm in a container, you need to prove that with an experiment. You can't just say it's possible and provide no experiment and show TV shows and say, yes, we went to a magic place where it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Ha ha ha, trust us. Right? They're just claiming they can do something magical and everyone believes it because it's been going on so long where they've been saying, yes, we're so powerful, we're all powerful, we can do magic. We can cure the sick, raise the dead, put you in heaven, do all sorts of shit, right? They just, you know, it's self-aggrandizement, as they say. But the point is that there's no point in talking about any of this stuff unless you can show the second law of thermodynamics can be violated. Because what you're telling us is that you can have a tire with pressurized air, but you don't actually have a tire. You understand?
Yeah, I get what you guys are saying, but I don't really have a background in physics, so I don't really know anything about thermodynamics. So,
well, you know that high pressure goes to low pressure, right?
Yeah.
Can you think of a way where that didn't happen? And I'll give you examples because someone might come along and say gravity does it, right? Magic gravity, it does it. It creates gas pressure. Well, you can have this do the simple experiment, right? So gas is being held away from the vacuum of space, right? Held by gravity from space, stuck to the Earth. So you can do this experiment. Go to the surface of Earth where the gravity is strongest. Get a vacuum chamber. Put a little bit of gas in the vacuum chamber and wait for it to settle to the bottom. Pulled down by gravity away from a vacuum. Well, that doesn't happen. The gas dispenses evenly throughout the entire chamber until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. This will happen every single time without fail. Gravity does not pull it in any preferred direction. It's a gas. It's omnidirectional, has infinite vectors. Right? So like I said, people can talk about space, they can show it on TV, they can do whatever, but that's just a fairy tale, and what can actually be demonstrated is that's not possible. So, second law of thermodynamics, we talk about this, this isn't a matter of opinion. This isn't our belief. This isn't like some physicist is going to disagree with us. The second law of thermodynamics is one of the most fundamental laws in physics since the field was, ever conceived of. I think Einstein called it, if physics was a stool, the thermodynamics would be a leg. The laws of dynamics would be one of the legs. That's how certain it is. There's no gravitational theory of thermodynamics. So, fine, you can say there's space, like I said, but you have to explain how you're violating this natural law, or how you've overcome it, or how it doesn't apply, or something.
I don't think I'll be able to do that because I just heard about this 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've had astrophysicists in here. We've had cosmologists in here. Physicists in here. They say, usually it goes like this. Well, gravity does it. Okay, so show us with an experiment. Well, I can't, because you'd have to make an experiment the size of the Earth. Well, yeah, okay, so now you're making a pseudoscientific claim, because claims that can't be falsified by experiment are pseudoscience by definition. And then I'll give them the example of this experiment that I talked about, right? A vacuum chamber, insert some gas, have the gas stick to the bottom. And they go, well, no, that wouldn't happen. Like, okay, then. This is what you're saying is happening. You're saying that there's a vacuum, and that gas is pulled by gravity away from the vacuum. But that's not happening. So they run into this brick wall, just like you, just like everybody else. This is the major mistake you're making. You have a preconceived notion that these physicists, scientists, whatever, these other people, that they have information you don't. They do not have such information. You know how I know? Because I've asked them. The service existed for 5 years. I've talked to tens of thousands of people. People with degrees, people with advanced degrees, people that work satellites, pilots, sailors, like you name it. Every possible profession, geologists, all of them. Talk to people that think they put a satellite and slammed it into a comet. I asked them, how did you know where the satellite was? Oh, they told us. Who's they? NASA tells us where it is. So you don't have any first-hand knowledge of where the satellite is. No, they have a deep space network, and whenever they launch a satellite, they give the information to whoever launched the satellite. No individual that launches a satellite, no individual company actually tracks their satellite. NASA, and then NASA, if you talk to them, they don't track their own satellites.
And then the contractors get whistleblowers saying, hey, that shit doesn't work. And then they get fired.
Yeah, there was a lawsuit about that. A whistleblower lawsuit about a company that was pulling the wool over the Department of Defense, pulling the wool over their eyes, making up data. And you know what? DOD didn't even know the difference. A multi-billion-dollar project. But anyway, the point is that these people don't know anything more than you. Whatever question we ask you, pretty much they'll do what you haven't done this, so I'll give you credit. They'll tell us the story, right? They'll tell us the mainstream narrative story. Oh, the sun is 93 million miles away in the planet's orbit, and the satellites and Elon Musk and NASA and people went to the moon, yada, yada, yada. And then we go, okay, what's the evidence for any of this? And then it starts the shucking and jiving. Right? The dancing around, the deflecting, the trying to change the subject. This is what we experience every freaking day. We don't act like we know what all the claims are. We want the evidence for the claim. Okay? And whenever they try to present evidence for the claim, there's always something wrong with it, or the data that's in their evidence doesn't actually support their claim. This is a daily thing. It's not new. It's a daily thing.
Well, there's this misconception that flat earthers are science deniers, but on the contrary, we are the arbiters of science. We're trying to expose the pseudoscience.
Yeah, we're like scientific zealots, dude. We're like strictly following the scientific method and following objective versus subjective opinions, right? We are actually applying rigorous logic and rigorous scientific procedure to the claims. And when you do that, you find out that they're just all a bunch of PR fluff. There's nothing to them.
So can I ask you a question? If NASA was to say that a giant comet or meteor was to hit Earth in the next 5 years?
Why would I care what NASA says?
And the comet...
NASA doesn't say anything. NASA doesn't say anything. It's not an entity.
I maybe phrased it wrong. Maybe they say a giant boulder is supposed to miss us.
NASA is a legal entity.
They don't say anything. NASA's not an entity. They don't have lips or vocal cords or aerobic respiration. NASA is just a concept. Who says it? Not NASA.
Maybe I worded it wrong. I don't know. But you get my point.
No, you're anthropomorphizing NASA.
So how would I say that they're making a press conference
Who is
statement?
they?
The organization. NASA, yeah.
NASA.
Some dude that works at NASA got in front of a camera and said some words.
Yeah, he says that a big boulder is going to just miss Earth. And that's visible through a telescope.
And let me ask you, what would you do? And it's visible through a telescope.
if we could see the boulder coming and missing us, wouldn't that add some credit that they knew it was coming, that did the calculations and
No,
it
it
missed
would
us?
only add credit if they hit us.
What if it misses us and they say it misses us?
It's just another story, dude.
I'm confused.
That's like the checks in
Hey,
the mail,
nothing's
bro.
gonna happen, and nothing happened. Like
No, but it almost hit us and it
The checks in the
existed.
mail, man. Like, yeah, I sent it. I swear to God. Think about what
I
you're
have
saying,
a skit
man.
actually.
The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
No,
That's
don't
just
get
it.
into that shit. Hit him.
No,
Hit him with
no
the
Chicken Little.
science, man. Hit him with the science. How many times I gotta post this? Hit him with it. I'll hit him with it then. Freezer.
I just scrolled down. Sorry.
34 minutes after the hour. You see my name again?
Yeah. California Institute of Tech.
Yeah. So you got Nature.com, one of the most prestigious quote unquote science journals in the entire fucking world. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll. Do you know that name?
No.
You will. You'll eventually run into it. He's one of the hierarchies of the hierarchy. But I digress. Arguing the edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole fucking point. So what he's trying to tell you is, in natural science, you have to have hypotheses. Then I say, so then, please provide a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary, whatever the fuck that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, biology, theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. Just one from each of those disciplines. Because they would have to, according to what Sean Carroll said, they would have to have, at least, this is a real eye-opener. Yeah? What if I were to tell you that neither of those disciplines that I just posted can ever post a single, just one, viable scientific hypothesis? What if I were to say that to you?
I guess I'd try to understand what you mean by hypothesis. Like, if dinosaurs exist, would that be a hypothesis?
No, that's not a hypothesis. That would show your ignorance, and you would fail 5th grade general science.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn.
That's what it would do, even though you didn't mean to do that, but you did it out of necessity.
Oh,
So
man.
what's a fucking hypothesis then? That's the next logical question, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Isn't it? Let's
Yes,
see what it is.
yes.
Yep. Let's see what it is. At 37 minutes after the hour. From Colorado State, scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. From McClellan Kristen, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method, Geological Society of America. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction. We're getting some echoes about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable. Another echo. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank, number 2, is the independent variable. Another echo from above from Colorado State. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. From Penn State, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict. See, that prediction is in all 3. Funny that. The effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. There must be a fucking conspiracy. The prediction, they say it again, is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the fucking hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis? Well, I just defined it for you. So there's the hypothesis. There's a definition, definite article of a hypothesis. So back to my question. Please post a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of the pseudoscience fuckwit religions.
So
That's
astrophysics
bizarre.
doesn't have a hypothesis?
Physics. What did I list here? Paleontology, anthropology,
Astrophysics.
archaeology. Yeah, astrophysics. Go ahead.
They don't have a hypothesis, not one.
Nope.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What's theoretical
Any
physics? I'm sorry.
pseudoscience, any pseudoscience is not gonna have any experimentation for anything they do.
No,
I mean, theoretical science. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
Theoretical physics, that's abstract physics. In fact, it's a misnomer for me even putting it in there, but I wanted to be complete.
There's no hypothesis in biology? I swear I did that in class. Like,
In evolutionary biology.
oh,
You don't know what a hypothesis is. What's your hypothesis in biology?
I don't know.
One
Like,
plus one equals 2. Say that. Be safe.
I said evolutionary biology. I was quite specific with the type.
okay, fair.
However, you have to be real careful. Even in the actual sciences, that's physics. That's quantum mechanics, by the way. Chemistry, have to be a little bit careful in throwing the baby out with the bathwater with these. Because in chemistry, they do a lot of synthetics. That's not natural science. It's a paradox, right? Synthetic is not natural. Do you follow that argument?
Yeah.
Okay. But not all some chemistry you can. Definitely is natural science. Biology, not evolutionary biology, just biology as a whole. Not everything is natural science, right? You got the pseudoscience collators, glorified secretaries that make up conventions like the taxonomic classification system, species, families, that sort of thing. That's not science. So each discipline, if I categorize them as actual sciences, quantum mechanics, chemistry, biology, biochemistry, genetics, even with those, each claim has to be validated by experiment. They must have a hypothesis, then validated by an experiment, which is a hypothesis test. Of course, to have a hypothesis test experiment, you first need a hypothesis. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So each one of those in the actual sciences, because you get a lot of actual sciences, you get a lot of pretender clowns in those disciplines that think the whole thing is actual natural science when it's not. So each claim has to be verified or validated on its own merits. But these other guys, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, you know the list? They don't have dick. Nothing. The only way you can overcome this is to post a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history. I'm not limiting anyone. In the whole fucking histories of these crayon crunching clown pseudoscience religions. These are religions right here, folks. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology. Yes, whatever the fuck that is, and I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are by definition pseudosciences, aka religions.
So I have a question.
Religions, yeah.
Good.
So do you understand what a hypothesis is based on the information he just gave you?
I think I did from the beginning. I just maybe didn't ask the right question.
All right. Let's see. Now, earlier, we were talking about gravity. Do you think Einstein or Newton proposed a hypothesis for gravity? Or anyone for that matter?
As someone who didn't learn too much science in school, yeah, I think Newton did some gravity work.
Not gravity work. Have a viable hypothesis like you just went over with QE 5 minutes.
Yeah, if I was on a game show and I had to guess, I would say, yeah, he did.
You would.
So you should be able to
You'd be dead wrong.
And amplifying in your head isn't work.
Oh, for awesome.
Well, don't fill it. Don't fill the air with useless statements. Well, look, do you think we're joking, or do you think somebody would have missed this, or somebody would have caught this at some point, right? You think? So, I would think you could Google it.
He just needed a refresher. Yeah. Sorry, Elijah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
He just forgot. I just want to throw that in. Go ahead. Sorry.
He forgot what?
He forgot what a hypothesis was. He needed a refresher, and he got one.
All right. So based on that, you believe that Newton's proposed a hypothesis. Where do you think we can find it? So we can give it a look-see right now.
Well, I don't know where to start looking, but I guess there's a reason why everybody points to him.
You think it's behind some priest paywall or something?
No,
it should be available, right?
Maybe his mathematical calculations are posted somewhere. I don't know.
Right. Well, let's check it out. 1 second.
He said everybody.
Hold on. Let's take it right from the Principia. Would that work? Yeah. Freezer.
Yes.
Is that your name? Is that your name?
Yep.
Let's take it right from the Principia. 1 second. Do you know that that's Newton's seminal work, right?
You have to forgive me. English is my second language, and you're using words like Principia and seminal. I've never heard that shit in my life. So if you could just tone down your vocab a little bit, I'm really sorry. I have no idea what that means.
That's not a problem. It's his major work.
Yeah.
His major work is it's called the Principia. A lot of people call it the Principia. Principia, Latin versus everyday language. You get the gist, right?
Mm-hmm.
At 46 minutes after the hour, this is what he wrote. I have not as yet been able to discover the reason for these properties of gravity from phenomena. I do not feign hypotheses.
Could you translate that?
I do not feign. He doesn't make a hypothesis for gravity.
Okay.
That's it. Well, it can't be because it's supposed to be a natural law, but it's not. But that's regardless of that. He doesn't feign hypotheses, so your intuition led you astray.
So based on what QE went over, and based on this information, if you could verify that that's the case, what do you think about that?
I've definitely never heard that before. I guess my question back to you guys, because you're a lot more invested in this stuff. You know more about all these subjects. Why do people point to Newton and link him to gravity if that's what he said?
Because they're morons. That answers it. Because they're fucking pretender clown morons.
Now think about this. We're flat earthers, right? And we had to be the ones to bring up his seminal work. Isn't that weird? No one's ever gone over this with you at all?
Honestly, I just ran from every science class I was ever in. Not my style, but yeah, it is kind of weird.
It's not just about running from science class. I mean, things that we know, we just know.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. It's interesting that this thing that you came in wielding the word gravity, right? But you got some things misconstrued. So the question isn't, well, why isn't everyone else? It's, how do you feel about that?
I guess, I feel like he's the one who, to use a modern word, made it viral. Like, gravity existed, and I'm sure people in the 15 or 1400s threw a ball up in the air and it fell down, just like it would today. But he was the one who turned it into, a thing that people go to him for. Kind of like an artist paints a painting or something.
Did you know it's 108 years out of date? Did you know that Einstein replaced all of Newton's laws?
I didn't know.
Yep. Did you know Isaac Newton himself said, "Don't ascribe that shit to me"? In regards to gravity, did you know that?
No.
You didn't?
No.
1 second.
Did you know Newton was crazy about weights? Like super crazy. Like weirdo crazy.
Don't worry about that.
He stuck a needle in his own eye until he could figure out what's going on.
Don't worry about that shit. That's ad hom shit. We're not concerned with that. So 1 second, please. Let's take a little listen to this. Hold on a second. Be patient. This is gonna rock you. All right, at 50 minutes after the hour, 50. You with me?
Yeah, in a letter.
Yeah, in a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley. This is from Stanford.edu, so this is certifiable. In a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley, February 25th, 1692, Isaac Newton says, "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it." Uh-oh. What did they do? After Newton died, these fucking pretender clowns ascribed it to him.
It's part of the deal. Sorry.
You can read it
Part
yourself.
of the
Some people are worth more dead than alive.
like the globe. The globe is
They
dead.
waited till he died, and they ascribed that shit to him. Even though it was debunked by Einstein's general relativity, even though people still parrot that shit, even though he said, "Don't you ascribe that shit to me right now."
And people still parroting it.
He played himself. He jinxed himself. Yeah.
Oh, because Isaac Newton was all that in a bag of chips back in the day. It took a little while. In fact, it took 200 years to ascribe it to him. That's how much of an influence he had on people, on society.
How much influence gravity has on, the world, control of the world. Yeah.
What do you think about that, Freezer? You heard it when I read it.
Yeah, I did. Definitely never heard that before.
Yeah. He's saying more or less that if you believe that gravity horse shit, that you should be institutionalized.
Well, I definitely believe it, but I guess everybody I know believes it.
Believes what? What's gravity?
That, if you throw a ball up, it falls down.
Well,
and
what if I
nothing
throw
causes
helium
that?
blew up?
I'm using a ball example.
I'm using a balloon.
And this is coming from a crazy person. Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Well, a balloon floats up.
Yeah,
and nobody debates that either.
Where's the gravity at?
Well, if you poke a hole in it, where's the gravity at?
The balloon comes down, but the helium goes in every single fucking direction.
Which I guess is what holds it up again. I don't know.
What holds it up again your gravity horseshit. If your gravity horseshit was authentic, it would never rain on the Earth.
How come?
How come? Do you know what evaporation is?
In the very basic sense, yeah.
Okay, so the sun comes out, it heats up the water in the oceans and the big fucking lakes and the puddles in front of your house. It breaks the hydrogen bonds. Bon Sal, go on fucking mute. I'll put you there. So, evaporation. The sun comes out, breaks the hydrogen bonds of the water in the oceans, lakes, and the puddle in your front fucking yard. What happens then? Water turns into a gas. And which direction does it go?
Up.
Up! Up! Where gravity has only a single vector. In what direction?
Down.
Down. Bye-bye fucking gravity. Thank you for your attention. I'll be in the area all week.
By the way, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that when you throw a ball up, it comes back down. That's why we play catch.
I guess my point with
Go ahead.
my point with the ball was that nothing's touching it and it's falling down, so gravity's
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, but Big G is devoid of any
Nothing's
science.
touching the gas molecules going up in evaporation.
If nothing is touching the ball, who picked it up?
We started the conversation with, did Newton have scientific evidence for gravity? Throwing a ball up and catching it is not that. Because how would you formulate that into a hypothesis that you can then test?
If you throw a ball with a weight,
Wrong.
up.
No, you missed it. It's natural science. That means man has nothing to fucking do with it.
But that's just Newton's gravity. Like, wait until you get to space time curvature.
Hold
Like,
on.
you know-
Don't go there just yet.
Yeah.
I disagree though. There's a lot of men
Not
who
an agree, disagree situation. I told you that in the fucking beginning. We're not talking about our favorite fantasy football running backs or our favorite fucking cake decoratings. This is not agree, disagree. You already fucked yourself. Through evaporation. They went up. It's over.
But didn't you say that a man can't have an influence over an experiment?
No, I didn't say that. I said the independent or dependent variable has to be a natural phenomenon. That's what I said.
Yeah, you lost me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's all right. We can just go to the fucking evaporation. It goes up. What's your answer?
Just like the balloon, the particles are like less dense, so it's not
gives a-
affected.
What? Well, where the fuck's gravity at?
It's there, just it
Really?
doesn't
Where
affect
at?
it.
Where is it at?
You're getting closer with saying it's less dense.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Where's
I
gravity
didn't take science, guys. I'm sorry. I I can't give you.
That's all right. People that have taken science, actually pseudoscience, they can't answer it either. Don't worry about it.
So what's the answer? Why does condensation or evaporation happen?
What's the answer? What's the answer to the fucking gas going up to form clouds and then it rains? What's that answer?
Don't know.
There you go. You're debunked. So is
Freezer, have you ever asked yourself if gravity really does exist?
No.
So you never asked yourself that question?
No, he said no.
You just
What's your point?
You just
I guess if I was to jump off a bridge, I would never ask myself, maybe this time I won't fall into like a lake.
What does that have to do with gravity? You haven't defined gravity yet.
Gravity is the force that pulls you down
Gravity
by
hasn't
magic.
been a force for 108 years. Hold on a second. Holy shit, man. He's got all the fucking bullshit. So this is going to take a while. 1 second. I guess I could stop there. All right. I'm going to have to do this in sections because it's going to stop me. Okay. Let's go there. We'll go there. Then we'll go. Don't type anything. There. Then we'll go there. All right. So you said gravity is a force, correct?
Bad vocabulary. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Don't know
bad
how to describe it.
vocabulary. You said gravity is a force.
Mm-hmm.
So, 59 minutes after the hour. Are you with me?
Yeah, Einstein.
Mm-hmm. So this is Scientific American. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two, that magic bullshit from Newton, by showing that the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force gives rise to gravitational attraction. From 1916, right after Newton published his, or Einstein published his horseshit, from De Sitter on Einstein's theory of gravitation. In Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a fucking force. From Caltech.edu, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient, involving a colossal intellectual fuckwit jump, is the concept of gravitation not as a force. From Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. From George Fuckwit Musser, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Idiot. Wikipedia, their alma mater. Gravity is most accurately described by general theory of relativity proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. From the universe today, general relativity. Gravity is not a force between masses. Are we getting the gist here? I'll continue. University of California, Riverside. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a fucking force. From phys.org. According to this theory, gravity is not a force. From New Scientist. So although the Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. From Phys Libertex, the answer is that gravitation is not a force between two objects. From Physics Hypertextbook, gravity isn't a force. From Cornell.edu. So to summarize, general relativity says that matter bends spacetime, and the effect of the bending of spacetime is to create a generalized kind of force that acts on objects. However, it isn't a force. We good?
I guess I'm just parroting the talking points I've been taught in school. So I use the word that a whole bunch of other people have told me about.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least you recognize it.
In high school, because when you go to college, they'll probably tell you it's not a force.
Well, they brainwash you in college.
Mm-hmm.
That means that George Musa has the best citation.
Well, grade school is really good for teaching you how to regurgitate information. And college is good for brainwashing.
It doesn't interact with any of the other fundamental forces, like you may as well neglect that. It's negligent. That's the word they like to use. It's like it's not even there. Like the curvature. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, needless to say, my son will be homeschooled.
How does gravity affect the electromagnetic? The electromagnetic.
Doesn't exist. That's a
Yeah, it
malformed
doesn't. Right.
question. We already destroyed gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. He can't define
It
it.
doesn't affect anything, and nothing is affected by it.
He can't define it. How can something be affected by something you can't define?
Right. I feel like we're having a tea party in Alice in Wonderland. Everybody's.
That's all right. It's helping him out. It's. I can tell he's thinking. He's thinking
Yeah.
about what has been presented to him today. So you got to give him some kudos for that. He isn't flying off the handle. He's taking it in. It'd be smart to copy everything that I fucking cited here today, and then go find out for himself. It is that what I say is absolute fact. That's what I would do.
So I'm just confused. It's not a force, but you guys say gravity doesn't exist at all. What do you mean
Yeah,
by that?
It doesn't. There is no. But you'd have to define it.
Well, you know what I
force.
mean.
Let's
If I
say-
say apple, you know what I mean. So when
No.
I say
Yeah.
gravity, you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
You have no idea what I mean.
Nope.
No.
First
Now
of
I'm
all, do
confused
you
too.
know what it means?
Yeah, I do.
Well, then define it.
The thing that causes things to fall down, assuming there's no
Cause
resistance.
things to fall down. Well, we already showed that things went up. So you got a fucking problem.
But yeah,
That's what
and
I
more
mean
than-
earlier.
and more dense things falling in less dense medium down. That's obvious.
When he said phenomenon earlier, you said you didn't understand. The phenomena is supposed to be why things fall down. We already know why things fall down. Therefore, it's not a phenomenon. It doesn't have to be explained. You get it?
Do you think if you drop the ball in the air that something should have happened apart falling down? Does the ball should to stay in the air or go up?
Which question should he answer? Yours or Bong's or mine if I put in a third?
Throw it in, bro.
Pen,
Well-
microphone, whatever. Yourself.
No,
you think that
when
you
you
will
said-
fly?
No, he's saying Apple. Okay, he thinks that gravity is the same thing as weight. That we understand that. Okay, we know what you mean, but you don't know what you mean. Okay, we're trying to explain to you. Okay, that what you're saying is wrong. Okay, we know why things fall. You think things falling down, okay, needs an explanation, right? It needs to be explained. That's your phenomenon. That's what they're trying to say gravity is. But you know why things fall down. You know why things float up. You know why helium balloons go up. You know why, right? You know why you don't sink in the water, right? Because there's air, because buoyancy, right? Same thing with the air. You know why the helium, because it's lighter than the medium. See, that's why things go up and down. Equilibrium. There's no gravity.
What's that?
Get it? Yeah. There's nothing to be explained. When you drop a mic, we know why the mic fell. Yeah.
What, Mike? The tree is growing up, and all the time the gravity is pulling down that tree, and that doesn't give a chance to go up and to grow.
It's
No
going to take
plans.
some time. It's going to take some time for him to realize about this gravity stuff because that's a pretty big punch in the face. So just let him go.
Yeah, don't
Sorry.
believe Quantum Eraser. Go see if what he says is true.
Gravity is just one of the Jenga pieces of the Jenga Tower of Lies.
What's gravity?
Falling.
Speaking a foreign language.
Well, to be a Jenga piece, it would have to have definition. So define that, monkey.
Evolution.
That's a perfect segue.
Yeah, because the Jenga,
I just wanted you to say, what's that?
you can get it in reality and you can say, hey, they're made out of wood or steel, but gravity is just a word, letters on a piece of paper. Where you find that in reality, where you find.
Well, why do clever people? Why clever people say, "I don't know"? Next question.
Do we want to move away from gravity? Do you want to go in another direction?
No, because you know that famous.
No, I'm asking him.
Oh, okay.
I got no preference.
There's a photo.
Evolution.
There's a photo somebody just posted. You heard the black swan before.
All swans
no,
are
maybe?
black.
Hold on. Yes, no, maybe. Freezing.
No.
Black swan argument.
No.
All right. Fair enough.
No.
Would you like to know it?
Sure, yeah.
Well, somebody just platter posted it at 8 minutes after the hour.
Mm-hmm.
It's not actually the actual. I don't know what these people do.
I have actual. Wait.
I'm trying to trim my shit up. 1 second.
Yeah, we need the
Right.
Modus Tollens one.
No, I wanted bye-bye ball on there too. It's for effect.
There it
He's
is.
so funny.
There it is.
I don't like people trimming my shit up.
I like to do that.
You didn't trim it up.
Yep.
Somebody else did, didn't they? Well, oh, it went away. All right, you see this big bye-bye ball photo?
Mm-hmm.
This is a still from a video taken in 2016 by BMLSB69. He was standing on a beach in Santa Barbara. They have these oil rigs out there. They're at a known distance. So one day, he went out there and put the camera 1 foot above sea level. We have the video. We can confirm that it was 1 foot. That's not in contention. There's a problem here. Where is the horizon in this photo?
I'm confused. You're going to have to explain this.
The horizon in this photo, where is it? Would you say that the horizon is behind platform habitat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too.
Okay.
So, according to the globe math, with an observer height at 1 foot, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles and a radius of 3,959 miles would be 1.22 miles. The furthest it can be is 1.22 miles. Now, it can be closer than that for a variety of reasons. Fog, weather, tides, whatever. But it can be no further than 1.22 fucking miles. Why is it 10 times further than it should be?
Can I say that the underwater part rises up, pushing the water up, or does that not make any sense?
It doesn't make any sense.
Don't know.
Yeah, this is the death knell for the Baltard. Another death knell. Like we don't have enough already. This is it. You can compute the actual radius of the Earth with the numbers here. You know what it would be? If that horizon, let's say that horizon is 10 miles away, you know what the radius of Earth would be?
Mm-mm.
Using Pythagoras. Sorry, inside joke. Pythagoras.
Yes, I'm so glad you said.
Yeah. Using Pythagorean formula.
Welcome to the moon.
About 260,000 miles.
You practically go. You can fish from the Earth to the moon without going anywhere. You only take the fishing, that thing, and
Now, I can't confirm the actual distance of the horizon
the
here,
moon.
but it's. I would venture a guess at about 27 miles. But I don't need that. All I have to do is have it at 10, and that's pretty safe distance. Yep, it's all over.
So you're saying because I can see further than a mile, there's a problem because of like curvature and the calculations that you guys are doing?
No, I'm saying that the horizon is further than 10 miles, or at 10 miles here, that's the problem.
Why? Why is that the problem?
I just told you. The maximum distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 and a diameter of 25,000, the maximum distance the horizon can be with an observer height at 1 foot off the deck is only 1.22 miles. Furthest.
Circumference, not diameter, but you know what he means.
What?
You said 25,000 mile diameter instead of circumference.
Circumference,
but we knew what you meant,
diameter.
yeah.
With the circumference and diameter of the fucking Earth, of the numbers that they give us, it's impossible. This is over.
Would it make sense, like, say something's arching down? Like, eyes can see further than a mile, but if water is arching down, you won't be able to see it dipping down?
No, it's not. Eyes can see further than a mile. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about the horizon.
Can I ask why the horizon's so significant?
Yeah, because that gives you a fucking demonstrated radius of the Earth. That's how they figured it out. Al Biruni figured out the radius of the Earth at 3959 miles by viewing, purportedly, the horizon. That's why. There's no way out here.
Would it be fair to say that the 6.21 mile rig appears to be higher if you look at the...
Doesn't matter. The argument's about the horizon. The rigs are just used as demarcation points. The rigs they can be standing there doing fucking hopscotch or calisthenics. Makes no fucking difference. It's all about what's behind them. That's how easy it is, man. It's even easier than that. You want the next... I don't want to say the next Globetard killer. You have no answer for this. Unless you got something else before I get to the absolute killer of the Globetard.
I mean, I don't have an answer to any of this stuff. So go ahead, give me your next one.
The next one. Are you familiar or have you heard of celestial navigation?
No.
Yeah, see, celestial navigation, they use a sextant, and it's been a couple hundred years. Every naval officer navigator is trained, even to this day, in celestial navigation, along with pilots. Right? So they use a sextant to figure out where and how they are on the Earth. Do you know what a sextant measures?
No.
Elevation angles. That's its primary mission. Elevation angles. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
That's what I'm looking up right now. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I want you to. Well, that might take a little bit of time. All right. 1 second.
I know what elevation is, and I could see the angle. Yeah.
No, an elevation angle. So I put it at 19 minutes after the hour from radartutorial.eu. Elevation angle is the angle between we got a problem, horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. You cannot acquire an elevation angle with a curved adjacent or a curved baseline.
Mhm.
Follow that.
Yeah.
That's it. That's why I love this, because it's so simple. So the globe Earth is defeated, embarrassingly so, by a simple fucking triangle. That's it.
Can I disagree?
You can't. This isn't agree or disagree genre. How many fucking times I gotta tell you that?
So if I'm playing golf and I'm using a 9-iron,
Acknowledge what I just said to you.
no, I won't.
Then
That doesn't make any sense.
you're fucking done. Yeah, it does make sense. You're just a fucking retard.
Yeah, if you disagree with reality and what triangle is, we can't help you, bro.
Yeah, you're done. We don't put up with that horseshit.
What are you disagreeing with?
No,
Really?
we're not going in with it.
I mean, what the hell's the problem, man?
Coherency.
The triangle. How many sides is the
Honesty. Honesty is important. You're gonna spew the lies and just believe it because acknowledge the facts and talk about that.
Okay,
it's difficult to have a conversation.
If he's still here, I suggest if he's still here, we should maybe ask him. Can you have a curved adjacent? Like, can you have a triangle with a curved side?
Yeah, I already asked him that.
How many degrees are in a triangle?
No,
bro?
don't firebomb him with fucking. I already asked him that.
Yeah, triangle is triangle. If you don't know in the first place, you what you want to know now about philosophy, geometry, science about triangle. What do you want to know? Triangle, it's fucking triangle.
Right. It's like the A in the ABCs. Like, A, right? Triangle, square, circle.
Yeah. No, type Pythagora, and then go to school for 4 years, then research, and then come back and tell us what the fuck is triangle.
Let him go. We pounded him more than enough. Just let him off.
These people, what the fuck are speaking about something?
He's got to reconcile, agree and disagree first before he can move on. Let him go. He's okay.
Yeah. It's weird that we have to, teach they're denying the stuff that they would have been taught in school, that they were taught in school. It's weird that we have to do this,
So you're saying I can't take an elevation angle from point A to point B on any distance because there's a curve on it?
If the ground.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I already told you, right?
I'm asking you to explain it. Like,
explain what? Explain what a triangle is. Define a fucking triangle.
That's not what I'm asking you.
That's what I am. I'm asking it. What's a fucking triangle? Because that's what an elevation angle is. What is a fucking triangle?
Me knowing what a triangle is has nothing to do with what I'm asking.
Yeah, it does. It has you. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna mute your dumb ass in 1 second, forever. Okay. So check yourself. An elevation angle is a right fucking angle triangle. How do you get a 90-degree angle off a curved baseline?
I don't know.
No, it's not. I don't know. You can't. It's a fucking non sequitur.
Oh, yeah, that I agree with. Yeah.
So there you go. You're fucking done. No, not you, but your balltard's dead.
But from here to my washroom isn't curved.
There's no
It's a short distance.
There's no fucking buts. There is no buts. You can't get a 90-degree angle off a curved adjacent.
I agree.
Simple fucking geometry.
I agree with that.
Then you're fucking done. There are no buts. Unless you can redefine a triangle.
Triangle has 3 sides.
Yeah,
Happy?
3 straight fucking lines.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not disputing
straight.
this. I'm not disputing that.
Well, then you're done.
How?
You fucking idiot, because you got a curved baseline. Do you know the difference between curved and straight?
Do you know what a short? Do you know what a short triangle is? Could you define that?
Yeah, short, dickless moron. Yeah, I know what that is. God. That's it. You're done. I'm going to take you off mute. Just go away until you fucking educate yourself. Okay?
Why?
I'm going to leave you off mute because you're a moron right now.
I haven't disrespected you once yet.
This isn't about disrespect. You're a fucking idiot right now. That's not a fucking... I demonstrated that you're a fucking moron. All right? That's not an insult. That's an absolute fact. And everyone in this room knows it. And everyone listening knows it. Besides you. So, I'm going to take you off mute. Just leave. Go fucking research. And then come back. How about that?
So no more questions. I'm not allowed to ask anything.
No, we've proven that the Earth's flat, visibly, measurably, and navigatably flat. No gravity. None of your horse shit. It's all fucking over. So no more questions. Go research that things that disprove your fairy tale, and then come back if you got anything that has substance or cowbell.
Yeah,
You understand me?
Yeah, I got you. Just last thing, I was told that you guys were cool, but I'm not.
Go away on mute.
Hey, we got resources on the server. Just scroll down. Yeah. QE, this guy talking to you, he has a channel. Okay, you can subscribe to his channel and watch all his videos. It's really good.
Hey, wait, well, hold on. I can't believe he's saying that. Like, after QE says that. Like, I thought you guys were cool. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding?
Well, you were super cool. Wasn't that cool? I thought that was cool.
How can somebody be cool with all these citations and presentations and all that stuff?
Yeah, if you go to other places to do the same thing, they'll charge you thousands of dollars. Done for free here.
He's a retired Army sergeant. So, yeah, Army sergeants. You know, what are you going to do? Like, what is anyone going to do? He's like that.
I mean, like if he wasn't cool, he would just mute him and ban him and tell him to get lost forever. Like that would be not being cool.
No, that's not what he said. He said go research. That's why I told you, scroll down. He didn't mean that. Come on, man. He's just being,
Yeah, it's just a global lashing out, but man, they do in just the craziest ways.
This guy's pretty good though.
What was that at home about Army sergeants retired? By the way.
Oh, yeah. So yes. Is it sergeant? Sorry, sergeant major. I don't know.
Who? Freezer. Freezer Burn. Was he a retired?
No, you. No, I was telling him. That's who you were.
No, I retired as an officer. I didn't work for a fucking living.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
Were your heels together?
Yes, sir.
But the funny thing is, I was also a non-commissioned officer. I was a fucking sergeant too. So.
Yes. Even better. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saluting with both hands.
Yeah, I got you 6 ways from Sunday.
Yeah. I was just telling, people thinking,
No, I thought you said Freezer was a retired Army sergeant.
He said he thought he heard this was that we were cool. That's what he said.
I thought I was pretty cool. I thought I was pretty cool for the last 2 fucking hours.
2 hours.
Hilarious.
I mean, I think I was thinking like there's something wrong gonna happen because QE's been too cool.
Yeah, it's cringe and weird when he's nice. It's like, oh, that's not cool.
Well, he didn't come in with that attitude, so I didn't treat him as such.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah.
If you got somebody coming in with an attitude and I sniff it, then his ass is grass. That's why I hurt y'all's feelings. I don't really give a shit.
What's with people in triangles, man? Like, serious?
I agree with you. People don't know what a fucking triangle is.
Like, again, triangles? It's a totally different.
I saw it from a mile because he wasn't on the same page since the beginning. So I saw him kind of looking at the page that you were talking about in the book, but he was like, no, let me look at this other book. Like he was doing that over and over again. Talking about other topics. What about the scientists?
He said I was swearing at him for every 3 seconds in his appeal here. I know everyone is scared of this guy.
Did he go away?
Yeah. Oh, yeah? It's like, oh, bro, get with the program.
Yeah, I heard him. I was doing the dishes, man, and I heard him say that QE's uncool. I was like, bro, he's the one that stopped everybody from dogpiling on you after he finished saying, nah, that's enough. Let's back up. And he's got the audacity to say that you're not cool. I was like,
start doing push-ups.
You should have just opened the floodgates and let everybody bamboozle him if that was the case. Fuck it.
He called me Mr. Always Right.
I am very, very proud that you were very nice to him.
I think he's got it wrong, QE. You're not Mr. Right. You're Mr. Get his heart right. That's what it
That's because of your scientific method.
I know. They're all mine.
All these things what you said tonight, it's yours.
Where would Flat Earth be without Quantum Eraser?
Man, how many Nobel Prize you won?
On the same place he's at, under our feet. The same.
None because
but I'm saying like I don't want to call it movement, but you know what I mean.
None because those fucking guys aren't gonna see that as any kind of work that's gonna be appreciated. They're against everything that we do in here.
That's a procedural argument, not one of substance. Uh-oh, that got everyone thinking, okay, what the fuck is he talking about? Well,
Mickey, did you remember when I said that I can post 100 videos today?
What argument was that? I don't remember.
Yeah, when we were discussing, don't tell them nothing. But then my approach was I have to show them. But my approach is this. Q is here, but I like to say my approach was for years like this. I want to show people the playlist of.
Yeah.
But this is my approach in last, not now, but in last, let's 4 or 4 years. I was posting the playlist of QE's channel called Science Education, and there is 20 videos, and I can bet you if people look that's a lot. It's 20 more than 1 hour. That means 20 more than 20 hours. But I can assure you they will go out very, very well after that 20 videos. They don't need to watch any kind of observation. It's enough that 20 videos.
Well, that's not what usually we hear when people come in here. They're like, well, I got this Eric Debate video they can watch. I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, we don't have... I mean, the reference to videos that people get put to, they're...
if
Mark
people
Sargent
want to find out something more, now I will present QE, but that... they will find out there is everything. There is gas pressure. There is everything. They will find out there. They can go into that. They can do not trust the QE. They can go more into that, and everything is all right. But I am suggesting people watch that 20 videos. It's a lot, but if you can do that in your life, maybe you will get some other conclusions after that 20 hours.
Yeah, that's a good ass point, Sasha. I never thought about that. Like, people will say, they'll just offer up, Eric Debay or somebody, and it's like, hello, we have like people right here that you can speak to, they've done videos and they actually know what needs to be said. Things about the geometric horizon, things that are, people can actually go out and validate in real life.
I don't know, man, about you guys, but I'm proud of what we accomplished here, as a team. So I'm constantly telling people when they're in here, they're like, well, you got to watch these Eric Debay and all this other shit. I'm like, hey, what the fuck are we, chopped liver? Like we're spitting out content on the daily.
If you want also that, Miggy, sorry, Eric Dubay, that video, 200 proofs, that everybody should to see. Whatever, you can say it's fucking bullshit, but it's fucking
Sasha,
good.
but that's not the, hang on, man, that's not my point, though. What I'm saying is, because we're doing the work that we do in here, and those of us that are tearing down their arguments, like, we're putting that shit on display every day. And, I mean, at least point them to, like, hey, go look at the last 24 hours of shit. Look at the last week. We got tons of content. There's the content. You don't have to go to it. You don't have to go anywhere. It's right here. It's all right here. QE comes in here. We're in here. Like Indio's in here. Fuck, dude, Elijah's in. How many times Elijah's been tearing down arguments? Like that's.
And again, yeah, these people are crazy this week, right? But the thing is, what we need to start doing, and any of us can do it at any time. If you hear something you like on the live stream, you go to the YouTube channel and you timestamp it. That way, when people look at the comments, because there's not that many, they can go directly to a point in the live stream, this fucking 12-hour live stream or however long it is, and actually, have a title and an understanding of what they're about to watch when they click the timestamp. Then people would utilize the comments. Then things would be a little more organized. Then it would be a little more inviting.
I never downplay what we do here, man. So I always take, it's a little bit of a slight to me when somebody says, look at some videos other than the shit that we do in here. So fuck it. I'm always going to stick up for us. And just like QE too, it's like I could sniff their fucking bullshit a mile away. So before anybody detects, before the alarms go off, before anything, if somebody's being disingenuous, I fucking spot that shit a mile away. And I'll be
Anyone
on them. Yeah, well,
anyone, right? It's not.
Well-
Everyone knows when a bullshitter is coming in. Everyone intuitively knows,
Huey,
right?
you get
It's not a special skill. Hopefully, it's not a special skill. Maybe I'm speaking, beyond my scope, but this is like fog of mirror stuff.
Well, you got
maybe
the-
if you're
you-
young, maybe I should take that back. I've just listened to so much bullshit in my life that I know it from a mile away. Right? You know what people's you know what people's attitudes are. They're coming in here with all that.
Yeah.
but you got the hot chocolate and rub your feet kind of crowd that it gets in here. Like, I mean, what are? Can I ask him a question? Because maybe he doesn't know what triangles. Sir, your triangle, and another person after him. I know he didn't understand what you said, but I can explain it to him a little bit better. And like, fuck, dude, like how many, like 5 explanations later, the guy's like probably not even paying attention. He comes back. He's like, well, what were you guys talking about? I just came back. And then we were having a conversation amongst ourselves like, the fuck? Like we don't need that extra shit. Elijah's always pointing it out. Like
How many times Freezer was here?
Don't know. First time I talked to him.
No, not you, QE. Miggy knows, I think.
the first time he was entered the chat, as far as I know.
Oh, this is the first time you're saying.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Freezer specifically. I'm just saying the dynamic of the chat. Like,
No, I'm saying that this guy. It was the first time, or he came to more times.
no, it's the first time, bro. I just said
Okay.
first time.
Okay.
Yeah, once you get him on those simple points, how much more redundant can he get if he doesn't know what a triangle is? I don't know, man.
I must have told him like 5-6 times that this is not an agree-disagree subject. Look at his last post, last sentence. I can't disagree. What the fuck, man? I don't
Cool or no being cool.
Yeah, I'm not cool, I guess. I can't yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do after that. Okay. Fair enough. Maybe find out what Pythagoras says.
Dang, the Rasta things.
Hey, Sasha, I got a clip of that numpty earlier we're talking to. It's in the downloads section.
Oh, that one. What I said that you need to add.
I think we were gonna clip that out. I told you I was gonna clip it out.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you which one. I'll play it on the bot since there's a little dead air. It's like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, something.
How much from Rain from 1 to 100? How much you are now, honestly, intellectually honest?
Oh, 0.
Oh, thank you.
That's for infinite, right?
No,
that's for honesty. No, we got the point. We are nowhere, but it's all right.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Do you want that 2 question? Miggy has 2 question about your present, if you're present here. Can we try?
You want to try, Rain?
Are you? I'm sorry. I'm playing my game right now. It's really loud. I can't hear you.
Are you 100% sure that you're playing your game?
I don't know. Did I take the blue or red pill today? I'm not sure.
Okay. You're not 100% sure that you are playing game now.
I'm not even 100% sure.
But you are telling us that you are playing the game, but you are not sure that you are.
I'm not even percent sure I'm understanding.
Okay. Miggy, do you want to put that also in compilation?
Obviously, that'll be picked up at some point. Clipcord, where you at, bruh? That's why I do that, and he combs to the live stream, Clipcord, and whenever I leave those little markers in the voice, he goes back and clips it. Fucking Clipcord's a beast, bro. I swear. He's like, what did you ask him? From 0 to 100, he's like, well, 0. It's like, fucked up. That's the same guy that says that we're on an asteroid, a comet, or some shit. He's a strange guy, that one.
Going slowly.
Yeah.
Moving slowly.
Hey, we got Waters that just entered the chat. Hey, Waters, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks for playing. That guy never gets tired of doing that. Sorry, Jemsy, I didn't even ask you this time.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey, you're coming in, Godric. Shit, I think that fucking Waterworld guy dipped out of the server. He went completely out of it. Like all the way out.
A lot of people in here and not talking.
Oh shit. Eli, are you there? Elijah, are you there?
Yeah, man, with the terrible mic.
All right. Listen to the bot.
Moving on. Can you read this?
It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and a relation to delegation, simply a way to picture the place.
Is he
Keep
breaking
going.
up or is it just me?
I just don't think he wants to read it out loud anymore. Keep reading, bro. Keep reading.
That was his service. That's divine intervention right there. Sometimes I feel like God is like, no, my son, now is not the time.
Well, I just don't understand what I'm reading.
We'll just read it out loud. We'll help you out.
Yeah, look, time out. Look, you said you don't understand what you're reading. This literally says that it may be a bit confusing. So we get that, and it tells you why it's confusing, and it tells you how not to make it confusing. Isn't that interesting? But go ahead and read that.
The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. When moving the telescope to any place on this disk...
Why'd you skip the sentence before that?
I already read it. Even when moving the telescope...
You know you didn't?
No,
a really simple way. Why don't you start there?
Go ahead.
A really simple way to picture
you cut off.
Is to replace the sphere of Earth with a flat circular platform on which telescope stands. The platform has the size of... Okay, no, I'm not about to do this if y'all are about to fucking play noises while I'm trying to read.
That's when he left.
Terrible.
Yeah, he was avoiding that line because he didn't want to admit that. That was Clipcord. He grabbed that. Hey, we got Carol Herring just joined us. What's up, Carol?
Checking in to see what's going on. Looks like everybody's listening and no one's talking.
Well, at the moment, but you know, we'd like to talk to new people to join. What brings you by the server?
Well, the other night I got on and listened to quite a few guys in quite a few states have quite a few drinks and talk about quite a few things. And I just figured this is like my third time signing in, so I was just seeing if the conversation was any different. The first time David Weiss came on and talked, and the next time a bunch of the, I guess, regular guys were on here just drinking and talking and carrying on. So I thought I'd try for a third time, see what was going on.
Yeah, it was a different crowd. Usually this crowd here, we got a lot of business to take care of in here, you know, usually. But I mean, right now we're just kind of hanging out. So, but what is your? I mean, is your position that you think the Earth is a globe, or are you flat earther, or what?
No. Sorry, no, I don't. I found a book in a library. I was in Savannah, Tennessee, and I walked into a library looking at old books and stuff, and I found a book in the free box from the 1800s. It was 100 proofs the Earth is not a globe. And I sort of snickered. I thought it was a joke. And I thought, well, if nothing else is free, it's paper, I can burn it, you know. And I've got a background in architecture, and so I flipped to the back of the book, and I realized very quickly this is real. This is real math. And I took the book home, and I read it, and about 3 weeks later, I told my husband, I think the Earth is flat. As a matter of fact, I know it is. And he said, babe, don't tell nobody that. They already think we're crazy, because we were already way deep in the religious cult without getting too much deeper into that. And so now I know it's not a globe. I got a Nikon P900, and I got a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel with stars and planets and wandering stars that I've captured from New Mexico to Africa to Israel and all over the U.S. So, I don't know, bro. All I know is they lying about every damn thing. Everything is a lie.
Yeah, so it's kind of good to hear that we got more people coming into the server. But that's weird. How did you find us? Just on the internet? You were searching around, or what?
I was originally in an Archaics, Jason Brashears. I was in his server, which actually he doesn't own or run or know much about. And I got booted out of there along with about 50 or 60 other people. And we got on a server, which was Madness's server, called the Scarlet Capsule, I think, or the Ego Fire or something like that. I don't know. So I was on there for a few months, and that was my first experience with Discord. Learned a lot about it. Got a Viking over here from Sweden that I met on that server. He came here and stayed for a while. Talked to a bunch of those people. But from that server, I got an invite to this link, to this server, and so I got on. Like I said, it was a couple weeks back, I guess. First time I ever actually signed on to the voice part and talked to somebody and did some kind of, I guess they gave me a role or gave me something where I could get on here and talk. And we were in the chat talking. I stay in the chat a lot tonight. I haven't because I've been busy. I just picked up my phone and signed on. But I'm usually just in the chat reading and looking at people's comments and watching what kind of conversations go on. But sometimes what I learned on that other server is there's a whole lot more people spoken and a whole lot better read about thoughts and ideas and beliefs and things. And I've basically spent 50 years, living under a spinning rock, and just crawled out a few years ago. So I do a lot of book reading and experience and stuff like that I've just sort of lived.
Yeah, you're breaking up there in the end, but yeah, I kind of heard most of what you said. Yeah, good on you. But yeah, this server does a lot of due diligence when it comes to like the topic of the shape of the Earth. So there's plenty of information we have at the bottom of this server, and also the 24/7 live stream that we have. It's tons of content there as well. Have you seen the YouTube live stream that we do? Carol? I think I might have lost Carol. Flatsy, you still do the late nights in here?
Sorry, did you ask me a question about late nights? I didn't know if you were talking to me or what.
I was talking to Flatsy Klein.
Oh yeah, I know that name. That one was on here talking the other night, Patsy Fun. Or they were in the chat, I think. I don't know if they ever get on here and talk.
She has a southern accent like you do as well, so. It's a bit quiet now. Everybody's sounds like they might be doing something at the moment.
Yeah, I enjoyed the other servers because I could do my gardening all day, work in the yard, doing chores, doing whatever. People would talk, and you just, hear other people's experiences and perspectives in life. You can't live everybody's life, but you can gain a little bit from each of their experiences. And I just thought that was really cool to be able to do that.
It sounds like your connection is just a little bit like spotty. I don't know if you're far away from your Wi-Fi or something.
I don't have Wi-Fi. We don't have 5G, and we don't have a smart meter on this house. I live way out in the middle of nothing.
Out in the sticks, huh?
That sounds really good to me. She sounded good on the live stream. Hey, Miggy, can I ask you something really quick?
What's up, bro?
You said Jim Waterworld is going to be debating Kosho in the arena.
He fucking dipped, dude. Like, he had an interaction with Quantum because he did a. Well, if you rewind the live stream, you'll find out. But like,
well, can we not just schedule a 1v1 and with
I
a
don't give a
moderator?
shit.
Well, I mean, that's what we're supposed to be, with the arena. I mean, it shouldn't that
Not
be
the arena.
able
He
to
doesn't
work?
go in the arena.
Yeah, he fucking left the server, by the way.
Who, Jim?
Yeah.
Well, see, I actually brought him back, a couple weeks ago, and so he just pissed off again. All right, fuck it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro.
All right.
But yeah,
I was just curious because somebody was asking in the chat. So go ahead.
At any rate, I told Kosha to be aware of that. So if he's gonna do any debates, to kind of go through us. Kosho.
Is he in here now?
Kosho? No, or he was here earlier.
Oh, okay.
He didn't say.
I was just curious because you guys mentioned it. Anyway, people were asking about it in the chat. So
because he said he would do his best to represent the server, and I was like, no, I don't think that's what I'm.
It's just Jim contacted me and he was like, "Hey, I want to get back in the game," and then he's back in. Now he just left. Come on, Jim, man, what the fuck?
Well, they got compromised.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier.
He got compromised. He was addicted to a concept that was fucked. It was just retarded, and his pride got in the way, and he dropped.
Okay. Well, hey, we got thicker skin here. This is why we're still here.
It's not a question of thick skin. It's a question of coherency.
Yeah. Weird. I mean. Anyway, so if the arena is going to start again, is someone have brass balls or anything?
They don't have to have brass balls. They have to represent the server the way Miggy and Indio fucking say they should.
Sure, exactly. I'm not saying I represent it the best myself, but I do promote it, in the best way that I can. I'm just kind of more of a producer role.
The point is, Helio, like if somebody's gonna get in that ring, and they're a product of 24/7, and nobody, like, we're all working together here. None of this, like, not knowing the argument or like we've been doing this for a while now, so people that know what they know should already be in the culture of what we do here. So it's
right. And even Kosho is one of those people. He knows exactly what we're going to say before we say it, and we know what he's going to say before he says it.
He doesn't know what we're going to say. He's a dumb fuck.
Nah, he does know what we're going to say. Oh, come on, Q.
Bro, he's clueless, dude.
No,
like, his last argument, Helio?
What did he say?
He was arguing from a fucking like idea of an AE map. He was trying to debunk the AE map, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, he had like a little image.
How can he not know? How can he not know what we're going to say before we say it when he's been doing this for the same amount of time?
He's a fucking retard, Helio.
I'm just wondering.
How many times did he come in here and argue that the stars spin in different fucking directions, Helio? I mean, what the fuck?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh god damn it. What the fuck is going on? Why?
He's retarded.
You must be. And if you've been doing this for the same amount of time that we've been doing it, and you don't know what we're going to say before you say it, I mean, it's like, wow, you're lost in your own paradigm. I mean, just some weirdo paradigm where you didn't listen to a goddamn word that all of us said. That's weird.
Wake the fuck up. That's not it. When you come in and say stars spin in different directions, one time it's okay. After the second time, if you don't get it, then you're retarded. Okay? You got it.
And so as if you face north to the, if you turn towards the north and the stars move, in one direction, and then you face south, they move in another direction. They don't move in different directions.
No, they don't.
They move in the same directions.
Yes, exactly.
And is that what he was saying? They move different directions?
Helio, he has fucking said that greater than 15 times that I've heard personally.
What the entire fuck is going on?
That's just personally.
Idiots.
Let's just take into account the times I wasn't here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Kosho.
Now, if he does it one time, it's troubling enough. If he does it twice after he was corrected, he's retarded. Period.
Wow. All right. So,
if you don't think he's retarded, just go to my Numpty clips. He populates it quite frequently.
No, sure, but I don't know why. What was the deal with Jim? Why did he like?
Jim said when I was sitting in here, I was just sitting here I was doing something else, and he said space time is fucking ridiculous. Quantum mechanics is even dumber than that. And I said, really? I said, how so? Man, he told us that he didn't know very much about quantum mechanics. Thank you very much. So his entire argument was an argument for ignorance, and I pointed it out. It doesn't even have to be about quantum mechanics.
So, I don't know a lot about quantum mechanics either.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's the concept. If you don't know something, let's say I'm arguing that badminton is horseshit, but you don't know anything about badminton, right? That's an argument from ignorance. It's a logical fallacy from the Black Lagoon. It's an error in reasoning. Do you follow that? It's the concept. It's not about quantum mechanics or space-time or anything else. It's the concept that you're making a conclusionary claim on something you don't know dick about. Is that stupid or what? That's pretty fucking stupid.
Incredibly stupid.
Yeah, why would you?
He didn't let go of the point, Helio. He didn't let go. It's like
Jim?
Like that. Yeah, he could have been like, yeah, you know what? You're right.
That's
He's
the
like, no,
reason.
fuck that.
Hold on, that's the reason he was gone the first time. But it was like the same type of
I remember
attitude,
the
like
reason
the
why he
Glovers.
was gone the first time.
Yeah. I know.
He was gone because he was doing an all or nothing fallacy about fucking Trump, bro. He's like, you either
really,
love him or
Trump?
hate him. Yeah, you either love him or hate him. And he's like,
get banned from here for freaking talking about politics. I mean, it's just like, yeah.
No, because we were talking about the all or nothing fallacy that he was using. He's like, if you guys are against, he said, I used to be for Trump, and I used to be a Trump lover and all that, but now I know he's evil and shit. He's all bad and whatever shit. And he's like, now he's fucked up, and like anybody saying that is just fucked up too. And he started saying that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, people are people. They do bad and good shit. Like, I mean, that's what we're just explaining to him. It's not like this guy's just like the devil incarnate. You know what I mean? Like, you just can't do that.
Well, it's just like, he was gone. He was gone, and then he messaged me and said, "Hey, can I get back in?" And then
we heard that. We heard that. We got it the first time.
Either way, doesn't matter. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and that's cool. And he can come back in. I don't have any problem with that at all. I don't have any say in that anyway. But he can come back in. As long as he recognizes the fuckwit point that he had. It's fine. He could take it back. I'm good with it. As long as he recognizes it, right? Yeah,
just like if I said to you, Huey, it's like you understand quantum mechanics more than I do. As a matter of fact, I've tried to understand it, and I really doesn't really connect with me.
It doesn't matter. It's not about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, no.
Not the concept of claiming a definitive conclusion on a claim you don't know dick about.
Yeah.
He admittedly said it too. He was like, well, I just got into it like a week ago or something. He's like, I just started learning about it. He said that, and it's like, well, isn't that obvious that you don't know about it? Like, that's all Q was pointing out to him, but for some fucking reason, he didn't let that point. That's a hill he wanted to die on. But the thing is, no one kicked him out. He left on his own. He just like, fucking.
Yeah, I didn't kick him.
I find it strange, though. Now, not to get into the quantum mechanics thing, but I've actually looked into it, but I still don't understand it. I really can't grasp it. Maybe it's something in my brain or my spirit. I just don't get it.
There's no problem with
because I've heard you talk about it a lot, John. So
there's no problem with that. Well, just don't make a final conclusion and say, "Well, it's horseshit." It could be about anything. It doesn't have to be you're missing the concept. It doesn't have to be about quantum mechanics. It could be about anything. If you say badminton is horseshit, but you don't know anything about badminton, then you're a fucking moron for making the claim. Right? Follow.
Yeah.
You just don't make a claim. You just let it go. I don't know anything about it. Well, forget about it.
Yeah, people that are interested in it, that are familiar and know what they're talking about, let them. You can listen to the conversation, defer to them. The people that are that know about it.
Exactly. You got it. Yep, you got it.
I don't think I'm dumb because I don't understand it. I've spent hours trying to understand what you talk about, John, when it comes to quantum mechanics. It just doesn't make sense to me, altogether. But it really doesn't have anything to do with shape of Earth altogether anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, check this out, Helio. Earlier, there was an acolyte from the FTFE fucking McToon crowd.
I heard him. Yeah.
Oh, you did hear him? When he was
I was listening. Yeah.
Oh, he was a ripe numpty, dude. Like I DM'd QE, but he was busy, I think, at the moment. When I DM'd him, but yeah, he was in here.
Yeah, I heard right at the beginning when he first joined. Yeah, I was listening. Yeah.
I mean, Indio really got in his like stern talking voice, man, with this guy. Like he was really in there, like giving it to him.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Indio gets upset every now and again, but he doesn't really get up there, with these guys. He was really like slugging him. But he didn't let up. He kept steamrolling and saying, "You're not letting me talk. You're not letting me talk." I was like, "Fuck, dude, this guy."
Yeah, it do what it do, don't it?
Mm-hmm. And then he posted. Let me see if I have it here. I'm going to show you. I saved
it's like a lot of people come in here with gumption, but they don't really have any gumption. It's just like, dude, you came to our house. I mean, you were invited to the party, but this is our party, not your party. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're pretender clowns. If you claim to have gumption and have no gumption, you're a pretender clown.
Yeah, it's gonna be exposed pretty quickly.
Yep,
but
always is.
Yeah. Well, I remember. I think you first talked to him, Miggy. He was like, "Oh, what?" You asked him how he found the link, and he's like, "Oh, I found it. FTFE," and he admitted right away that he got the link from those guys, and so then it went from there. Yeah, I was listening.
Okay, I can't find it in my history. I'll look through the text.
It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Thanks,
He's like, I'm going to give you a citation. He's like, I'm going to give you a citation, and it's been peer reviewed by 30,000 people from NASA. What the fuck, dude? Like, he was just like saying stupid shit. And India was just fucking working the body, dude. Just like wouldn't let him up.
Well, we should
I can find
capture some. I mean, there was some good shit going on earlier today. We should have some clips to pull out of there. Good stuff. A lot of people joined today. New people joined today, asking questions. Good stuff.
With great power comes great responsibility. And I hate responsibility.
What are you responsible for, Bon? You're responsible for your family and shit.
Oh no, I'm just hanging out.
I know. I like it. That's a really good phrase, though. I mean, a lot of people should actually take that to heart. With great power, comes great responsibility. Now, responsibility. I mean, which one is first, right? So if you take responsibility, then you have power, right? So,
no, you don't. No, you don't.
All right. So, but you can't have power first, can you?
I mean, responsibility comes with power. So that's the equation. You can't. Must be
Speaking of which,
balanced.
shout out to old dude for getting a moderator status.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but you said it first. Yeah. The old dude, he's been in the background helping everyone on the server and the YouTube channel. He's a freaking beast, man.
He
He's
should have been
always
involved
there for
a
us.
year ago or something.
Yeah, I should have recommended him for a mod a long time ago, and I told him so. In chat, in a private message earlier. But yeah, man,
he's very responsible.
Yeah, he's freaking awesome. Freaking love old dude. Welcome to the club, brother.
Some people.
Yeah, check. I found the link that he put in here. Fucking idiot. Check this out.
What is this power that you speak of? That I should have responsibility. Nonsense.
Four-page worksheet for kids, bro.
Alright. Look.
That's stupid.
Are you my am I responsible for this Glober? Yes, you are. For with great power comes.
Right, exactly. But it's just like, that comes from the Spider-Man movie, right? And who told Spider-Man that? It was his uncle. It's like
Freemasons. Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, but it was what's his uncle's name in the movie?
Darth Vader. I mean, Skywalker.
No. In the Spider-Man movie. Anakin was Darth Vader eventually, but no,
it comes from Obama.
Oh, from Obama, and it came from his father, who was
from
Marshall Davis, the communist. But we're not going to talk about that.
When you are given great power, responsibility comes with it. Part of the package, type of thing.
I know in the Spider-Man story, MTM is...
You don't sit on the throne. The throne sits on you, type of thing,
What's his uncle's name, though?
Ben.
You don't control the masses. You get canceled by the masses. Think about it.
That's what Donald C's platform was right there in Clubhouse. I don't know if you guys have Clubhouse or not. He has like 2 members on the channel that he has convinced me Earth is flat. And then I'm going to put a little bit of his profile in there.
What, that's from NASA?
No, the NASA worksheet was his citation that he provided earlier.
But that's a NASA.gov link.
Yeah, Helio, that's what he provided for his citation. The other shit that I'm putting down there is his
okay, I got you.
His club profile, Clubhouse fucking. I'm putting the extra memes as his fucking idiot.
Who's this?
Idea.
Who's this guy?
Donald C.
Donald C is posting shit from NASA. Convince me Earth is flat. Why don't you just come in here? Nobody in here is trying to convince anybody Earth is flat, by the way. But I mean, you can come in here and talk about it. But if you're too pussy to come in here and open your microphone and talk to us, then that's on you.
It's not my responsibility to convince you that God exists. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. Same way.
You have eyes to see. You have ears to hear. Like,
you know what, Bong? I was convinced that God exists when I was a little kid. I always knew God, the creator, God, I always knew, the creator God existed. And so when they tried to start shoving this freaking evolution theory down my throat when I was in high school, I was just like, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'll fucking learn it and pass the classes, but you guys are full of shit.
Yeah, Edward in the chat. What's up, Edward?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
When I went to church with my biology teacher, so it's just like, bro, that shit's not real. He's like, I know it's not real, but you have to learn it.
Until we get back to school, this is not the time to play. Hey, until we get back to church, this is not the time or place.
Yeah, man, I remember talking to him, and I was just like, bro, this evolution is bullshit. And he's like, yeah, but you have to learn it. I have to teach it because that's how I get my paycheck, but you have to learn it.
Evolution, what's that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, that was in the fucking 80s, bro.
Yeah, what's evolution, guys?
Learning and growing. Yeah.
So guess what?
I see what you did, Kiwi.
Evolution is a word.
Target right now.
It's a word, and people give it definitions for whatever it means. But can you show it in reality? That's the question. Can you show it?
I just got into a conversation.
Show it me.
I just got into a conversation with somebody that he's an inquiring mind, and I used to bartend for him when I worked at the brewery out here, for a while. And every time he'd come in, near the end there, I was a flat earther though, and he'd come in, and I remember telling him about it before I was really educated on it. And now I was using the spinning knuckle dragon monkey ball, space ball, whatever, second law of thermodynamic violation. I was throwing all of those coin words out there. It was nice. I got to flat pill somebody. IRL.
Killing them softly over there, Betsy.
Yeah. Talking about antecedents and also, what I wanted to do is I talked to you guys about it in here the other night. Instead of prefacing the whole idea, like in the whole conversation with the 3 points, which I didn't even do the 3 points, and I should have. Dang it! I just wanted to say what I'm saying. There's a lot of what's the word that I used? Oh, man. Anyways, I just wanted to show them like there's a lot of meaning that comes from where I'm like what I'm saying. I'm not just saying it to be the crazy town clown or whatever. I'm saying it because there's implications. That's it. There's implications to what I'm saying. I'm not just saying it to say it. I'm saying it because of the implications. Go ahead. I don't need to monologue.
The gravity of the implications of what I'm saying.
Yes.
Very heavy.
And Kiwi would be happy to know that I was like, I want to expose all of the pseudoscience to everyone. Needs to be exposed.
Shout out to Teos UK. He got the Donald C clip from 34 minutes. So yeah, we got all of his conversation. Yeah, ask your question, Edward. What you got, bro?
I mean, if we're over here holding people accountable for what they say, it makes me wonder, I think God might hold everybody accountable for everything they said. Yikes. Watch the tongue, I guess. Cut it out. Throw it away.
I think he said he's going to be right back. Let's see. We're running out of daylight here. QE's about to dip. We got to do something, man. We got to get a few targets. Oh shit. She doesn't know about that.
Target acquired. Not really. Just kidding.
The power over life and death is in the tongue. I read that somewhere. Yeah.
Is that RC Micey in the chat, Helio?
Is that the pilot?
Yeah. Oh shit, that's another good one. Where are you getting these at, QE? These are great.
What was funny is his last live stream. The guy that the guy in the video that we were reviewing, he's like, "You better not look at me crossways again." I about died. People were. I was laughing every time you'd say something like that, but I was on mute. So, anyways.
One of my top 10 films right there. I like this part. Absolute favorite. Number one. I post that all the time. I always say that. I think he said it like twice, iconically, in that film.
He said it. He said at the end after he killed that guy. He said, "You're no Daisy at all."
No, but before, when he was in the street, he was drunk. When Ringo was drunk.
Yeah. But after he shot him in the head, after he shot Ringo in the head, he's like, "Well, you're no Daisy at all."
Wasn't the line of that part where he was drunk in the street? He was like, "Does anybody want to play for blood?" And he was getting a shave. I think that's when he came up to him and said, "I'm your Huckleberry."
Yeah, that's all these Globers, man. That's all these Globers come here.
Val Kilmer, man, he did such a great job in that role.
Yeah.
It does carry over into this chat, that's for sure. It'd be nice if that was RC Micey in the chat. Mr. Magnetic West.
That's what I was going to say. We finally learned about Magnetic West.
Yeah, he really split my sides when he said that shit that day. You just never can imagine the kind of things that they will say.
Magnetic West.
You know what's crazy to me is that I remember this guy that was my biology teacher told me exactly what I just said, and when I posted it in the chat just now, we're watching Miggy. He just said lies. Like I'm lying about what my biology teacher told me. I knew him personally, and he said I have to teach that. That's my job. So, what the fuck are you talking about? I remember that shit. When he started teaching evolution, I was like, that's not how God did it or whatever. He's like, yeah, I don't think that's true either, but I have to teach it. It's my job.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I went to church with him every fucking Sunday. I was there. And then when I asked him about it, he told me, well, I have to teach that. That's the way.
Yeah, get another job, man.
Well, it does. Hold on. You can't just say that to somebody if they're a teacher, And but anyway, it's whatever. It is whatever it is. But that dude, if you're telling me I'm a liar and I didn't have this conversation with the guy, I mean, fucking fuck you, R.C. Meister, you fucking asshole.
One, they don't get paid shit. Two, they get treated like shit. Like, what the hell? And it goes against your faith? Get another job, mate. Like, what? Problem?
Well, I mean, dude, there's a lot of people, that are teachers that are challenged, especially nowadays. I mean, holy fucking shit! Imagine, maybe there's a reason that they put Juneteenth, in a place where they don't have to deal with this shit in schools because the semester, the year is over, and now it's just like a whole month of fucking weird ass shit.
That's just in America, man. That's just in America. Like, it's opposite here. The school out here gets out in winter. At the end
really?
of the year.
You guys,
like normal.
Wait, you
like
guys
normal,
start school in winter and then end. Wait, and start school in the summer and ends in winter. I'm just wondering.
Well, yeah. At the end of the year, like it's the end of the year. I think only in America where things are different like that. The middle of the year, that's
You're
when you
probably right. I mean, it could be. But hold on. So there's a break between school. When you go from first grade to second grade or whatever. It's not summertime.
Teacher's job, you're just there to teach the brainwashing curriculum. You're not there to decide what's right, what's wrong, what you should teach, what you shouldn't teach. So obviously it's not a job for somebody who's
what I'm asking, Bong, I know summertime, when it's summertime here, it's winter over there. So it's the opposite. So when it's summertime in Australia,
oh man, school gets out. Our school here finishes around December. Okay, not around June. Like graduation here is around December, not June. This one, and it's usually our summer, which is your winter.
That makes sense. That makes sense because summertime, is when summertime, it's when everybody's, free.
Gets into trouble. Yeah, goes out and does.
Gets into trouble. Yeah,
exactly, like Christmas.
Hey, we definitely naturally tend to get into trouble during summertime
because that's what summer's designed. It's designed to destroy the minds of children.
I'm gonna give you I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. During school, you can get into a lot of fucking trouble with other kids while you're all gathered together and fucking crazy shit happens.
That's why I didn't go to school. That's why I hung out with my cousins and so weed. We made money. We stayed out of trouble. We were happy. Yeah, good times.
All right, cool. Well, that's not the way it works in America. A lot of times you make connections with people while you're in school, and that's where you can get in trouble or make bonding. It was just like I have friends from high school that are
That's
like
not
brothers
why
to me, that I've been
not why
for my entire life. So
that's not why school is bad. School is bad because of what they teach there. I don't mind, people gathering and hanging out and getting to know each other. That's great. It's just this thing that they teach at this place. And it's evil.
well, hold on. Knowledge itself is not evil. You can
That's not
consider
knowledge.
it evil.
That's not what they're teaching in school.
No, but at the same time, without any of it, how can you know anything about anything unless someone tells you or shows you something about something?
How many people in school know the earth is not a ball? Exactly. They don't know shit.
Donald C, join the voice call. Donald C, join the voice call.
Yeah.
Calling Donald C to the voice call. Donald C to the voice call.
Oh, well, my teacher's cool. You saying my teacher's lying to me? He's evil. Like,
No, I was saying my teacher was honest with me. He said, in order to keep my job, I have to teach this curriculum.
yeah, that's what they were taught in college.
All right. So what the fuck else was he gonna do?
Well, that's why he needs to go to college so he can actually find out.
Motherfucker, he went to college and he was teaching in a high school.
Right, and he was indoctrinated. Right, he was like, "All right, if you want to
No,
stay."
he knew it was wrong, bro. That's what I'm saying. He knew it was wrong, but he had to teach it according to the curriculum in the fucking high school.
Or else he was going to get killed. Right.
No, or else he wouldn't have a fucking job. But whatever.
Right?
He was also a basketball coach, and I went to church with him. I knew him. It was like, all right, so, you know what? Fuck it. I'll pass your class, and then I'll just move on and do whatever I'm doing right fucking now.
Right. If
Just
you're
like
afraid,
all of us. Hold on, motherfucker. Just like all of us are doing right now.
If you're afraid that you're going to lose your job, okay, do some crime, sell some drugs, do what you got to do, okay? I really don't give a shit.
All right, so you're spreading disinfo.
Don't tell me that
listen.
you have to sit there in that classroom and knowingly lie to these children. Don't tell me you have to fucking do that or else. Like, dude, sell some fucking drugs. Shut the
Cool.
fuck up.
So he could have quit his job because he was trying to lie to children when he didn't believe, or he's teaching something that he didn't believe was true.
Yeah, go with the lesser evil. Sell drugs. I mean, come on. It's not that hard to figure out, hey, if what you're doing is wrong and you know this is wrong, especially if you're lying, you know you're lying to children and propagating a lie. And what the fuck? You're just going to keep doing it? You know what I mean? Come on.
I mean, it would be hard for me to do that, but I can judge him, one way or the other. But yeah, but he was still a cool guy, as far as
anything in this world. You can do nothing. I mean,
this is back in the fucking 80s. I don't fucking know. This is something you really didn't think about, when you're freaking
homeless, begging for food, and have a clear conscience and be good with your life. Like, you could do anything else except propagate the lie. Once you know you're a part of it, you get the fuck out. Right?
Hey, at the end of the day, I don't blame him for being involved in the education system, and I mean he was also a coach, a basketball coach and stuff, and he was a really good guy. I knew him, like I said, in the chat, I knew him personally. I mean, me and my family was friends with their family. I knew their kids and shit, so I thought he was a good guy. It's like, hey, learn this. Boom, freaking pass the class. Boom, pass the class. I fucking graduated. How about that? And that's why I know the bullshit. It was just like, know your enemy, right? So if if you were like, hey, if the only thing you knew was flat Earth, and then people come at you like people come at us, and you don't know shit about the globe, what the fuck do you think's going to happen? That's why the 3 points exist. It's like they told us about this globe Earth, which is complete nonsense. What are you going to throw at them? It's just like, oh well, it can't be what you're saying, because only thing I know is the flat, and you have this ball Earth, which I know nothing about. And that's why a lot of people come in here ignorant, and a lot of them are patient because they've been taught the globe Earth, right? But they don't even know their globe Earth, right? So we go through the 3 points. So do you know where where the Earth is? And have you understood why it's spinning? All that kind of shit. Bro, Earth is the only thing you can know.
All right, RC Mask Master is saying some mad shit about you in the chat here. He's saying some shit like, ignorance is the only way to true evil. I wear a mask because I'm ugly. Dude is obviously lying, trying to convince us about his teacher. It says, if your teacher did that, if your teacher did in fact say that, the teacher probably said it because he doesn't want to debate with you.
Yeah, but I'm not even gonna contact him. It was freaking. I was in high school. That was freaking over 20 years ago.
Yes,
yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and ban that fucking asshole. Bye bye.
Yeah, Mercy Micey is projecting.
Why is he arguing with you on that? That's stupid, dude.
Because he's scared. He's scared of actually having a real conversation with us. Whatever.
He's like, I'm good with that. Like,
Yeah.
Then you can be, but good with that.
I mean, I'm going to ban him, and he's going to come back with another account. Who gives a fuck?
That's what he does, isn't he?
Yeah.
Makes another sock. Comes in.
Now he's banned. It's so dumb.
He'll just reset his router and create another fucking sock.
Either way, it doesn't stop people from being curious about what we're talking about, what we talk about all day long. New people can jump in. Nobody, people like that, they want to try to deter someone. If they find the YouTube channel, sometimes there's a asshole in the chat that'll try to just like, don't go in there, don't talk to these guys. You, man. We're not scary. We're nice guys.
Are you 100% sure about that?
Well, I don't know. I can get a little belligerent sometimes if someone triggers me.
Yeah, check this guy out, man. It was funny earlier. Speaking of that, 100%.
How much from Rain, from 1 to 100? How much you are now, honestly, intellectually honest?
Oh, 0.
Oh, thank you.
That's for infinite, right?
No, that's for honesty. Now we got the point. We are nowhere, but it's all right.
Oh my god.
Man.
Do you want that 2 question? Miggy has 2 question about your present, if you're present here.
You should.
Can we try?
You want to try, Rain?
Are you? I'm sorry. I'm playing my game right now. It's really loud. I can't hear you.
Are you 100% sure?
Well, hold on. You shouldn't even.
I don't know.
Are you interested? Yeah, don't even entertain someone that's just like, I'm playing
You're
my game.
You're not 100% sure that you are playing game.
Shut up.
I'm not 100% sure.
But you are telling us that you are playing the game, but you are not sure that you are
I'm
playing.
not 100% sure I'm understanding.
Okay.
Elio's responding to the show. Hold on.
Mickey,
I'm responding because it's like if somebody's like, you know what, I'm listening in the background, but I'm talking to you assholes.
Where you at, bruh? Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, 100%. You know that song?
No, he told him 1 to 100. How much are you intellectually honest? He said 0. I was like, fuck, dude. And he's like, that means infinite, right? I was like, no, doofus. That was for you to be like 1 to 100. 100 being you're super honest. Like, he's like 0. It wasn't even in the scale that he gave him. He said 1 to 100. What the fuck?
Yeah. 8 is infinite. Duh.
8 is infinity.
Yeah, but he said, no, I say 0 because 0 is infinity. I'm like, he's like, is that infinity? He's like, no, that's fucking 0, bro. Like,
are you 100% sure about that?
Oh shit, dude.
Let's go deeper.
His name was Rain or some shit. Rain Day. Yeah, he was all kinds of fucked, dude. Like in the way he thought about the Earth. Like he said it was an asteroid or a comet flying through space. Like it was one of those like it sounded like he was strung out or some shit, man. Like he just didn't know shit.
You know, you can tell when someone doesn't give a shit. They're just trying to troll or just like, hey, I'm just here by happenstance. You know, somebody sent me the link or whatever, and they're really not. They're not talking to us. Just somebody. If somebody's like, "Oh man, well I don't have time for you. I'm playing a video game." Why the fuck are you playing a video game while you're trying to talk to us? You fucking asshole.
Yeah, just fuck off and go play your game then. Like,
go play your game and fucking come back later when you have time for us. You know, fuck you. Just like I watch a lot of TV shows and shit, but I don't talk to you guys while I'm watching a fucking TV show.
Oh shit.
Doesn't make any sense. It totally makes sense to me, but matter of fact, it's about midnight, and I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm about to check out and watch some TV shows.
Probably be following right behind you, Helio.
Yeah, I've been watching. I've watched that show From, which is you guys ever watched Lost?
Yeah, I watched that show.
Yeah, there's a new show called From that's made by the same person. Lost. It's called From. It's pretty trippy, man. And I just before I came on tonight, I watched the latest episode. No, I think it's. Let me find it. It's not on Netflix. It's on. I can't remember what platform it's on. I watch everything on Soap Today, which I've sent the link. Let's see. I think it might be. Let me see. It's Epix. It's on Epix.
Epix.
Yeah, but you don't have to pay for it. I can send you a link to where you.
For work, I run a bar, I run a restaurant, and we've got a digital like beer like a draft list, and behind that has been the whole thing's been projecting on a flat Earth map for like 2 years, and I just realized it was still up there, and nobody's ever said a word.
Well, you've been doing flat Earth at the bar for.
Yeah, it's just been in the background, like behind the draft list, and I remember putting it up there and thinking that it was going to get a lot of pushback. I don't think anyone's even noticed.
Nobody even freaking asked you, what's that flat Earth shit that you have back there?
Now I'm the indoctrinator.
The indoctrinator.
I just realized I was still up there. It's made me laugh.
That's crazy. I'm gonna send you guys a link where you can pretty much watch anything you want to, whether it's on any platform, HBO, freaking anywhere. Now you want, if you're gonna watch it on a browser, you want to have ABP installed, but shit works for me. Create an account there. It doesn't matter what email account, whatever. Just create an account, and you'll be able to watch anything anytime you want to. Usually within a day, if it's a new, if it's a recurring series, it'll be on. It'll come out same day or next day. So that's the link. Works for me, has been for a couple of years now. Can watch any program on any platform anytime I want to. Movies, TV shows. You create an account, you can add favorites, and they'll update you when there's a new episode that comes out. It works. I don't know why I'm thinking about this. If you guys watched Ash versus Evil Dead, that's a good one. If you haven't seen that, it's the Evil Dead series, but it's with Ash in modern time. It came out a few years ago. They have 3 seasons. Freaking awesome. Yeah, if you like horror type stuff, it's like a horror comedy, thing. Ash versus Evil Dead was good. If you like blood and gore, or if you like dramas, there's all kinds of other shit too. What's going on the Lo-Fi server? Yeah, I just scrolled through the Lo-Fi server, Lo-Fi Life, Lo-Fi Life, bro. If you want us to jump in, there's a lot of different voice rooms that are active. I wouldn't even know where to join if I wanted to, which I don't. But if everybody's going to get quiet, I'll go ahead and play a video, some audio, not the video. Audio. Let's see what's the hot new thing. Audio. What? By the way, I was just watching, before I jumped in tonight, I was watching this new show that came up on Amazon called Shiny Happy People. It's about, the 19 and counting, the Duggars, from Arkansas. I live like 5 miles from where they are. It's pretty interesting. As a matter of fact, on my way to work, I pass by their house every day. What the shit? Due to might as well play this this new video from Flutter Dave, unless someone objects.
Okay. And what that does is it stops you from expanding your thoughts. Your thoughts create your reality. Your thoughts create your whole life. Look at your life. Look at your thoughts. They're a perfect match. Well, that's not true. I said I want $1 million. What did you really say? What you said is, I don't have $1 million. I'll never have $1 million. I'm poor, broke, and I live paycheck to paycheck. That's what somebody that says I want $1 million is actually transmitting. The biggest conspiracy of all is that this realm we live in is conspiring to give you every single thing that you think. True, good or bad, if you can label that, because, people look at different things different ways. whatever you're thinking of, it comes into your life. So once you realize what this place is, once you realize your true power, once you realize, your connection to this amazing electrical system that we live in, and you can start using your power and manifesting the life that you want, the freedom that you want, right? But these power sucking evil entities literally are stealing your soul, stealing your energy, stealing your life, and getting you to waste it in this little soul trap that they have built.
Okay, so here we go. Welcome to the Viva La Distance podcast. We have Flat Earth Dave. Dave, thank you very much and welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me on, Tony.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. As I say, anything that I've researched over this I think it's only been about 2 years for me. You have been at the heart of it. And it's, as such, it's an absolute honor to have you on board. And so thank you very much for giving some of your time to us to talk to us on the Viva La Distance podcast.
We're all on the same mission, I think, and that's to help enlighten the world and free us from slavery. And that's what the Flat Earth is about. When people say, well, what difference does it make? I still have to go to work on Monday. The shape of the earth doesn't matter. There's too many important things going on in the world, this thing and that, and our rights and 15-minute cities and CBDCs. Why are you focusing on Flat Earth? The globe lie is how we got into this mess. Because we're lost in space. We don't know who we are. We don't know where we are. We don't know the true power that we have. We think that people have control over us. We've given away our rights. All of that comes from the globe. And all of these things that are happening are 100% because people are lost in space. They have no idea who they are.
Indeed, yeah. And I want to get into that into a moment. And I was going to come on to the cognitive dissonance response that I've been experiencing from people only this last week. In fact, I dropped a question. I've dropped 2 questions on my Instagram. Instagram's going really well at the moment. I share a lot of stuff, a lot of what could be deemed as controversial stuff. I get the odd the people telling it, Instagram saying whether this isn't true or not. But I've been pretty free on there, and I asked a question a couple of weeks ago about the location of the sun. I didn't pose anything. I just asked a question, and I got a shadow ban. I started getting throttled, which was really interesting. And the response from people is what I find really interesting. You can ask, there's plenty of people asking lots of questions about lots of different things, and you can open a discussion, you can have some discourse, but it's the vitriol that people respond with in connection with Flat Earth.
It's amazing. It's because our whole life we've been programmed, that we live on a ball from before we can talk, right? Babies, right? And the first worksheet in school is how the sun goes, the earth goes around the sun and the moon goes around the earth. Right. And it's all programming. And then all of the cartoons and movies and everything, it's all space related. So literally, our ego is attached to this. Wow. And then we're told, to think that we're at the center of the universe is arrogant and that there's no other life out there. And, they've programmed us in so many different ways that people will refuse to look at it. The people that are vicious and attack you when you make a comment, they don't even know their own model. If they knew 1/10 of what we know about their model, they'd be flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
And they're the ones that are defending it. They're literally, not to be derogatory, they're NPCs, right? It's pretty derogatory. They're NPCs fighting for their own enslavement. They don't need, everyone's like, that person's a shill, that person's a shill. No, they're not. Those are just people that are lost, maybe demonically possessed. I don't know what else to call it. And that are fighting for this evil, for the negative force to win. There's a positive and a negative. So
yeah, well, if I can take you back to give this a bit of context, because we're hoping to reach a relatively new audience, and I have quite a good follow on Instagram. Can we learn a little bit more about yourself, Dave? What's your background?
So one of the things people say, Dave, where's your degree? Where's your PhD? The people that have the degrees, they're the most indoctrinated, because all you have to do to get a degree is memorize the propaganda that's in all the Rockefeller funded textbooks, right? If you memorize what they want you to believe, the story that they want you to believe, then you can be a professor. You can have published papers. So my background is pretty simple. Went to college, got my degree, went to worked in corporate America, left corporate America, started my own business. I was doing very good. I guess you call me an entrepreneur. And then I was doing a little podcast on deceptions in this world. I guess you can call it a conspiracy podcast, but not a conspiracy theorist podcast, a conspiracy analyst podcast, right? Because conspiracy theorists, we're the ones that are analyzing the crap that they're telling us. Right? Hey, 2 planes knocked down 7 buildings in New York. That's a conspiracy theory. Okay. Right? The conspiracy analyst will look at it and say, well, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. It's, this doesn't make sense. Well, what does make sense? So, they've even weaponized that term, conspiracy theorists. They weaponized the term flat earth, flat earther. A lot of us call it true earth. I like true earth, but you know what? I'm going to own flat earth. Screw it. I'm flat earth Dave. All right. Because
I love it. Yeah.
We can take it back. So I was doing this podcast and then people started sending me flat earth stuff. And like any intelligent person, I banned those people from ever commenting on my video again. You're no longer allowed to watch my podcast if you think the earth is flat. You're that stupid. Okay. Wow. That was my attitude. And then people like, Dave, just watch this video. Ban, delete, block. I was like, get that. I don't have time for this. And then somebody I trust very much, Dave, I think the earth is flat. And I'm like, are you friggin' kidding me? And sent me a couple videos, Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent. And I started watching those videos. I'm like, I'm not just going to believe a video. I'm like, well, the video organizes all the data and lines it up for me, stuff that would take me weeks or months or never to get done. And I'm like, that is really interesting. Let me go verify this myself. Spent $1,000, bought the new Nikon at the time, P900 super zoom camera, went to the beach, sat down. I said, okay, there's a buoy 11 miles away. If it was 10 miles, it would be 66 feet behind the curve, below the curvature. There it was. I could see it. So I'm like, okay, well, refraction. Refraction really doesn't explain it. And then I'm like, the curve calculator is wrong. So I went and looked at the debunking sites about the curve calculator, and they have ridiculous, stupid arguments. One of them is, well, you share the curve. You're not the top. Whatever you're looking at, there's a hump. There's not a drop. And so the curve, instead of being 66 feet, it's only 33 feet. Okay, well, that's ridiculous, but I'll give it to him. 33 feet. Buoy's not 33 feet high. I can see it, and I can see the surface of the water beyond it. I can see people sitting on a beach 7 miles away. And it should be, I forget the number off the top of my head. There's a curve calculator, but there should be dozens of feet. They should be hidden. I could see them. So we can see too far. That's what got me at first.
And it's 8 foot per square mile. That's the mathematical equation, isn't it?
Absolutely not. 8 foot per square mile, we'd all be dead. 8 inches per mile squared. That means if a 6 foot tall person, myself, standing at the edge of perfectly calm water, not moved, perfectly calm, the best conditions, perfectly clear, no moisture in the air, just the clearest, calmest, flattest day. The first mile, that water will be 8 inches lower. The second mile, we don't live on a slope. We live on, if it's a ball, it's curving, and the farther out you go, the faster it's dropping. So you have to square the miles. It's basically just using the Pythagorean theorem, which is a proven mathematical concept. And so 2 miles will be 2 times 2 is 4 times 8 is 32 inches. And then 3 miles will be 6 feet. So at 3 miles, there's a 6 foot drop on this ball that's too big for us to realize that it's a ball. They want their cake and eat it too. It's too big for you to see curvature, but there's a 6 foot drop at 3 miles. Okay. So I shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water at 3 miles anymore. Okay. But not only can I see the surface of the water at 3 miles, I could see it much farther than that, much farther. So let me show you a quick, where is it? Black Swan. Here we go. So this is and then the lower you are, the closer that horizon is. A snake on the floor in a Home Depot can't see as far as you can see standing above that snake, right? Because it's just how your angles work and your horizontal eye zone. That's where everything comes together, creating your horizon, right? So this camera is a foot off the water. The horizon, they shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water beyond 1.2 miles, okay? Right? 9.4 miles out, there should be 59 feet of curvature. Globe math, not flat Earth math. I think that, wow, I never knew it was that much, right? But not only can we see the rig, we can see the water for countless miles beyond it. Okay. So is the water that's in front of it refracting up, stopping at eye level, and then the water that's near it going up a little higher because it's farther over, and then the water beyond that, which is even lower, is refracting, and it's all just magically laying out like a flat carpet to fool you that the globe Earth is here conspiring to fool you that the Earth is flat, or maybe the Earth is flat. Maybe. Well, I mean, all evidence points towards it.
Well, absolutely. But do you have a common retort when you show that to people? What's people's common response to that?
Refraction. Your curvature calculator's wrong. That's not that far away. You're lying. It's photoshopped. I mean, they'll scramble at anything because when somebody truly believes that they're right, they will make up anything and believe it themselves. They'll make it up.
Yep.
Right. And it's truly, amazing to be a glober because the leaps and bounds you have to make, like in science, they're like, well, we're gonna do this test, and if the Earth is flat and stationary, these are the results, and if the Earth is spinning, these will be the results. And the results come out that it's flat and stationary, and then they go, oh no, we're gonna change that. We're gonna move the globe post so so they literally just change it. They have the gravitational model, and when you actually put it to the test. 96% of it's wrong. There's 96% of matter is missing. So what do? Oh, dark matter, dark energy. No one's ever seen it. No one's ever measured it. No one's, but it has to be there or gravity's wrong. Or maybe gravity's wrong. Okay. Yeah, gravity's just a theory. Well, why do things go down? Why don't they float away? We can go to that question if you want. Go wherever you want. Here's the thing. People listening now. 3 Bitcoins. For 1 globe proof. If you think I'm nuts, if you think he's crazy for having me on, if you're triggered by this, all you have to do is give 1 proof of the globe, just 1, and I will send you 3 Bitcoins. Send me your wallet address too, your Bitcoin wallet address when you send me the proof so I can send you the Bitcoins. I'm happy to do it, but you're not going to get it because the Earth isn't a globe. Here's the thing though, the reason I do this, and my offer is 100% real on my life. I will pay 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. The problem is, the thing is, it's hard to get people to look into something that they already made a conclusion that it's not true, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's like when someone tells somebody, hey, your wife's cheating on you, and the guy's like, no, there's no way. We'll look at the evidence. Nope, I'm not looking at the evidence. I'm not looking. Okay? Right? And that's what this is. People are married to the ball. Nobody likes giving their ball away. No one likes letting go of the ball. We're all children. We want our ball. Okay. Our entire life foundation is built around it. Then, the logical steps are, they say, well, what about sunsets? We show them how sunsets work. What about sunset over the sea? We show them how sunset over the sea works. What about seasons? We show them that seasons actually prove the globe Earth. And after a bunch of these, they throw their hands up and they go, what difference does it make? I still have to go to work on Monday. The shape of the Earth doesn't matter. And that's the big one. That's the final one, though. And that's the most important one because it does. They're hiding everything. They're hiding your freedom. They're hiding your power. They're hiding resources. They're hiding food. They're hiding land. They're hiding technology. They're hiding your true power. They're hiding the fact that you're not a slave. They're hiding more land, right? It's amazing. And once you see this, you can't unsee it. And the thing is, they've convinced people to refuse to look. That's the only way they get away with it. They've convinced people to get triggered, call the person a flattard, make a joke that their head is the only thing that's flat, and then walk away and never look. Okay? And that's what happens. And I also think that there's people in this world that are not meant to wake up. They're here. We need those NPCs to fill in the space. So when you come across one that you're having the trouble, don't let them suck your energy because that's what they're here. A lot of the NPCs are satanic NPCs, and they're here to steal your soul. Do you know how you steal your soul? You go fishing for it, and you use the soul lure system, okay? And you steal their souls with the soul lure system.
Well, I think one of the keys here for me, because you mentioned yourself that you responded to this initially with cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance, arrogance, and refusal to look. And when I did look, I went in with a closed mind, not with the purpose of finding the truth, but the purpose of disproving flat Earth.
Which is how I think we all get into it. We try to disprove it, and then you look at the facts, and then there we are. But we've got some parallels over the last 3 years that have led us down a path where a lot of us have had to swallow our pride. And I've met quite a few people that are willing to admit that they've had to swallow their pride and then say, okay, I can see that we've been duped. So I do feel there is a thread there, a thread of hope for a lot of people that are willing to open their eyes and see that, okay, well, I've been duped once. What else have I been duped about? So this is why I want to have you on the podcast, because I do have some confidence in humans or Newmans, and hopefully that the evidence that you're going to provide with us today that really does just at least allow people to go, all right, I'm willing to listen. So what have you got? What was I going to say? I did put it out there earlier on today if anyone had any questions. And there was something I wanted to talk about as well, which I'll come back to in a second. But in fact, what I'll do is I'll bring it back to the beginning. How would you, if there was someone that stood in front of you right now that goes, okay, I don't believe you, I'm willing to listen, where would you start?
Well, you got to start, where we've all been programmed to believe. People don't even know what they want to believe. This is what they believe, but they don't even know this is their model. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, I start with people. I'm like, hey, how many times does the Earth in the heliocentric model rotate in one day? And that's the easiest question of all. It's kind of like a little test question, see if they're even using their mind. Half of them don't get it right. It's once a day. It spins once a day. Mm-hmm. How fast is it orbiting? Nobody gets that. 66,600 miles an hour. Funny number.
Yeah, keeps coming back to that number.
Yep. And then it's chasing the sun. They have no idea at almost 500,000 miles an hour. And then the entire thing is moving sideways at, 2.2 million miles per hour. And if someone says my numbers are wrong, yeah, they're all wrong because it's not moving, right? There's so many different answers to this and they change it every day. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then you say, okay, well, the Earth, why won't we fall off the edge? I Googled flat Earth, and this is the picture I got. Look, it's a disk floating. Why are the other planets round? Right? And that's because the only reason you believe in planets is because of Walt and his friend Werner. Okay, Walt Disney and his Nazi friend Werner von Braun, who runs NASA. They're the ones that convince you that planets are out there, that they're terra firma, that you can walk on them. Right? Walk on the moon, please. And we're the only flat planet. And then Vsauce will tell you, when you walk towards the end, you're going to have to lean forward and forward. And by the time you get to the end, you're going to be standing on the side because of gravity. That's a straw man. That's nothing. That's our argument. No flat earther believes this. Just globe earthers believe that flat earthers think that, right? Right? We're not a turnip floating in space. We're not a flat planet, and other round planets. The other planets aren't flat. It's all a big joke, right? And when you see it on CNN, they're like, oh, flat Earth, flat earthers, and they make jokes. It's all funny. Why are they constantly using straw man arguments, right? Mm-hmm. Then, National Geographic will come out, but look, we isolated the Earth and showed the stars and the Earth turning. Cool camera trick. It's the stars that are moving. They just rotated it in Photoshop, right? Mm-hmm. And think about this. Imagine if you were standing on this land. How friggin' scary would that be? Okay. You're tipping over a ball in space, right? It's absolute, complete and total insanity. So I showed you, we're doing this and I told you those speeds, right? So let's put those speeds into effect. This is the hypersonic sled track. Look it up because with sound is even better. It goes by at Mach 8.6 times the sound. Mach 8.6. Okay, watch it. Tell me if you can see it. You can't even see it. All right. Could you? It's hard to fathom this speed. Okay, it's unbelievable. It's the shock wave that goes by. Okay, you have to believe if you live if the Earth is a globe, that the Earth is orbiting the sun, not this fast, not twice as fast, but 10 times this speed. You can't. Your brain short circuits. Like I cannot process that information. Right, and worse. You're chasing the sun. Remember, the sun is flying. We're spinning and orbiting and chasing the sun at 100 times the speed. Right? But when we go out into nature, what do we see? We see perfectly calm water on a calm, still morning, right? Right? We see lakes like this, right? Get a dinner plate and try to walk across the room with it filled with water to the edge. Go in a car going 50 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, perfectly straight road, beautiful car, perfectly straight, fill up the dinner plate, and then have that car speed up, slow down the tiniest bit, or take the slightest turn. You know, and then people go, well, you know, you don't notice the speed because we're already going that speed on an airplane. I could drink a glass of water and go to the bathroom. This is what everyone says. I said it. Okay. And I said, well, if you want to compare the airplane to the slowest speed of the earth, just the spin, which isn't nearly as fast as any of the other things, you have to double the speed of the airplane. You have to remove the outer shell of the airplane because the earth doesn't have an outer shell. And you have to nosedive down to follow the curve of the earth as fast as a free-falling skydiver. Okay? Now tell me how your water's doing. And you won't need the bathroom because you just went in your pants. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Well, it's that science that's been indoctrinated out of us from a young age. We've been told not to question it. That's what kicks in. Well, yeah, I'm not going to look at it because I was embarrassed when I was 5 when I was told that. And that's what I think it really kicks in at that stage.
Absolutely. And then people go, well, you know, what else you got? And I say, okay, well, Antarctica, they tell us it's a continent at the bottom of the ball. This is the prison for your mind right here. Okay, there are no high altitude shots of Antarctica. Yes, of the edges. Well, the edges. What is this the edge? Well, it is, but it's not the edge of a continent on the bottom of the ground, on the bottom of land. Like if you Google Antarctica from space, you get all cartoons. Okay, all cartoons. So what is it? This is Antarctica. Okay. Antarctica is the shoreline that contains our world pond. It's just all the ocean. Think of it like a pond. What holds a pond in? The land that's higher than the water. You need a shoreline. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. They'll tell you that. They won't teach it to you, but they'll tell you if you ask. It's the highest plateau on Earth. It's the shoreline of our world. What's out here? I want to know. What's in the outer space?
Yep.
That's what I want to know. Okay? That's what I want to know.
Well, I've seen some footage of some ancient clocks that used to reside on the sides of churches. It was an astronomical clock, and within there was a plate covered with another plate, and on that top plate there was a circle, and that circle you could see the world. But those clocks have since been removed, from what I understand.
Well, there's
and
one in Prague.
gives
The world clock in Prague is still there, and it shows the great year. I think it's 26,000 years, and how our magnetic world moves around the greater Earth. There's a lot of that. I wish I had a picture of it, but I don't think I do. I don't. Prague clock. I gotta add that. I'll add that to my slides.
I saw that on What on Earth Happened. I don't know if you've watched. Oh,
of course.
They're on your channel, aren't they? Yeah.
On my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, which you can find at flatearthdave.com. Take the challenge, watch a daily video every day for 2 weeks, send me 1 proof, you win 3 Bitcoins, but not going to happen because you're going to be a flat earther. So don't get the app. Don't watch the videos if you don't want to deal with being a flat earther. Although flat earthers are amazing, amazing people, right? And then you say, well, there's not that many flat earthers in the world. Oh yeah. These are just the flat earthers that are near me. All of these blue dots, all of them are flat earthers, right? And if I look at the world map, let's flip it over to a quick world view. This is I would say less than 1% of the flat earthers out there have my app, and the ones that have the app, they have to log into the friend finder for them to show up on this map. Look at this. Where are you located?
I'm on the UK South Coast.
All right, let's go to the UK. Here, I can't even see the UK.
And that's it. I've had your app for probably about 3 or 4 months now, but I've not even registered yet. So there's still.
So you're not even on here. You're not even on here yet. All you got to do is click the handshake, put in an email address and a password. You can use a fake email address. I don't want any personal information. People are like, Dave's app, it's tracking you. In reality, if you have a smartphone You're being tracked so many different ways. It's unbelievable. But my app actually obscures your location by 5 miles. Then if you travel somewhere, it won't update your location until you tell it to update your location. So if you're worried about being tracked, get my app, register for the friend finder, and they'll never figure out where you are. Okay. Right. So it's hysterical. It's again, the globe people are like, you flat earthers, there's no proof of the globe. There's no proof of flat earth. And I'm like, yeah, there's some proof of flat earth. There's tons of proof of the globe. No, there's no proof of the globe. You guys are science deniers. No, we're not science deniers. You guys are, it's total projecting. Everything is projecting. My app is tracking you. No, actually, my app obscures your location. It's kind of hysterical. And it doesn't have any personal information in it anyway. So, check that out. And then, on the app, you can click on any of those dots and then you can message that person. You could see, their profile. And by the way, the whole profile thing's changing. It's going to be like Facebook, where you can make friends. You can,
oh, nice.
Yeah. And right now you can make video calls. Like if I click on somebody, I could look at their profile. I could send them a message. I could start a video call. I can go into groups. I can create groups. You can create a group, South Coast, UK, whatever. People jump on there, and then you have a video, it's like a Skype call. Amazing. And then you could just jump on random calls and talk to people. It's actually amazing.
It's a really good app, and I implore anyone that is already on the side of this argument to get it if you haven't already, and even if you're on the other side, I advise you to get it and see how it changes your mind.
The app is $3, one-time charge. That's it. $3. You have it forever. It does everything. It has the frequently asked questions. It has, tons of images. Like you want to pull up images. Someone's like, oh, we went to the moon. Oh yeah, went to the moon, in this thing. And you can zoom in and look how it's ridiculous it is. And there's tons and tons and tons of stuff. The frequently asked questions. Every question you can ask is in here, right? Answered in video format. And it teaches you how to figure it all out. There's homeschooling, right? All sorts of stuff. A new free PDF book by Flat Earth Banjo on flight routes. Awesome. You want to teach your kids, you want to teach adults. This is the page that you want to go to. And all sorts of. I just added a new thing. This guy breaks down the teachings of Ra. Do you know about Ra? The channeling of Ra. A very hard book to read because Ra speaks in different words. Sometimes you have to kind of get used to it, but this guy breaks it down in short videos. Amazing, mind-blowing stuff, and it really makes you understand how this place works. Even though Ra says the earth is a globe, I think there's a reason behind it, but that's a whole other story. So,
well, it's a lot of work has clearly gone into that app, and I applaud you for it, and it's a great source of information.
The reason I push the app is because, one, it teaches you how to discuss flat earth better. Two, people that are like, I don't believe in flat earth, let me get the app and win the 3 Bitcoins. And then they become diehard flat earthers. $3. If you want to use the messaging, though, if you want to use the messaging or play interactive games with other people where you can connect with them and talk with them, you have to subscribe. It's $11 a year. That's it. $11 per year. That's how you bought me a margarita in a bar. You forgot to tip the bar.
Hey, it's $10 a year. It's $10 a year. You want to use the app? It's $10 a year. You can see how many flat earthers are around you. They do have something that's kind of like Discord for flat earthers. They just start rooms. I've never been in any of those. I hardly use the app, man. I just got it because I thought it would be cool, and I checked it out. And it's a little funky. It's a little funky. I probably need a tutorial on it, but it's okay. I mean, it does what he says it does. And he's always upgrading it, and he's trying to make it better. So good on you, Dave. $10 a year if you want to use the whole thing. And that includes the video, conferencing, and all that shit, and all the cool stuff, man.
I just had a really good conversation with Donkey Kong in the lobby.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was awesome.
How's he holding up, man? How's he holding up?
He's only 17 years old.
Man. I know, he's a young man.
And I told him, because somebody brought up that Flat Earth was a psyop or whatever. And I was like, granted, the Flat Earth Society is a psyop. But
right.
Yeah, we're not here to make people believe anything or think anything. We're here to show people how to expose pseudoscience and also just be able to think for yourself without having all of these people tell you what to believe. You can know what they're saying is right or wrong by learning logic and logical fallacies.
Right.
Also, you need to know your natural laws.
Oh yeah.
And the third thing is the scientific method. The scientific method, man. All those and those three things are what I told him what the scientific method was. I went through all I typed it all out by myself too. So our conversation was long-winded in the lobby. Everybody was typing and talking around us, but we were having a one-on-one in the lobby. Just trying to tell him, the reason why we're, not a I told him what a psychological operation is. I defined pseudoscience for him because he was trying to say that all scientific theories were false or something, and I was like, no.
You had to type all that shit out? Damn.
Yeah, I was like, scientific theories are a result of, the scientific method. So as long as it goes through the rigorous steps, and I laid it all out for him, what those steps are, and if it doesn't, pseudoscience parades around like it does go by the scientific method, but it actually doesn't.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh,
laid it all out for him.
He's in the
He's
voice
like,
chat.
thanks. He's like, thanks, I get it now. And I was like, that's awesome. I was just really good convo with old Donkey Kong.
I remember when he first
Promising
came
young
in.
man.
When he first came in, it was spinning spiral. He hung out for a couple hours. I mean, he was pretty wrecked when he left out there. And I'm like, I talked to him once since then, I think. He said, but
Yeah, he said he came in here to troll, and then
yeah.
he ended up questioning the gold
Oh, he's
model.
in here. Shit, he is in here. What's up, Kong?
Oh, what's up, Donkey Kong?
It's called Kong. Yeah, I always shorten everybody's name usually.
Not much. I gotta turn off the fan because I'm hot here, but it's not that hot now. But
You
I
sound
have to turn
fine.
off.
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, it works. Okay, so it's suppressed. Okay.
Yeah, you. If you turn down,
You don't hear the fan, right? You don't
No,
hear
I
the fan,
don't.
right?
There's a sensitivity
All right,
setting on Discord.
Noise suppression. That one.
Yeah, sounds like you got it dialed in pretty good. I
I'm
used to
on
have
a
that
new-
problem when I first got on Discord. Man, they're like, "Dude, you got too much background noise." I'm like, what do I do?
Yeah.
Man, Discord gives you lots of settings, man. It's amazing. So anyway, welcome back. Sounds like you and Flatsy had nice little back and forth.
Yeah, in the lobby.
In
Should
the
clear
lobby.
up on some things on how to verify information using the scientific method.
That's it. Cause and effect relationship, man.
Right.
Yeah, and
Observe
there's many
phenomena.
things that you like. Those three checks that I gave you are ways to verify information. But yes, the scientific method is definitely one of them. And when something parades itself out as a theory, you need to just on your own, check to see if it meets the criteria of the scientific method, because it isn't a theory, a scientific theory, if it doesn't meet those criteria. Anyways, I don't have to go back all through that with you if you don't want to. If you have any questions, though,
Brian.
we're all happy to answer them.
Brian put an interesting image in there, and it says the Arctic Sea Ice 2008 is a photograph by NASA Goddard Space Flight Center Scientific Visualization Studio, which was updated on May 30th, 2013. That's the Scientific Visualization Studio. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Dude, it looks like half the fucking globe is ice, man. What's up with that? Damn. That's a lot of ice, man. It's a lot of bendy ice there in that picture. Oh, my goodness. That is super bendy. Anyway.
That is a lot of eyes. Who knows, man? Who knows how they come up with crazy shit?
Clipcord, shout out to Flatsy.
I've got an answer for that.
Clipcord's cool, man. You're a real one, buddy.
Yeah, he is. What do you got there, Timbo?
Do they make it up?
Did they make up what? The bendy ice?
The shit that they make it.
Flatsy said, I don't know how they come up with this stuff. I had an epiphany. And it was they make shit up.
Just make shit
Did
up.
Did anyone know that?
I got it figured out. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking
Shit,
making
mate.
shit up, man. Fucking
Shit,
bastard.
mate.
Making shit up. Oh man, speaking of making shit up, again, man, I don't know, I probably bagged about this a couple of times already, but man, the amount of space stories that come out every day now is it's astronomical.
Good one.
I mean, it is crazy. I mean, every day I look at my couple news feeds here and there, and I'm like, damn, they got the Mars. That helicopter's made like 100 flights already. You know, I'm like, and they're like touting some story about it. You know, they're just kicking ass on Mars. They got the new live stream from Mars, and then they got that didn't work so well.
They got a live stream.
It was, yeah, they had a live stream from a satellite going around Mars or something.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Did it look as real as the globe?
Yes. Yep. About as real. Donkey Kong's like, yeah, I open up my phone, I get a lot of that in the NASA news feeds for space shit. Yeah. It's weird, man. I mean, it just comes up all the time, man. Because I've clicked on a few of them, not a lot of them. I don't click on them on my phone, but I'll just look at the headlines.
I even put filters to stop getting it, and I still get it.
You still get it, yeah.
I still get it. Like,
that's a psychological operation.
It is.
Right there.
It works, and it doesn't matter if you're into like guitars or if you're into like, Batman or whatever. Whatever you click on, man, it's gonna keep feeding you that shit, man. You're into fucking
It's also,
politics.
it goes outside of your algorithm. It seems like there is like a feed that it feeds for everyone, like a loop that it feeds to everyone, certain propaganda, so that you are exposed to it. Because exposing you to the propaganda is a big step for them. You just get it in your mind, and your mind.
When I got when I got this phone, one of the first things I saw on this phone that kind of surprised me. You know how when you have like, I don't know if anyone has a Samsung, but I have one. When I got this phone, there was already apps on here, and you could delete them as your choice. And one of the apps I got here, surprisingly, was the World Economic Forum. They have these specific goals. They have an app for that, and I got a whole bunch of apps based on that. Saying that we're going to achieve all these goals. We're going to beat climate change, and I'm like, why is the phone I got? They never told me that this is political. I don't like politics, but it's a bunch of stuff from the World Economic Forum. Like, I forgot what they're called. There's I think there's 16 or 18 goals that they want to achieve, and there's an app for that. And then they also asked me to sign up for the World Economic Forum, and I'm like, this is too much. Like, no thanks.
You will know nothing, and you will be happy.
Yeah, use easy bugs. Yeah.
I do. I actually, a couple years ago, I went to Mexico, and my grandfather was cooking on his pan. I look in the pan, there's grasshoppers and crickets, and I'm like, "What are we gonna do with this? We're gonna eat it." And I'm like, "I'm not eating that." So then he ate it with his taco because it's something that we do in Mexico. We it's part of our tradition to eat crickets and grasshoppers, but I don't eat other bugs. Those are the bugs I eat. Tastes like Takis. Tastes good, but I wouldn't say like what they claim that those bugs, like any bugs, has more proteins than a meat does.
That's true. I've heard that too. I've heard some guys go like, dude, like one cricket's got like 8 grams of protein or some shit. I was like what? Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, there's a high protein. That's what I've heard. I don't know. I can't verify it myself, but they made an assumption that we're gonna run out of steak and meat by a certain time period. But which this is the same claim they've been saying that climate, the ice age is coming in this was in the 1970s, but it hasn't come. It's just a lie. I was alive. I remember. I was in school. I remember. Ice age is coming. We're all going to freeze. And then it was acid rain. And then it was like, we're going to get hit with an asteroid. And then it was like...
They've been talking about this shit before you were born, Donkey Kong.
Yeah, before I was born. It's a long time ago. Yeah. They were spewing that shit on my parents. Acid rain. That was huge.
Acid rain, I remember that one. That was the 80s, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the most common one for me would be just asteroids. I used to be afraid of asteroids. To be sleeping and be like, hopefully the asteroid doesn't come through my house. But it has never.
It's not going to happen, mate.
I remember talking to my scientific buddy, and I'm like, dude, think about this, bro. I mean, like, if the asteroid is like 25 miles big, that shit, by the time it hits the ground, man, it's still in the atmosphere, bro. And he goes, yeah, right. He was like, damn, man. Imagine when it was like 100 miles or 200 or whatever. Your imagination just runs wild, man. And they love that. They just like.
Right. But the thing is, like, most of the asteroids that they claim that hits the Earth, they'll be like, "Oh, it missed the Earth by 0.000 point, etc." Inches, and I'm like, "Bruh, I don't know if you could look it up on your phone on YouTube. Go type on live streams on asteroids, and you're gonna find a lot of people who are actually scared. Like you could just read the live stream there, where people are like, "Oh no, the asteroid is gonna hit us."
It's the
but it never hit us.
It's the blue 2712, man. They've been tracking this one for like 30 years, and it's gonna be coming to Earth like in 2030, man. It could take us out, bro. What? I remember asking a physicist that worked at Boeing. I'm like, dude, how do they track all this shit flying around up there? He goes, they just do. That was his fucking end. Like, I wanted to get seriously talking with this guy. Like, how the fuck do they track all this shit? And
I just found it. I found it. All right, so there's a live stream.
That's it.
Supernova explosion is gonna finally happen now, and it's gonna hit the Earth.
That's what it says. But that that was. I read that one back in January too, man. I think. They just recycle the same old shit and different AI. I'm telling you, I think that there's like at least half of the stories coming out like on Yahoo News or AI shit, man. Like, ain't no human wrote this shit, man.
Yeah,
this crazy crap about some neon freaking galaxy somewhere.
I was on Quantum Eraser's last live stream I was on his panel.
Yeah.
I was just kind of helping, like, because Betty wasn't there, Nathan wasn't there, and there's a few folks not there. So I went there and I was helping read out the super chats and just throwing in things here and there, and
right on.
Had some laughs. It was funny. The video that we reviewed was hilarious, but I told them about my new term that I came up with: the claim stacker, flip flop, and flapjacks.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Flip flop and flapjacks.
Claim stacker, flip flop, and flapjacks.
Claim stackers. Yeah, I love it.
Claim, yeah.
Flapjacks.
And they flip flop, and I just
Do they flip
made it
flop?
claim stacker, flip flop, and flapjacks. So I said that to Kiwi and the panel, and Kiwi was like, he laughed and he's like, I like it, but it doesn't have the sting I'm looking for. You know, he likes to impale people.
No. It doesn't quite have the whip snap to it, but it's got a, it's a good whacking, but it's not a whip snap. He likes to hit him where it hurts, man, as fast as possible. And he's like, fuck, man, I'm not getting any younger. I ain't dicking around with this shit anymore.
I'm finding myself getting frustrated with people that come in and argue for the Globe that don't know anything.
Was it me, or
it annoys the shit out of me, man?
Was it me, or is it Miggy fucking was losing his shit yesterday afternoon, man?
Was he? I wasn't on all weekend.
On somebody, man.
He was losing his shit today, too.
He was losing his fucking shit. I've never heard him like this before, man. He's like, "You're a fucking idiot, you fucking moron." I mean, he's usually not like that, And once in a while, but man, he was
Sometimes
fucking.
he is.
Oh
man.
shit, Mayhem is getting fucking whip ass out, I was like, damn. I was out watering, I'm like listening to shit. I'm like, holy fuck, man. I never heard him quite like that. But so yeah, I can get where you get to the point where you're just like,
no, it's just annoying. Yeah, like they come in and they start arguing things, and you go, "Do you actually know this, or are you just kind of guessing?" Well, I'm just trying to guessing, and you go, "Well, how can you argue something if you don't even know what it is?"
I'm just a real estate agent. I can.
Yeah. I'm not a scientist. It's a fucking measurement. It's got nothing to do with science, you dickhead.
Measurement, dude. Tape measure. Yeah. Point to point. Drop. No, ain't drop. No drop. Okay. We got it.
Sometimes I just got to go, okay, it's just because they're ignorant. It's all right. Just relax. Take it easy.
Donald C. just dropped something about convince me Earth is flat. Bring measurements.
What, in the live stream or in YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, Donald C. Wait, is he in the live stream or not?
Yeah.
He's posting the
No,
same
he's not.
He's in the live stream voice text.
Right, but he's not in the live stream as we're speaking right now.
No,
he was here earlier. He was a total train track.
Right, exactly.
Actually, I wanted to say that this guy, you could find him on YouTube, and you could see the way he talks to people, because like he doesn't like when he's pointing out earlier, like he was going off the topic, committing red hearings, and he was starting to yell. But if you watch you could look him up with Dark Dawkins and etc. You find him on there. He's usually on Clubhouse and etc. He yells at people, and he mutes them basically. So he has so Clubhouse is basically like Discord. So it's like you could do stages on there. So basically, like you could set up a stage on there and say like, "Can you convince me? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container and etc." You could put that as a title, and people will have like it works as a logarithm too, and people will see it and people can join from there. So it works the same way like before when Discord has stages where people can actually join in there. So that's what Clubhouse basically is. So it's like Discord, but it has that feature that Discord removed with the stage platforms here a while ago.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of notable people on there.
Cool.
Yeah, but
it's called Clubhouse?
Yeah.
All right, I'll check it out tomorrow, man. Anyway, he wants to bring, I could tell, man, that Donald C. was like, bring the measurements of the flat and stationary space pizza. Like,
yeah, that's already.
You start out with that shit up in here, man. We're going to fucking spank you in the back room. And then we're going to make you stand in the corner for a couple of days.
I'm not
Oh,
going to
was
go
that
to
the
this
guy before
propaganda
that was
Don't
talking
get me
about?
started with that stupid
Was that
shit.
the guy that earlier today that was talking about like there being toppings on the top and nothing on the bottom? Is that what he was saying? Is that the same guy?
Probably. That sounds like it might be him.
Yeah.
Was he originally? Oh no, that was Freezer. I think I was listening
That
to
was Freezer, yeah.
Yeah, he was talking about planes and shit. Yeah,
it's hard to keep track of this shit around here sometimes.
QE. I couldn't believe he was talking with QE. I thought, fucking hell, poor guy.
QE was actually being nice to the guy. I was like, dang.
I was
But
very surprised. Yes.
Say what?
the dude did start spiraling at the end, and he was just like, just go digest this information and verify it for yourself.
QE was being more mean with 77 Con than he was with the Glober. Mean. I shouldn't say mean. It's not really mean, is
I would
it?
say direct and
Nonsensical. He's a no nonsense guy.
to the point. Direct seems mean to people who don't understand
I didn't mean
what
to
the
say
fuck they're
nonsensical.
talking about. When you get put
No,
in the
no.
corner, you don't know what you're talking about. It's pretty obvious you've been exposed. And when you're exposed, man, that's when you don't get too many chances from there. You're kind of done at that point, man. You got to reevaluate, reconsider. You got to re-up your game, man, because talk to QE about science, man. You better know your shit, man. you will get fucking put in the corner so fast because you don't know shit about Shinola, and you're exposed. Anyway, I didn't listen at all today, and here was it was speculation Sunday, man. I got like an hour of speculation left for me.
Yeah, I had about 10 minutes today. That was about it.
Yeah, I was doing wifey things, and I went to a barbecue. Yeah, it was cool. Saw some friends and shit. Had some wine and a couple beers and some really
Nice.
great food, man. Oh, it was so good.
I did the same yesterday. I went and saw my parents.
Nice. I love that. How they doing? They good?
Good.
Yeah.
I gotta make more of an effort. Go over and see them more often.
Yeah, they're getting older, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, man. We took the family over there and went and had some dinner and stuff like that.
That's
A couple of
fantastic.
beers and had some fun.
I love that. I love family get-togethers, and my wife's dad's like 85 now, man. He's getting up there, man.
Yeah, you got to make the most of the time. Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, man. And they both got the fucking thing that they were passing out for free.
Oh yeah, mine did as well. I think mine went and got 3 of the fucking things.
Yeah, mine too. My parents are dead, but long time. Yeah, long time. But yeah, her parents are like my family, man. They're my fucking family. So they're so good to us, man. They've been so good.
Yeah, it's funny. No one listened to me. Like,
nah. No.
I got a feeling my sister cancelled that Christmas that year because I wasn't.
You didn't have the free gifts they were giving out? Shit. Damn. Yeah. I want to flat smack my niece this summer. She's going to go into her senior year at high school next year, man. I really want to sit her down and
I flat pilled somebody today.
flat pill the shit out of her, but I don't know if it'll help, man. She's perfect straight A student. She's total straight A student, dude. Like,
I don't know if it'll work, man. Oh, she might be a critical thinker though, so
she's top of her class. She's right at that age, man. 17,
Give her the checklist I gave Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Logic and logical fallacies.
That's what I want to teach her. Is logic and logical fallacies.
Yeah, that's a big one right there.
Yeah.
The scientific method and
Yeah.
natural laws. It's really
Science.
important that you know all natural laws. And the biggest law of nature is entropy always increases.
Guaranteed.
And that will debunk all of the pseudoscience,
I've been out
parroting bull
Latsy, I've been out
crap.
here eight fucking years. I've been going, where's this gas pressure without a container? What do you got, man? I'm begging people. I got I'll spend like thousands of dollars to do your proof of this gas pressure without a container because I know it ain't gonna happen. So,
Did you see
what do you got?
Flat Earth Dave do the Miggy's three questions?
I did catch that, man. That was excellent. That was right before I think I was listening. Yeah, I was early yesterday morning. I was out running around, and then when I got back, that's when he was going off on this other guy.
Yeah, he was a retard.
Yeah, he went off on the retard, and he doesn't usually do that, man. I don't know what. Maybe
The retard just shut up in the end. I want to talk to you. But I want to talk to you and not your appeal to making money about flat Earth.
You're an idiot. Why are you being so stupid? Yeah, he was like, why are you so stupid?
Hey, Timbo, have you been working on your accent there? You didn't sound Australian just now.
Why are you so stupid, man?
I was trying.
I don't know. Just from a movie or something. I think it was from Howard Stern show. I think they had a little clip that play that. I don't know. It's from a movie or whatever. It's why are you so stupid? Yeah, I don't know. It was back in the day. Anyway, it's long. And back in the 90s, man. Long time ago.
Howard Stern. He's that long-haired guy, yeah? He's another...
Like 6'7", long hair. Real weird. Yeah. Wrote a book. And they made a movie. He's just another shilling. Just another cock. That's all he is. Just a cock. Dude, by the way, man, if we had this Discord in the 90s, we would have been the #1 radio show in America. I guarantee it.
Well,
the shit we talk about is way more interesting. All they did was talk about tits and ass back then, and it was the #1 show in America.
But think about William Cooper. He wouldn't have.
Back in the
I don't know. Like he may have known about the flat Earth before he died, but I don't know. It didn't. He never alluded to it, but he did allude to the whole idea of aliens was a hoax, and that they fabricated the treaty with aliens.
I just didn't. He was so heavily involved in all the other things that they were doing to us that, the money system and taxes and all,
Yes, he was trying to help people think for themselves.
He was so busy with all that. He didn't really have enough time to go, shit, I need to check out this flat Earth thing, man. I just think he was just too fucking busy. We got Greta Thunberg in here? Fuck off. Official.
Where?
Thornburg. Official? How's your jet doing? I heard you bought a new car. How's that going?
Dare you?
I heard you got a car. I didn't click on it, but I heard you got a car, Greta. Damn. That's hilarious.
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
What'd she buy, a V8?
I don't know what she bought, man. I didn't click on the article because I just go, I don't want to fucking get every Greta Thunberg article from out now on. I was like, fuck.
I made that mistake when I joined the James Webb Telescope page.
There you
Friends
go.
of James Webb Telescope.
Now you get nothing but James Telescope shit for 8 months, right?
Yeah. I haven't clicked on them recently, so it doesn't come up anymore.
It's funny, man. I mean, I remember when I first started noticing how they would do the algorithms on me personally. I mean, I I would get on Facebook and I would search like guitar people or guitars or certain guitars, or even I would Google search, man. I just do it because somebody brought a guitar over and it's like, I don't even know what this fucking thing is. What the hell is it? Shit, let me look it up. And I would Google, Fender Mustang or whatever it is. And it's like, oh shit, yeah, okay. Maybe read a couple articles about it and figure out what the hell it is, how it's strung, what size strings to use. I'm doing research. And then the next thing I know, man, every time I turn around, man, I'm getting fucking, some ad on Facebook for some fucking, Fender Mustang guitar shit. And I'm like, fuck, I was just researching it, trying to figure out what the hell it was. I mean, I wasn't going to buy one. Fuck, come on, man. I mean, that's how stupid the AI is sometimes. They don't even know that I'm just fucking researching shit. It's not as good as they're selling it as. I don't think it's as good as it's amazing, but it's not like it's not as good as we are, man. I mean, it fucks up all the time, man. It's not as good as humans. There's no way. No way.
I think those are. I think those are just cookies, marketers.
Yeah, that's what it is. But they pay for that, and those guys write the programs and say, yeah, this guy, if he types in, whatever he's crickets or whatever he's searching for, it's going to send all that to them. And I get it, man. It's easy to program that shit, but it doesn't know that I'm just researching shit for my work versus I'm not really looking to buy some fucking guitar or whatever. Not, but it doesn't know the difference. So it starts sending me ads for guitars. What was that movie with Tom Cruise where he's walking down the street and all the ads kept popping up like on the billboards that were directed at him specifically? What was that movie?
That was that one with Precog, wasn't it?
Precog, yes. Where he would be walking down the street and all the billboard ads would I mean, it's the same kind of thinking there. I mean, it's kind of a predictive programming, really. At some point, they'll be able to do that. They can track you with your phone and go, oh, here comes Kenny. Yeah, shoot him some more of them guitar ads, man. Like, fuck. Really? I got too many guitars already, man. I'm not interested, bro. But they don't know that. They're not that smart. They don't know what I'm thinking, man. I could be thinking about, IPAs made from a company in Northern California that are just amazing, and I'm really interested in those right now. It's like I got to get me one of those. Got to get some of that Barrel House ale, man. Those things are so good, man. I can't get them down here. I got to go look. Start looking for them. Who's got them? Oh shit, that liquor store way over there's got some of the They can't keep up with me. There's no way that AI could keep up with me, man. Any one of us. I mean, they make it seem like they can, but they can't, man. Tomorrow you might be out looking for fucking, cushions for your lounge chair. There's no fucking way the AI's to figure that out, man. I don't give a fuck how good it is, man.
It's always too late because by the time I started searching, I ended up finding something.
Exactly.
And then it starts sending me things after I've already bought it. You know what I mean?
I love that. That's happened to me a shitload of times, man. Where I was like looking for a dishwasher or something. Like I got this one. It was at this place. It was killer. Good deal. Yeah, and then for months, man, they're still trying to sell me a dishwasher. Like fuck, dumbasses. You don't know because I paid cash. You don't know I bought one. You dumbass. Cash. Yeah, I paid cash. Yeah, that's why they want to get rid of cash, no doubt. I mean, that's part of their plan. I mean, I'm sure Donkey Kong's looked into that shit. Some of that crypto and all this fucking crazy money systems and shit that they're trying to come up with. That they would love to get rid of cash, man. Man, that would be just a gem for them, man. I mean, whew, man, that would just be like, we can control everything now. You guys are fucked. Like, yeah, we're fucked because I've only dealt with cash my entire fucking adult life. I mean, it's like I would go to the landlord and show up on a Friday and like, here's my rent in cash. And
I mean, it's not a very good method, maybe, but maybe it's better than I'm giving it credit for. There is a way to track money.
yeah, my
Like
friend was the guy who taught me, basically brought me into like looking into all this shit, man. Was he had gold, he had silver, he had coins. He did not deal with the banks. The only thing he would do with the banks, this was great back in the day, man. You would go into a customer's house, do a job, and then you would have the customer make the check out to the power company, not to him. And he would have it made out to whatever Edison company, and he would send that check in as his payment. Beep. How genius is that, man? Right? So
Go ahead. He sends it
Yeah,
to the
it's
treasury
genius,
account, and he will get double the amount. Also, as half of it will be securitized. He will gain interest for that stuff.
Well,
there's a way to doing that. He wanted a coupon that is basically like the power company, like you're saying, and that's a coupon of that amount. And he sends that. There's different ways to cash in that out, even double it. That's why that was the electric company send you coupons, and then you send them cash with that check, because that's effectively is a monetary instrument, which is a check. So they take the cash and also take that check, and they double the money, triple the money with that.
wow. There's another fucking scam. Or a scam or a way around the system. Depends how you look at it.
What did he told you he did with the checks? What did he tell you he did?
He would just, if he had $100 job and they paid him $100, he would just say, leave it blank or just make it out to Edison Power Company, and he would just mail it in with his bill. And back then, man, we dealt with a lot. This was back in the early '90s, so we everything was done with checks, man. There was very, 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 very few credit card. You couldn't like call up the power company and give them a credit card. No. You either had to send a check in or go down there and pay in cash.
Yeah, the checks. Yeah,
that was the only two ways.
People still use them, but in the past it was more common. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it was super common. It was just everywhere. I mean,
you could go to the post office and pay it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could. You could get you could take your cash and then get a money order from the post office and then mail that in. And he did a lot of that. But he would never ever deposit anything into his account. I mean, he didn't even have a fucking checking account. If he got a check that he couldn't, he would just go right down to the bank and cash it. And, they started getting tighter and tighter on their regulations on how you could cash these checks, man. And him and I, man, we went around and around with these banks back in the day, man. They would say, well, you need 2 forms of ID and shit. And we would just stand there and just say, no, it doesn't say that on the check anywhere that I need 2 forms of ID to cash this.
No.
Are you kidding me? I mean, we would just stand there. Sometimes it took, half an hour. Eventually, they would just give in and say, okay, fuck, the guy's not leaving. Fuck, just give him the cash. We would just had to fight the bank tellers, and you could tell they're getting frustrated and they're going to their manager and they're running around and we're just standing there like, having fucking nice leisure.
They need you to attach it to your strawman, which is your name, and then to that account is the social security. So when they cash that check, they cash it double. That's why they give you the cash and they charge you a fee. And if you borrow from them, they give you an interest. But they need your name so they can cash it double.
But if you stand your ground, man, and say, look, man, this is the only ID I got. It's a California driver's license. Take it or leave it. And you just stood my ground. Eventually they would try to get my social security number or something. No. You don't get that, bro. You're not getting my fucking Social Security. That's not on the check, man. It doesn't say anywhere on that check that I need Social Security number to fucking cash this. Fuck off. Yeah, we were pretty ballsy back then, man. We would just not take their shit, man. And he just kind of stood up to him. It's a few $100 here and there. It wasn't like, 20 grand or 50 grand. No, this is like, $150 check, like, okay. Oh, no, we need 2 IDs. No, you don't. No, there's nowhere on there does it say. Well, that's our policies. I go, well, it doesn't say that on the check. That's your policies. And you just kind of, I had to fight him, man. I remember fighting many, many times to try to cash a check. Today, I don't even know what it would be like to cash a check, man. I'd probably, I might try it next week or something, man. I got a check on my refrigerator. I might take it down there and try to cash it. See what happens. I'll let you guys know. So,
make sure you have a bank account or no?
Mm-hmm. No? I have a corporation that has a bank account. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have
you
personal.
Can possibly create under the corporation. You can create a treasury account and deposit that check into the treasury. You most likely will get what you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about it. I mean, check's good, but I'm not a greedy guy, man. I live a healthy lifestyle, fortunate, blessed.
No, you don't have to be greedy. You don't have to.
I'm not like looking to scam the system completely, but I'll finagle my way through it, whatever it takes to avoid taxes, man. That's what I'm into. I want to avoid taxes, and I do that at every turn I can do.
It's not that you're not paying taxes, because when you go to the store, you do pay taxes.
I know, we all pay taxes.
You want to avoid the account, the taxable event. You avoid that, the taxable event.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You do pay taxes. You go to the store, put gas, pay tax.
Dude, in California, every gallon of gas, there's like, I don't know, like 60 cents per gallon is going to taxes. It's crazy. Yeah. A lot.
I try and I get paid a lot in cash as well.
Right.
And so we use it and go to the markets and stuff like that, pay in cash to the market guys with fruit and veg and stuff like that.
Yes.
Try and avoid it as much as possible. We have a family trust as well. So. Anything I do make out of that gets divided up between me and my wife and the kids, so we don't pay as much tax. But.
Nice. I just love handing somebody a physical thing for a physical thing. It's like here's.
So do I.
It's just I enjoy that. This digital thing, the credit card. I fucking hate that shit, man. I just hate it. I've always hated it, man. I haven't had a credit card in, I don't know, almost 30 years now, 25 years. And it's like, I just hate credit cards, man. I think they're just wicked, man. What's up, Pumpkin?
Hey, what's up, man?
I got a company one, but I don't have a personal one.
Yeah, I got a corporation one too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't have a personal credit card though.
Yeah, I don't have one of those. No. I'm going with that shit. Fuck
that.
Dude, today's interest rates are like stupid. Fuck. I remember when they started messing around with the interest rates they could charge on credit cards, and it went from you could charge like 7% to, and then all of a sudden, man, overnight they said, if you are late on one payment, they can jack it up to 37%. And I was like, what? I was freaking out, man. I remember my buddy, man, we're like, what the fuck, man? You missed one payment, man. It's jumps from 7 to 37.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I think my brother uses it the right way.
Yeah.
He pays everything on his credit card, and then when he gets he gets paid fortnightly, and every fortnight he clears up what's been paid on the credit card, and he gets heaps of points and free stuff
hell yeah,
from it.
man. My ex-wife,
And he never pays any fees.
my ex-wife was like that, man. At the end of the month, we pay that shit off. And she had like a fucking, 975 fucking credit score, Like, fuck me, man. Yeah. She was good about it. She was thrifty. Yeah, she was really good at it. Her dad
I
was,
hate that shit.
her dad was good with money, taught her well. But he started with nothing and built it. It wasn't like he grew up with money. He grew up poor as fuck. But he bought property and rented it out, and bought some more property and rented it out, and he ended up with 7, 8 apartment buildings with anywhere from 5 to 10 units. Yeah, he did well.
Well done.
Yeah. But he could do it back then, man. I mean, even working at he was working at some air conditioning company. Forget the name of it. He was like an engineer there. He went to the Navy, got his engineering degree, worked at some company, I don't know if he had a bachelor's or master's or just a technical degree. I'm not sure. But, he had enough money working at the factory where he could go down and buy a fucking apartment complex with 10 units.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Well, you can't do that now. I mean, there's no fucking way you could do that shit now. I mean, if you just have a regular job.
Not a whole complex.
Back in the fucking 60s and 70s, yeah, you could do that shit.
We have a problem here, because we do it every 2 years. We buy an old apartment and renovate it and sell it. But here you have capital gains tax.
Right.
So you have to live in it for 12 months.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's taxed as profit earnings. So,
but don't. Now, let me ask you this, Timbo: let's say you do sell that place and you buy another place within a year, you do not get taxed as much, right?
Correct. Yes.
Right. That's how it works here too, as well.
But what I do is I rent it privately for a year.
Right.
And then I spend a year renovating it just on weekends because, I work a lot during the week.
Right.
And then I get my mail sent there.
So it's like you're living there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Power bill, gas bill, everything sent there.
Bill.
And then I renovate it, and then after we finish, after the 12 months is up of living in it, no, not really living in it, but pretending to live in it,
right?
You sell it, and there's no capital gains because it's a personal property,
right?
So you don't pay any tax on it.
That's fantastic, man. So
I'm trying to save for retirement, man.
Pumpkin. Madam, how are you this evening? We're just shooting the shit. We're just hanging out. There's nobody new in here that wants to talk about flat Earth. And for the next 30 minutes, it's a speculation Sunday for me. I can speculate on whatever I want, but I'll keep it, on reality, man. I like to keep it on reality. Reality are things like cash does buy shit, man. That's a fucking reality, man. Love it. Hate it. Bitcoin does buy shit, no doubt. Man, if you got some Bitcoin, you can buy some shit, man. I saw a guy buy a motorcycle with fucking Bitcoin, man. I love that, man. So those are reality things that we can check out. I love what Timbo's doing, man. He's flipping houses and kind of, working the system to his advantage. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what the elite do all the time, man. So,
it just occurred to me. What if, since it's Speculation Sunday, what if we made some sort of fund and started buying up billboard space or renting out billboard space and advertising better? Or the server in particular, even.
I thought about it, man. There's my wife just went through a promotion thing she did for like a year, and they ended up purchasing some billboard space, like an electronic billboard across the freeway. And I thought, you get so many turns per hour, on your, depends on how much you pay. It's complicated. Those hucksters try to get as much money out of you as you can, but because hers was a nonprofit, man, they got like a super fucking killer deal. It was almost free, actually. And she was able to get some billboard space for her thing that she was putting together. It was like a city cleanup kind of day that she put together. But she got some billboard space. Yeah, I love it, man. One of the first things, the very first Flat Earth meetup, at least in this century, was in Raleigh, North Carolina, and somebody bought an actual billboard with research Flat Earth on it. And on a Friday I think it was it was on a Thursday. It was Friday, Saturday, I think the conference was, but on the Thursday everybody met out at the billboard. And they took a picture, and that was back in like 2017, I think it was. Anyway, David Weiss was in that picture. You guys know.
Didn't some Glover counter that with like a was it an airplane freaking the airplanes that drag the sign along? What are they called?
No, I didn't hear that.
I heard something about that. Yeah, I heard something about like some Glover hired
that's a great
something like that. They tried to counter it to like.
Next time David comes in here, we have to ask him that if he knows anything about that, because I never heard that, man. I mean, I'm pretty tied into what's happening.
I might have to,
the community, the people, the science. Yeah, I'm pretty.
I might have story mixed up. I don't know. But I just remember hearing something about it.
That would be interesting.
Vaguely remember, yeah.
Anyway, we got a Flat Earth meetup coming up this month, 24th at the beach down here in Southern California. But later this year, man, we got the Flattoberfest in Vegas, which is pretty easy drive for me, man. I'll probably show up, and we'll just talk to a bunch of flat earthers all weekend, man. I'll bring them in here. We'll hang out. I'll drop a lot of. I want to keep this Discord going, whatever it takes, man. I want to put my time in to say, hey, man, if I can turn 10, 12 people onto it, great, man. If I could turn on 2, I've turned on a lot of people to this Discord, man. I'm dropping shit everywhere. If I leave a comment, usually I'll leave a link or something to this place.
Nice.
Little things, It doesn't. All little things add up. And,
yeah, they do.
All right, we got Coco up in here, man. You guys are.
You'll be lucky to get him to open his mic.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about him. He's in the lobby right now.
Coco. Coco's toast. All right, cool. Coco's toast, man. Coco's done. T-Dub, man, and Timbo. I don't know how you guys do it, but you guys are the same guy. I know it 100%, without a doubt. I don't know how you guys do it, but you guys sound so fucking. I mean, there's a little difference, but man, you got to really pay attention.
Maybe we're long lost brothers.
Twins. You guys are twins, separated at birth. I don't know what the hell. Even you guys' laugh is similar. It's fascinating, man. Thank you guys for sharing. I love it.
Too many laughs. I can't even keep up. I can't even keep up how many laughs I got. Different types of laughs.
All right, you got to work on it, man. You got to work. You got to figure out your laugh.
No, I got to punch out.
He says he's got too many.
You got too many. Man,
Types.
I don't think. Hopefully, I only got one or two, man. But usually, it's like absolutely fucking.
Nah, you got more than that. You
I
just
got the
don't know.
one that's like, oh, you got to be kidding me, and then I got the one, oh, that's so funny. You know, it's
That's there are only two modes.
That's it, man.
Yeah, dude, there's no freaking way, man. There's no freaking. Oh.
I don't know
You've
if you
only
guys
got
watched a
sarcastic.
video. You guys might have watched a video or two. They were just like, what the fuck did I just watch? Holy shit. Fuck that. And you start laughing. You're like, fuck me, man. I can't believe I got fucked. Oh, what a. Yeah. And then there's like, so fucking funny.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I resonate.
Yeah, there's two modes for me, man. I'm like, it's ridiculously funny, or it's just like I call it belly laughing funny, man. It's like that.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim Waterworld. Shit. Why is he server muted, man? Can we server mute Jim? That'd be cool. He was probably
That's cool. Yeah.
Jim.
I think I remember Jim showing like cool videos and stuff.
He probably was hot micing or something.
Was he?
I just want to say I just got back from the Lo-Fi server, and I'll talk to you guys about that later.
Hey, what's up, Lo-Fi?
Hey,
Welcome
what's going
back,
on,
man.
yo?
Dude, man.
Thank you.
I hadn't talked to you in a minute, but welcome back, man. I hear some
You too.
really good things about you, bro, man. Some people were like,
oh, thanks.
Like spitting you out, man. Like our bro Lo-Fi's like out there doing some business.
Oh, shucks. Well, I definitely took an error of the knee on my own server. Well, not my own server, but the Lo-Fi server, which has almost 1 million people in there. And I started talking about Flat Earth, and everyone was like clipping videos of me and making like hate channels and stuff. And
perfect, man.
Yeah. I kind of like, it's very weird.
Yeah, you'll get used to it, man. Don't worry.
Hate channels. Hate channels, like in the server.
Not in the server, but somebody made a YouTube channel about me talking about it, and they have like, I guess they have an hour video of me. Yeah, like it's crazy.
Just dedicated to you. What?
Somebody told me. Somebody literally just 10 minutes ago. That's why I kind of wanted to jump in here. Like they were telling me to like kill myself. It was getting really awkward.
Ask him if you can have gas pressure without a container. That'll fuck you.
I did. We're talking about gravity and stuff. I'm just like, you can't. Gravity doesn't have a beginning or end. Explain that, and none of them will explain it. And so, it's just. I mean, I guess I'm sharpening my tools by having these conversations, but they make me angry, and I don't know if that's my issue or not. But like,
yeah, don't let it get you angry.
Yeah.
You can be passionate. I get it, but don't be angry. That's bad.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I'm getting better at it now.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's just not normal to be in a server with 1 million people and like having a lot of those people like hate you. It's very weird. It's but you know what's kind of cool is that what was the last guy said? He said, it's fun talking to you, but I hate what you talk about. That's what he said to me.
I get it.
Well, that's the thing. They're going to act nastier and nastier to you because they don't want to accept what you're saying. You know, you can't get too mad because it's not your fault that they can't get it. It's their own fault that they can't get it, and that's just what it looks like when humans get frustrated.
Yeah, they can't think straight, and then they keep spilling hot water on you, and then eventually you're like, okay, now I'm mad, and it's just like, yeah, it's crazy, because it really does come from a good place, you know, it really does. And so,
for you, it does. Them telling you to kill yourself, obviously, they're becoming toxic.
Yeah, it's evil.
Yeah,
man. It's evil.
True. Yeah, even the people are like, bro, that's fucked up. So it's like, yeah, like,
that's crazy, isn't it? When was the last time in history when it was considered like, you know, socially acceptable to be able to like mock and ridicule a particular group? I mean, that has been weird, frowned upon for centuries, like for the last, like we've socially built up to this point where it's really frowned upon to to discriminate against particular minority groups or whatever, or any group, right? Really?
Right.
They're all standing up for their rights. But now it's suddenly okay to do that to flat earthers. I mean, what's going on?
It's the worst treatment I've ever had in my life. You could literally be racist and get better treatment than if you talk about flat Earth.
Exactly.
Like literally.
You know what?
Dude,
That
it's
is
crazy.
weird. That's weirdly true. I've heard a lot of like black people just kind of like excuse racism, like
it's
in a way.
Literally though. Yes.
You got to be tough.
You do. This is yeah, it's true.
You got to be mentally
making me tough now. Yeah, facts though.
You're right there, man. You're younger than I am, man. You got this, bro.
Thank you. So likewise, though, you got this. I think anyone who can talk about flat Earth is legit.
No doubt. I mean, even if
like
it's
without being a dick, you know, like
man, I got pictures of space, man, from NASA, and you're okay. Well, that's great, man.
How about that? I can be yeah.
I've heard that a million times today. Everyone's like, "Bro, you think that somebody was like, you don't think there's Land Rovers on Mars?" I'm like, "Listen." I was like, "Listen." I was like, "Bro, listen. That sounds like a."
You have for your Land Rovers on Mars, man. What do you got? Yeah, you got to turn it around on them, man. You got to put the ball back in their court and say, "Hey, man."
I've learned to do that, and I also learned that some people are too far ingrained.
Yes. You got to know you got to know your audience, man. That's an old. It's an old entertainment saying, man. It's like you got to know your audience, and if it's a bunch of old people, man, you ain't gonna come out there with some, Drake fucking tunes. It's like
it's like somebody fell in a hole, and you're trying to like take them out, like you're trying to like pull them out of it. They're like, no.
What we do here, man. That's what we do here, day in, day out.
They show you a picture of the ball. You just say, okay, well, we see curvature there. Can we detect curvature on the ground where the curvature is supposed to be?
Absolutely not.
Wow.
It's so crazy, dude. It's like the only way the way that I walked into flat Earth is because my life got so screwed up that like I was willing to accept anything no matter how negative it was. And I'm just like, what if everything's a lie? Like, oh, well, then it is. Yeah. How brilliant.
It turned out to be.
Yeah, it's the Jenga tower of lies. Like people can't handle that fall. It's too much.
It's too far, man.
This is a good group if you want to take it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I do appreciate Flat Earth because it has made me sharper and stronger, and it's helped me make more money in a weird way because it's like I know how to do business better. Like I know how to handle myself better. Yeah.
Absolutely, Lo-Fi. You become certainly way more aware of every situation. That's it.
Yes.
Whatever it is.
It's
like, the sun's coming up. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, okay. The moon or full moon or all these.
We're talking about how like the moon is a light. I wasn't trying to sound scientific. I wasn't even saying, well, I did say luminescent, but I just said, listen, it's a light.
Right.
And they're like, no, it's a rock. I'm like, well, how the fuck does a rock illuminate light? They're like, the sun shines it on it. I'm like, that's not true. And even if that was true, there's no such thing as a light on a rock, or a rock that illuminates light. There's crystals, there's diamonds. That's the closest thing you can get to something that's shiny, but not a light.
Well, a rainbow does the rainbow, is that a real thing? I always love to throw that at those guys, man.
Right.
You can see a rainbow, right? How do you know that you're not? The moon isn't some kind of rainbow. What's up with that? You got any evidence? No, right. It's a rock. It's a rock in space. Really? You're gonna go with a rock in space? Okay, that's cool.
And then somebody told me like they're like, it's got to be it's a specific rock. I'm like, oh yeah. Well, do you have those rocks on Earth? It's like, no. I'm like, well then how do you? how do you verify what you're saying? You know, like
why would it be any different? I mean, why would it be something that's not found everywhere? Like, why is it so unique of a mineral?
Yeah, can you observe it in nature? Somebody said that, and I made a note of that in my phone. Like, how brilliant is it observable in nature? And somebody was trying to tell me that empirical evidence is not the best way to go about things.
Well, the moon is actually made from petrified wood, so that means they're using the forest there.
Right, exactly.
That's right.
And then when I brought up Buzz Aldrin, literally admitting that we never went to the moon, everybody on the Lo-Fi server quickly jumped on it and researched it, and they told me that it's edited. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't know what else to tell you.
That's a problem with doing more than one-on-one, really, especially at first. It's unfair when you're being ganged up on. And I've experienced this many times just because I have a big family. Even if I'm 100% right, if I'm against too many people, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of hyenas.
Yeah. It's hyenas. Yeah, it's a pack of fucking wolves coming at you.
It's I kind of, in a sick way, I kind of like it now, because it's just like to have that much control over someone's emotions. Like I now know how to make someone want to kill me. I just talk about I talk about flat Earth. No, literally, I brought my
I can make a bunch of people. Here's the funny thing, man. I posed this question like 2 years ago. I was like, "Hey, man, if I walked into a fucking party and just yelled out the word, hey, man, the Earth is flat,' or if I yelled out, or if I yelled out that this whole Coco thing is a complete farce, which one would I get more flack from?
The flat Earth, for sure.
I don't know, man.
I've never had many. As I used to have everything, and people hated me for it, but I never received as many death threats as I do now.
It is brutal.
I feel that this meme describes that experience perfectly. Like that,
Let me look at the meme here. Objective truth doesn't exist. It's wild. It really is, yeah. Right? I'm not saying I'm very slow to things. Like, I'm a very late bloomer to things, and so like, I'm at least confident in the fact that I know the Earth isn't a ball, and I'm happy with that. And I could. Why does Werner von Braun have the Psalm verse? Yeah. Yo, like for real. Like it just all leads back to the Creator. Like that's really what it is.
Wow.
Because perhaps I think they would do that because we are so beyond more meaningful than what we're told, and we have a lot more power than we understand.
I agree.
And we just like we're fantastic. We're fucking awesome. But the society wants you to like hate yourself and believe in aliens.
Yeah.
It's really what it is.
They're way better than you.
Right.
But we are awesome, and we're out here trying to just shake a couple people's chains out of their pocket, man, and say, "Hey, Jimbo, what's up, Jim Waterworld?
Hey, Cherokee people, Cherokee pride. Our world is stationary, and we have pride."
That's crazy, though.
Brother. I had to talk to you. Hey, Jim and I are Cherokee flat earther, and
I love it.
You guys know that. That was it. Cherokee flat earther. Hey, guess what, man? All American Indian natives are flat earthers. I figured that out.
Really?
Yep. All of them. All of them believed in the flat earth.
I'm big.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy is I believed in it. I believed in the propaganda at first.
We all did.
Right, but the thing is like, well, that is true. We all did.
That's true.
That is true. We all did. Like I was heavily ingrained. I used to have like the Toy Story, like the Buzz Lightyear toy and stuff. I used to love I used to love outer space and stuff, and so I don't know what triggered it, but like something snapped in my head. I'm just like, this is all bullshit, isn't it? It's kind of like, it's actually, I know this sounds stupid, but it's kind of like when I found out Santa wasn't real, and I was like really mad at my. I told my grandfather to fuck off. Like I was mad at him. I was like, how dare you lie to me?
Fuck off.
That's
I was
why.
angry.
Yeah, my parents didn't tell me that Santa existed, and I didn't tell my kids either. In fact, I told them.
I was
Good for
I was
you.
literally 11 when I found out. I was like, what the? I was telling all my friends that it was real, and they're like, dude, are you stupid? I'm like,
oh, bro.
I'm like, bro, I was like, he ate my Oreo cookies, bro.
I always find that the people who believed in Santa the longest, like, are often the most spiritual later in life.
That's so refreshing to hear. Because like I literally put milk and cookies, Oreo cookies at that.
Yeah, you can kick yourself on that one, man. 11. That's a little late.
Dude, I was damn near 12 years old. I was damn near a teenager, and I still believed in fucking Santa, yo.
Oh,
So
fucking
stupid.
Santa. It's
So
such a
stupid.
My uncle really got mad at my
Mike,
grandmother
you're low,
for
man.
lying to him about Santa. Like, he got really, really upset about it. And he's a preacher now and has been for a long time.
Yeah, my heart sunk when I heard about it, when I discovered that Santa wasn't real.
Well, you
And
took your reality seriously, which is
I
why it
really
hurt.
did. Yeah, that's such a awful thing to like just lie to children. That's why I'm kind of like
awful, and it's
That's
an
what I'm
MK. It's an MK Ultra technique, actually, and it's just, it's no different than MK Ultra, man. I mean, you guys can look that up, but it's the same kind of psychological manipulation of people in getting them to go with a certain program, man. And it, whether it's space or Santa, it's all
everything is out to get you. I'll just say this:
brutal, man. It's brutal.
Everything is out to get you. You go to the grocery store, you feel awkward if you don't buy something. You know, they put the candy on the lower shelf so the kids eat them. Like it's just you go to an interview and you automatically feel like you're not worthy. It's just like all these things are just meant to make you hate your life. Like everything makes you hate yourself. Everything. Like one time I saw a commercial, and I don't think I'll ever see a commercial like this again. But it was like this big guy, and he was like talking about, "You're awesome. You can do this. You're amazing." And then like the camera turned, and then he turns his head, and he's like, "You're fantastic." And then that was the commercial. That was all it was. It was just that I was like, that was the greatest commercial I've ever seen in my entire life. And I'm just like, why did that happen? But everything is just meant to take from you and hurt you and lie to you. And then like when you think for yourself, you're attacked. It's like it's literally a wicked world.
Lo-fi, man. I mean, you're in a server with 1 million people, man, and it doesn't matter. I mean, you watch Jaronism, man. I don't know. He's probably got 10, 20 million views on YouTube or wherever.
Yeah.
Back in the day, man, I used to go and watch some of the people putting out or just talking about Earth or flat Earth or whatever it was, and you read the comments and you're like, "What the?" I mean, the attacks are so vicious, bro.
They're very vicious, dude. I've
super vicious, man.
I can't even repeat some of the things.
Especially
I can't
if you're
repeat
a
some of the things on
woman.
here.
If you're a woman,
Yeah, if you're a woman and you're a flat earther, praise the Lord.
they're 10 times as bad for women as they are for us guys, man. I'm just telling you. I've read the comments. I'm like, I mean, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. This girl's a flat earther. And they just comment you the most vicious, vile shit you've ever seen in your life, man.
A lot of guys think it's their place to correct women, particularly like that's their role in life.
It's like a demonic force for real. Like I honestly
force. I like that.
I really mean that. I swear to God, I mean that because it's like it's either you guys that take responsibility, not just take responsibility, but take full responsibility. The whole glass, the whole package, the whole bag. You take it and then you just unravel and figure it out. But most people, they just Oh, responsibility? No. Oh, figuring it out? No. Oh,
And
doing something
these
that's
men,
right?
these men don't even understand the gravity of their role. Do they understand how difficult it is to be useful to a whole human being who's capable of incredible things? You have to be so awesome to be able to provide for a woman and like maintain her happiness, like all this stuff. Like
That's so kind of you to say. Oh my gosh. It's like the sweetest words I've heard all my life. What the heck? Jeez.
Hey, I just want to point out the fact that every single one of us came out of a vagina. That's a fact.
For real.
That's
I mean,
true.
here's the thing.
For real.
They think that they can reduce women because it makes their job easier.
Yep. But think about
You
it.
know,
Man.
like if they're just people for them to control, you know, they don't have to.
Sexism is accepted and flat Earth isn't.
Yeah, a lot
That's
of them
weird.
are Christian, is why.
Yeah, isn't that something? Everything just leads me to know that this is the truth. I absolutely. Yeah.
You know, I'm a part of a religion where like a huge portion are flat earthers.
Right. Isn't that well, that's what the Bible's what got me into flat Earth. The literal Bible is what made me realize the earth is stationary, not spinning. The Psalm verses.
That's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, the Psalm verses, all of them, they say it shall not be changed, it shall not be moved. Nothing will change it. Like it's set in stone. Always has, always will. And so I think what happened is that some crazy evil group of people were like, okay, let's just do everything opposite. Let's just lie to everyone. Let's make it anti-biblical. Like Psalm says it's stationary, we're spinning, bro. Like Psalm says it shall not be changed, we're shooting, bro. Like,
Hey,
it's insanity.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm a Quranist, not a Mohammedist. Okay, I want to clarify that. I'm not what you think of when you think of Muslim.
You're a terrorist.
Right.
Guaranteed,
Yeah.
100%.
I think you're cool.
no.
Don't worry. Don't trip.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's following the Quran alone and not the Hadith, which the whole Middle East has embraced, like with wild abandon. But I was talking to someone the other day, and he kept using proofs of like space, the ISS, to support his idea that the Quran is completely metaphorical. And I just had to be like, man, and I held it in as long as I possibly could. And I was just like, and when he started talking about how the ISS had proof, I was just like, man, I held it in as long as I could, but I have to tell you, the Earth is flat. Like,
right. And
you know,
speaking of that, yeah.
But you know what he told me? He said, well, I know a lot of Quran alone people are flat earthers.
That's actually refreshing to hear too.
We've had a lot of.
I didn't get kicked out, but I left one of the Christian servers because I mentioned flat Earth because I thought that they would understand, and I got an earful as well, and so I'm just like, you guys are tripping. Like I'm literally referencing scripture, and like that supports what I'm saying, and I'm just like, okay.
I think the biggest thing you see in the Bible, other than Genesis 1, 1 through 31,
yes.
It mentions four corners, it mentions foundations, it mentions pillars, and it mentions ends of the earth multiple times, and none of those things are possible on a spinning space ball.
The Quran says that it's flat. It says that it's spread out like a carpet.
Like a carpet.
And so it says it's spread out and stationary. So I mean, like it's actually it compares it to a nest, I think.
Yeah, and in Isaiah 40:22 talks about looking at sits at the top of the firmament, or not the firmament, looks down upon us as like grasshoppers, that spreads out like a tent, and so very similar to what the Quran says. But it's just amazing. You can trace this back. You can trace this back literally to the Jesuits in 1540.
Right. Oh, you can absolutely. The year after the globe map came out, the year before. I'm sorry. I often look to big events, I look the year before and just see what happened that year. And when I went to see when the Mercator map was created, which created the globe standard for the map, the year before was the foundation of the Jesuits.
It's quite amazing. You look at Ignatius Loyola and him becoming the first black pope in 1543, and then the Council of Trent in 1545 to 1563, and when they were done, the Jesuits had taken over the Catholic Church. And then the Douay-Rheims came out in the New Testament in 1582, and the whole Bible came out in 1610. And then
Really, that late?
Isaiah 40:22, in the Douay-Rheims in 1610, which was translated from the very, very, very bad Latin Vulgate, said, in Isaiah 40:22, the sphere of the earth. And it's amazing that people like Loon McToon have that on their website right at the beginning, and then he goes to Job 26:7 and goes that the earth hangs on nothing, and that supports their ball. But the world doesn't hang on nothing in their fairy tale. The world hangs on gravity.
And the irony of it is when they say that you're the one that's like thinking of a fairy tale when what they're thinking is a fairy tale. It's just it's completely ironic. It's just, they're telling me that I'm mythical, and then I'm talking about fantasy. I'm telling you that it's stationary, and that it's simple. Like it's just like they're telling me we're spinning and shooting and vortexes and parallel universes and all this shit. I'm just like, this is insanity now. And so, yeah, it's just it's a huge slice of humble pie that people don't want to eat because it's. I will admit, I freaked out when I thought about flat Earth. Like, it freaked me out. Like the picture that I just posted. Hold on, where is it? It's the one where it talks about the footstool, like with the pillars and stuff. Like that picture freaked me out. That picture, I literally.
It's 6610. It's 66:1.
Yeah, I literally freaked out when I saw that, and I sat in my shower and freaked out. I was like freaking out. I was like, yo, this is probably the truth. That's too much.
Put on those billboards so that people, especially when they're high coming home from work, they'll see that and be like, holy crap, we should put them in places where weed is legal.
Right. Speaking of that, I was stoned when I saw that picture, and that made me freak out so much. I was like, sorry, God, I don't know what's going on. Like, it's just so weird. It's like at the end of the movie. It's like at the end of like a 20-year-old movie. And then like you get to the end of it, you're like, whoa, what? That was it? Okay, never mind. It just makes sense in a painful way. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm just yeah, it's refreshing talking. I already feel 100 times better talking to you guys. It was just
honestly,
it's like, yeah.
I get you 100%, man. Honestly, like for a while, my husband was like trying to distance himself from flat Earth, and even just hearing me talk to you guys made him like way more soften up to it. Hearing people just talk about it logically, and it's soothing to your soul to talk to people who also know the truth.
Yes. Seriously, I can't really do it any other way now. And it's kind of weird because it's like it's either they take full responsibility or not. And that's it. And like, well, that's really it.
I find it fascinating in their fairy tale that they tell us that we're moving in an elliptical orbit around the sun. Elliptical works only in the physics. A circular orbit doesn't work. And they tell us 30 kilometers per second, 66,600 miles per hour, even though every interferometer experiment's ever been done by a scientist shows 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. But they tell us 30 kilometers per second around the sun. And then we have Einstein's constant speed of light of 186,200 miles per hour. That's supposed to be constant. But what's fun is we have an ever-expanding universe, and it's called Hubble's Law. And Hubble's Law says that we're moving at the universe is expanding at 73.3 kilometers per second, which is twice 2.5 times more than we're moving around the sun. Now, I can give you that ever-expanding universe 2.5 times more than we're moving around the sun. Fine, but they don't stop there. They go 73.3 kilometers per second per mega parsec. And what's a parsec? A parsec is 3.26 million light years. So not only are we going in an ever-expanding universe at 73.3 kilometers per second, but it's also per mega parsec, which is 3.26 million light years, or 31 trillion kilometers. Now, nobody can measure that. It's not possible. It's 400 times faster than the speed of light. Speed of light is supposed to be constant, 186,200 miles per hour, according to Einstein. But the universe is expanding at 400 times the speed of light. I tell you guys, if you think this heliocentric thing is real, or like I used to, if you even have a friend that believes in this crap, I would say look up the speeds that we're told that we're moving and that the ever-expanding universe is moving, and let them know, maybe write it down for them and say, here, if you want to believe in this, go ahead. It's all yours.
Right. In the back of my head, I always thought there was something wrong about it too. I mean, like literally, like remember when you're growing up and you're like in school, walking in the hallways? It's just like in the back of my mind, I'm just like, we're spinning thousands of miles. Like what? Like it would bother me all the time. Like I get ice cream with friends. I think about how we're spinning and shooting, and like all the time. And I'm just like, it was in the back of my head all the time. Like I feel violated. I literally feel violated. I'm just like, yo, you can't lie to me. That's not cool. Like I believed it. You know, I literally was to it. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you.
When I was in middle school, I knew a girl who was terrified whenever she looked up at the night sky because the thought of infinity scared her.
Right. Yeah, actually, that's valid. Yeah, I used to think that too. Like, I used to think, like, wait, this never ends. There's too much. I'm useless. I'm insignificant. Like, that was my mindset for all eternity. Like it's literally set to make you depressed and insecure.
You know, there's also a phobia of wide open flat spaces.
That's funny. The truth is too startling. It's always funny to me when you are in a flat, open, wide space that no one was looking around and being like, hey, look. It's flat. All of it.
I mean, I might as well say it because we're not friends anymore, but like I used to have a good friend that was a mechanic, and he actually helped me get my first luxury car, and he was awesome. And then I talked to him about flat Earth, and he literally cut me out of his life.
Wow.
Like literally, he won't talk. And I asked one of our mutual friends, and he doesn't talk to me anymore either. And he's like, "Oh yeah, he doesn't talk to you because you have some crazy beliefs." I'm like, "What do I believe in? That's too crazy." The flat Earth model? That's what's crazy. Like that's crazy too. Like me not like what if I burned down a village?
Burn down a village. Oh, you're such a bad person.
Oh, but don't kill him. No one deserves to be killed. But if you're a flat earther, go kill yourself.
Drink some bleach.
Yeah.
Drink some bleach, man. I used to get those all the time. Drink some bleach. Don't reproduce. Thank you. I hope you die. Yeah, this shit gets wicked, man. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, fuck off. Every time I just tell them to fuck off. Yeah, fuck off. Yeah, I'm moving on. Hey.
The problem is for them that they now have permanently disillusioned citizens.
Yeah, well, we've seen it here day in, day out for years. And every day they come in here with disillusions of where they live. I live in the Star Wars, Matrix, Star Trek world. I know for a fact. What evidence do you have for curvature? I don't know. Star Wars, I saw it on Star Wars. It definitely curves on Star Wars. Definitely 100%. Yeah, I saw it on Star Wars. You don't believe me? I saw it on Star Wars, man. They showed me the curvature in the movie. Yeah. That's what I got. I got Star Wars. Oh, okay. That's hot, man. Hey,
You know, my best proof recently, just to get people opened up to the idea, is just explaining exactly how they covered up all flat earther stuff, like demoted it, hid it, banned it, whatever, and then posted their own fake stuff that literally no flat earther believes, and disabled comments on every one of them, and continue to demote us. So if that's not proof of a cover up, I don't know what is.
Yeah, what is? I mean, we've had major people making content every day getting completely destroyed, their channels taken away, their channels demonetized, their channels have been, I mean, just talking about flat earth. That's it. They aren't talking about nothing else, man. These people got their shit absolutely. They had 100,000 subscribers, 300,000. Nope, you're not allowed to talk to those people anymore. Nope, you're not allowed to do what you gotta. Nope, you're gone.
We need to
Good night.
promote.
Good night, Flatsy. Good night, Flatsy.
Hi. We need to promote the search engine Mojeek.com if we want people to be able to research flat earth.
How's that work?
It's uncensored and unlimited results.
All right.
Hey, Flat Earth Duty was much worse for me. Some people are getting the YouTube channels deleted. I had my TP taken away for believing in flat Earth. Can you believe that, man?
Yeah, you did. I took your TP, man.
Hey, my TP was 1,800 square foot with a hot tub. And they took it all away, man.
Oh,
damn, bastards!
How'd this happen?
Because I was a flat earther, and
he's a flat earther.
I was a flat earther.
Yeah, but I need more details. Like, how did you get it in the first place? Why did they have the power to take it away? And what encounter caused this?
No, it's eminent domain. They came by and saw that I was a flat earther, and they said, well, we're going to use eminent domain, and we're going to take his TP away and whatever's inside of it. Luckily, I wasn't in there because they would have taken me away too, but hey, it's cool, man.
Wait, where?
He's just being a bit comical at this point. His 1,800 square foot teepee with a jacuzzi. I mean, that's pretty funny. Come on. I mean, that would be ridiculous, right? I mean, but
I'm like just trying to figure out what on earth you're talking about.
No, Jim and I, we're American Indians, so we kind of mess around with that occasionally. Like, hey man, what's up with that teepee, man? They took your teepee, bro. Man. Are you kidding me?
To be honest, I was imagining like one of those super luxurious pavilions they use for weddings.
Anyway, hey, I dropped a meme, man, in there. It says Lake Tahoe is 22 miles across, and look at it on the globe, man. I mean, if there's that much curvature at 22 miles, I mean, come on. There's got to be like some curvature we can find somewhere. Come on, Jimbo. Help me out, man.
Hey, if you look really, really good at the left side, upper left-hand side of that flat picture on top, you'll see my teepee.
There's your teepee right in the middle. I see it. That's a big ass teepee, dude. That's a huge.
1,800 square foot, man.
With a jacuzzi. Don't forget the jacuzzi, man. I love that they put that 22 mile picture of Lake Tahoe. That was an ISS flyby, I'm pretty sure, man. And somebody grabbed it and said, "What the fuck?" I mean, I've been to Lake Tahoe, man. I know that shit's flat all the way across, man. 100%. Just like it looks in the top picture. It looks exactly the same. And yeah, you guys are done, man. Your fucking globe is done, man. I just hope you guys can wake up to it and say, "Hey, man, every day is a beautiful day." You know, after you realize you're not spinning on and shooting space monkey ball, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Wow, that would be cool. You know, hold on, everybody. Buckle up. Put your drink trays in the upright position. We're traveling at millions of miles an hour, people. Millions. What? Wait a minute. What? Who came up with this shit, man? I don't feel like I'm moving.
You know, what was a shocker to me was finding out that the vast amount of stars and stuff that they talk about, all the stars expanding, are all in this little, like, seeming like crack in the sky filled with stars. Like, just this one little spot that they call the Milky Way, and the rest of the stars are supposed to be traveling in, like, almost like a pocket of space with us. Like, It's just crazy.
It's creepy. It's super creepy, people, to think that you're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour.
I also thought it was interesting that trees all know how to grow up, right? They don't like grow at whatever angle that is coming from the most mass where they can get the best grip. They always know which way is up.
They do. Guaranteed. Yep. We can check that for ourselves, man. Trees grow straight up. No shit, Sherlock. All things grow straight. It's funny, man, how we got and the majority of people got hoodwinked into believing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Not just the majority.
The globe. Yeah, the globe, man. You believe in the globe? Yep. Guarantee I believe in it. I think this whole flat earth people are a bunch of fucking crazy people. Cause I went to school, man. They told me that shit is a globe. How dare you come in here and tell me it's not a globe? How dare you? Yeah, that's the shit we're up against, man. And
yeah, they always tell you that you must have been shit at school. And I'm just like, man, I did academic competition as an extracurricular. Like, that was my shit, man.
Pumpkin, we got, Indio's got a degree. There's super professional people up in here, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got
Bong is, got some technical shit behind his ass. Yeah, we can go on and on and on, man. There's people that have high level degrees up in here that are flat earthers. And we'll go up against all these globies, man. We'll go up against them all day, man. Every day. And that's what we do. 24/7, 365 days a year, man. We're in here saying, hey, man, you got evidence for the globe? Bring it. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? And they ain't got nothing. And it's fun, man, to kind of just see them try to bring their evidence in here. It's not going to happen because gas pressure absolutely requires a container, man. And you just can't get away from it, man. There's just absolutely no way in hell you can defend it.
Yeah.
You can't. It's impossible, man. Yeah. It is just a dead balls giveaway at this point, as they say.
I ain't no scientist, but I'm pretty sure,
Yeah. You do that pretty good, Bong. With the I ain't no stain, man. You do it better than I do. Damn, you You got to work on that. That's pretty comedic.
I don't know about those scientists, but
you guys are all a bunch of flat earthers, and you guys think I'm not a scientist or nothing, but you know.
I've never seen no water wrap around no ball.
Ain't never seen a ball water wrapping around things. I ain't no scientist or nothing, but I ain't. Yeah, there was a guy named Hillbilly, Flat Earth Hillbilly. I don't know if you remember him, Bob. But yeah, that's how he talks. And he's like, I've seen. He's kind of like a Dave Hinkle, a little bit. Like, I've seen a. Where's the curvature thing you guys have been talking about all this time? Yeah, he talked like that, exactly like that. That's pretty funny, man.
Well, I've been asking for 2 years where it says anywhere in any physics book the gas pressure requires a container.
I don't want to disappoint you, good folks, but water does bend around. Large bodies of water do bend around a ball, but they only start to bend around the ball when you can't see it anymore. That's when it starts to bend.
Oh, right.
Well, that's convenient, as I'd like to say.
Just trust us that it bends. I mean, you can't see it or anything like that, but it bends. Sooner or later, when you can't see it anymore, it bends.
Right, exactly. That makes sense. Totally, 100%. I'm going to go with that.
Now, I ain't no eye doctor, but that don't make no damn sense. I can see it when I can't see it. Nah.
You can see it when you can't see it. You can see it when you can't see it. That makes total. Yeah, that's when it happens, is when you can't see it, is because that's why you see it. Yeah, okay. Got it. I'm not an optometrist, but yeah, that's how the eye works. Yeah, fools you.
Well, if flat lines appear curved, you are advised to get an eye test done.
Well, all of our eyeballs are convex. You know that, right? Well, that would make sense.
So it's our eyeballs' fault. It's straightening the horizon out, is it?
Dude, I've heard that argument. I swear I've heard that argument at least a couple of times. These guys are like, well, it's your eyeballs like curved, you know? That's why you don't see it's curving. I'm like, okay, man, right on. That's interesting.
I think we know about the physics of light and the physics of water, but there's a physics that we haven't gotten into, and quantum mechanics talks about a little bit. It's called the physics of orange juice. And if you replaced all the world's water and put orange juice in its place, and it was on a ball, instead of water curving when you can't see it anymore, the orange juice will start to curve when you can't see it anymore.
Right. Hey, I love orange juice. I don't know about you guys, but I love a glass of orange juice. Oh, man.
But I can't see it anymore. Like, I can't see it anymore. Now it's there. What? Wait, I can't see it anymore. Now the curvature is there. Come on.
Haven't you ever
What the fuck, man?
What's that?
I said, gosh, haven't you ever heard of blind faith, mister?
Hold on, let me close my eyes.
Yeah,
I see
exactly.
it. I see it.
I see the curve. I can see the curve. I can feel the curve. I can feel the curve.
The curve loves you. You love the curve.
Maybe it's these glasses.
Yeah, I can't believe these guys sold us this. Well, 500 years of globe propaganda. It's hard to compete with it, man. I mean, we're up against the wall here, man. I mean, shit, fuck yeah. Every school taught it. Every science book talks about it. Yeah, if you went to school to become a fucking dentist, they fucking taught you about the globe at some point. Doesn't matter, man. You learned about the fucking globe along the way somewhere. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, I know that I can do heart surgery. It must be a globe because, I went through the school system and I do heart surgery. And Well, it got me here. I mean, I could do heart surgery. I mean, that's a fact.
It's not earth surgery, though.
So, I mean, heart surgery, man. I remember when it first came out. My dad had heart surgery where they took some veins from his leg and put them in his heart. I was like, damn, that's wicked, bro. That's fucking. You can do that shit? Fuck, that's crazy. So yeah, there's real things in life that are people go through the system like, well, I went to school and I learned that satellites are real, and I went to school and I learned that business accounting is a real thing, dude. I actually do it every day. I mean, it is a thing. I mean, I account for the money that goes in and out. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, so the globe must be real because they taught me how to account for shit. And the globe was, but they didn't go into any detail about the globe. They just said, you live on this globe, man. They didn't go into the radius, circumference, diameter, nothing. And these guys come in here every day and they don't know the first thing about the globe. They don't know the first thing, man. That's what keeps me coming back every day. Like waiting for that guy to come in here.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, they did teach us something about the globe. They pointed on the globe where you lived. They did something for you.
There you go. Yeah, they did. They point. You live here. Oh, okay.
You live here. It's kind of you live here. It's kind of like when you go into the mall and you walk into the mall and they have a map of the mall and they tell you where the Apple store is.
You're here.
And so they say you are here, and you see where the Apple store is. So they do that on the globe too. They say you are here, and you want to go to Australia, you got to go under.
I got to go upstairs, man. It's on second level. Damn.
I think it's our turn. I think I've come to this understanding in the last couple of months. It's our turn to make fun of them.
Yep, it is. Really is, man. And that's all we're gonna keep doing, man. Is making fun of them and going, wait, are you serious? You don't even know the diameter or the radius or nothing. You don't know the first thing how far the moon or sun is in your globe, man. You don't know any of it? Oh shit, man. You are that's funny, bro.
And your massless MASS less photon can travel in the vacuum of outer space 13.7 billion years, which is 800 600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros, and it can reach your eye here on Earth after it's done all that. Thank you, ever expanding universe.
Yes, it can reach your eye after traveling 18 zeros behind a digit.
Can you imagine this little tiny photon? This little tiny photon starts out 13.7 billion years ago and travels, 86 trillion, 600 quadrillion miles, 18 zeros after that, and just to reach Flat Earth Professor Cherokee Dude's eye.
That's right.
So cute. It's so poetic. The little photon that can. Right? Oh,
that would be a great poem or song. Photon that can. Oh,
I love that.
Photon. I remember that. The photon that can. Oh, I gotta have. I'm gonna have somebody. I'm not very good at this stuff. I gotta find somebody to get a poem or a song. The photon that can.
A cartoon. We need a cartoon, man.
Yeah, it's like I didn't come this far just to come this far. I must go to that man's eye, something like that, like, you can do it. We believe in you, little photon.
I got a new game. It's called Photon Foosball. And what you do is you go out in your backyard and you throw this invisible thing into the air with a bat and you try to hit it out of the park, but you never can because it doesn't exist. How's that? It's called Photon Foosball.
Okay, yeah.
I like it.
Photon ping pong.
Yeah, that's it. Why not? When something is invisible, you can make it do anything, man.
Yep. Yep. I remember me and my little sister, when we were little, we used to do things like, all right, let's pretend we're going to America now. All right, let's get in the car. Vroom, 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 vroom. Oh, here we are. Oh, welcome to America. Oh, wow. It's just like on TV. You know what I mean? That's what we do in the real world. You know, we hop on a plane. All right, let's pretend we're flying around the globe. Vroom, 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 vroom. Hi, welcome to the other side of the globe. Oh, wow. It's just like on TV. And we're still doing that as adults, you know, pretending, you know. Here's your change. Oh, just like when I was little. Pieces of paper. Thank you. This time it has real value because the government said so. Yeah. Anyways, yep. Some thoughts.
My thought is that everyone who is subjected to Flat Earth either seeks means of correct understanding and judgment or seeks means of denial.
Yeah, I agree. One has to do with love, the other has to do with fear. You know, enlightenment versus denial. You know, love versus fear.
Right. It's a test.
So I play chess, and I notice a lot. Most times, like 3 out of 5 games, when people lose and they know they've lost, they'll sit there and let the clock run out, just to spite you. You know, I think a lot of people do that too. You know, when all their arguments are spent and they don't want to deal with the facts, they start wasting your time. You know, just to spite you. You know, people searching, to deny it.
Mm-hmm.
She's talking about. I do it to myself sometimes.
Yeah. It's natural, right? It's just natural for us to do that.
I think there's a part of them that resents us for knowing the truth when they couldn't accept it.
Yep. That's all part of the being spiteful.
Mm-hmm. I've noticed though that comes with a forgetfulness because they're trying to avoid thinking about it. So even when they think they've trounced you because you didn't have the evidence they wanted, their memory for it is so short. You know, before long, it's almost like they never had a conversation about it.
I mean, it usually means they weren't listening. You weren't taking it in when you were telling them.
Yeah, well, most people are kind of on an automatic mode, aren't they?
Yeah. They're waiting to say the next. You know, what about this? Explain this. Well, how do we explain this? You know, instead of focusing on the important part, right? That there should be curvature. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the explanation shouldn't always be that beyond our scope of reason of observation that it's true. It should never be that. It should always be within our scope of observation. So you were hitting the nail on the head with that earlier.
Yeah, I experienced it firsthand. That fear of not knowing anything. Like, oh shit! Now that everything I think I knew is actually what about, well, how does this work? How does that work? How does the sun work? What is the sun? What even is the sun? Like, I started panicking. I had some anxiety for like a good week. Couldn't wasn't in my body. You know what I mean? It was not here. It was like some kind of shock I went through.
You were figuring something out in your soul.
Yeah. Do I let this go? Every day I wake up, is it flat? It's flat. Oh my gosh, it's flat. It wasn't a dream. Holy shit, it's flat. Every day was like that. It's flat. Like realizing it. It's like, that wasn't a dream. Like, no, this is real.
Some days you're like, why didn't I take the blue pill?
How is this real? This can't be real. I refuse to believe people are this stupid. Wait, I was that stupid. This is real. It's like...
Yeah. You seeing the truth right in front of you. Like that Santa meme earlier someone posted. Oh, that was so spot on. I couldn't believe it.
My opinion. I don't like being played with.
Yeah. It offends me that the way they lie to my children.
Yeah. And then angry, right? And then anger sets in after it's been processed. Stages of truth, you go through.
That's funny. That's actually the way men's brains work, not women's. For women, emotion comes first, then the processing. So the anger is what you first have to conquer, and then it's pure process from there.
Yeah. I think the fear is real, real enough to close the mind off to, the truth. I don't want to know that. I don't think I can handle. I don't want to process that. I don't want to. You know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to process what the hell is happening right now. How am I supposed to process that? It's like I feel sorry for people.
It's funny. I judged it based on my ego that I could sort out anything if it was true or false. My husband actually was like, well, can't we? Aren't we that good? I'm like, yeah, we are. And so we watched video on YouTube, and just like before we knew it, we're like, oh my gosh, is this true? Is this true?
Yeah, it's a weird phase, eh? It's like, it's like the Matrix. You're walking around looking at people like...
Yeah, like they're in a fake world. It's just like your friends who turned their backs on you when they find out you're a flat earther. That anyone can turn into an agent at any time.
Yep. Should I say something? No, don't say anything. You're at work, dude. Like, I feel like I should say something. It's close enough to talk about it. Like, don't do it. Lunchtime. Every day I wanted to say something to somebody, but it's like, what are you gonna say to them? What do you? Go ahead, say something. All right, how do I start this? You know what I mean? It's really hard to start the conversation without people immediately, like, Agent Smith's coming in. Like, you're one of those. Hey, you're one of those crazy flat earthers, eh? Oh, don't tell me you're one of those crazy people that think the earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, when people start like using their arguments in terms of like space and stuff to defend like totally other random stuff, it's just like, oh, all your evidence is fake. Stop.
I like the 100% sure questions, because that kind of puts people on the spot. Are you 100% sure you're here at work and not at the bar drinking?
Come on, man. Why are you asking me? Okay, I can see you're not crazy, and you're right. Then when you ask them a question that they're not sure about or they don't know things about, then they bring in the scientists. You know what I mean? As if they're 100% sure the scientists are telling them something that's true. Like they figured it out. But I like asking them that because it gets them to think. I mean, Miggy's think, but
That's like exactly what my favorite meme is about. I posted it earlier, but I'll post it again. I don't mind. It's like my favorite meme.
yeah. When is reality 100% reality, right? Like not 99.9999% all the way to infinity. When is it 100%? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And if it is never 100%, then why are you telling me the Earth is a ball? That's just not even logical, not even rational.
Wouldn't it just be a line?
Yeah, I like the experiment. Like, if I have this conversation with somebody, right, and I say, okay, I'm gonna slap you. Okay, nothing personal, but I want you to tell me if you can feel this. They're gonna probably stop you. Like, wait, what? Like, what? What's the problem, right? I want you to be 100% sure. You know what I mean? So that's the test, because if you slap somebody, of course it's gonna hurt. And then when you ask them, are you 100% sure I slapped you? They might slap you back, right? So, right, that kind of is like, okay, real enough. I guess it's real enough. Let's move forward with the conversation. Now that we know this is real, I don't want to hear 99% any of that crap anymore. Because the slap test. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. So yeah, if you pinch yourself and it hurts, that's real enough.
It amazes me how many people don't know if reality is reality.
Right.
It really does.
Right.
Well,
we accept the reality, Truman, right? We accept the reality where we are presented with, Truman.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll tell you what reality is.
In reality, God is reality, but they reject God.
They reject their senses, eh?
Mm-hmm.
They reject their experience. They reject, what they are, who they are. A man, a woman is supposed to think, that's what you do. Pretty sure that's what we were made for.
I know. Why would we be given all of these mental abilities if not to use them?
Yeah.
But they don't think our lives mean anything. They're just whatever you have, you use to your advantage.
Right. Cheetahs have speed, right? So they're meant to run fast to catch their prey. Owls have very good hearing and eyesight. Nighttime, right? They use these senses to survive
And when we get to the man, the human, the person, right? It's like, what do you do? So, what are your superpowers? Oh, I work at a warehouse. Warehouse. Cool. So you drive a forklift? Yeah, stock stuff. Awesome. It's so not as awesome as animals. It's just because we're not doing what we're supposed to do. We're not thinking.
Yeah. I mean, you do what you got to do when it comes to work, but yeah.
How many animals do they think? Think the Earth is a ball, right? Probably zero animals. Zero animals probably use it as a ball. Every animal who has to use the Earth probably has to use it as a fat plane, to fly across, swim across, whatever.
Yeah.
When we ask people are like, "Oh, it's a ball."
My phone's about to die. I ought to go to bed.
Okay. Have a good night. It's been a pleasure. All right.
Yeah. It's good talking to you.
Yeah. It's good. Yeah. If I was an orca, right, swimming across the ocean, and I saw some people I could ask for directions, I'd probably be like, nah, they wouldn't know. They don't even know where they are. I'll ask this turtle. Hey, turtle.
Bong, it's been a long time since me and you spoke, mate. How you doing? You good?
Hey, Jedi. Finally got you, eh? Yeah. Good to hear you, mate. Good to be back. How you been? Good?
Yeah, super good, man. Really, really well. Thank you very much.
Same. Just, chilling.
Always good to see you back, mate. I did wonder where you disappeared to, but I was really happy to see you in the server the other day, man. So it's all good. Happy. You can't have a 24/7 without Bong Sao in it, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. It's just life stuff happened. Got life out of the way again. Time for Flat Earth.
No, I appreciate that, man. I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, man, life keeps getting in the way. I'm like,
Yeah, what the hell? I got stuff to do. Yeah.
We had a guy in here earlier. Did you hear? Were you listening?
I was listening for a bit, buddy. Yeah, I've only been up for about half an hour. But yeah, I was listening for a bit.
I had a guy named Freezer. So if you see him again, get him a talk. He seemed to be okay. All right.
Okay, buddy. Next time I see him, I'll tell him that you come with a Bong Sao recommendation, and I'll treat him with the kick club. No worries.
QE had to go at him though, so he might be butthurt when he comes back. Triangles. People are still trying to figure out how triangles work. That they have 3 sides and 180 degrees. It's like, damn. I wonder why QE's frustrated.
I know.
Yeah. I don't know if because they realize that, it's true and then they back off, and start, waffling.
I think there is some realization of truth in there, mate, and it comes really, really quickly. We've noticed that over the few years that we've been doing this, right? They don't want to answer simple questions because they realise the truth is at the end. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think he just went through some cog dis, maybe some shock a little bit. So yeah, he kind of like turned into he kind of got a little offended when we got frustrated with him, and hopefully he'll be back. Fucking triangles, man. Like, that's 2023 now. You know, is that 2023's theme? Triangles. What time is it there, Jedi? Is it morning for you? Just get up?
It is 47 minutes past the great hour of 8 o'clock, mate. So yeah, it's just come up 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah,
another beautiful. I just looked out the window, and I'm going to replace the word "beautiful" with grey and miserable. Another grey and miserable day here in the UK.
Another beautiful, miserable day.
Another beautiful, miserable day. Yep. Not quite sure what weather we're going to get, but we're definitely going to get some weather.
They always got bad weather.
Wow. It's just not the right weather, mate. It's just not the right weather. It's it's June. It's supposed to be summertime, and we're still waiting for summer to begin. Haven't quite turned up yet.
Maybe the calendars are wrong.
Maybe that's what it is. I think everything's wrong. The calendar's wrong. The place is wrong.
I am pretty sure the sun is doing what it's supposed to do. I'm pretty sure the sun is on time.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, eh?
No, I don't know. Oh dear.
Calendars are wrong. The hours are wrong. The time is wrong. The days are wrong. I mean, how are you going to fight all this global warming? Or wait, this
that's gone too.
Changing. Because you know when it goes from summer, to autumn, that's climate change. Yeah. Oh no. It's happening again.
Where's this Donald guy? Donald not coming back in?
Still waiting for him. Yeah. Yo, Donald. I haven't heard him in here yet.
He was in here before, I think. A bunch of hours ago, maybe.
Oh.
I just want to hear it, bro. I just want to hear the cope.
What was Donald's argument? What was his thing?
I think I came in right as he was leaving. I forget who he was arguing with. It might have been QE, but I'm not exactly sure how he was arguing.
Arguing with QE, man.
Yeah, unfortunately for him.
Say what? Yeah, QE needs someone, all these people are way they're not ready to even have a discussion, argue. You want to argue. I still am on about are straight lines curved lines? Yes or no? That's too simple. It's like
the elevation angle. I never even thought of that one. That's pretty. That's an ironclad argument right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Elijah said earlier. We're dealing with wizardry. You know what I mean? You can't defeat it with normal weapons. You need wizardry weapons.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of wizardry. It's quite a bit of some stupidity in there too, if you know what I mean.
Right, you gotta fight fire with fire.
He'll tell you, man. I haven't been a flat earther for that long. Probably now about I don't know exactly when I became convinced. Probably maybe like let's say a year ago. I think when by the time I joined the server, I was already convinced. But so it's been at least a year. But prior to that, I was never really interested like in space or like, you know, Elon Musk or really anything in that area of science or whatever. So I didn't really think about it that much at all. It's very strange. Like I spent my whole life, I never really even thought much about Earth or anything pertaining to the Earth. But then when I started looking at it and I got on it to start looking into it, bro, I went in deep, like real hard, real fast. Like I went through as much as I could find. And then that was it. Like it wasn't that hard for me to admit it, you know? But I realized that that's not the case for a lot of these other dudes. Like they have like a big emotional investment in the globe, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But why do you think like all those years went by, you never really thought about it? Like, was it all the distractions in life?
It's just weird. Like, I don't even know, except to say that I've never been like a sciencey type of person. So I'm not into physics. Like mathematics was never my strong suit, which usually goes into like science stuff. I never really thought much about like I wasn't like obsessed with like Star Trek or science fiction. It just was never something that was my wheelhouse. So I just never. I can recall maybe a few times in my life where I thought to myself like about the fact that we were supposedly spinning really, really fast, but that we couldn't feel it. And I remember thinking like, could that really be what it is? Like I doubted my own experience. I was like, well, I guess it could be that way and I just wouldn't know it. Like I thought like, yeah, like I guess it's possible that we're spinning super fast and I just don't feel it. I just kind of was just like never had the confidence to challenge that idea in my own mind. You know what I mean? It took the push from other people to like challenge that idea. And then I was like, okay, now I'm going to look into it. And then it didn't take long after that to completely change my mind. But prior to that, I just honestly just never really thought about it that much at all.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
Because I think it's because of compartmentalization, you know, I like really like hard because, you know, I think that's what industry, that's what all this is about. You know, you create these industries, people have to specialize in certain areas, right? You can teach them the real. But the things that, you know, theoretical things that, you know, you can't really figure out what astrophysics and all these things are. So, you know, in a way, in my mind, it was like, well, you got to trust the experts. You know what I mean? They're the ones studying it. You know how people say that? Are you a scientist? Have you spent 8 years in school? Did you go to school? Where's your degree? You know what I mean?
Oh, I know exactly.
Yeah. So it keeps you out of it. You know, out of the loop. But if you had any interest in that subject, right? It moves you to this fanboy / faith thing. Because I was that guy. I didn't have any reason to question, you know, the smart people. I was that guy, you know, like, yeah, it is what they say it is because they're smart. Like you, I didn't care to check anything. I just did what I had to do to get the grades. And yeah,
I think deep down in my psyche, I kind of suspected that a lot of it was like bullshit. But I think like in terms of like, you know, complicated mathematics and all the kind of mathematics and theory that goes into like astrophysics and theoretical physics and stuff like that, like I knew that was like way over my head. Like way over my head. So like I never bothered to like ever check it. You know what I mean? I was like, that stuff's just way over my head, you know, like I don't know if they're full of it or not. Like it's just way over my head. So I just kind of like just put it out of my mind and never really thought about it. But I think deep down in my mind, I had that lingering thought that like a lot of what these guys are saying may just be a bunch of crap. Like,
yeah, same. Way over my head. It's like, if I ever go to college and I have to learn about it, I'll just figure it out there. Yeah, okay. General relativity, cool, got it. Space time, yeah.
yeah, like how am I supposed to challenge that? You know what I mean? Like if I could barely do basic math, let's say, like how am I going to go and challenge general relativity? You know, exactly. It's like, no, you wouldn't even think of it.
You're 16, right? You're sitting in the classroom. Of course. No way.
I think they set it up like that, though. You know, like, oh, this is just, you just can't understand. You know, you guys don't understand it. Don't let the experts tell you what it is.
Yeah. Compartmentalization. Yeah. That's what the whole education system is about. The way the whole economy, you know, work, you know, business, banking, you know, everything set up so everything is compartmentalized.
But meanwhile, if they were actually teaching the truth about flat Earth and like talking about cool, like actual flat Earth stuff and like measurements and like stuff that was real, I bet we would have been interested in it a lot more, or at least I would have been interested in it a lot more than stuff like outer space and black holes and like all this crazy shit that I just could never understand. You know what I mean? Like it was always just this tons of theoretical stuff I always heard about that I just felt no connection to.
Yeah. When I first, you know, in high school, I don't know, and you might remember, they told me that Einstein used to do these things. So I was like, how the hell did he come up with the idea that nothing goes faster than the speed of light? And then they said he does a thought experiment. When I heard that in high school, I was like, you know, I didn't know what to think. I was like, a thought experiment.
Yeah, like how are you supposed to ever challenge that?
So you just make stuff up in your head and go, like, we're riding on a light beam. Okay, let's say we're riding on a light beam. And you know, you're struggling trying to visualize. Yeah, it was those things, you know, like, if you were to travel the speed of light away from the Earth, right, for 1 year, when you got back, everyone would be so much older than you. You know, these kinds of things fucked with my head, you know. I watch Superman flying around the Earth, reversing time. You know, you go to school, you hear this shit, and you're like, I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go join the Navy or something, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one cockamamie claim on top of another, you know, until at least me, I was just like, I don't even care about this stuff because I don't
This is not for me. I'll let some other nerd worry about this amount.
You know what kind of blows my mind, though? This is a little bit of like a black pill kind of thing, but, you know, as we sit here on this server and we debate with people and, you know, we turn some people to the flat Earth and other people refuse or whatever, you know, but I think to myself, how many school children are there in America this year between the ages of, you know, let's say first grade to fourth grade right now in America that they're all being told about the globe, you know, like it's like that feeling like the indoctrination program is so big, you know, it's like a David versus Goliath type of thing that we're in, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel from what I've been seeing, though, is like I think Flat Earth is catching on, man, because I see it a lot more in comments around the internet, you know?
Yep. But, I mean, yeah. I mean, whatever happened to 9/11, right? Remember when 9/11, people didn't believe it, and all of a sudden people started to, oh, wait a minute, but nothing was done about it. You know, it's 2023, and we're still electing the same assholes, you know, that caused 9/11. It's like, I'm worried that, you know, people are just gonna not do anything about it. What can we do about it?
I feel like as much as everyone like hates TikTok, there's a lot of like truth or content that gets out there to young people through TikTok, and I'm sure that there's a lot of flat earthers on TikTok who are putting out some good arguments. I don't know who they would be, but I'm sure that they're out there. So maybe more young people are getting the message than I thought. Unless they're censoring it, I don't know. Maybe they are on TikTok.
I don't know. I haven't checked. But I heard TikTok was, I heard a lot of it was coming through TikTok. Why don't we have a TikTok?
I think TikTok, just because it gets to the youth, I think a lot of like young people like TikTok. I heard someone say, they were like, oh yeah, they're saying they want to ban TikTok because, you know, for this reason or that reason, like it's making girls depressed or it's like promoting bad things, but they're like the real reason they're trying to shut it down is because there's so much truth or content on TikTok that's spreading and they want to stop it. And I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I've seen a lot of pretty solid truth or content on TikTok videos.
What about Facebook or Instagram? Do they do the same thing there? Like for truth or content, have they censored it?
I mean, Facebook is like, I think the most censored platform of them all, I believe.
Yeah.
Super hardcore.
Yeah. So TikTok is definitely going to do it too, because, you know, what YouTube did specifically for Flat Earth, right? What are you doing about these Flat Earthers? Like, oh shit, talking about us, man. Talking about us.
And dude, isn't that crazy? Like in like a Senate or
I know.
I think it was a Senate hearing. Like it was the Senate. They mentioned Flat Earth by name as if that was like a dangerous ideology or something. Like, how is it dangerous? Like
to the CEO of YouTube, like YouTube and the government sitting down to talk about what they're gonna do about Flat Earth. What the
Do you think any of those dudes sitting in the Senate who are like, you know, high level Masons or whatever, you think that they know? You think they know that it's a lie?
I don't know. You can't tell until they open their mouths, you know, and talk. But
I mean, there has to be a certain level of the Masons. Like you go up high enough where they actually know the truth. You know, I think.
Oh yeah. Shaq definitely knows. I mean, of course, but I don't know. I don't know about certain, you know, congressmen because you know they're not all into science, you know, interested in certain topics. But if Flat Earth has made that much noise, they've definitely looked into it. I think.
There's got to be a certain level of these, you know, these secret society types that where once you get to a certain level, like you have to know the full deal. Like, yeah, the whole thing is a lie. Like they have to know, man. Like they just have to know.
Yeah. Especially, well, I don't know about Masons, but especially people in the field, like astro field, all the Astros, you know.
I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson, in my opinion, is most definitely a Mason, big time Mason.
Oh yeah,
I've seen more than enough evidence for that.
He's on Star Talk. Ah man, so cringe. I can't even watch that stupid show.
Dude, he lies and bullshits with such passion that it's almost scary, bro. I look at him, I'm like, this guy is the demon, man. He just loves to lie, like hardcore about this stuff. Like he enjoys it. He really enjoys lying. Kind of freaks me out, to be honest.
Yeah, he does. That's why I get angry too. I can't.
He's so cocky, man.
Yeah.
He's so cocky. He pussied out, though. He pussied out from debating Eric Dubay. Joe Rogan tried to get that going, and he pussied out, man. I mean, he is a pussy at the end of the day.
I know. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna talk about? What's he gonna bring up that Eric Dubay is not gonna destroy?
Dude, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I bet you he would melt down, he would start filibustering, and then he would walk off the camera. I bet you that's what would happen.
Oh yeah, I don't think he backed out. I think he was ordered not to do that. That interview. Yeah.
Oh
that
yeah.
debate.
Good chance of that too. They told him, "Don't even think about it. Can't do it."
Yeah. PR department, of course. Yeah. You're like,
Their
hell no.
policy is just ridicule the other side. Don't give them any legitimacy by debating them.
Yeah. Because, he has said some silly things that he probably shouldn't have said, Like saying that you don't see the curvature of the earth. That's stupid to say, Like, you need a script for this guy.
Yeah,
Just letting him talk really is not good.
Stupid claims.
Yeah. Yeah, ask NASA. What does NASA say? Boats disappear over the curve, right? Stick to that. Stick to what NASA is talking about. Don't try to get clever. So you get cornered.
Have you ever heard the thing about Stephen Hawking not being like a real person or like a scientist? You heard that before?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you've heard about that. I showed that to one of my buddies, dude. I showed him like a pretty solid video, like of Stephen Hawking, where they were just basically pretending to understand what he was saying when he was clearly not saying anything intelligible at all. And I was like, look at this, man. Like they're pretending that he's speaking actual language here. And my buddy like watched it, and then he like started researching. I was like, yeah, man, they said that he wrote a book, like thick science books, by breathing through a straw. I was like, bro, none of that shit actually real, bro. He's just it's a made up character. And my buddy was like, dude, he started researching it, trying to find evidence, and he couldn't find it, bro. And he fucking lost his mind. He was like having a melt. He like was so shocked by it. He like started having a meltdown, but he believed it. He was like, I don't see any evidence that this guy wrote a book. Like, there's no way he wrote a book by breathing through a straw.
Well, the thing is, did you tell him that the actual Stephen Hawking person may have been replaced? Because if you look at the pictures, the latter part of the Stephen Hawking character, he looks different than the original Stephen Hawking. And then Jeranism was looking up as well, so basically the Stephen Hawking had whatever degenerative disease 50 years ago and was living way, way beyond anybody with the disease. And so, that will really blow his mind.
Oh yeah. I think that we got to that part, but just the fact that and I know what you're talking about too. They definitely replaced him. There's no way it's the same person as the original. It's just no way. But he tried to find evidence. He's like, I looked all over the place trying to find evidence to see what kind of machine or computer that he could have used to write a thick science textbook while in that condition. He's just like, there's nothing, man. I was like, I know. It's because he didn't write it. He just lost his shit. He couldn't believe it. He's like, this is the top 10 craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, the thing that blew my mind too, not so much the writing thing, because that's possible that other people would just ghost writing it. But the fact that he was replaced, whoever the original person was, and the saddest thing was that whoever this other person that replaced him with this neurodegenerative disease, who knows what they were like. They just are being wheeled around, maybe by remote control, and then speaking through somebody else controlling what they talk. That's just really sad and really sick. Like, what kind of psycho would take advantage of this person, to such a degree, to fool the whole world? Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that it was just like a mannequin or something, or like a robot mannequin that he maybe wasn't even a real person? Is that possible?
I wouldn't put it past them, but what I noticed they like to do is they don't go too crazy. Like they always like to play on the edge of your consciousness. So I think it was like a real person, but he probably wasn't really aware of anything. They probably just said, okay, you sit in this chair, you just roll around, and whatever comes up through the synthesizer, just roll with it, go with it. So yeah, they always like to have some element of truth there. They don't go like 100% lie. They'll give you like, maybe 90% truth in terms of he's an actual guy, he has some actual degenerative disease, can't really talk, but then they'll insert all these things on top of it, like, oh, it's actually Stephen Hawking, and who lived way past, and then they, of course, they killed off the Stephen Hawking character anyway. Several years ago, he died officially.
Yep, he's gone. And he's supposed to be like one of the greatest scientists who ever lived too. He made like great contributions to science and theoretical physics and the whole 9 yards. It's like, dude, who was actually coming up with that material? Who were the people behind that character? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that would really do my head in, because who's actually coordinating all this faking of the ISS? Who's writing the stuff of Stephen Hawking? And that goes into super deep parts of the rabbit hole, and way beyond quote unquote the Illuminati. It's kind of like the Illuminati behind the Illuminati thing.
Has anyone ever read his books? I've never read any of his books. I know his most famous one was like a history of time or something.
Nope. I keep forgetting what he's famous for. I keep forgetting. What was he famous for again? Shit.
He's got one book.
History of Time.
Famous. Yeah, that book is famous.
Brief History of Time.
Yeah, that's it.
I've only read the Einstein one. I can't remember which one, but it was like, yeah, okay. It was okay, but yeah, the average person, of course, I didn't really understand much of it. It's just in a whole nother realm.
I hope that I would be half as smart as that guy when I'm like 70 years old and walking with a cane and can't see and can't hear and can barely think and can't hold my piss in. I hope my brain will be half as active and young as that guy in the wheelchairs was. Because we all know that people in wheelchairs that can't talk or move are so smart, right? They write books, right? Meanwhile, us with hands and brains that run around and walk, we're not smart. We have to listen to people that they put in wheelchairs, right? They can't talk.
I gotta find the
Those
video.
are the giants.
I mean, and I think I wouldn't claim to be smart enough to understand anything of Stephen Hawking or Einstein, but the point is that I think we can all understand that it's not really demonstrated, it's not provable, we can't simulate gravity in a lab. Anyway, yeah, with the Stephen Hawking thing, I think it was journalism that was doing a lot of stuff and actually contacted the association that tracks, famous people that have that disease, and he was like, hey, Stephen Hawking's not on this list, how come? And then they had to go back and add him to the list and all that. Yeah, it's just weird.
Right?
Stephen Hawking, he's dead, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's
You
true.
know, yeah, like you said, it's sick that they would take a person who has that condition, right, and put them into an airplane and drop the airplane. You know, like what? Why would you do that to him? He's always wanted to experience space. Yeah, but you're dropping him from an airplane. That's not space. You're gonna give him a heart attack. Like, this is abuse. You're abusing the elderly and the sick. What the hell?
It's abuse of the disabled, abuse of the elderly. You know, child abuse as well, because they're making children believe in this lie, and it traumatizes children if they ever find out what's going on, or traumatizes them that they're insignificant, nothing. And that kind of really, like, the man behind the curtain kind of things is actually one of the creepiest parts of this whole thing. Like who's feeding the fake telemetry data to the NASA people? Who's staging the setting up all the props and stuff for
Special part of the military. See, special agency. Nobody knows about. Yeah, we're just seeing puppets. That's all we're seeing, puppets. And words coming out of their mouth. Those aren't their words, right? Whether it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, Stephen Hawking's, they're all puppets.
I really want to get a globe earther in here to tell me that they think that this interview is like that Stephen Hawking's actually saying something intelligible in this interview. They will too. They'll say it. I'm sure of it.
Best translator ever.
Wait, are they claiming that they actually sent him to the ISS? Or is that just in the vomit comment? What's the claim? Right, okay, so just to experience weightlessness.
Yeah, if they would have sent him to the ISS, and they could at least have faked it, that wouldn't be as as disturbing as sending him into the vomit comet. Like actually dropping the plane, and we're not just push him out the plane with the parachute. See you later. Oh, so he's the guy that said there is no God. Okay, now I remember. That's why I told him that.
And he talked about aliens and a comet hitting the Earth, like an asteroid hitting the Earth, like all that crazy stuff. Like
now I remember why I didn't bother, even looking into anything he said.
Every ridiculous narrative that goes with heliocentrism, he was all about it.
I get it now. Of course. We were expecting something else. Well, he wasn't gonna say there is no flat Earth. It's against God. It's not against anything else.
I mean, dude, you have to also think, at least I think, that there are other physicists in the world, other top scientists who must know. Like, the Stephen Hawking thing just doesn't make sense, but they're afraid to ever say it. Like, they don't know how to approach the subject of like questioning this character, like, because it would just be like immediate career suicide, like immediate. Like, there's no way to question it.
You remember that, right? Stephen Hawking died about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Was it 10 years already?
Damn.
10 years already? Dang. I thought it feels like only a couple of years ago.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. Definitely a while ago now.
Oh, wasn't it? Was it 2017? Wasn't it? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was.
God, you know what? It might have been. How long ago was that? 6 years ago now.
I got a meme somewhere about it.
It's probably still rolling around somewhere. If indeed that was even Stephen Hawking who died.
Who's the new Stephen Hawking's? Like, who has replaced him? Like the no God guy. All of them.
Richard Dawkins.
Oh yeah. That's the meme. The meme guy. Meme. Yeah, the meme guy. That's right. That's him. Some of the guys. Alien, say. I think aliens might be a very good topic. You know, for people who believe in God. If you wanna convert a Christian to a flat earther, talk about aliens.
Yep.
Very interesting topic. Like, what are they? What are they supposed to be?
And that video that Back to Sleep posted, that was like from what, the early 80s or something. And to think that Stephen Hawking person would have been alive in 2018 still and still functioning is, what's that, 50 years, 40 years later? It's crazy. Like,
Yeah, it's just the most ridiculous psyop, I think, of all time, maybe.
Yeah, your whole body is broken, but your brain is 100%. It's 200%. Who does that?
Yeah, there's no way in normal medical science. I mean, that, not that I'm an expert, but, any reasonable person cannot imagine that the state that the body is in can sustain that condition for like 40 years. That's just abnormal. And if it was true, he would be a miracle of life, and they would be celebrating that rather than this is the guy, the smartest person in the world that, he survived, 50 years, 60 years, however long since he got it.
And not even Houdini could do that. Lock himself away in his brain for 40 years. And still do his work, right?
I just have to imagine that
It also
people
made
out
me
there
think-
question it, but are afraid to say it. Like Eric Weinstein, for example. Does he really believe that Hawking was a real person, or does he maybe suspect that it's a fraud and just will never ever admit it? I just wonder.
Yeah, I mean, think people are incentivized not to question things from childhood to schooling to university to jobs, whether they're working class or in corporate life. To them, they equate questioning with problems. Except for certain cultures, maybe like certain parts of the U.S. where questioning and entrepreneurship is allowed or encouraged, or certain elite schools where they're trained to question things because then they become the people that are in charge of the people that don't question things. So yeah, I mean, like one creepy feeling that reminded me of the Stephen Hawking thing is, the Queen Elizabeth II funeral. And apparently, like, her coffin with her body inside was being, transported around London or something. Like, I don't think her actual body would have been in the coffin. Because what if somebody came up and just opened it, or somebody, like, put a hammer through it? Like, whether it's vandalism or psycho or whatever, protester. It's like, that wouldn't be her actual body in that coffin, right? Yeah. So it just makes you think about planet hoax, yeah.
It's just crazy, the self-censorship that goes on. Like, how many people in science thought, like, what's up with the Stephen Hawking guy? Like, how could this guy possibly be functioning, like, at this level? But they just can never, ever say it in public. They can never say it out loud because they'll lose their whole career. People will call them crazy. They'll lose all their public respect. So they just never, ever say it. Like, that blows my mind. Like,
well, nobody wants to lose their house, their marriage, their family. So.
No, of course not. I mean, it's not worth it. But it's like, did they all fall for it, or did some of them know that there was some shenanigans going on? Like, I feel like they're smart enough to figure it out that something's not quite right with that whole thing. I think, you know what I mean? There's pretty smart scientists out there. They can't be all that stupid, but I haven't heard any of them question Stephen Hawking, so.
Well, it's a big club, that saying, and we're not in it.
Yeah, it's a big club. It's definitely a big club. Big ass club.
Yeah, they have this saying in their occult world, right? Those who know don't speak, or something like that. They stay silent, but those who don't know, they talk. That's their saying. I think it's to keep people from just revealing information. I mean, the Bible, God wants you to be discreet. Being discreet is, guarding the tongue. But a fool, even if a fool keep his mouth closed, people will think he's a wise man. Type of philosophies, to also help the censorship. Like, oh, and by the way, you're gonna lose your job, your house, your family. Yeah. So be smart. Self-censorship. Know when to speak. All that so-called wisdom crap. It's not really wisdom, it's just mind control, right?
Mind control, definitely mind control.
Don't think these things. You better not dare think these things. Like, okay, I won't.
I mean, I can definitely see some of the dark appeal that once you know this kind of knowledge, the person keeping the knowledge really has some sort of feeling that normal people are not allowed to have that knowledge. They feel that they're above them, they're different species, that they just have a view like, look, people are animals. Well, quote unquote, normal people are animals. They don't deserve the truth, and they don't deserve freedom. And that's really the attitude behind the psyops that gives them that attitude.
The God complex. Yeah. Yep.
They got a lot of psyops going on at the same time, man. That's the other thing that just blows my mind. Like, Stephen Hawking's just one thing out of a long list of things they got going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he was.
I mean, because it's so easy for them. They don't actually have to surveil that many people. They just need to make you think they're surveilling everyone. They don't have to, make you poor. They just have to make you think you're poor and act poor. So, yeah. PsyOps is really where the action is at, I agree.
These guys must be laughing their asses off when they're at their own like little parties and stuff, like knowing that they're just like getting rich and like just making a fool out of everybody. I bet they laugh their asses off, man. They have to. They have to be laughing their asses off.
Yeah, I mean, they wake up in the morning, they look at their stuff and like, oh yeah, I just made $100 million. Then they look out the window of their apartment complex and they see, somebody scurrying off to work to make like, $20 an hour, pay taxes, and they're just sitting there. Yeah. What's that line from the first Wall Street movie? It's like, I just made, was that 10 million on Hong Kong Gold or something?
They laugh all the way to the bank.
Exactly. And Charlie Sheen was kind of like the acolyte, and Michael Douglas was like the person bringing him into the fold with the secret knowledge. So, while it was about some of the financial system, I think, yeah, sort of like a metaphor for the mystery school. Let me see if I can find that. Oh yeah, I found the line. Money never sleeps, pal. Just made 800,000 from Hong Kong Gold. It's been wired to you. Proved it. You did good, but you got to keep doing good. I showed you how the game worked. Now spoof's out.
Damn.
And I think this was in the 80s, right? So some of the other Gordon Gekko. But the richest 1% of this country owns half our country's about $5 trillion. And I'm not talking 400,000 a year working Wall Street stiff, flying first class and being comfortable. I'm talking about liquid, rich enough to have your own jet, rich enough not to waste time. You got 90% of the American public out there with little or no net worth. His painting here, I bought it 10 years ago for 60,000. I could sell it today for 600. The illusion has become real, and the more real it becomes, the more desperately they want it. Capitalism at its finest. We make the rules, pal. The news, war, peace, famine, upheaval, price of a paperclip. We pick that rabbit out of the hat when everybody sits out there wondering how the hell we did it.
Oh, I got a good quote by Karl Rove. I don't think a lot of people have heard this one. This one kind of blows my mind too.
Yeah, Bush Senior was definitely a creepy guy, and the people around him were. Yeah, I would definitely. Bush Senior administration was creepy.
Oh yeah, you mean W's father, H.W. Oh, he was.
Yeah,
creepy. Yeah, he's super creepy.
More so than younger Bush. Younger Bush was. Yeah, younger Bush was kind of like entertainment for the masses, but yeah, Senior Bush definitely knew what he's doing.
Anybody here rap or sing or needs beats? No? Okay. Let me know when you guys find someone. Yeah. Making these beats, music. I'm trying to figure out a tag, for the server. Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. I'm trying to figure out a tag, to put on it. Maybe I'll ask CB. Eh?
I still think music is a very powerful tool. You know, one that can penetrate into the soul. If we find the right music.
Bro, there's a whole conspiracy theory around music too, about the tuning. The tuning.
Oh yeah. I heard about that. Yeah. Have you looked into it?
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact like numbers are. Like, I think I forget the one that they use, and I forget which one they say is like the good one. But there's like a dispute about which one's the good one and which one's not. But I think there's one frequency which is like agreed to be like the good one, and that's the one that they got rid of like back in the day. Like Rockefeller had something to do with it. Like when they got like a standardized tuning frequency going in the West.
Yeah. I did look into it, but what I found was, it was trying to standardize, the sound, and I think it was the piano. It was some kind of instrument, that's why that's what I read, why they changed it to. What do they use right now? Oh, 432 was the frequency they were talking about. The A5 key on the keyboard on the piano, A5. That's the one that they would tune to. 440 is what we use today, but 430. So I was like, it's only 8 frequencies off. I was like, but then I thought like, it might be the right frequency. Try it. I don't notice any change, in the effect, or I was still trying to figure out what that's about.
Yeah,
I think it's more. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a big difference because once it's just about 8 hertz. It's not necessarily exactly 8 hertz, but in that sort of range, which is I think 1/3 of a semitone. So it's the difference between, say, the space between a G sharp and a G, and then like a 1/3 of that difference, and things sound more resonant. The reverberation is more natural and lasts longer, and it's more soothing and calming. Because 440 makes you like really agitated, like you're hyped and agitated. That's because all the music is supposed to keep you like, it sounds nice, but keeps you in like a somewhat agitated state.
Yep. I guess I'll try it. I haven't really seriously sat down and tuned my studio to it and everything, but I guess I'll try it. Yeah, because I did see the cymatics video, and the difference in the there's a harmony. There's a harmony in the frequencies, and they create a more complex pattern versus dissonance. When there's a lot of the numbers are not lining up. The cycles aren't lining up, or that's what they mean by. But the reason why they changed it is why what I was like concerned about. It's like, is this why? Because if it's true, then it's not worth changing it to 440, no matter what. You got to make 432 work.
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't seem, from what I understand, there doesn't seem to be a reason to change it to 440, and the fact that Prince was the one that dropped the bomb, on Reddit or whatnot. And then you try it for yourself. And then have you tried getting one of those ultrasonic cleaners? Like you put water in it. I think it runs at like 4,000 hertz, 40,000 hertz. And everything comes out super clean, like jewelry. Basically anything you drop into it is like, for example, if you had an ultrasonic washing machine, you wouldn't even need to use much time or something. But obviously it's not for the mass. Then there's also like those new massage kind of guns where it runs at like a few thousand or 10,000 like hertz. It's really effective. Like if you try it in your muscles, it feels like I had knee problems. I use one of that around the tendons and the muscles, and that level of vibration is very helpful. So yeah, vibrations.
Wow, I didn't know about that. The cleaning.
That's cool. Okay, what is it called? Sonic? What is it? Hydrosonic? What did you call it for the cleaning? It's not pressure cleaning with water. It's
ultrasonic.
Ultrasonic. That's interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty cheap now, especially on eBay and stuff. Like you could even try just putting your speaker next to it and then just get a bowl of water, put in a little bit of dishwashing detergent, turn in your speaker, like play one of those YouTube clips with 40,000 hertz or something. 20,000 hertz. Because the speaker should be able to play something close to that. Just run it over water and it cleans up like super fast. You wouldn't even have to use like a dishwasher if it's something on a bigger scale. They only have smaller ones that are cheap now, but obviously this technology had been around for, I don't know, many decades. But they decide it's ready for them.
Heard of it. Yeah. So how does it work? Quick summary if you can. Like, is it the frequencies in the water that cleans it? Like, how is the? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think when it applies that level of frequency, the water molecules vibrate in such a way that it just dislodges all the dirt.
Okay.
I'll look up a link for you.
Okay. So sound and water. Okay. This is the first time I've heard of this. I'm just thinking about it. It's cool. That's cool. Looking at this video, I'm just gonna watch it. I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know about it either. 2 months recently, a few months ago, 2 months ago, I started working at like optical retail. So every shop has this to just clean like glasses and stuff. And the first time I saw it, I was like, whoa.
Oh my God. Our bodies are made of water, right?
And what do they love doing with our bodies? Sending frequencies through it.
No, I'm like, what? You just said, right? You used one of them on your leg and something happened, right?
In what state is our body, like, is the water in our body? What state of matter is it?
Well,
liquid?
In my veins, I've got ice, and out of my ears, I blow steam.
Okay. 10,000 hertz. I feel like researching this right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I took my Apple Watch with the ultrasonic thingy in the shop. It looks similar to what I posted in the wiki link. It's a lot smaller, of course. But anyway, I just dropped my Apple Watch in with a little bit of baby shampoo. That's what they use, and then set it for like even 30 seconds. The Apple Watch came up pretty much looking brand new, except for the scratches. So.
Yeah, that's kind of mind blowing, eh? Like sound, and doing stuff to the water, or to the stuff in the water, in the liquid. What are some implications? How can we use this?
I think the first thing is don't listen to rubbish music, because rubbish music really just damages your heart, damages your soul. Just even at a physical level, that kind of vibrations, like that really terrible gangster rap, I hate that. You're just putting harmful frequencies.
Yep, yep. And that's just music, right?
Yeah, that's just music. We're not even talking about, electromagnetic vibrations from being in like cars or public transport or
Other weaponized audio systems, auditory or slash frequency.
There's so much bad music out there.
Like what the
Sounds like
we have
live in
weaponized
chaos.
the frequencies. You will not survive. We have weaponized the frequencies.
What? It kind of reminds me of this device I saw. I think Ace Ventura, Jesse Ventura was talking about it. I don't know, a long time ago, 2015, 14, I forget. You hear a sound, right? You can hear a sound, but no one else can hear it, right? And then there's this antenna pointing at you, and you're the only one that can hear the sound. It reminds me of this kind of technology. Like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, it's like a parabolic dish. I think like they had those in like some parks, or they have it still in some parks or in the science museum, where somebody talks into it, the dish at one end, like across the 100 meters away or something. You stand at the other end with another dish, and if you two stand at opposite ends with those in front of the dishes, you can hear someone talk to you, like 100 feet away or whatever the distance is. It's crazy.
Well, the device that I saw was you don't have a device. You're just standing there, and you can hear something that nobody else can hear, and it's coming from a device somewhere. It's being, it's transmitting on some kind of frequency. I heard it was like syncing up. I don't know, tuning to your brain frequencies or something like that. I didn't look into it too much because it's a bit out there.
Oh wow!
It's starting to remind me of it. Like, what the? Yeah. And then there's the "Let there be light." The word hovering over the waters, and then the sound comes out. There's a sololuminescence that people talk about. When stars are formed.
Yeah, then of course in the Old Testament, the making noise and music, joyful noise music, walking around the walls of Jericho 7 times, and then that's when the walls fell. Then of course in modern times you've got like in the movie Dune, the voice and the weirding with that's sonic weaponry.
Yeah, give it to me. The water, Dune. You were Dune. The water.
Yeah, dude.
Use the voice. Use the voice.
Use the voice. How dare you use the voice on me? I think ultimately that's the thing that really pisses me off. There's all this technology that really, it doesn't cost a lot more than current stuff, but they don't want to give it to us because they need to keep us in the rat race and the hamster wheel, and it just drip feeding us the tech, like especially with like, for example, Intel CPUs, like they were actually purposely on the chips in the computer. Because they were so good with their processors, like over the past few decades, that they created this really fast computer chips. But then they would purposely reduce the speed so that you'd upgrade every year, and you upgrade it with Windows. You got to upgrade Windows every year. Yeah, that's and this ultrasonic stuff. I mean, I think ultrasonic stuff has been around obviously for decades now, and even things like the vibration massager or something. I think Slendertone, that was from the US. It's where you like put these pads. Well, some of it is like where it has a vibration over your stomach area, and they used to have those in gyms or like spas and so on, where ladies and whatever, it was like a belt or something that vibrated around the stomach area to dissolve fat, or then they had, what's that Thundertone? It was like it had some sort of electric pads or something that was put on your abdominal area, so you could basically just lie down, use those pads, and it would just cause your stomach muscles, your abs to contract and makes it tight or firm. Then with like farming and stuff, people are freaking out about, we don't have enough food to grow. But there's actually this composting technique. It's kind of like fermentation. It's called bokashi. It's not like a normal compost bin. It does this fermentation. So after 2 months, with this, whatever you add to it, mainly vegetables, for example, it will break it down into a little bit of a goo or like a mushy thing. You bury it sort of like a few feet or feet under your garden bed, and then over the next few months it generates like really good rich soil as it breaks down, and stuff just grows like crazy. You wouldn't even need to use fertilizer. So if people actually stopped using fertilizer and pesticides, use techniques like this, there wouldn't be any problems with food. But they have to have corporate control over the food supply, so obviously, they want to be able to control the food, control the prices, and keep people, freaking out about food prices, food scarcity.
They're fucking over the farmers in Denmark. Denmark, right? Where the farmer protests going on. You heard about that?
No, please share with us.
They're basically forcing them to sell their farms. I think it's Denmark, where they have they're like the best farmers in the whole world. They have like the most efficient farming. They've really like perfected farming better than anybody, and they export so much food. But the government is, because of climate change regulation, they are forcing the farmers to sell their land to the government and basically just taking the land from these very, very efficient farmers. And it's really just totally fucked. They're taking the food supplies away, man.
It's happening everywhere, bro. And I just where you're at over there, it's happening in the United States too. Like over here, they're not forcing it so much, but they're offering such a big amount of pay that most farmers will be like, "Hey, I can live off of this shit forever. Why not?"
Yeah, the family farming is getting run over. All the big corporations or the government are going to be buying all the land out eventually. It's just fucked because Denmark has like a really rich history of farming, and they have like the most efficient farms in the whole world. And they have these farms have been in those families for like hundreds of years, like many hundreds of years.
It's they're on that generation, passed down generation shit. I get it.
Yeah, it's so fucked.
So it's like whatever the great grandma was doing, they're doing it. It doesn't change much.
It's in the Netherlands. Yeah, I got that wrong. I guess the Dutch are in the Netherlands. Yeah, that's
enough, bro.
What's up?
I just said close enough. You're close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not that far off,
It's such a bullshit reason too. Like, they're claiming that they're going over a certain threshold of the new thing is nitrogen gas. They're blaming. Like, it's so stupid that they're making this argument like, oh yeah, we have to take your farms because you're putting too much nitrogen gas in the air now. Like, come on, man. Who believes this?
Yeah, are we going to have like a nitrogen tax?
Yeah.
They're using too much nitrogen.
It's good to see you in El Baba.
Likewise, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
I feel like a fucking noob right now. I don't even know how to go back to see who's talking. I'm not lying to you, bro. I'm like trying to figure this shit. I'm like, what the fuck? How do I go back?
This is T Boomer Dub. We haven't spoken much before, but yeah.
There we go. I see
know.
you, T Boomer. I see you.
Yeah.
I don't know,
It's
man. You can stay away from Discord. You can stay away from a lot of things, but something always leads you back to the truth, man. That's all I gotta say. The truth will always be there.
Absolutely.
It's really funny, man, because I've been working really hard. I work like 9 to 10 hour shifts every day, and all I do is talk about flat Earth at work. It's hilarious.
That's cool. How's it received?
And everybody thought I was stupid at first. But I do the same thing I did on Discord at work, where it's like, oh, you think I'm stupid? Well, let's talk about what you believe. What do you believe? Oh, I believe there's a globe. Why? Pictures from space. You know, the dumbest shit you could think of. I'm like, all right. I'm like, let's get a little bit more scientific with this shit. Yeah, long story short, man, everyone at my job used to think I was stupid. Now they're like, okay, well, he's really smart. He's just weird now. You know what I'm saying? He's really smart. He's just weird. They can't say I'm dumb anymore. That's for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's different. They say he's different.
They're like, I'm not. I can't argue with you. You know too much.
Pretty much.
I can't justify what I'm saying.
That's what it goes down to, man. Well, I haven't checked in here in a long time, but it seems the same. The place is running itself.
It gets a little quiet sometimes, but it's been really booming lately. Like, yeah, there's been some really good content.
Oh, I gotta run to my charger, man. Hold on. My phone's about to die.
Oh wait, nitrogen pollution? Yeah, okay.
Mic check.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, I made it. So how's everybody been on so far? Good?
Yeah.
Vaughn, are you there?
He was. It's gone quiet.
I haven't talked to him in a minute. Oh, so I see here. Let's see. See, Miggy's on.
Oh, Baba Yaga. Yeah, where have you been?
Man, I've been dealing with life, man. Got a kid, a girlfriend, a job. I work full time now. Remember when I was on here every day, man? I was a stay-at-home dad. I cannot balance it right now. I cannot. As much as I try, I cannot balance a full-time job, being a full-time dad, and a full-time husband. Can't do it. I try. Right now, I'm a little drunk, so excuse me if I'm a little off today, but something just told me like, just get on there. I gotta check in. It's been too long.
Could have fooled me that you're drunk.
I know. I played off pretty good. That's for sure. I'm nowhere near Helio, but I'm pretty buzzed. And I know Helio knows that. I mean that with all respect.
Oh yeah, he looks still pretty cool. He starts off, chill, and then his words just start slurring every hour. Well, every 10 minutes, his words just get more and more slurred.
I don't know, man. Let me do a real quick poll. Is Flat Earth progressing, or is it at standstill? What do you guys think?
I think it's progressing.
Anyone else? Oh, come on, man. I wanted to poll, not just one person to say it. Anyone else? What do you guys think about it? Is it progressing? Is it falling short? Are we at a standstill? What do you guys think about it?
It's a bit of a resurgence. There's some young people. I've been away as well. I just only came back about 2 months ago. No, a few weeks ago. So yeah, after the whole events of the past 3 years, like the veil has been lifted. People are getting back into things. A few things happening. Some young people. There's a bit of alt-right, men's rights thing as well with the Fresh and Fit podcast talking a bit about Flat Earth. So yeah.
Okay. So I've been kind of away from Discord. So I've been away from the bias, right? Because obviously I can say Discord is biased towards Flat Earth because we own it. We talk about Flat Earth all the time. That's what we do. I've been away from this for a long time, right? I've realized that people that I talk to I play Call of Duty sometimes. I'll play that game for a bit. People I talk to on there, people I meet at work, people I talk to on the street, just random people that you would never think. They're red pilled, bro. I honestly think everybody either knows it's not a globe or they don't care, which is, to be honest, I would say 60% of the population is on the I don't care, to be honest. And I would say the 20% would be on the it's a globe, and the rest are on the fence or Flat Earth already. Because honestly, man, I feel like I just quit on this. I'm like, you know what, like everyone I talk to in real life, they question a lot of shit now. And I honestly have COVID to blame for it, which I don't want to get into because I know I don't want to get censored on here. But some shit happened obviously in the last couple years. They got a lot of people just spark up some fucking interest in shit, right? Because I don't know, man. If this was 5-6 years ago, when I talk to people about anything, it'd be like, oh, you're retarded or you're stupid or you're a conspiracy theorist. Now it's like I talk about something, it's like, oh, I saw that shit on TikTok. That's very interesting. That's like my most of my responses now from random people. Like, yeah, I saw a video about what you're talking about on TikTok. Dude, I was literally at work the other day, and I was talking to this random coworker that like I never talked to about anything. I'm just like, I started showing him like buildings, and I'm like, don't you think it's weird that like in the 1800s, like we had these fucking magnificent buildings, and now he's like all this fucking like it's like we're in a jail, like a huge jail. Like everything is like the same. Like we got a mini mall from West Coast all the way to the East Coast. Mini mall, fucking, In-N-Out or whatever restaurants. It's pretty much the same shit. Like a mini mall, it's like the same setup going from east to west. It's like as opposed to like in the 1800s. Look at all these pictures, and that feels like. He told me, he's like, have you been looking into Tartaglia? I'm like, oh my fucking god, this fucking guy's like red pilled already. I'm like, I'm wasting my time, Like I'm wasting my time with this guy. I'm just amazed, bro. I'm amazed of how much people I've met that like have been introduced to some type of red pill conversation already. It's just everybody has. Everyone's been exposed already at some point.
Yeah, I mean, some people feel that like the whole event that happened was because everybody was, getting woke, actually woke, not fake woke, really quickly, and things are really starting to boil over. The financial system they couldn't be, they had to sort of reset things. So yeah, I think people all sort of are now coming out of the woodwork because, things are a little bit more somewhat normal, since the event. So yeah, now we're back on the road, I guess, to waking up again until the next crisis and the next reset.
Well, I haven't been around long enough, but it seems like a pattern. Every time people start to wake up, some catastrophe happens. That's what I feel. I feel anytime people start to, like the masses start to figure something out, there has to be a catastrophe to distract them. Maybe that's why we see, like, look, I wasn't a big believer in the whole Tartaria shit, but like, I'm not gonna lie, like in the last 2 years I've been looking into that shit, and I'm like, all right, I don't know if it was Tartaria, I'm not gonna stick with that, but I definitely do know that there's a civilization of people that lived in this fucking country that had different fucking engineering structures, everything, than we do to this day. That cannot be denied. Like, I 100% agree with that. What I don't know is what their names were, who they were, what they stand for, if they were good, if they were bad, who fucking knows, right? But I do know, like, based on the buildings that are left behind that are that old, that there was something in just a century ago, 2 centuries ago, that was different from this days. That's for sure.
Yeah, because on the English-speaking sort of British and British colony side of things, like, Australia and all that, yeah, there's definitely still some of that architecture that the British or the Americans didn't come up with in the first place. So maybe it was some civilization that, or empire was like just gotten rid of. And people sort of like took that knowledge and expertise from that, Tartaria or whatever, and then brought it into, the American and British and Spanish system. But yeah, that's how they roll.
I feel like that's how it's been for a long time, right? Like, I feel like I don't know. I don't want to feel a little bit. I usually been very optimistic type of person, but lately the way I see the world is very pessimist. Where like I feel like we're just going in a circle. Like we get to a state where we're waking up, and every time we're waking up, it's like the people that are in charge already know. Obviously, they know we're waking up, right? Like they're in charge of everything. They have our Alexas, they have our phones, they have everything at their fucking disposal to come to a conclusion that these motherfuckers are waking up. Like they can take a poll right now if they wanted to. They can fucking link up all our phones, all our Alexas, any device that we all have in our conversations, and just get a couple of key phrases and be like, oh, this much of the population is talking about this. We got to do this right now. That's literally what I feel right now. Like if they wanted to, they can just fucking start a reset right now, or fucking start a world war, or something to distract us,
Well, I think the thing is that they are the ones controlling the awakenings, to some degree, not fully, but they are the ones like in the Matrix, for example, right? They keep making sure that they're able to sort of manage and even encourage certain anomalies so that they can then reset every time, start the Matrix over again. So it's just another mechanism of control. I mean, of course, I believe God is ultimately in control, but this is definitely a technique that has, like, why was YouTube pushing flat Earth in the first place? There's no reason to do that. So they're obviously, pushing some of the narrative, because if they can start the revolution, then they can control the revolution. They don't want a revolution.
I think at first it was generating income, right? It was generating money. More, it was getting attention, which meant more subscribers, more viewers, like people using the platform, which generates income. And I think that's personally what I think. And then some higher ups stepped in and said, this is out of control. Need to put a lid on it. Because who doesn't want to exploit something that's popular? Like if there's an avenue to make money, you will do it no matter if you think it's true or not. Like there's people out there that want to just exploit that opportunity at every turn. But then if it starts conflicting with a particular agenda that's in place, then they have to control it somehow.
Yeah, I think there's like multiple agendas happening at the same time. Some of it may be people just wanting to make money, but then I think higher levels of the hierarchy, they sort of plan things out a bit more because they have all the money already that they need. So I think there's other stuff going on.
That's a good point, though, man, about them being able to track like what people are talking about and like what's trending on social media. I think about that too.
Dude, I was literally talking for like 2 minutes. I was like, why are all these people ignoring me? And I just realized, like, for some reason, like, if I was talking, I wouldn't light up green. So it was weird. Yeah, I literally was talking. And I'm like, why are all these motherfuckers talking over me? Like, I was trying to say, man, I know you guys didn't hear any of this because obviously I wasn't lighting up green. But what I was saying is, like, I've just come to a conclusion where, like, I think these motherfuckers just figured us out so good to the point where, like, they know most of the population can be manipulated very easily, and that's all they need. So it doesn't matter how right we are, it doesn't matter how much information we got or how much truth there is. Like, they can literally manipulate the minds of the weak. And to be honest, it's very sad, but most of the population on this earth are very susceptible to whatever it is that they're saying. So it's like there's no way we could ever win, even if we're right, even if we fucking have the best science, the best truth. And it's a very pessimistic thought, but I thought about it and I started thinking about it, and I got a little religious with it. Which I'm not very religious, but I'm going to start thinking, like, who else has tried to come to Earth or been in Earth and try to prove something and show something to people and got fucking shitted on? I'm like, Jesus. Literally, that's all I can think about. And so I've come up with this pessimistic thought recently where I'm like, you know what? The good guys don't win. It's always the bad guys because they're willing to go that extra far. They're willing to go this far. They're willing to do this. I'm like, and we're all fucking Jesus, bro. We're all martyrs. Like, we all fucking try to do the right thing and do this. And you know what? It's okay. I've come to this conclusion that I've come to this conclusion in my life where I'm like, you know what? Like, I don't care if no one believes Earth is flat. I don't care if people think I'm crazy. Like, I think it's just to save us. At the end of the day, like, we woke up to it. We're willing to fucking understand it. We're willing to give it the time of the day. We woke up to it, right? We're being saved in some way by, like, knowing this, I feel. And that's okay. If the other people can't come to it, we can try to reach everyone. But at the end of the day, bro, it's like we're living in a world that is, like, ran by fucking psychopaths. And they run the rules. They hold all the cards. So it's like the most we can do is, like, find like-minded people and just vibe and be happy. That's my conclusion at the end of the day, bro, which is really sad, but it's a little pessimistic, but yeah.
Yeah, they can limit us physically, but not mentally and spiritually.
Exactly. But here's the thing. 90% of the population isn't even where our mind is at. Like, you guys know this. You talk to half of the people at your workplaces that aren't flat earthers or aren't into red pill shit. What do they talk about? Oh, did you hear about Kim Kardashian? Oh, did you guys hear about the baseball game? Like, they're just they're so part of the system that they can't even see anything outside that's what's being told to them. You know? That's what we're up against. Like, it's not even the elite. We're up against our own people. It's fucking sad when you really think about it.
Yeah, that's what it is. They got an army of mind-controlled slaves, basically.
Yeah. And you can't fucking beat them. Like, we're not going to beat them. Like, that's the honest truth. Like, I honestly feel like we're just... You know how, like, there's all these stories about a rapture and all this shit? Maybe the rapture isn't fucking physical. Maybe it's mental. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we're part of the fucking rapture and we just figured this shit out. I don't know how. I don't know why. But I feel like... I almost feel like that's something in our DNA, bro. Like, something in our DNA helped us. Who knows? Because I do find it a little strange that random people I meet, they don't believe this shit. But my whole family that's actually close to me and very, very, like, my immediate family, I got my sister, she's a flat earther. My mom, she's a biblical flat earther. My brother's a hardcore flat earther, like hardcore. My niece, she's still my bloodline, but she's not on board, but she's, like, understanding of what I'm saying. She's kind of in the middle, right? She's not fully there. So I found it very, very strange. I was like, I could convince my whole immediate family, but all these fucking random strangers, I don't know. It's like most of them are just fucking like, oh, you're retarded. Explain gravity. Like, it's like the people we run into here every day. Explain that. They just can't understand it. And I'm like, bro, my family, I didn't even have to go science with them. Like, it was very basic with my family to explain. I'm like for my mom, I was like, Mom, you believe in the Bible, right? She goes, yeah. I'm like, look, what is this firmament they're talking about in the Bible? And then she started looking into it. She goes, that sounds like we're encapsulated by something. I'm like, exactly, right? And I started going further. I'm like, what about waters above, waters below? And she actually gave me the retard shit, right? Where she's like, oh, maybe it's because it rains. I'm like, yeah, the water is above, the water is below. Like, it makes it sound like, and then they separated it. What's the separation? Like, what does that mean? And for a minute, Mom was like, could that be the clouds? I'm like, can the clouds separate water from water? You know, I started going deeper and deeper with her. And it got to a point where she just got it. She's like, you know what? She's like, you're right. What you're saying makes a lot of sense. Like everyone just started believing in the globe because, you know, like, it's what's popular. It's what's on the news. It's what everyone talks about. But she goes, but this Bible is not describing a fucking globe. It's describing a motionless plane. Like, she got it at a point without me going too deep into it. Just biblical with her. Which I'm not even biblical, you know. I'm not that well versed in the Bible and shit, but I do know enough to point out to some spots in the Bible that don't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, just to mention that if you're interested, I know we kind of have to keep it on flat Earth on this channel, but in terms of when you say that only some people will actually wake up and all that, so that's what's generally called Calvinism when it comes to the Bible and the scriptures, that only some people have been selected to wake up, to go to, you know, the eternal kingdom with God, and the rest just won't make it. So that's a pretty hardcore thing, but that's why this world will be given over to the evil one in the meantime until the end of time, when only the elect will be saved and the rest will be condemned to eternal punishment.
It's a really rough thing to think about, but I see it. I see that. You know?
That's what they
call so that is... Sorry, go on.
The wheat and the tares. That's the parable of the wheat and the tares. That's what you're looking at. It's in the Bible. Wheat and the tares. The sheep and the goats.
I'm definitely going to hell, bro. I just said the hard R like 3 times on Call of Duty tonight.
That is
No, it's
that
not
is
about
Bobby
love.
Yaga. Sorry,
I'm
guys.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I was trying
Jose Meza.
to get a reaction.
Jose Meza, how you doing, my friend?
Very good, and you?
Yeah, really well, my man. Haven't seen you for what, maybe 2 years, something like that.
No. Is that
Yeah,
FE Jedi?
it is, mate. It is. Come
Oh
on.
my God, FE Jedi, where the fuck have you been?
Nah, yeah, took a bit of time out for a few years. Only been back in the server since, I don't know, Christmas, maybe something like that.
Oh man,
But yeah, man.
I've been gone for like 2-3 years, man. I mean,
Yeah, right.
on and off,
And I
on and
popped
off.
back
Like,
in, and you weren't anywhere to be seen, man. So I saw you jump in today, and I heard that you were back the other day as well. So I've been eager to speak to you, mate. Definitely to give you a shout out and a hello. So good to see you, my friend. I hope you're keeping well.
oh, likewise, man. I've been very busy, man. I got a full-time job like in the last. I started working in the last maybe year and a half,
Yeah.
and it's just I'm busy, man. Like I work from my shift is from 9 in the night to 5 in the morning,
Oh, wow.
and
Are you enjoying the work, though?
son, I'm not. It's literally I hate the job. It's just I literally got the first job that hired me just to start making money, which I
I get
don't
you.
need because I'm lucky. I'm a very lucky man. I have a beautiful woman that makes a lot of money and doesn't need me to work, but I'm tired of relying on her. And I was like, you know what? I'm like, my son's 6 years old. I think it's time for me to go back to work, and
Yeah.
I need to help with bills. So I split the rent with my girlfriend right now, and I take and here's the thing. So I go to work from 9 at night to 5 in the morning. 9 to 5 every day, except
Yeah.
for Mondays and Tuesdays are my days off. Luckily, I asked for Saturday and Sunday this weekend off. So I got these 2 days off, and I got Monday and Tuesday off because those are my original days off. So I'm still working the same amount of time. Just I got lucky because I combined my 2 days off together. So yeah, like I'm off today, I'm off tomorrow, and I'm off on Monday, Tuesday. I'm off Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Oh,
Anyway,
awesome.
so long story short, so like I work at a job. I work at literally Jack in the Box, bro. It's a restaurant. Like I hate it,
Yeah.
but it makes money, you know. Like I work my 45 hours a week. I make like about $1,200 a month, whatever, you know, bringing in money. I have to rent, help with stuff, so it's working out. But it's really hard because I spent my whole life like pretty much like not my whole life. Let me rephrase. I spent my last stay-at-home life, Dad, like the last 5 years staying at home. So I do all the cooking, cleaning, all that stuff, you know. So now
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like I got to do the same stuff and work, you know. So it's very hard on me. Like I can't do it. So like on my days off, and you know, my only days off, I have to clean my pool because I have a pool. I got to mow the lawn. I got to clean the kitchen. I got to do so much shit to the point where I don't have time for nothing, man. But today I'm like,
Wow.
you know, today since I had 4 days off in a row, I'm like Monday, Saturday, and Sunday I'm gonna chill, and Monday and Tuesday I'll get in, I'll gear in, you know, I'll do all the work. So that's why I decided to hop on. I'm like, you know what, I got time today. Like I don't have to play Call of Duty till fucking 2 in the morning. I'll hop on for a bit.
That's brilliant to see you, mate. Really, really brilliant to see you.
Oh, it's very good, man. Likewise, man. I'm telling you, I don't know if you were listening a little while ago, man, but everyone at my job knows I'm a flat earther, and it's hilarious, man, because this part isn't funny. Someone from my job like committed suicide like about a year, like maybe like 6 months ago. I didn't know them. I didn't know them. I had just started working there, but out of respect, I went to the funeral. So here, this is where it gets kind of funny and kind of fucked up. So I was at this funeral of this person that had just, you know, committed suicide at the you know, they didn't commit suicide at the job. They were at home, whatever. But you know, everyone from the work went to support, you know, and I decided to go. They were serving beer at this fucking funeral, so I started getting a little tipsy, got a little drunk, and I started fucking flat smacking everybody at this funeral, bro. Like it's kind of fucked up, but it's funny, you know. And I didn't start it off because one of my coworkers already knew I was kind of red pilled, and they're all like, they're trying to make fun of me right there, like, oh, Jose thinks 9/11 was an inside job, and I was like, man, fuck 9/11, bro. You want to hear about flat Earth? You know? And then he's like, what the fuck? You're a flat earther? I'm like, yeah, I'm a flat earther. So I started talking about flat earth to everyone that was like around me on that table at this funeral.
Yeah.
And I got a little loud, you know, I got a little obnoxious, but I was like talking about flat earth. That's how everyone at my job figured I was a flat earth because there was like 10 people there that were flat earth. That were there at the funeral, and they knew I was a flat earth because I was talking about it. So the next day at job, people were trying to make fun of me, like just like Discord, just like online, you know, they're like, oh, look at this flat earther, you know. Obviously, it didn't go well for them. It got to the point where they're like, you know what? I can't debate this motherfucker. He's not right, but he's not wrong. I'm just gonna leave him alone. That's where I'm at right now at work. Like nobody talks to me about nothing to do with the globe, nothing to do with space, nothing to do with flat Earth. They're just like, Jose's crazy, but he's smart. That's where I'm at right now.
That's probably that's a brilliant response. Don't believe anything he says, even though he's correct. Yeah, I get it.
Jose makes me feel stupid. I'm gonna stop. What's up, bro?
What's up, Bong?
Good to hear you, man. Good to hear you.
Dude, it was really funny. There's this girl at my job. She's like 19 years old. And she was like, you know, Jose thinks the earth is flat. Like, she was trying to embarrass me in front of people. I'm like, yeah, I think the earth is flat. I'm like, why do you think the earth is a globe? She's like, haven't you heard of atoms? And I'm like, what the fuck do atoms have anything to do with the globe? I'm like, you want to talk about quarks? You want to talk about electrons? Like, what do you know about atoms? Tell me about atoms. And she's like, she just shut the fuck up and she goes, oh, you're dumb. I'm like, tell me anything about atoms. What do you know about atoms? What are even atoms? Tell me, what are atoms? Dude, she couldn't even answer. It was so funny. Like, she literally just threw atoms out because she probably thought it would make her sound smart. I made her look like a fucking idiot in front of everybody. And she's like, she hasn't talked to me about flat Earth or atoms or nothing since then. It's been hilarious.
That's classic.
Seriously, bro, I've never heard that. I've never heard that. Like, I was dying so much. I'm like, why didn't I record this for Discord? Like, for a Golden Globey award. Like, how do you know the Earth is a globe? She goes, haven't you heard of atoms? I'm just like, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
See, Mayhem's joined us this morning as well. Ready for some morning mayhem. Good to see you, Miggy. Hope you're keeping well, my friend. Hopefully you're near your microphone. You can unmute yourself and say hello, but thought I'd give you a shout out as well. Lots of the usual stuff.
I gotta get the fuck out of here. There can't be two Mexicans in this show right now.
Oh, see, this is where I was bloody going. We haven't had two Mexicans in the Discord server for a long while, so we've got a lot more Australians in at the moment, mate, and a few more Scottish people as well, and some Germans also. So yeah, you need to get some more Mexicans in, mate. Don't go just because Miggy's here.
I don't know, man. Miggy's a heavyweight. I think he can handle it.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, the man has grown in stature. That's for sure. He definitely has.
I didn't grow in stature, just in sides. My sides are a little bit bigger. Yeah. Believe it or not, I actually lost a lot of weight, man. I used to weigh 189 pounds. I weigh 166 right now.
Oh, congratulations, man. You're feeling better about yourself, yeah?
I am and I'm not. Because I feel like I cheated.
I get you.
Cheated the weight, yeah. Like when I was just a stay-at-home dad, like I would work. I don't understand how this makes any sense to anybody, but I would literally work out every day or every other day, and I was the same weight. I stopped working out, went to work, and I lost weight just because working. I don't understand how that works. I really don't. Like, I do walk around a lot at work, but I don't understand how like that equates to me working out and not losing weight.
Well, I would suspect is like if you have a short duration workout, like half an hour, an hour, that might actually burn less calories than like doing intense physical labor, 7 to 8 hours, right?
I guess that's true. Because look, I was working out for an hour and a half every day. And I would what I would do is I would not sprint the full duration. I'd probably like jog for 30 minutes and sprint like 10 minutes. So it was 40 minutes of cardio, right? Where like I would jog 30 minutes and the last 10 minutes I would like kind of keep a good sprint where I wasn't sprinting my maximum, but it was very close to my full sprint, like enough to where I could keep my balance and not get so tired. I got it to that point, right? I was doing 40 minutes of cardio and then the rest was lifting weights, doing sit-ups, doing burpees, doing any kind of movement that was like planks. I would switch it up. It wasn't consistent at all. It was just random. And when I was doing that, I lost like 5 pounds. And I thought I was like so happy. I was like, oh shit, I lost 5 pounds. I'm like 79 pounds instead of 186 or 187, right? No. Tell me why I fucking start this job. And I fucking and within 2 months, I lost like 20 pounds. And then 20 pounds turned to like 22 pounds, 23 pounds. Dude, I was like 189 before I got that job. As soon as I started working there, right now I'm at 166. And I'm not working out. I'm just going to work. It's fucking weird. I don't understand it. But I get it though. Like I am working for like 9 to 8 hour shifts, sometimes 10-hour shifts. And all I do is walk around back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like I do move a lot. So maybe that's what it is. But I don't know. I still don't get it because I eat there every day, bro. I eat fast food every day, even though I'm not supposed to. Like, I'll try to. Sometimes I'll be like, you know what? I'll just get like a salad. That's like one time out of the week. The rest of the week, I'm like, fuck that. I'm getting a burger. I'm getting tacos. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm starving. I'm craving some fat for some reason. It's very weird.
Are you standing a lot in the job? Because standing a lot actually just makes a difference by itself.
Yeah, that's all I do. That's all I do. It's literally working at a restaurant, bro. Like if I was working at like a McDonald's, everyone knows what McDonald's, right? It's like working there. Like that's all I do for like a couple hours, man. I work like 8 to 10 hours a day doing that. I'm actually trying to switch jobs, like, cause I'm tired of that job, man. Like my they try to make me like assistant manager there, which is really funny. Cause I'm like, imagine when I become assistant manager, I'm just gonna talk flatter to everybody. I don't give a fuck, and they're gonna have to listen to me. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't like it. It's not for me. I think it's good right now because it brings in money. You know, it helps my girlfriend with bills. But it's not for me, man. I'd rather work something else, man. The fast food business is definitely like I feel like it aged me mentally. I don't like it.
Yeah, well, is there kind of like minimum wage regulations, if I may ask, in that kind of industry in your state, or?
Well, I live in the most liberal state, so I actually make good money here. Like I make I make $16.50 an hour, which is pretty decent for where I live. I think, at least.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, for the long term, kind of like mental health and all that, physical health, emotional health. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth it. That's not enough money. They have to pay me like $25 an hour if they want me to fucking stress out like that. But enough.
I mean, the economy still. Yeah, let's get back to that.
Shit. Do we still get Globers here or no?
Heck yeah.
Do they still try to preach the Cavendish, or is that over with?
Oh yeah. They are still stuck in 2015, mate.
Hold on, Jedi. The Cavendish is still a thing on this Discord, like a discussion.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Literally, I think I had somebody speaking about it the other week. Yeah.
Oh my god, I cannot believe it. It's never gonna end, is it?
There was actually a guy 2 weeks ago who said that they measured the mass of the Earth with a torsion balance.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's like a fucking flashback for 2016 for me.
You know, these arguments don't change; they just respawn. You know what it's like? You kill them, and then they respawn, saying exactly the same fucking thing. Nothing changes.
It's a different entity. That's the problem. It's a whole new person we have to deal with, but with the same idea, which is fucked up.
We've had a big push.
Posto was in last night.
Yeah, he has.
Man,
He
he's going
disappeared
hard.
for a while.
Getting paid.
But yeah, big push for spherical geometry recently from the Globers. That's a big argument they have. And what something new that they came up with was this tow tank thing. Apparently, they measured the deviation in the water level with a straight line. And it's like, oh, what was it? Jedi, do you remember?
Not right at the moment, mate. It'll come to me, I'm sure.
You guys want to hear an interesting story? So I'm neighbors with like 2 houses down from me. There's a neighbor of mine. He's a geodetic surveyor. Okay, so here's the story, man. I wasn't at his house, but I was at his neighbor's house, which is also my friend. He had like his little daughter's birthday party, and he invited most of the neighbors. So it was like me, the neighbor next to him, which is the geodetic surveyor, and my friend, which lived like a couple houses down. And we got a little drunk, started drinking and just hanging out. And and then we're all making fun of each other. Like he's like, "What do you do?" He's like, "I'm a geodetic surveyor." I'm like, I don't really like this game because I work at a fast food restaurant. I know these fuckers are gonna pick on me, I'm just like, man, fuck this conversation, fuck you guys. Then I'm like, wait, you're a geodetic surveyor, you said? He's like, yeah. And I started asking him questions. I'm like, how long have you been doing it for? He said, like about 35 years. And I'm like, what was the method you guys measured deviation of the Earth curve, from level? Like back in like 20 years ago, maybe. He goes, to be honest, we just used the little fucking the theodolite. We looked through it, and we left like whenever that was away from the horizon, we took the degrees and measurement, and we just wrote that down. And I'm like, is that an optical phenomenon, or is that a curve phenomenon? And he's kind of sat and looked at me. He's like, "Are you a flat earther?" I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't want to go there yet. I don't want to go. I'm like, no. Just answer the question. Like, I'm just curious. And he's like, "You're a flat earther, aren't you?" I'm like, "All right, you got me. I'm a flat earther." He's like, "All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. He goes, "This question has been asked to me so many times. That's why I knew you were a flat earther." He goes, "I haven't decided whether the Earth is flat or globe, but I'll tell you this: when I used to do these calculations 25 years ago, we used to write them down on paper and just subtract the math from what we observed. But now it's all done like with computers. Like, like it's all like it's like literally like they just take a picture of something almost and it like does it by itself. Like the math is done by itself." And he finds it so strange because he's like, before when he used to do the math, yeah, they would do it off like whatever it is that they observed, and they would go a couple of degrees from whatever they're observing to the horizon, whatever, like, and that's how they would calculate. But when I asked him, like, you know how vision works, right? How optics work? He goes, yes. That's why I know that flat earthers aren't stupid. Like, they're onto something. Like if you were to take into consideration how optics or the eye works, it would throw off our calculations because we're not taking that into consideration. We're just taking into consideration how much the Earth should be deviating based on what we know, what we're supposed to know, right? What the globe is. And he's like, but when you factor in how much like deviation should be, he goes, we don't even take into consideration refraction sometimes. He goes, we really don't really count for that. It's just always what we observe, and we just kind of deviate from that. He goes, we don't even like. He's like, we do know some refraction calculations. He's like, but that's almost like rare. He goes, it's very rare. We don't even fucking factor that shit. We just kind of use a rule of thumb around that. So in other words, this fucking geodetic surveyor next to me, he's telling me like, we kind of just fudge shit. We kind of just like mess around. We kind of just get it as close as to we can. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, as long as it's close enough. And we don't try to figure out whether it's globe or flat. That's pretty much what I got from him. At the end of the day, he's like, I don't know if it's flat or globe. He goes, but I will admit this: if we factored in how eyes, sorry, go ahead. What did he say before he left?
I think he was hot micing. I think he good. I think he was just hot micing.
What's up, Jose?
Is that Indio?
Yeah.
What's up, my nigger?
What's up, man?
Shit, what's good?
That here. What's up, man? It's like 5. I see you on here. I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? We can fire Gemsy now because we have a two Spanish person limit.
I don't know, man. We're gonna have to kick Miggy out for a minute.
Well, it's between him and Gemsy.
I just have to check in, bro. I have like the next 4 days off. I started drinking. I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I have time today. Actually, I have time to go on Discord. I'm like, maybe I should just slow down the beer, slow down the Call of Duty, and hop on Discord and just check in. Because I got
still at it on Call of Duty. Y'all still doing that?
No, I don't play I don't even play with Elijah anymore. I play fucking on a PS4. My brother got a PS5, and he told me, he hit me up one day. He's like, I'm gonna give you my PS4 and I'm gonna buy you this game, and I'm only buying this game so we can actually game together. And I was like, okay, fine. So he bought me that Modern Warfare 2 game, the new one that came out. Yeah, we just play that shit all day, bro. Like, we don't even play Warzone. We just play like fucking Search and Destroy all fucking day. And that's why I probably called you a nigger, because I say that shit a lot on Call of Duty.
Yeah, my son plays it. He's real good at it.
I'm okay at it. I'm not good. I'm not terrible, but I'm okay at it. Like when we play Search and Destroy, like my brother is really good at it. Like really, really good at it. He's a fucking sweat. I don't know how he's so good. The motherfucker will have like 15 kills, while the other team, the best player, has like maybe 12 or 11. My brother's always like at 15, 16 up for Search and Destroy. Me, I'm somewhere like between 6 kills and maybe like 7 kills at the most. You know, like halfway there.
Dude, my son gets up in the 40s.
That's ridiculous.
But he's been playing it like his whole life. You know what I mean? All the versions.
Okay, but 40s, but not for search and destroy. I bet because for search and destroy, it's I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like
yeah, I know.
The bomb. And if he's doing 40s for that, I don't even know how that's possible. I don't even know how you get 40 kills in 6 games or 12 games.
I think he plays team deathmatch, maybe. I'm not positive.
That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Because like, I'm telling you, the max you get on search and destroy is like I see it somewhere in like 15s and 20s. I've never seen like a 30 kill guy or 40. It's very rare. Because like it's 6 games, 6 and 6. You switch sides, so that means there's a total of 12 games, and there's only 6 players per team.
Yeah.
So you can figure it out. Like I don't know how much that is, but
yeah, you'd have to kill. Have to be a wrecking machine.
And, yeah,
you'd have all
only one. You only have 1 life per game, per every match. Once you kill, that's it. Yeah.
I don't know how he does on that.
Yeah, man. I've been playing that with my brother and a bunch of other coworkers and shit. And I don't know. It's fun, man. I play with Judas. Judas plays with me every once in a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, me and Judas hop on there.
I tried it a while back. I played Team Deathmatch. I haven't played like a first-person shooter in a long time. I got like something like 23 kills or something. Because I'm... Look, dude, I just run people over, man. Like if you can get in a vehicle, you know me. You played Call of Duty with me.
Fucking disgusting. I remember the first time. We invited Indio to play what was it, Call of Duty Mobile? And he was playing with his PC, and I'm like trying to teach Indio how to play, and I'm like, Indio, so this is what you do, and I just see this motherfucker run over like 4 fucking people with a fucking vehicle. I'm like, okay, I think you know what you're doing. Like, I don't need to tell you shit. Like, this motherfucker just fucking got 4 kills with a fucking car. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, it's easiest way, man. Gun versus truck. You're not gonna win.
I'm sure India was like a Quake vet, man.
You exactly.
Yeah, and that was like
also Battlefield 1942. That I was so good at that game.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I got into Battlefield at number 2. And got out at 4.
Hey, Indio, I bet you there's still people, and to this day, they'll be like, fuck that Indio 007 guy. Like, they remember like how you killed him or how you did some shit to them? I guarantee you they exist. There's someone out there that's like, fuck that Indio 007 guy.
Yeah, certainly. All those flat earthers, because remember we all had tags?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you needed some crazy snap reflexes to play Quake at a high level. And the same goes for Call of Duty.
Want to hear a funny story, Indio? Tell me, I was playing that Call of Duty one, new one, the other day, and I seen some guy, two players that were like black guys. The name was one of the names was died by the ether, and the other one was like the ether killed you or some shit like that. And I was like, they were on my team, and I was like, hey, ether, whatever. The ether guys was like, you guys believe in flat Earth? And they're like, fuck you, nigger, blah, blah. They started talking shit to me, and I was like, hey, bro, I'm like, relax, man. I'm like, I'm a flat earther. Are you guys flat earthers? They're like, oh yeah, we're flat earthers. Dude, we fucking started like fucking vibing after that shit. Like we started talking about flat earth and shit. It was hilarious. But they were like how we were years ago. Remember how we were so like fucking like when someone would say like talk shit to us, like we were quick to just talk shit back. Like they snapped on me, bro. And I was like, bro, I'm just trying to figure out if you guys are flat earthers so I can have a conversation with you guys. Like relax. Like, you know? It was hilarious because I saw the names like the got killed by the ether. What was the name? And there was like killing with the ether or some shit. There was some weird shit like that, right? But I'm like, as soon as I saw the ether, I'm like, these motherfuckers are flat earthers. No one's talking about the ether unless they're like looking into the globe. I mean, into the flat earth or some shit like that. That's what I thought. And they were, bro. There were 2 black like hood ass dudes like talking about like, yeah, I woke up to the flat earth to TikTok and blah blah blah. It was hilarious, bro. I was just like, damn, like it's crazy how much fucking flat earthers are like out there right now.
Yeah, it's blown up, man. It's really at like I don't know if it's at critical mass, but it's at some low level. The Globers aren't as triggered anymore, too. Like,
no, they're not.
They're starting to be desensitized a little bit to the idea.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know if you caught me a little while ago, but I was talking about how, like, dude, I literally work at Jack in the Box. It's like a restaurant, like a McDonald's or some shit, right? I've been working there for like 6-7 months.
I wish there was one here.
There's one by you?
No, there's none by me.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if it's like In and Out, like because I know that there's only In and Outs like in California and shit. But anyways, it's one of those restaurants, right? I got a job. I literally applied to like 30 jobs, bro. I'm not lying to you. I like applied to Costco, applied to Home Depot, applied anywhere I could. Dude, tell me why Jack in the Box. I applied and 2 hours later, they called me. They're like, "Hey, you applied here?" I should have took that as a red flag, bro. I should have been like, "Dude, these guys called me in 2 hours of my application. Like something must be going wrong in this fucking restaurant or some shit for them to call me this fast."
Yeah, I'd say so, right?
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I'm just like, I was just so excited. I'm like, oh, someone called me for a job finally. You know, I've been fucking waiting for months. You know, so I took the job right away, and I'm like, okay, now I see why fucking they called me in 2 hours. This job fucking sucks ass. Nobody wants to fucking work here. You know. But anyways, I've stuck around for a couple months. I'm still working there. Long story short, bro. I was telling them earlier how like one of my coworkers like he hung himself, which is kind of fucked up and funny.
No way, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up and funny. Like I'm not saying it's funny like that he killed himself, but like I'll tell you what's funny about it. So he killed himself. Like I don't know, he had like issues at home. He killed himself, but I went to like to be supportive, you know, like oh I'm gonna go to his funeral or whatever. And I was at the funeral, and everyone at my job is like 19 or 18 years old, bro. I'm like the 33-year-old fucking conspiracy guy at work right now. So everyone at my job is like underage to even drink. So tell me why I'm at this wedding. No one in my job is able to drink besides the manager, which she wasn't even there, you know? But it was just me and all these fucking kids, like 18, 19, 20, 21, like not even 21. Like there was one guy that was probably 22, but he didn't even drink. There was beer at this funeral. And I was like, oh shit, there's beer. So I started drinking. I didn't even eat, bro. I was like on an empty stomach. I was like 8 beers in, and I'm like, I'm gonna start flat smacking people here.
Oh no.
This funeral, right? So I started flat smacking all my coworkers. So I tell them like I don't believe in gravity and all, you know, just going off on them. And bro, it was so fucking. This is where it gets funny. Like I red pilled them so hard that like half of my coworkers just left after I started red pilling them. Like they left because either they were embarrassed probably, or they're like, okay, I can't be seen with this fucking weirdo. Like I gotta get the fuck out of here. So they all just started dipping. Yeah, they all started dipping, and I only stayed with like maybe 4 or 5 people. And then after a while, I realized I'm like, okay, I'm maybe a little drunk, and I'm going a little bit too ham on this fucking funeral. I gotta chill out. So I started chilling out, you know, started eating and shit, and whatever. I went home. But after that day, obviously, when you work in a small space like where I do, everybody knows your business. Like as soon as one person knows your business, everybody knows your business. So everybody knew I was a flat earther. Everybody knew I was fucking red pill. So I started getting the questions and the clowning and the people trying to troll me. And you know I took advantage of that shit. You know I took advantage of that shit. As soon as somebody tried to tell me the other day, like I was telling this was like there's this girl, she goes, Jose's a fucking dumbass. He thinks the earth is flat. And I looked at her in front of all the people and she was trying to put me on blast. I'm like, explain to me why you think it's a globe. And she got so like put in the spot. She goes, oh, haven't you heard of them? Atoms? And I was like, atoms?
Atoms?
I'm like, yeah, I'm like, atoms? I'm like, atoms? Are you talking about, want to be specific? You want to talk about quartz? You want to talk about electrons? What do you want to talk about? What part of atoms? What are atoms? I said, what the fuck are even atoms? Actually, I don't know what atoms are. Tell me what atoms are. And she goes, I don't know, those are circle things. And everyone started laughing at her. Dude, bitch never talked to me after that again. Like to this day, she like hates me. Like she fucking doesn't even talk to me. Like I put her on such blast. I'm like, bitch, how you gonna bring up atoms and not even know what the fuck atoms are? Like you just look like a dumbass bitch, you know? Like
yeah.
So I've been doing that shit, bro. Like I've been being so like not cocky, but like slow key, like kind of like I've been fishing where I throw the rod in, I got the bait, and I'm like wiggling the bait. I'm like, let's see who takes this shit. That's all what I've been doing at work, bro. And it's just fucking been glorious. Cause dude, you know how it is. Just like on this Discord, how many 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds come in here and actually can hold a conversation with us on Flat Earth and Globe Earth?
Grown adults that can't.
Exactly. Dude, I'm in fucking preschool just fucking throwing jabs at all these motherfuckers, and I kind of feel bad now.
You're like, what is that, Billy Madison playing dodgeball, man? You're just like...
Yeah, I'm fucking knocking people out.
Oh, Doyle ruled.
It's not even fair, bro. It's not even fun anymore.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't. I know you don't, but nobody should feel bad for them. You know what I mean?
I just say that to make me feel like I'm a good guy, but I don't feel bad for them.
Yeah, like at any time they can go figure it out, but they don't want to.
Yeah. I was talking to them, bro. I feel very pessimistic. I almost feel like I want to join the Illuminati. I'm like, you know what? I'm with you guys. Like, fuck those idiots. You know, like,
I know, maybe they're onto something, right? Maybe we should go to the dark side.
They're the ones that know everything. I'm like, you know what? Maybe you guys are onto something. Like, fuck those idiots. Like, you know, like I honestly feel I'm a little pessimistic about it sometimes. I know me and Morvet had this talk a while ago. I'm like, bro, I'm at the point where I'm like, you know what? Give me the fucking 33. Like, fuck these idiots, you know? Like, they're fucking stupid.
Yeah, they're on to something.
Yeah, the Illuminati is just the first group that attempted to explain basic things to the masses and realized this is fucking a waste of time. And bailed and did their own thing.
So Jose, I heard you say you lost weight, but you like because I was listening on the regular stream on YouTube, and you were like you said that you couldn't lose weight exercise, and then you lost it at work. What you probably changed your diet a little bit.
I did.
So like you probably eat slightly less. So you only have to eat like
a lot less actually. Like I used to eat 3 times, 4 times a day. Now I only eat twice a day. I wake up at fucking 2 in the afternoon to go to pick up my okay. So I'll tell you my schedule real quick. I don't know if you heard this, but I work from 9 at night to 5 in the morning every fucking Wednesday through Sunday. So I have Monday.
You work third shift, basically. You work a third shift.
Yeah, I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Those 5 days in a row, and I always have Mondays and Tuesdays off, right? And I work from 9 in the night to 5 in the morning. That's my schedule, like every fucking day. And when I first started this job, I didn't have that shift. My shift used to be from 6 in the afternoon till 2 in the morning because we worked 24 hours before. But when we switched to 24 hours, like I switched to 9 to 5, but my weight dropped before I switched to that schedule. Like I was like working from 6 in the afternoon to like 2 in the morning. Practically, I'd be off by 3 at the latest. So what changed was I just sleep a lot more and eat a lot less. Maybe that definitely has something to do with it, and the movement at work, I think, for sure. But dude, I'm not lying to you. Like I almost feel like going on fucking. I know you know what I look like. If I were to show you a picture right now, bro, like I fucking lost like 30 pounds, bro.
I'd be like, stop smoking meth.
Okay, look, I'm gonna put myself on camera right now, bro. Hold on, where?
Oh my god, you got a shitload of weight. Wow.
Look at this shit.
Holy fuck, bro. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still probably gonna lose a little bit more. I guarantee it. What I was gonna say is, like you said, you're working on an hour and something a day. That's almost too. If you work out like more than an hour, that's too much because you build up cortisol, which stops you from losing weight.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's cortisol, that shit that squeezes your kidney or some shit, right?
Yeah, it's a stress hormone. So when you get too much stress on your body, like too much exercise will actually stress your body to the point where you'll build up cortisol, which destroys testosterone, which actually makes you lose body fat. Cortisol will make you retain body fat because it's
been walking like this
situation.
I've been walking like this lately. Look, it's like like a Decepticon.
Like a Decepticon. Transformer.
Yeah, Transformer. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. But if you cut like 500 calories, so like if you eat like 1 less meal or 2 less meals, you'll lose a pound at least a pound a week.
That's probably what happened, bro. I weigh 166.
So I bet if you add up like how many weeks you worked there, and like you probably lost like a pound a week going all the way. You know what I mean?
Right, let's do the math. I started there in October of the second last year, so I've been there for about 8 months.
Yeah, that's it's like 30 weeks. Right? About 30 weeks.
I was 189 when I started there. I'm 166 now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, you probably lost somewhere between a pound between like a quarter pound. It'll go like because you have you have your like you actually will lose. You burn more calories doing nothing than actually exercising. You can lose weight exercising, but it's the change in diet that will have more of an effect.
Here's what's weird, bro. Like I changed my diet, but I eat at that restaurant every day, and I don't eat the best diet food there. Like I feel like I should be gaining weight because my sister, bro, one of my older sisters, she's kind of, I don't want to say she's dumb because that's fucked up, but she is kind of dumb. She went to school, went to college, and got a degree in criminal justices. Got her degree, and she's like, "I'm gonna get a job at McDonald's." I'm like, "You fucking idiot!" Like like you could get a job being a parole officer or something else, but you went to McDonald's and you've been there for like the last 10 years, like, I don't know. I don't know what to call that. Like, she's comfortable, maybe. I don't know. But long story short, she gained a lot of weight when she got a job at McDonald's. So I'm like, I was expecting that to happen to me. You know?
Yeah.
And she walks home every day, and that's like a mile, maybe 2 mile walk every day, and she still gained weight. So I'm like, how the fuck does that happen?
She's probably just eating a lot more than you.
She eats a lot of junk. She eats a lot of junk. Like, she stays eating chips, soda.
Soda is what the thing, man. Drinking soda will fucking make you fat. Sorry, but
yeah, I don't drink soda at my job, bro. I just drink this. Like, dude, I hated it at first, but I have to do it because I'll get thirsty at work. But I'm like, I'm not drinking fucking nothing from her because I know that's just the tap water that they're filtering through there, and it's like literally fluoride on all their sodas. I know this for a fact. And so like, I'm like, but I have no choice because I get fucking thirsty there. So I drink this thing. It's called AHA. It's literally sparkling water flavored. And that's all I drink. That's all I drink there. I don't drink fucking soda there.
yeah, there's so many calories in soda, man. And it's fructose corn syrup, which actually fucks up your sugar metabolism a little bit.
Yeah. The only thing I drink bad, bro, is beer now. I'll drink beers on my every day I'm off. I'll drink like a fucking 12-pack or some shit like that.
Well, beer has a lot of calories, but whatever. But you're obviously doing enough, right? So whatever you're burning, you know, whatever you're consuming is being burned off, obviously.
Yeah, I feel kind of guilty because I am supporting that transmission fluid right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I need to switch to something that's not transmission fluid. You know, I don't want to support this anymore.
Oh God, I gotta show you this video. Have you seen it? It's like They Live with that Dylan Mulvaney.
Oh, I did. My brother showed it to me. He saw it on TikTok. He was dying. Where the guy puts the video and it's like it's Dylan Mulvaney when it's like the Bud Light or some shit like that. It's hilarious, bro.
Puts the glasses on. It says "Chop off your dick."
That's it. Chop off your dick when he watches the Bud Light signs or some shit.
Yeah, that's hilarious, man. That's so funny.
It was funny because I play with Judas online all the time, and we were talking the other day, and he's like, I heard you know how he always guesses what we're eating and shit like that? Like, he's weird like that. He'd be like, you just popped open a beer. What are you drinking? I'm like, Michelob Ultra. He's like, oh, you're a fucking Decepticon, you fucking faggot. I'm like, what? And then I'm like, I didn't know. I did not know this. I didn't know that Michelob Ultra was Anheuser-Busch. And he told me, he's like, you're drinking that fucking transmission fluid, you fucking faggot. Just drink Pennzoil if you're gonna drink something manly, at least, you know. And I was like, what the fuck is this fool talking about? So I started literally looking up on my phone like Anheuser-Busch drinks, and it fucking tripped me out, bro. I'm like, Modelo, Corona, like literally every beer I fucking drink is Anheuser-Busch. Stella.
Yeah, there's only like 2 beer companies, like major beer companies. You got to get like a microbrew or something.
I was so shocked. I was like, everything is Anheuser-Busch. Like, how do I cut this shit off? You know, I'm just like, holy shit. Like,
Soda's the same way, right? So it's either PepsiCo or freaking Coca-Cola. Like, even like the drinks, right? So like Snapple was bought up by like Coca-Cola. They you know, there'll be Coca-Cola, then they always own a shell company that ends up owning like the soft drink or whatever it is. It could be juice, right? I remember Sobe. Remember those? They were like a fruit drink.
Yep.
Yeah. So they bought them, and then where are they now? They're like, because they were competitive, right? So you just buy the competitor and then flush them down the toilet.
Like, I dude, Simply Orange is Coke product. I didn't know that.
Simply Orange. Oh yeah.
Simply Orange, the orange juice. I didn't know that, bro, until I started working at Jack in the Box because we only support Coke product at that job. So I looked at all the products. I'm like, dude, Seagram's, fucking ginger ale, all those shit are Coke products. I'm just like, holy fuck, I had no idea. I don't know if Hike C is a Coke product, but we have Hike C, all that shit. I'm just like, dude, all these Coke products, like, it makes sense to me, you know?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
You're a huge corporation. They've been around a long time. Imagine that, man. They started off putting Coke in their products. And now they're one of the biggest beverage companies in the world, if not the biggest.
Mad at them. They should throw that shit back in there. fucking making me spend all this money on fucking garbage. At least give me something to get me lit. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
It is still in there a little bit though. It is like it is the flavoring is from coca leaves, but they take out the fun part.
yeah, the fun part, the part that makes you go like this, like.
Oh man, we've had some crazy Globers in here, man. Yeah, because I also heard you talk about that, right? Like, man, they resorted to like nothing's real, man. But it's so many of them now. It's like it's a total mind virus. I don't know if you have you heard any of the live stream listen to like we have a 99%ers. That's what I call them, the 99%ers. No matter what you ask them, they're only 99% sure.
Yeah, because nothing can be 100% sure.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah,
because everything changes. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, Miggy has Mr. Sensible. Mr. Sensible was in here live streaming on his channel, and Miggy asked him if he was 100% sure he was sitting in his chair. He's in his live stream, sitting in his chair, and he was like, "No." What the hell?
Dude, once they say that, it's like it's a wrap, bro. You don't even got to debate them. Like, bro, like you just don't have no logic. You have no logic.
I just asked him. What are you trying to convince me to be 99% sure it's a globe? Get the fuck out of here,
bro. I think that the look got to them because that shit was 99% safe. You know, I don't know. Maybe that shit got to them. Like everything has to be at 99 now. Who knows?
Yeah.
But bro, I literally had this discussion with there's this black kid at my job. His name's Desmond. He's like 20 years old. He's very bright. Like he's brighter than some of the Globers that are seasoned in here because he actually understands the shit that I talk to him about. That's why I like him, dude. Like he's not like I can have a conversation about flat earth and he's not like fuck you. He doesn't get triggered. He's just like he finds it interesting. Like he's bright, but he understands the logic of where I'm coming from. So it's me and him have great discussions. He's in my night crew every day. I'm a TL in my job, which is like not an assistant manager, but like a team leader, meaning like I'm the manager at the moment. So I'm like the manager at the moment. So like, I don't know if he respects me because of that. Who knows? Maybe that has something to do with it. But the point is, every time I discuss it with this anything with Flat Earth, he asks a lot of questions and he understands what I'm talking about. Like the other day we were talking about general relativity. And he didn't know about general relativity enough. He knows what he's heard the name, he's understand it. But he was still with the whole, Newton shit. And I was like, you do realize that, like, that shit was revised. Like the F equals MA, like, oh, yeah, that shit is still squared off. But I'm like, but the main, what they're claiming that gravity causes and all this shit is, like, it's time dilation. And I went into the whole time dilation debacle with him. And he didn't know about atomic clocks or anything like that. But he understood, like, when I explained it to him, he understood. Like, you know when you talk to someone about something they don't understand about? But when you explain it and they actually give you feedback on what you're saying, so you know they understand what you're talking to them about. He does that. Like he gives me feedback. I'm like, this was listening. He understands where I'm coming from. And he's gone to a point where like I talked to him about the Sea Sparrow missile and the Navy railgun because I thought those would be like because this is military. I don't know. Every time you bring up military shit, bro, people are like they can't deny it and they can't go against it because it's like, oh, how do you deny what the military is saying? You know, because they're authoritarian. That's why I love using those proofs because most of the people.
Yeah, plus the people on the other end are dead, so yeah, you can't say it don't work, right?
Exactly.
Having funerals right now, you know.
These are my favorite arguments. Things that rely. It's like I use their own fucking weapon against them, which is they believe in authority, right? Like they believe in authority, and in the 100% or the 90% or the majority rules, they believe in this shit. So it's like I use that against them. So I talked to him I'm like, all right, like you might not believe in the laser test because I tried to talk to him about the FE core laser test and all that shit. I showed him the paper. He didn't care for it and he didn't seem interested. But when I showed him the documents for a fucking Navy railgun and a Sea Sparrow missile, and I'm like, look, these are just the fucking distances they're allowed to disclose, meaning that they could paint these targets maybe even further than what they're disclosing. I'm like, look, and I went to the curve math calculator. I'm like, look, at the distance that they're actually disclosing, this shit's impossible. And I'm like, and how do you hit a refracted object? Like, what's the calculation for that shit? And he looked at that shit and was like, and he started rubbing his head. And he's like, fuck Jose. He's like, I don't want to be a flat earther. Like this shit makes sense, but I don't want to be a flat earther. He was just saying it like that, and it almost reminded me of Owen Benjamin. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, you sound like Owen Benjamin. He's like, who the fuck is that? I'm like, I'm gonna show you a video later, man. And I showed him the video how like Owen Benjamin went, like, you know how Dirt has that video where like he's like, flat earth is stupid, bro, and it progresses from him being like hating it to like, I'm a flat earther, you know, like that.
Yeah, I've seen it, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, I'm like, this is what you're gonna go through eventually if you keep talking to me. So I don't know if you want to keep talking to me about this shit. Keep it at your own dispense. And he's like, no. He goes, I don't care about like I don't care about nothing but truth. I'm like, all right, then you're willing to listen to what I have to say, right? Even if it's fake, right? Because like, who knows? What if my shit leads you to truth? But if it doesn't, it's up to your discretion, right? He's like, I agree. So me and him to this day still talk about like everything, bro. It's really cool, real cool dude to talk to.
Yeah, man. That's cool, man. I mean, yeah, people are just more open to it. I don't know what it is. We had two girls on yesterday that were just, they didn't know anything, but like, have you noticed this? That girls are, Creation Bear and notice this, is that girls get less triggered by the topic than dudes.
They do.
I mean, yeah, it's really strange. The dudes just go spiral crazy, but the women will actually talk to you, which is, it's so sad that the women are less emotional than the men. It's like, what's going on, man? You boys are like, stop drinking that soy and, you know, spazzing out and being all emotional.
Hey, bro, I think that they're fucking with the men's genes so much that they're like, they've become the women. Okay. Bro, I believe this or not, I'm a very I still believe in chivalry in some extent. Because you know me. I could be very fucking hardcore weirdo guy type of like perv, but I'm also very chivalrous. I could play both parts and I do both very fairly. So I'm at work. I work with all these fucking 19, 18-year-old girls. I'm chivalrous to them because I'm like, I'm not about to fucking be a weirdo with these girls. You know, they're young, you know, like whatever, you know. And now I gotta grow on everything, anyways, you know. So I'm like, I'm not about to step out of line and be weird. So what I do, like when I have the night shift, I walk all these girls that are on my shift when they get off earlier before I do. I walk them to their car, and one of the girls actually noticed this. She goes, "You know what, Jose?" She goes, "I just realized this. Like, you never told me, hey, I'm gonna walk you to your car, but I've noticed you've been doing that like the whole time, and I just picked up on it. Like, you always, every time I leave, you like walk out and you like hit your vape and you kind of just chill out there, and you wait till I get in my car and then I go home. So I have that chivalry in me still." And I've noticed, dude, like, it was funny because I was just talking to my sister today because I went to go visit my dad. This is something you don't know about, but my dad had a heart and kidney transplant.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, both. I don't know if you know this, man, but my dad's been like, he's been having heart problems since like I was 10 years old, man. I remember I was 10 years old.
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah,
I remember.
Heart
attack. They had to take a fucking bypass from his, like a vein from his like leg and put it on his heart just so he could have a bypass or some shit. That happened when I was 10 years old. Just 6 months ago, my dad, like, around, it's weird, bro. This happens around my birthday. It was when he had that bypass, it was on my birthday, literally, like my birthday party. It was my 10-year-old birthday. And this fool just started having like a heart attack. And everyone tried to downplay it, like, oh, my dad's okay. He's just going to the hospital. We're going to celebrate your birthday anyway. Like, everyone tried to downplay it for me, I guess. I don't know. And I guess I was a little worried. I was like, oh, I guess he's okay. He just went to the doctor, whatever. No, my dad literally was having a heart attack. I didn't even know that until I was like older. Anyways, he had his first heart attack when I was 10 on my birthday, and he had one just like a couple days after Christmas. This last Christmas. Like I was literally talking to him on Facebook on the 24th, 25th. By the 27th, he was already admitted in the hospital because he said he was just like feeling fatigued and he couldn't breathe and all this other shit, right? So it comes out that his heart was only working at 10%. So some weird shit happened, bro. Like it's like a miracle. My dad went into the hospital December the 28th, 27th, around there, like 2 days after Christmas. And 4 months later, that he was in there, they were like, he was like retaining a lot of water because he's also diabetic and all this shit. He's all fucked up, right? Like, so he's at the hospital, they're like working on him. And they finally say, like, the doctor's like, hey, you need a kidney and a heart transplant if you want to live longer. Like, you're fucked pretty much. Like, if you don't get this, like, I don't see you living past like 5 more years. Like, he's like, with the kidney and a heart transplant, I give you like 10 to 15 years, which is better than 5 or 4. He goes, so it's up to you. So my dad accepted it. They put him on the list. My dad was literally on the list for 1 day, bro, which is fucking a miracle to me. because I've talked to so much.
That is a miracle. That is legit a miracle, man.
I talked to so much people that are like, my brother's been on the list for a kidney transplant for 5 years, 2 years. Dude, my dad was on the fucking list for one day. The next day he woke up, they're like, we got your heart and we got your fucking kidney. And here's the thing, bro. Like, I don't know if like, my sister told me this story and it sounds like a little fucking crazy, bro. But my dad had like a weird shit happen where like the day before he got his, like they told him about the kidney transplant before they even knew about it, like 2 days before, actually. He said that some like Filipino nurse came in that he'd never seen before, that he didn't even know. That he came into his room and he told him, he tapped him right here. He goes like, I have your heart and your kidney. Relax, we got you. Like he said, we found one. And my dad's like, oh, okay. And he was like trying to go back to sleep and he couldn't, because he was just like, fuck, they found a heart for me like already? Like it's barely been like a day, you know? So the next day he woke up. When he finally woke up, he told the nurse, he's like, hey, he's like, you guys got my heart? And he's like, oh, not yet. Like the nurse didn't know what he was talking about. The doctor didn't know what he was talking about. Nobody knew what the fuck he was talking about. It's almost like if they're like, dude, you heard false misinformation. You know, like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, we don't have a heart. And then a day after that, they called my sister like, oh, we got a heart for your dad and a kidney and he's up or whatever. Dude, my dad literally 2 days, 1 or 2 days being on the list, got a heart and a kidney transplant.
Yeah,
Like,
that's amazing, man.
My sister literally thinks that the fucking Filipino person he saw was an angel. My sister literally believes that.
Well, that's what
Nobody knows who the fuck that guy was. My dad asked, like, who was that guy that walked in? Nobody knew who he was talking about. Like, no one had no idea who the fuck that guy. It's almost like it was like divine intervention to my sister. She goes, that was a fucking angel. Like, tell him, like, don't stress out. We got your heart. You know, like, we got you. I swear to God, this is a true story. Like, and this happened. Like, 2 days, my dad got a kidney transplant. I just went to. I hadn't seen him since he got the transplant, because when he was getting the transplant, I took like a week off. Because I was telling my boss was only trying to give me 2 days off. I'm like, look, I know I'm your best fucking worker here. I'm like, you can either let me go now or let me go for a fucking 1 or 2 weeks over there. I'm like, because my dad's not about to fucking maybe die or not die, and me be here for this fucking job. It's not that important to me. I'm like, so it's up to you. I told her, I'm like, you can either fucking let me go, like fair, or just fucking fire me right now. And she's like, take as long as you need. I was like, that's right, bitch. I was like, that's right. So I went over there, took as much time as I could with my dad when he was going through the whole fucking operation. I was there with him. I was there through the whole process. And I came back to my house. I hadn't seen him since then. So it's been like 3 months since I haven't really physically been there. You know, since his heart operation. I just went this weekend because I had Saturday and Sunday off. I asked for the days off, and I went to go visit him just this weekend. And it's crazy, man. My dad's like lost a lot of weight because he's been in the hospital for like 6 months. My dad used to weigh like 200 pounds. That fool weighs 127 pounds right now.
Oh, wow.
Like, it's ridiculous, bro. He looks like a whole different person. I'm just like, bro, like, who the fuck are you? But yeah, like, he's good. Like, his heart's working good. The only thing that's not working 100% is his kidney, bro. Like, the kidney might fail, actually. Like, he might have to stay on dialysis for the rest of his life, according to the doctor, because his kidney's just not working. But the heart transplant was like a success where it's like fucking working great, you know?
Yeah, at least there's an alternative, right? As opposed to like, if the heart failed, there ain't no heart dialysis, right?
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Like, he's done. Yeah. Yeah, at least there's that. Yeah.
Well, he can get the dialysis machine that Bin Laden had, and just like the super portable one that fits like in your pocket or something.
Yeah, they're there, bro. Because right now he has to go to dialysis, but my girlfriend has a brother that he just passed away like last year. Oh no, I'm tripping. The one that passed away last year would have to go to dialysis. She has a current brother that's still alive that's also on dialysis right now, and that actually has it at his house. So he has to be home like every night at a certain time. But he has his kidneys really fucked up. We're like every night he has to do dialysis.
You'd be surprised how many people do dialysis, because I had a job where I had to go to a hospital building and replace all their PCs. But this hospital building was dialysis machines. So there was like, when you would go in, there'd be like 30 people all in beds, basically getting dialysis, right? So it takes like an hour or something. So like, it's pretty crazy, like how many people are on kidney dialysis. I thought it was like a rare thing. There's a lot of people on it. It's amazing.
There's a lot, man. It's a business, dude. I almost feel like it's a business.
Oh yeah, it's obviously a big business, right?
Business, bro. Like this is the shit that makes me like fucking like not believe in the medical industry. Like for the heart transplant thing, bro. I didn't know this before the heart transplant. I didn't know that. I thought like once they put a heart in you, like it was like you were a new person, you're good to go. No, my dad has to be on medication for heart rejection, meaning that like he has to bring down his immune system because his immune system would try to fucking remove the heart because it's a foreign object. I didn't know this, bro. I had no idea that's how it worked. I thought like, oh, I thought you get like a transplant. You're like, oh, shit, I got something fucking. It's like getting an oil change. Like I just got a new filter. I'm fucking good for another 5,000 miles. You know, it doesn't work like that, bro. It's like
it depends on the person.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody has to take the transplant medication. It's called anti-rejection medication.
Yeah,
everybody has to take that, but some people, you know, it depends on the person. Depends on that person's system and the other, like, how foreign is that other person's heart to your body? You know, because your own immune system will attack it.
My dad's funny as fuck though. Like he hasn't lost his sense of humor. That fool is like he knows that his donor was 32 years old. So his donor that passed away was 32 years old. And as soon as he got the heart and he started like being good, he told me the other day he's like, man, he's like, how does it feel like that I'm younger than you now? I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, my heart's 32 years old, yours is 33. I'm like, oh fuck you, fool. Like,
oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, he started talking shit, and then he's all like, I hope this heart didn't belong to one of these guys because I still love women, man. He goes, I don't want to start fucking being weird. Like,
oh god.
Yeah, he's like, he's such a troll, bro. I'm like, bro, like you fucking almost died and you're still laughing. So that's his normal self, bro. My dad is literally a troll. Like that fool will fucking crack jokes at the worst times, which is he has dark humor.
Yeah,
that's where I get it from, I guess.
Life is dark humor.
Yep.
So, is he up and walking yet? Can he like walk around?
So he was in the hospital for 6 months. So he didn't. The whole time in the 6 months he was on a bed practically, and they didn't start trying to teach him how to walk till he got his heart transplant. So that was just a month ago, maybe. So he has a month of. He's barely been on a month in rehabilitation. So he can sometimes get up by himself and not. But there's times where he needs help. Like he needs help just getting up. When he's up, he can walk, but he needs a walker just for safety. Like he feels like he can walk safe, but they make him use the walker, like that old people shit, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's using that shit right now, and I was over there with him, and he's good, you know. He can't wipe himself still because I feel like he can't put himself in that position because he'll probably tilt back or fall. So he needs help with that still, but
yeah.
According to the doctors, like another month or two, he should be able to just be on his own.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You got to get him lifting weights, man. Which sounds fucked up, but like there's like little valves in your blood vessels. They're like one-way valves, and when you lift weights, it like it basically makes your cardiovascular system work more efficiently. Specifically lifting weights, like it's not like other, you know, because when you squeeze your muscle, it's like a pump, right? You're like literally like squeezing a pump, and just lifting weights and squeezing a muscle just helps your overall circulatory system.
Yeah.
Because first you have more muscle tissue, and actually like you release something called mTOR, which is actually something that's very good for the heart. So. You know, hopefully he get to that condition where he can, because dude, cardio is overrated. Okay, it's way overrated as being good for you. In case you didn't notice that, people that do marathons die at a young age. Okay, the life expectancy for a marathon runner is something like 50 years old. Yeah, they don't tell you that, right? Go out, run 20 miles a day. Be good for you. No, it's not good for you. It's horrible for you.
Yeah,
I mean, it's better than being obese, but it's not, you know what I mean? But it's, you know, you can do other things that are better for you.
Yeah, the weights, I don't think you could do that yet because just picking up his teacup is a chore for him sometimes.
Yeah.
Like he was drinking coffee today, this morning when I was with him, and he was like, he even told me, he was like, this shit's heavy for me right now. I don't know why. I'm like, damn, like I told him, you're fucking weak, bro. I just told him that like as a joke. You're fucking weak, man. Like, can't pick up a teacup or a coffee cup. Like, what's wrong with you, man? I was like, gotta push yourself. So what he does, he goes on little walks with his stroller shit. He tries to like do a little leg exercise. Like, he's trying, man. He was excited to come home.
How
man.
about
He was at hospital for 6 months.
grip? Get him a hand gripper. You know, one of the squeeze things, or even one of the little foam balls. Even something that isn't even hard.
We do have that for him, a squeeze ball, like a little like foam squeezy ball that he could just squeeze like that. He has.
Yeah, get him to use it because like grip strength just sounds fucking stupid, but it really is.
It's important.
Grip strength is highly correlated with life expectancy. Which sounds like dumb, right? It's just like, what the hell does grip strength have to do with anything? But highly correlated with life expectancy and mortality. When your grip strength starts going down, you start going down.
Dude, it's crazy. You know how my girl's in the military? She never took the vax, right?
Yeah.
So like now they're like there's so much talk about like suing for the people in the military. Because like fucking flat earth when the whole thing happened. My girl,
You break it up, bro.
Right now.
No, that's not good.
You want me to switch it?
Oh, you're good. That sounded good.
Okay. I thought you wanted me to switch the topic. I was like, maybe I'm saying
No.
Alright, so
You were cutting out. You were cutting out.
All right. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're good.
So like when the whole thing happened at the beginning, like in 2020, I told my girl, I was like, before I even knew what the fuck was going on or anything, I already had. I'm like, use the Patriot Act. They're gonna share, make us just from us. It's like the Patriot Act. I told that shit. Can't gonna work for you. It's like a depopulation thing. And she's get it. She put religious true, bro. Like to this day, bro. Like just months ago, like they denied her religious exemption, and she reapplied on like there's a way to handle the exemptions. That means that every individual has to be exact. Like they have to look at every individual's thing and be like, okay, we don't accept this because of this. You know, like everyone has to be like specific. What they did was they just picked everyone the same. Like everyone got the same email, the same rejection. Like they were just.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
you're not getting it because of it. So yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but in other words,
They did a mass religious exemption, but you have to do it on an individual basis. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and they didn't do that, and they didn't do it on individual basis. They fucking did a mass basis where they're like everyone's getting the same fucking email, same thing. Like no one's fucking period. You know, we get it, and now it's like not like even people that got it, that shit, bro, it's like bro, like crazy to me, like bro. Like people that fucking tell were fucking evil for like years ago, or like just picking on us. Like now they're shit. Yeah, like I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, hey man, she held out, so I think she probably made it past the hurdle or whatever.
Oh, definitely, bro. It's over with, in my opinion. Just
but hey, I gotta get off because I gotta put my kid on the school bus. So
damn, it's like 6 a.m. over there. So yeah,
it's 6:30 and my alarm. But you gotta do the same thing.
Wake up at 6:40. Yeah, at 6:40 though. I still have 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep too for real. I gotta go to bed. It's 3:30 for me. I gotta be up at 6:40 in the morning.
Hey, dude, I worked third shift before, man. Like, it's really important that, like, you black out. Like, could you sleep during the day, right?
I fall asleep at around 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
I wake up like at 1 in the afternoon.
Yeah, so just make sure
from
everything
night
is
to day.
pitch black because like not sleeping all the time, like not having a normal like daylight cycle will fuck you up. I'm telling you.
I agree. That's why I've always been like this, bro. I could never fall asleep in the daytime before this job. I could never do it. Even if like I used to work at a truck driver job where my job would start at 12 in the morning and I'd come home by like 8 or 9. So I'd have to sleep during the day. Dude, I would have to in those days, I would have to have my room pitch black, even though it was hot. I would cover myself with a blanket and put the AC on in my room, like a little AC that was in my room just to keep it cool because I had to be fully covered or else I couldn't go to sleep. But now I can go
Yeah.
to sleep anywhere. Like I've trained myself to go to sleep, but my room is pitch black, dude. Like right now, I have
Awesome.
it covered. It's dark, and I'm like, I feel like it's nighttime.
Yeah, it's like some weird vampire thing. Like it builds up because I worked third shift for quite a long time, and it like builds up in your system. Like if you sleep and you during the day and like there's any sunlight hitting you, your body knows it for some reason, and it's like you're doing something wrong. We got to fix this, and your own body will like make you sick eventually. It'll build up over like a period of like 6 months to a year, and then like.
Dude,
Eventually, you'll be
okay.
sick for like 2 weeks with like the flu or something. It's kind of messed up. You can actually feel
All right,
it.
admit this to me. So you're so light sensitive at that stage where you have to put black tape even on little things in your room that emit the littlest amount of light.
Dude, yeah, exactly, man. I like these thick ass, like, not curtains, drapes, right? There ain't no light getting through them, and they totally overlap the window, like pitch black, covered the windows with newspaper, like, yeah, pitch black.
Dude, my TV and my laptop have a little light. So when they're plugged up to the power, that little light, even if I'm like not facing it, I feel it. I feel that shit. Even though I'm not looking, I feel like it's like blast back of my head. So I like tape light from like the TV one, the fucking one emits like a light, like like let's say you have the fire and the Wi-Fi, like all those anything that has emits a light like, has right now.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm
not
getting
fucking with
off.
that shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's just
All right,
like
man,
my
have a good
little
night.
piece of advice because the sun, man, like your body doesn't like to sleep in the sun like that. It'll build up. But yeah, man,
All right,
I'll
brother.
talk to you
have a good
again,
night.
man.
And I'll hop on tomorrow, okay?
Say that again. I missed it.
I'll hop on back tomorrow and we'll talk. All right. Have a good night.
All right, yeah.
All right. Good
Word,
morning.
man. Word. I'll be back on later today. I'm just gonna throw my son on the bus, do that shit, and.
All right.
All
Sounds
right.
good, man. Enjoy yourself.
All
Have a
right, you
good
too,
one.
man. All right, bye.
Later.
Awesome stuff. Bush Baby, number one, you've got control of your mic. Just unmute yourself, buddy, and we can have the conversation about the shape of the Earth and all that good stuff. So, Bush Baby, welcome to the server. Don't let me down, bro. You sound very cheerful and like up for a conversation.
Oh, wait, hello. So yeah, hello. It just took a second.
Hello, my friend. No, you're good, mate. You're good.
Okay, so my main question is why?
Why what?
What's convinced you to think the Earth is flat?
Well, me personally,
right. Just got into you in general.
Yeah. We'll ask everybody else in a minute, but for me personally, and you'll probably get the same answer for most people. If the Earth is said to be a ball, then there should be observable and measurable curvature over distance. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, yeah.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we don't observe it, and we do not directly measure any curvature over any distance of any water. Being as they say the surface of the Earth is over 70% water, we should be able to observe and measure it there. Unfortunately, we don't. So if there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth cannot be a ball.
Okay. So,
sounds pretty simple.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I'm a physics student.
Cool.
And I have measured the curvature of the Earth. So that's interesting you say that because, with lasers, incredibly high. Oh, sorry.
I'm asking in reality.
Yeah, no, in reality. No, yeah. You know Lake Geneva?
Yep.
It's a relatively large, Lac Léman, if you've been over there, I think that's what they call it. Well, if you be measured across the lake with a laser, and it's sort of difficult to measure because obviously the ripples of the water could disrupt it because you want the laser to be as close to the water as possible. But there was a curvature. It was interrupted a bit by the ripples of the water, but we did measure a curvature. That's for sure.
What was the distance, my friend?
Oh, probably a good 60 kilometers. Well, no, not that long. I'll have to look it up. I mean, this happened like 4 years ago, probably. So yeah, 4 years and a half actually. I'm not sure. I believe I. All right, I'll have to look it up. I need to find the actual two places that we were at. But have you ever thought about, aside from that, how everything works with a flat Earth? Okay, so aside from
Bash, you didn't give us any distance, any data for that.
You'll get that.
This is something that has happened 4.5 years ago. I mean, I'm gonna have to now bring it all up.
Oh,
but
you have some observation what you cannot present, but it's there.
No, okay, right, yeah. Basically,
to
be fair,
I wasn't coming. Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. Sasha has done this himself, so that's interesting.
Not myself in particular. With other people, obviously, it wasn't just me. I mean, it was a thing, not just me. I was with other people, 15 other people, decent group.
That's fine. The reason why we're asking for the distance is we are just going to turn around to you and give you other laser tests of distances between 10 and 25 miles over distances of water where we hit the target that we were supposed to hit. And then what we'll do is we'll point out military targeting systems that use lasers over distances of water over 100 miles using direct line of sight targeting to blow shit up, which is called applicable technology. So it's interesting you bring up one laser test, but you say you've measured curvature of the Earth.
Sorry, you keep cutting out.
I know for a fact the militaries of the world use direct line of sight laser targeting systems. So they don't measure any curvature.
You're cutting, Jedi.
Sorry, you keep cutting out. I can barely hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, he will come back.
All right, okay. Hello?
Quick microphone check. Is that better?
Yeah, that is better.
Awesome stuff. So just to recap on what I said, it's interesting you bring a laser test. We could give you up laser tests, 10 miles, 25 miles. And then what we would do is we would compound the issue by bringing the Navy into the argument and point out their laser targeting systems that target ground-based targets of over 100 miles.
Okay, so with this, so how powerful are these lasers that you're using? Because that's a big thing with the laser tests, is that because using do this, the light will start to refract as it moves forward, as it moves further and further away. So although you may have, say, the diameter may be a meter at the source, it may also be several centimeters at where you're actually measuring it, especially if you're especially at 10 kilometers away. So there's that problem part of it. So you also account for all of that. So when you say when you do a measurement like that, often you have to use if the laser isn't that powerful, you can use how strongly is your mathematics?
It's all right.
Okay. So have you heard of differential equations? Potentially, maybe not, maybe. But you can solve one of those effectively to figure out where the exact center of the light is in respect to the larger diameter at a certain range is. And you'll find that if you do that for that particular laser, that you do measure the curvature. In these tests, how close to the waters did you do them at? Have you done one personally, or at least witnessed one?
Right. So we could show you ones that are done, say, a couple of inches off the surface of the water. This was the one done in the south of England, down at Brighton, over a distance of 10 miles. A couple of inches, blue and red lasers opposite end of the spectrum. The ones that are done over Lake Bissell, I think it's Hungary or somewhere in Eastern Europe. Both laser and target were about 2 meters above the surface of the water. And then we can start talking about Navy ships, and I'll give you 20 to 30 foot above the surface of the water.
All right. Okay. So I actually haven't looked into all of this, because the reason why we did this test in the first place wasn't actually to debate flat earthers. It was more of a what's the word for it? We were actually originally at CERN, with as a trip, and it was just something that we were given the opportunity to do. So we decided, why not? Because we had a few days to burn in Geneva, so it was something that we did. But I'm just interested. I've never actually thought about what you guys have said with the lasers, with the different tests. So I'll have to probably have a little look into it to see what you guys have done. So other than that, is there any other evidence that you can point to points the Earth to being flat?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
Sorry?
Celestial navigation. Do you know what a sextant is?
No. A sextant?
Okay. Yeah, do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
awesome. It's an angle measuring device, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So a sextant is basically a glorified angle measuring device, right?
Right. Oh, is it one of those sort of like things that they use? I don't know what they're called. I'm not sure if it is, but carry on.
Okay, so they use them at ships at sea to, get elevation angles to stars at known times of year, so they can navigate across the Earth using the stars. Yeah, that's what it is. Awesome. You know that. You know what a triangle is, right? You sound like an intelligent man. You know what a triangle is, yeah?
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Can you measure an angle with a curved line?
No, you can't.
Awesome stuff. So understanding that a sextant is a glorified angle measuring device, and it's used on the surface of the Earth to measure elevation angles to stars, you will understand that, being as you just said, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If you're doing it on a curved surface, that would be the ball Earth, then a sextant would be non-applicable. You couldn't use this device on a curved surface, for example.
What you could do,
celestial navigation.
Sorry, I point something in. So there's a few things about that I would like to say. You heard of tangents? It's sort of like to do tangents and circles. So you can, there's a similar thing you can do with a sphere. If you, instead of using a tangent, you can sort of intersect it with a plane. Now, if the sphere is huge, the Earth, the curvature at your point will be so small that I mean, I'd have to look into the map, but I doubt, especially with quite a crude measuring device. You know, is it the thing that you hold in your hand and sort of bring to your eye? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that. Well, then I doubt that the Earth's curvature will prevent you from measuring an angle from that.
Okay. So, do you know what a GP is?
A GPS, you mean? I think.
Yeah.
Did you say? Yeah.
No, a GP. So, a GP of a star. Do you know what a GP? Yeah, a GP of a star is. Do you know what that is?
A GP of a star. No.
I'll answer the question. It's the ground position of a star.
Okay. Yep.
Now, the ground position of a star can be in excess of over 1,000 miles beyond the horizon.
Okay.
The ground position of that star has to be 90 degrees.
All right.
So, ground position of the star, 1,000 miles away, straight line towards you on that boat. Now, I understand what you said about tangent lines, but you'd have to understand how we use sextants in celestial navigation. In every single calculation, you will bring your... Well, I'm just going to tell you then. So, in every single calculation, you will bring yourself down to the plane of the Earth. Yeah, you can draw your tangent line from altitude towards the horizon, but your next calculation is going to bring you down to surface level. So your altitude is 0. Understanding that you are looking for the ground position of a star that you've just got an elevation angle to, and understanding it could be over 1,000 miles away, means that the surface of the Earth must be level for every single boat at sea all of the time to use these things. So not just you, but another boat 100 miles over there, and another boat 100 miles beyond him. Every single angle is done on a flat surface. Every single calculation will take you back down to that flat surface after you've drawn your tangent line. Now, you also have to understand as well that they were using these devices well before the Earth was a ball. So they weren't doing ad hoc calculations because they thought they were on a ball. But the crux of the matter is you could only use this device on a flat Earth. You couldn't use it on a ball. And if you did use it on the ball, you would have to take yourself down to a flat plane. So laser transits and celestial navigation. Do you want some more?
I'm going. I'm just carry on because I'm afterwards. I'm just gonna have a look at it myself and see if I can get the hang of it. But yeah, carry on. I'm just willing to listen.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm still waiting for your evidence as well.
Yeah, no,
I know a few.
You carry on and then talk, and then we'll see.
I mean, that's fine. We're just going to be talking about direct line of sight transits of signals as well. You know what a radar is, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So you understand that was 2 journeys from the radar to the object and a ping back again, yes?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. Now you understand this is also direct line of sight technology used from boats at sea to other boats at sea up to a distance of, as far as I found, 450 miles. So that would be a 900-mile transit from the boat to the object and ping back again. Now, this would be impossible over a curved surface because the curved surface would get in the way not once but twice.
Yeah, but the thing is that waves diffract as they move through a medium. So, again,
that's fine.
They will...
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. And that's fine. You said you wanted me to talk, so I'll talk. So I'm just going to be pointing out all of the technology that the navies use. The first instance was the celestial navigation. They've got to get places. They wouldn't be able to use this operation on a curved surface. We wouldn't be using sextants for that. I'm then going to point you to the laser transits where we have direct line of sight laser targeting systems up to 100 miles. I've now just pointed out radar systems. But first of all, we're going to have to see the object, and that's why we use infrared cameras. Infrared cameras see the object. We then make sure with the radar that object is actually there, and then we ping it twice with 2 different lasers, one blue, one red, to make sure that we've got a target. So 4 pieces of technology that would only be applicable on a flat Earth. They wouldn't be applicable on a curved surface. Keep saying yeah.
Okay, so that's
There's
okay,
4.
Yeah. Okay, so have you got anything else, or shall I do you want to talk?
No, let's go. Let's go to your stuff now.
Okay, so so the first thing that my personal biggest thing is actually gravity, because obviously, as someone who studies physics, it's something that is very integral to everything we do. So a lot of things that we do. So, and the way gravity behaves is not possible now on a flat Earth. Like, it just physically will not work. And you can you think about it. If a gravity, you understand that the vectors to the force weight, which is the force that is applied on an object due to it being in the gravitational field, point directly towards the center of gravity, as they call it, center of mass, I guess you can also call it, of the object.
Sorry, mate. All right. What's gravity?
Gravity is, well, what is gravity? That's an interesting question. Well, the force that object experiences is weight, and that is because it is in a gravitational field. Because I'm talking about Newton's explanation of gravity, not general relativity, which is beyond. Well, I understand it at a reasonable level, but not enough to explain it to someone else. But
Bush baby, real quick,
yeah.
you know that those two are entirely incompatible on a conceptual level, right? Maybe they give the same outcomes, but they're incompatible. You do know that, right?
Universal gravitation, though, or Newton's laws of universal gravitation, help us. But the explanation. But Newton's laws of
laws. But if you say they are laws, then Einstein was kind of, wrong.
No. You got to listen. Universal gravitation doesn't explain why gravity happens and why we're seeing this. That's what general relativity does. Universal gravitation.
No, they're incompatible. But sure, go ahead. You need to look it up, mate, because you said it was beyond your scope, right? I guarantee you, it's entirely incompatible because they're conceptually different. It's not a force. It's not a force in Einsteinian gravity.
No. Yeah, I do get you, but that's the explanation. When Newton developed all of these,
but look, if you put a piece,
he had no idea. Okay,
mate, it's entirely different. If you put a piece of cheese on the floor every single day, right, and when you wake up, it gets taken away. There are 2 different theories. Either like a person takes it away, like your sister, or it's a mouse which eats it, right? Now, both of those theories would offer reasonable explanations to why the cheese vanishes, right? But they're incompatible.
Newton's. I don't know how to explain
Newton's
it.
and Einstein's are incompatible. A force is incompatible with Einstein's, where there is literally no force. It's just space and time curving. The whole point of Einstein was that Newton was wrong. That's what he said himself. So don't go saying that they're compatible, because they're not.
I never said they're compatible.
Okay, that's great.
I never did.
So they're incompatible then, right?
Yes. Well, at a conceptual level, like you said, yes, they are.
Okay, nice. Yeah, sure.
I never claimed that. Newton's laws of universal gravitation explained what. I don't know how to explain it. They modeled how objects moved in gravitational fields, not why they move. That's Einstein's part, the why. The how, or not, how's a bad word, but what they're doing in the gravitational field at our level. I don't know. It's very difficult to explain, but how they move, if you see what I mean, can be modeled by Newton's laws of universal gravitation. Why they move, that's Einstein. If you see something, I probably butchered that horribly, but
yeah.
One thing that Newton's laws of gravitation, the equations that we can use, to predict where objects are and how objects fall, they do work. So Newton wasn't completely wrong. His explanation for why they worked was wrong, but the actual modelling of it wasn't. So if you think about it, if you think how we model, say, even an object just falling towards Earth, a simple ball, we can model it using Newton's laws of universal gravitation, and we get a right answer, the same experimental answer that we do if we just dropped the ball and measured it, or performed a measurement on how.
Yeah, exactly.
Or how fast it. So, yeah, okay. Well, the point being is that you cannot if you had a flat Earth, the Earth, and it's a giant flat Earth, like a flat disc, like us.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on. All right, so I'm just going to give you a piece of advice. There's no gravity on a flat Earth, my friend.
Okay, but then what's the explanation?
Yeah, there's other explanations, but we'll get onto that. My question for you is, have you actually got a scientific experiment that's proven any of this, mate? And if you have, can you give it to us?
Yeah,
yeah. Because, hold the fuck on.
All right,
so, when we stop talking through me, mate.
I'm listening.
Talk. You're doing yeah, thank you. So when we go and, watch educational programs on TV, when we speak to any of these science communicators, they will turn around to us and say, gravity is not a force. You know who Brian Cox is, don't you? That's a question. Yeah. So you know who Brian Cox is. He says gravity is not a force. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
I don't like the guy, but carry on.
Yeah. He doesn't know what gravity is, mate. So I can run through George Musa. You can think of gravity as a force, but it's not.
Yes, and that's exactly what I just said when I said you can model
doesn't
it
matter.
versus why
you need this skill, mate. A lot of backup from science community. Why people talking through each other, it's starting to really annoy me.
Okay, so the evidence for it is that if you have a vacuum chamber, and you don't even need a large one, you can have a tiny one, actually, a meter. But not even that, you'll find that the objects will accelerate towards the Earth at the same rate, independent of all their masses.
Okay, what happens if I drop gas in the vacuum chamber?
Well, then you've put an extra parameter, which is air resistance.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not dropping anything else. I'm just dropping gas.
What do you mean?
What happens to the gas vacuum chamber? Which? Yeah. So you said all objects. Okay.
Yeah.
Gas then, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to impart gas into a vacuum chamber, which direction does that go?
How much? That's another problem. That's because then you get a thing called pressure, which also changes
gas.
Some gas.
How'd you get pressure?
Because if you add.
How'd you get pressure? How'd you get pressure, mate?
If you add a fluid.
How'd you get pressure, mate?
What do you mean? How do you get pressure?
Just so I understand, because you said pressure. So what is pressure? How do you get pressure for gas?
Well, pressure is the force that particles exert on the side of the container.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. We'll come back. Awesome stuff. We'll come back to that in a minute. But after I've imparted gas into a vacuum chamber, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, which way is the gas going?
How much? Because that's that again. You can't just say I'm putting gas into it. How much? That's the question. And how big's the vacuum chamber?
Tell me.
Well, if you put very little gas into a very large vacuum chamber, it'll be accelerated towards the Earth.
So it would fall down.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Sorry, it will spread out. Out.
Yeah, it will go in all directions, won't it?
Yeah, it will fill the space as best as it can.
Yeah. And it will also press up on the limitation of the chamber, which will be up the ceiling. Right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, just a quick question. How in an open system do we have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum?
You're saying, what do you mean? Sorry.
How do we have gas? Sorry. How do we have gas pressure on the Earth in an open system adjacent and within a vacuum?
That is a good question. There will be, well, I cannot answer that question.
No. See, this is the problem. So we can talk about gravity all day, and I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. But at the moment, it is observably not affecting gas because gas goes in all directions. You've already admitted that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. They declare the Earth is an open system, devoid of containment and adjacent and within a vacuous space. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the gas will fill that space. The higher pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment, unless stopped by a physical barrier. So we've got a huge problem with what they tell us about the Earth and where it is, because you can't have gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon. You've already admitted that, haven't you?
I have.
So I can give you gravity. Yeah, I'll tell you, whatever gravity you want to give me, that's fine. But observably, in science, we don't have the phenomena to even ask the question about, because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So you say objects, so you can drop a ball and that will go down. Well, that's why I gave you gas.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So understanding the second law of thermodynamics, understanding entropy, invalidates the heliocentric idea of uncontained gas bodies in vacuums. You can't have that.
I'll have to look into that. To be fair, that is a point.
It's one of the main reasons why I'm